Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my full stack React, GraphQL, TypeScript, and friends, and you name it, it's in this tutorial. This is an intermediate tutorial, so I would recommend you know React and at least a little bit about GraphQL and maybe TypeScript, but I am going to be walking you through from scratch, starting in the backend, and then creating a front end and deploying the entire thing, and so you get to see the entire process from building a project from the beginning. We will be building out a little bit of a Reddit clone, but the purpose of this tutorial is not to perfectly match Reddit, but to give you a boilerplate that is solid and that you can use for future projects. Now, originally how I picked the technologies that I was going to include in this tutorial was just the ones that I would choose for a future project. And I went with URQL and MikroORM, and usually I use TypeORM and Apollo. And so I switched those two out because I thought they would be small little upgrades and I thought they were going to be very similar. And they are very similar. But about halfway through the tutorial, I wasn't really liking the style of MikroORM. I think it was a great library, but it just wasn't for me. And so halfway through, I thought it was a little bit didn't make sense to continue using MikroORM if I didn't want to use it in future projects. So I switched to TypeORM in the middle. And then as far as URQL and Apollo go, these guys are super similar. And what I decided to do is I did the entire tutorial using URQL. And then at the end, I converted the project over to Apollo, and you're gonna see like 90% of the code is exactly the same. We switch a few things, and you can decide whether you like URQL or whether you like Apollo better, and then you can use that for future projects, whichever one you enjoyed better. Lastly, all the code is on GitHub, so if you get stuck or just wanna check it out, the link will be in the description. I'll also have a link to my Discord in case you get stuck and want to ask me a question. You can do it there, and there'll be other people as well that may have gone through the tutorial that can help you out. And also, if you get stuck, you can also leave a comment below and I will try to answer it. Without further ado, I hope you enjoy the tutorial. Alright, so I just created an empty folder, which I just called Lee Reddit server, but you can call whatever you want to call it. And then I opened that up in my text editor, which I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code for this tutorial. Now, if you want to follow along exactly what I'm doing, there's a few extensions that I'm going to be using to make it look different or behave a little bit differently. The first one is called Bracket Pair Colorizer. This one's just going to make sure that my brackets are colorful and they match. And then we're also probably going to be using Docker at some point, so Docker is a good one to have. We're also going to be using GraphQL, so GraphQL for VS Code is good to get. And this is just going to give you syntax highlighting. The Docker one's going to do syntax highlighting as well. And then as I'm coding, I'm going to save the file and it's going to auto format it and look pretty. And so I'm using Prettier for that. And then lastly, I'm using Vim. Now this one you don't actually need to install, but that's just good to know if it looks like I'm editing stuff weirdly. It's because I'm using Vim. If you want to learn Vim, I'll put a link to one of my tutorials in the description of this video. Okay, so if you want to grab those extensions, you can, and we're going to start from here. Now I'm going to just open up the terminal in Visual Studio Code here. So the way I did that is Control tilde, and I'm going to be kind of like toggling this on and off as we do this tutorial. And I realize not everyone knows what a tilde is, so it's just this little squiggly, and it is next to the 1 on your keyboard usually. And you can also just come up to the top and go to Terminal and then click New Terminal, and that'll go ahead and launch this as well if you want to do that instead. Alright, so and then from here I can run commands in the terminal, and the first one that we're going to do is just initialize our project. So I'm going to do npm init-y. This just says yes to everything, and it's going to create a package.json over here for us. And so yeah, Control tilde, just going to be toggling that on and off like that. Alright, and so we got to name our project, and this is just the configuration for our project, and we can add dependencies to this. Now the other thing about this is for me to even be able to run npm, I need to have Node installed on my computer. So I'm using Node 14.5. I'm going to let you install Node on your own, and then make sure you have a latest version. Well, you don't have to use the latest version. I'm going to be using this version. As long as it has npm installed with it, you can do npm-v to make sure you have it, and you are good to go from there. Also note in this tutorial, I'm going to be using yarn a ton because npm I am not used to typing anymore, so I'm just going to be using yarn, and I'm on yarn 1.21, so I'm still using yarn 1. So just as a note, if I do yarn add for stuff, that is why. All right, so the first thing that I want to do is set up TypeScript in this and just get Node and TypeScript to behave with each other. So to do that, we're going to add some dependencies. So I'm going to add these as a dev dependencies. So I add the -d flag there. And then here I'm going to say the types for Node and TypeScript. So the types for Node just gives us access to all the type information for like the built-in Node functions. All right, and that ran almost instantly, awesome. And then we're gonna add a new script here. Now, most people will create a start script, and with TypeScript you can use this module called tsnode, where you can just run any TypeScript file like this. And this is what I've done in the past. So I'm gonna go ahead and install that real quick. So yarn add. But I'm not actually going to be using it for this tutorial. I want to talk more about that in a second, but let me just show you how this works. So I'm just going to right click over here and I'm going to say new file, and I'm going to say source/index.ts, right? And this is just going to create a TypeScript file for us here. And then we need to have a configuration file for TypeScript, and we could create it from scratch if we want to, but I actually have a config that I use, and you can get this config by running npx in your terminal and then just the tsconfig.json. So this is a npm package I created, and it takes a second to run, but after that it's going to ask you what framework you're using. Just say you're using Node, and it's going to put a tsconfig in here, and this just has the settings that I like to use for Node, but you're welcome to customize this if you want to. Alright, and now in here I can just say console.log hello world. I'm going to save that. I'm going to save my package.json. Oh, you know what, so what happens is I didn't save my package.json, but then I went to my terminal and I did like yarn add tsnode, so it actually changed in that time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to close this file. Don't save. And then I'm just going to paste it in here. And that's how you can get around that. Okay. And then in my terminal here, I'm just going to say yarn start. And so by running yarn start, that's just going to run tsnode source. And this is just pointing at our index file here. So it's going to run this console log. And we'll run that, and we get hello world. So this is one way you could do TypeScript in Node, is just by using tsnode. Now I'm not going to be using it in this tutorial. Main reason is I've stopped using tsnode just because it's been slow. So instead what I like to do, and the other thing about it is when you go to production, you don't usually use tsnode. You'll usually just compile it to JavaScript and then execute it with Node. So I like to get as close to prod and dev as I can, and so this is another place that's nice. So what I'll do is I'll create a watch command. And the watch command here, all it's going to do is it's going to run TypeScript with the watch flag, which is just -w. And then if I do yarn watch, wait, what happened? Oh, I didn't save the file. It's going to compile the source index.ts here, and it's going to spit out a dist folder, and inside of that you can see the index.js. So all it's doing here is it's taking our TypeScript code and turning it to JavaScript. In this case it looks exactly the same, but it's going to look different later on. But anyway, you don't have to actually look at that. And so I'm going to be watching, and then what happens is every time I make a change, like let's say I get rid of the W, it's going to recompile, and it's usually very fast. That's the other nice thing about it, and you'll notice it's going to re-output it in the dist file there. Okay. And then to actually run this code, what we're going to do is I'm going to create a new terminal here, and I just hit the plus sign to do that. And now what I can do is I can just run Node. I can say node dist index.js, and it's going to execute the JavaScript code. And so here I could say, instead of start, and actually maybe I'll just call this start2, but my main start is just going to be Node, and it's going to run the dist folder. So notice the difference between these. Instead of my start2 here, where I'm running tsnode on the TypeScript file, I'm telling it to run it on the JavaScript. Now the other thing I can add, and we can run this real quick just to show you, yarn start, and it's, I keep forgetting to save my file. Here we go. All right, so now it's running Node, and I mean, you can just see from this it's already a lot faster. So, all right, so last thing that I want to do with this is when we're developing, we want to be able to not have to come and run this command every time. So we're going to install this program called, Node Daemon. And what Node Daemon does, let's add it, is it's going to listen for any changes we make in our file, and it's just going to rerun it. So it's very convenient. And this is how you use it. And just instead of the word node, you say Node Daemon. And if you wanted to do it with TS Node, you could. So we could say dev2, you could say Node Daemon, and then you can tell it to execute this command. So you could do it like that if you want to. And these are equivalent-ish. So now I can say yarn dev, and then it's going to go ahead and say hello world, but notice the difference now. It's waiting for changes. So if I go to my index file here, and I say hello there, and I save the file, it's going to re-execute it. And notice I didn't have to run anything in my terminal. It's just going to do that. So as we are coding this, it's going to just recompile our TypeScript code, and it's going to rerun it. So that's also, we have kind of like a chain. In terminal 1, it's going to recompile our TypeScript code every time we change the TypeScript file. And then in our second terminal, it's going to re-execute the JavaScript code that changes in the dist folder. And so that is going to be our setup for Node and TypeScript. Next, we're going to be setting up MikroORM. MikroORM is how we're going to interact with the database, create tables, insert data, select data, just all our database needs. Now, MikroORM currently is on version 3 as of me recording this video, but version 4 is coming very soon, so I'm going to be using version 4 in this video. And maybe when you're watching it, it's already out. So to install version 4, you can run yarn add and grab these 3 packages: CLI, core, and migrations from the @MikroORM. And then depending on what database you want to use, you can install the specific database packages. In this case, we're going to be using PostgreSQL for this tutorial, but MikroORM supports other ones as well. So PostgreSQL and then PG is what you need. So install these 5 packages. Go ahead and let this run. And then we can go ahead and get started setting this up. Now the other thing is I'm going to assume that you have PostgreSQL installed and you have it running on your computer. And then also if you want to go ahead and like set up so you have PostgreSQL things available to you in the command line, you can do that as well. That's very optional. Like for example, I have it set up where I can just say create DB to create a database. I'm going to call my database lead Reddit. But you can also do all of this from a GUI if you want to, but I'll put a link below if you do not know how to configure any of this stuff. And then you're also going to need to create a Postgres user. Just set the username to Postgres and the password to Postgres as well. Okay, so you have Postgres up and running on your computer, and then you created a database called lead Reddit or whatever you want to call your database. We're going to be starting from there. So in our index.ts file here, I'm just going to at the top import from MikroORM. And where's my auto completion? There we go. @MikroORM. And we're going to say /core. Oh, by the way, I should probably mention that. I'm like mashing the control space key. That is how you get auto completion. All right, so, and then here, again, I'm going to press control space and get MikroORM. So this is what we're going to create a MikroORM instance. So I'm going to say const orm is equal to microorm.init. Now this returns a promise, and I can see that by hovering over, and I can see the word promise here at the end. So that tells me it returns a promise. So I'm just going to await this. Now you can set up top level await by configuring some things, but it never really works too well for me. So I still just create a main function, which is asynchronous, and I just call my main function. And then I'm just going to put all my code in this main function. So we're going to create MikroORM here. And then I'm just going to create an object, and again, press control space to see all the different options I have available to me. And so here I'm going to say DB name, and I'm going to say lead Reddit. And here, if you need to, you can specify a username and a password. For me, it connects directly. It just uses the default one. Maybe I don't have one set. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. But if you create a Postgres user, you can put the username and password there. I'm going to leave mine blank because it works without it, so I'm just going to remove that part. I'm going to set the debug option to true, and I'm going to set the type to PostgreSQL. This is just the database we're using, and then this is going to log what SQL is being executed underneath the hood, which I just like to see for my own use cases, and also it's helpful for debugging and seeing if the ORM you're using is crap. So this is also something that I only really want to be true in development. So what I can say is, instead of hard coding it to true, I can say process.env.nodeenv. So this is a special environment variable, which is set to the string production when you're in production, or at least that's a best practice, and we're going to follow that. So what I can say is, when we're not in production, right, I want debugging to be on. So that's what this means. And then I might do this in a couple different, locations. So I'm going to create a constants file that I put everything. And I'm just going to call this prod. And I said put everything. I'm not sure why I said that. Basically, I just wanted to abstract my logic here, so I don't have to type this entire thing every time. All right, so this variable is going to be true if we're in production. And then I can just say not prod. And this is a lot easier for me to type than that whole bunch. Wait, did my cursor freeze? There we go. And this is a lot easier for me to type than this entire thing every time. All right, and this auto-completed for me, or auto-imported. If not, you need to add your own import. And how I auto-imported it was, had my cursor at the end, control space, and then you see it has this thing, I just press enter. And it pops in there. And you can also do command period or control period, and that will bring up a separate little menu that does the same thing. All right, so that is our DB name, our type, and debugging. The other thing we need to add is an entity. So these are going to correspond to all of our database tables. So let's go ahead and create a table. And so I have a folder here that's already called entities. I'm just going to delete it since you probably don't have one. And so I'm going to recreate this. So I'm going to call this post.ts. And I don't know if I explained this before, but when I create a new file and I put something and then slash and then a file name, that actually creates a folder and a file at the same time. So it's just a little shortcut. So entities, folder, and inside that post.ts. So it's going to be our first database table. It's going to be a post. Now I'm going to just head over to the docs for MikroORM and copy paste how you create an entity. So there's a couple different syntaxes you can use for this. This is one of them. Now we're going to be using TypeGraphQL, and TypeGraphQL works really well with classes. So we're going to actually use the class decorators that they're using here. So I'm just going to copy this entire book example they have, and then we're going to just butcher it up. All right, so paste this in here. And I didn't save this file, so I'm just going to save the index real quick. Now I'm going to go ahead and just clean this up a little bit because we don't need half of this stuff. We're going to come back and deal with relationships later. Relationships are overrated anyway, right? Okay, so title, updated at, created at, and ID are the four fields I'm gonna leave here. And these correspond to columns. So we have 4 columns in our database table is what's going to be created here. And I'm just going to hit command and then period hit here. You can also click the light bulb if you want to, and I'm going to import all of these. And I'm going to rename my class to a post. And then this just decorates and tells MikroORM that this is a entity, right? And this corresponds to a database table. And then here I'm setting this as the primary key. It's just an ID. And we have created at and updated at are just good fields to have when you create any kind of entity. And this is just kind of some standard fields. And this is just the date of when the object was created, or the row was inserted in this case. And then we just have a single title field. And then property just decorates it that this is just a regular column. Like if I remove this, this is now not a database column, just a field in the class. And then this is a special little hook that's going to create a date every time we update. And that just make sure that it gets a new date. All right, so once we have that, go over here and I can say post. Again, I just pressed enter and it'll auto import that for me. Okay. Now, let's say I want to do some things, right? Like I want to create a post and insert into the database. So one way I can do that is I can say create, and then I can create a post object. And here I can do control space, see what I have access to. All these should just like default get created for me except for the title. So I'm just going to specify a title here. Now, how MikroORM works is it's kind of doing that whole like heavy ORM thing where you create posts and this doesn't actually do anything to the database. Like if I hover over this, this is literally just creating a post. This is equivalent to me saying like new post, my post. So this is, right now this does nothing with the database. Nothing's going on here. These two statements are roughly equivalent if I were to create a constructor, but I don't like creating constructors and doing that whole OOP thing. I'm not a fan. So I like to do as little of that as I can, just work with like regular objects, which sounds kind of weird because I'm using this, but the main thing I actually like about MikroORM and this sort of thing is setting up my tables like this. And then mixing that with TypeGraphQL is nice. And then as we're going to see in a second, creating migrations is smooth as well, which we're about to see. Okay. But anyway, this creates literally just an instance of post. Nothing else is going on. But to actually insert posts into our database, we say orm.m.persist and flush. And then we just tell it what we want to insert into a database. And we can await this. So yeah, it's using this syntax. It's a little odd, I'm not going to lie to you. They also have, if you want to, I believe it's called native insert. Yes. And then we could have just said post and then our data like this. Now the difference between this and this, actually let me show you the SQL, right? This will actually just SQL to. All right, we'll be able to look at the difference in SQL and you can see which one you like better. And then that's pretty much how you can decide how you want it. The main difference though is we're going to be access to all the post fields, whereas this one we're not. But we'll see that in a second. Now we could run this code, but it's not going to work. So, I mean, I can show you real quick if you really want. So I can say yarn dev, and boohoo, it crashed, guys. Now, it doesn't actually give a really good error here. I think it kind of swallows the error because we get this unhandled rejection warning. So we can get like maybe like a tiny bit better of an error if I did catch. All right, so catch the error and then just print out the error. Right, so we can see it's giving us a much better error now. The severity of the error is error in positions 13 and parser open table, right? Like this is actually not that much better, as you can see. I'm not sure why they don't give us a good error. But basically what's wrong is we haven't created the database table yet. So we tried, you can see the SQL. It's trying to insert into a post table, but we haven't actually created a post table yet. So that's what we need to do. And to create our post table, we are going to set up the CLI so we can run some migrations. So if we just go to MikroORM, I'm just going to go to using the CLI. And we need to set up the CLI, so not this one. Setting up command line tools. So this is under installation usage as well. So step number one, we kind of already did. We have MikroORM available to us. Step two is in our package.json to add this config. So let's add this config. Basically what it's doing is we're just telling it the location of our config file. Now we haven't created this config file, but we're about to be. So notice it also dist and source. So it's going to toggle depending on whether we're using JavaScript or TypeScript automatically, which is nice. And then yeah, I can use TS Node, that's fine. And let me just copy the name of this. So we're going to create this in our source folder now. And we actually just are going to copy this. And we're going to say export default. And then command period to import all of it. And then I don't want duplicates. So I'm going to just import it and stick it here. Now, fun times with TypeScript. Our types do not line up. Yeah. So let me tell you a fun lesson about TypeScript. You can kind of glaze over this if you're new to TypeScript. This is for you kind of advanced boys out there. So what's going on right now is if I say bob.type and I hover over it, you see what the type of that is? The type is string. But we don't want this to be type string. We actually want this to be type Lee Reddit. And we want this to be type PostgreSQL. Right? If I said DB name, you see how this is a string too? So one way I can do that is by casting this to a const. And if I hover over the DB name, you see how the type changed? Like it now says Lee Reddit. So the type got more specific when I cast this to a const. Right? It's actually this. It's not just strings. And so that's the difference. And when I do that, it's actually going to be happy. Right? It's now happy because it was expecting those types. It wasn't expecting a string. So that's just a little TypeScript thing that you'll run into sometimes when you have objects like this. So you can make it more specific. Or this is a more specific than the type string. It's the string PostgreSQL is kind of how I think about it. Now we could actually make this even better if you want. All right, so this was my intermediate TypeScript tip. I'm now going to give you the advanced TypeScript tip. So this is pretty good, but the problem right now is if I like control space this, I don't get any auto completion. Like it thinks that's a totally fine property, which it's not at all. So how can I tell TypeScript to tell me the right things? Well, really, I just need to be passing in whatever this init function accepts. All right, so how can I do that? Well, I can import it and just grab the type. So why don't I do that? MikroORM. So instead of const, what I can say is parameters. So this is a special TypeScript thingamabobber, and what it does is you can stick a type in the brackets and it's going to tell you all the parameters for it. So I can say type of MikroORM.init. So MikroORM.init is our function, and I'm just getting the type of the function. Because when you're dealing with TypeScript, you have to deal with types. So the type, and I'm getting the parameters for that type. Now parameters returns an array, so we just want the first parameter. And there we go. And now it's all happy. So don't worry about this if this doesn't make sense. It's a little bit of black magic, but basically what it equates to is we got the type that init expects for its first parameter. Right, and see, I thought this was going to tell me I was a bad boy, but it didn't. I can at least control space and see that we have all these autocomplete options, though. It looks like this type lets you pass whatever we want in, so it looks like we could have done that. But yeah, there you go. You can pass in and now get a little bit more auto completion. Okay. Does this? No, that's a shame. They should actually get strict on what you can add here. All right, so now we can access this info from the CLI. That was the whole point in adding like a separate config file. There's one other thing. I want to do migrations. So we need to actually set up our migrations. So now we can go over to migrations. And we're going to be using via the CLI. And specifically the configuration. All right, so this is how we can configure the migrations init stuff here. This is the stuff we have access to. I don't really care to do anything with the default options except for two things, path and pattern. All right, so I'm going to copy these. So first off, with the pattern, you'll notice how it's only doing TypeScript. I'm just going to alter this regular expression so it now does JavaScript and TypeScript. All I did was I added J in the brackets, so that does type T or J is how I'm changing the regular expression, and now it will handle JavaScript as well. And then for the path, I'm just going to say path.join. And I'm going to import path. This is a function that's built into Node. And I'm going to say directory name and then migrations. So all this is doing is it just makes sure that we are using the right path. So this will actually create an absolute path for me, and it won't get all funky if we run this in different directories or something. And so dir name is a special variable, and if you want to, I can just print them out here. You may want to do this for yourself too and see what this looks like. And what it is it's the absolute path to the file that it's called in, I believe. It may be slightly different than that, but I'm actually pretty sure that's what it is. So, and if I scroll up to the top, actually what I'll do is I'll go into my index. I'll just comment this bit out. Does it work? Starting, oh, nothing happens because right. Let's add this to our index. Alright, so you see the dir name, it's pointed at dist because it's actually running in dist right now. So that's nice. So you can see this is my absolute directory. That's all that is. Alright, I'll uncomment this now. By the way, command slash or control slash is how you can comment out chunks after highlighting it. Okay. Yeah, we don't need this. And so what path.join does is just joins these two file paths. All right, so I think we are all set up to actually run the migration command now. So we're just going to run this one right here. So I'm going to control C. Oh, it has the word copy in front. That's annoying. So here's what I'm running. I'm running mpx MikroORM migrations create, and it looks a little janky right now, so let me clear. Sorry, there's a lot there. There you go. All right, so let's create my migration. Looks like it worked. It will actually create a migrations folder for me here, and then I can actually see the SQL. So if you care to know the SQL that's going to be run to create the table, you can see this. And as I'm looking at this, I can see that the created at column here is actually a JSONB column. And I don't want it to be a JSONB column. I want it to be a date column. So let's go ahead and change that real quick. So I'm going to hop back over to my post. And so it kind of infers the types. And, you know, I didn't like how it inferred that one. Like, I'm okay with this being a serial primary key. And maybe I don't want my title to be a varchar. Maybe I want that to be really long. So how can I change these things? Well, there's a type property. So I'm going to make this text, and I'm going to make this a date. And then I'm just going to delete that migration and rerun the create command. Wait, why is it not there for me? I literally just ran it. I'll just paste it again because I still had it on my clipboard. All right. That's better. Timestamp. And then text. Cool. Oops. So yeah, so if you want to change what the columns are, you can, and there we go. We can now look at the SQL, and now we're happy with it, and so we can keep it. And now we could actually use the CLI. I'm going to close some of these tabs because we're done with them. Now we can actually run the CLI to run the migration, but what I like to do is I like to just like automatically run the migration in my code. And so the way you can do that is by saying orm.getMigrator.up. And so that's just going to run the migrations before it does anything else. So it's going to connect to the database, run migrations, and then run SQL. All right. Let's go ahead and run our code now. Dang it. Still got an error. Let's see what we did wrong now. Okay, so I think I figured out what I was doing wrong. I haven't actually tested it out yet, but I'm like 99% sure this was it. So I was looking through the error stuff, and what tipped me off was I saw it running create table, and it was setting the title to a varchar, and it was setting updated at to a JSON-B. And I was like, that's kind of weird. I like totally changed my migration here so that it didn't have that IC timestamp. So why is it running that? Like that's really weird. I got rid of the other one. Well, what happened is, I think happened is in TypeScript, remember, we're not actually running the TypeScript code, we're running the JavaScript code that's getting created. And so TypeScript does not like wipe the dist folder over here. So my dist folder, if I go to migrations, yeah, it's got a bunch of migrations in there. So I just need to you know, get rid of that. So I also saw that like there's double ORM configs. So the dist folder just has a lot of junk in it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete the dist folder. I'm going to come over here and I'm just going to restart yarn watch. And that way we just get a totally fresh dist folder, and hopefully there should not be duplicate migrations. Or not duplicate migrations, but extra migrations which we no longer needed. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and run this. Alright, so we've unpeeled the onion a little bit. Now we got a new error, and I can just see that by it says failing row contains. So it's passing null for the dates. That makes me a sad panda bear, because MikroORM should be automatically passing the dates in there for me. Why in the world would it not be, right? Insert post. Oh, you know what? Ha ha ha! Guys, you know which SQL failed? The second SQL. So if I go back to our post, the new dates here are only happening if we use MikroORMs creating a class of this. And when we do a native insert, it's not actually creating a class, so it's actually not creating the dates. So what's happening is the first SQL, it's executing and it's working, but the second one isn't. And if I just scroll up in my logs, I can see that exactly is what's happening, right? So this is the first insert. That looks perfect. You can see insert into post, and I can see created at, title, updated at, and it has all that content. But if I go to my second insert, notice how it's only trying to insert a title. Wah, wah, wah. The other thing we could have done is we could have set up our database to do like a default. I don't know if this works, but like we could have done something like this. So then PostgreSQL has the default. But there you go. So what this all means is we're just not going to use the native insert anyway right now, because I want MikroORM to do its thing. And also, like, I'm pretty happy with the type of SQL like it's generated. Like, this is a SQL it'll generate for this chunk of code, the persistent flush, right? It does a single insert, and then it just returns the ID, and then we have all the data. So in my opinion, that's pretty clean SQL, so I'm happy with that. And so I have my post here. Now, of course, we've inserted this a couple times now, so we have a bunch of posts, even though it just says my posts. But I could say orm.m.find. Can I just do an empty object if I want all of them? Oh, I need to pass what entity? There you go. I want posts. So what I wanted is to get all the posts in my database. This should do it. And then it returns a promise, so I'm awaiting, and I'm just going to console log. Then open up my console. You can see what it runs here to get it dposts. Interesting little alias. And then, we can see our posts. So there you go. We're going to dive into more of how you do CRUD operations and that stuff with MikroORM, but this is our MikroORM setup. Pretty much at this point, we're just going to iterate on what stuff we have in our entity, and we are going to add entities to our config, and then we're going to come to our CLI, and we're going to run our MikroORM migration create command, and I think there was might have been /run or something at the end to create a migration, and then we're just going to have our migrator automatically run the migration, and that's going to be our flow, as you're going to see as we do this. But there you go. I'm going to comment this bit out, and we have MikroORM all set up. we are now going to set up our server, and we're going to also get GraphQL in there and then create a GraphQL schema using TypeGraphQL. So to do this, we're going to install a few dependencies here. So I did yarn add. Express is going to be the server that we're going to be using because I like their middleware. And then we're going to be using the Apollo Server Express package, which allows us to use GraphQL or create a GraphQL endpoint very easily. We're going to add GraphQL and then TypeGraphQL for our schema. So I'm going to go ahead and run that. And then we're also going to need to install the types for Express because we need the TypeScript types for it and it doesn't come built in. But the other packages work by default or are just written in TypeScript. Alright, so I just did yarn add -d at types/express. And then I'll install the TypeScript types for it. And then I'm just going to come up here and I'm going to import Express from Express. And I'm going to create an app. And I think I usually like to create the database connection first, so I'm going to put this at the bottom here. And I don't need this create post stuff I had before, so I'm just going to remove it. And I'm going to say app.listen. And I'm going to listen on port 4000, but you can choose a different port if you want to. Alright, so it's going to start up on localhost 4000. And just to test Express by itself, we can make a hello world request. So if you've never used Express before to just build a REST API, how it works is you can make a GET endpoint by saying app.get once we create an instance of Express. And then we say the path with just a empty string, well not empty string, a slash, this is just the home route. And then we have the request and the response, and this is a function where we can put our logic here. We're going to ignore the request. So usually if you ignore a variable, you can make it an underscore. So it's just a best practice, if you will, or a standard. All right, and I'm just going to say hello. So I'm going to give that a save, and I'm going to make sure my server is running. Close this. And just do yarn dev. All right, so it's up at 4000. So I'm going to just come over to my browser, and it should say hello here. So cool. So that means I have successfully set up Express, and now we have this endpoint. And we could make as many REST endpoints as we want to, but this is a GraphQL tutorial, so I'm just going to kill this one. And now we're going to add our GraphQL endpoint, and we're going to do that with Apollo. So import Apollo Server Express, and it's going to be Apollo Server. And we're going to say const Apollo Server is equal to a new Apollo Server. And then inside of here, we need to pass in our GraphQL schema. And we haven't created our GraphQL schema yet, so actually let's create our GraphQL schema first. So we're going to say build schema from TypeGraphQL. And we can pass build schema into the schema variable or field here. And so build schema returns a promise with the GraphQL schema, so that's why I'm awaiting it. And then we just need to pass in some options here. So we need to create some resolvers. Right now we don't have any. We're going to add some in a second. And then there's some other options. One of the things I'm going to turn off is validation. It uses this package called class validator or something like that by default, and I don't really like it very much, so I'm just going to turn it off. All right, so we need to add some resolvers. I'm going to go ahead and just create a new file here called resolvers, and here I'm going to say hello.ts, and I'm going to create a class called hello resolver. And so how TypeGraphQL works is you actually create a class and you decorate it with, well, you can decorate it with the @resolver. I believe this is actually kind of optional. this should be coming from TypeGraphQL. And inside of this, we are going to add functions, and those functions or methods can either be mutations or queries. So for example, I can say query hello, and I can return a string, for example, hello world. And then how TypeGraphQL works is we need to declare what our query returns. So that's just a function here, and then we pass an uppercase string, and this is how you do it in TypeGraphQL. You do uppercase. And yep, this is our first GraphQL query. So our schema is a single query that's hello. And now I'm just going to come over here and I'm going to import the hello resolver. All right, so we have our schema. It's very simple right now. We're going to add on to it. And yeah, our Apollo server uses that schema. So the only thing that's left to do is say Apollo server dot apply middleware, and then we're going to pass in our app. And so all this is going to do is create a GraphQL endpoint for us on Express. So let's make sure we didn't get any errors. I just open my console, everything looks good here. If I go over to /GraphQL on my browser, so it's still on localhost 4000, I can see the playground. And I actually have done GraphQL stuff before, so I have some old queries here. I'm just going to close them, and you should see something like this. So this is GraphQL Playground. How this works is this is a GraphQL tool that allows us to test out our queries beforehand. It's a very nice dev tool. So if I click on docs on the right, I can actually see my schema here. You can see it just says hello. You can also click on the schema tag if I want to. And so I can actually execute queries here. So how it works is you put curly braces and then the query, so hello. And we can run that, and then we get the response from the server. So we have successfully set up a GraphQL server using TypeScript right now, with TypeGraphQL being our GraphQL schema. And of course, if I wanted to, just to show you that this is all connected, could I just say bye instead. It's going to automatically restart for us, so I don't even need to rerun anything there. And I come back, I can run this again, and we get a new response. So it is, in fact, connected to that, and we call that. And we're going to dive more into GraphQL, doing more queries in a second, but there you go. That is our initial setup. I figured it'd be helpful to show you how we can combine now our GraphQL resolvers with MikroORM. So what I thought we'd do is just do some Crud. So creating a post, updating a post, reading it, and maybe deleting it, all through GraphQL, just to show you a little example of how we can do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new resolver here called post, and we can copy our hello one, and then just rename this to post resolver. And then why don't the first query that we create be posts? And what I want the query to do is just return an array of posts. And so how this works is I need to first determine the type of this. So how you do arrays in TypeGraphQL is you put brackets and then the type of the array here. So in this case, the type I want to be is post. And now you'll notice I am just passing in my entity here. And my entity is actually not a GraphQL type, so I need to pass it a GraphQL type. But the nice thing about that this is already a class is we can actually, with TypeGraphQL, turn classes into GraphQL types and use this. So if we left it like this, would not work, but if we convert this over, which we're going to do. So this is how we can convert it. I can say that this class is an object type, and you notice we can just like stack the decorators. And so it's both an object type and an entity. And then field. And I'm just going to add a field to each one of these. Now, if there's some field that I didn't want to expose, I could not add this, and we'll talk more about that in a second. But for now, just note that field is exposing that to our GraphQL schema. And I can also specifically set the type, and I do need to specifically set the type for some of these, like the date and stuff. So here I can say that this is an int. And int comes from TypeGraphQL. String doesn't, but int does. I know it's a little weird. And then here we're going to say, I'm just going to do a string, I think, for the date. I'm not sure if it'll actually have a date type by default. I don't think TypeGraphQL does. Maybe I'm wrong though, but we'll see if string works. And then here, all right. So I actually don't need to explicitly say the type for strings. It's going to be able to infer that. It actually may be able to infer the int as well. I'm going to leave this and see what happens. I don't think it infers this. Let me show you actually what happens if we don't add this. So this is me explicitly setting the types, but let me show you if we do not do that. And maybe it will be able to infer all this. All right, so now that's that. And then here I just want to be able to query everything from our database and return this. So to do that, I need to be able to access this ORM object in my resolver over there. And I also need to add the post resolver to my schema. So let's do that real quick. All right, so we now have it in our schema. And so here I'm just going to say the word context. So context is a special object that is accessible by all your resolvers. So I can then access this object. So what I can do is I can actually stick the ORM object in here. But I actually don't really care about the ORM object. I only care about the EM object. So I'm just going to say orm.em. That has kind of all the stuff. So I'm going to just stick this in there. And then if I end up needing ORM later, I don't think I will. I could always change this, but yeah. And so this is just a function that returns an object for the context. And you can also in the context get a request object and response object from Express, but we're not going to worry about that for now because we just don't need it. But we will be adding that later most likely. Now, what we do is in our post over here, I can say at context, and here I need to create what my context type is. I usually like to call this my context, and so let's create a new file in our source called types.ts, and I'm just going to export a my context type. And so this is just going to be the type of this object. So it has a single item inside of this object. It's EM, and if I just hover over this, I can see this is the type, and I can copy this. So how I did that, just hover over that, and then this bit here. It's after the colon. All right, and we'll paste that. Or at least I think this is the type. Let's see if this works. And then command period to import it, and it looks like it's working correctly, so I think it's good. And then I'm just going to import this from my types. So now I can say context.em and then I have access to all the things that I want to do. And then if I want to, I can also destructure this. So I'm going to, just for a little cleaner syntax. And I'm going to find all the posts. And how this is going to work is find is going to return a promise of posts. And that's the exact type that I want to return from posts. So that's perfect. Also, I can explicitly set the type here if I want to. And so now we'll have type checking on our resolver as well. Right, so I have to duplicate the types. Like I'm setting the GraphQL type and I'm also setting the TypeScript type. That's just kind of the way of life when you're using TypeGraphQL. So there's a little bit of duplication. It's, you know, it is what it is. But it will check it if I explicitly set the type there. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and now call our posts. Let's see, start my server. Oh, I crashed it. Oh yeah, this is what I was gonna show you guys, the error. So this is with our posts. So you'll get this error in TypeGraphQL, so it's good to know how to handle it. So it says no explicit type error, unable to infer GraphQL type from the reflection system. Oh, that's the other thing. I actually totally forgot about that. You need to provide explicit type created at for the post class. So we need to explicitly set the type here is what it's telling us for these two. But also I forgot a actually step in setting up TypeGraphQL. I'm surprised TypeGraphQL worked. So there's this library called import reflect metadata that it usually tells you to install. I don't know if it's somehow automatically getting imported. Maybe MikroORM uses it or something. So I'm going to go ahead and just yarn add reflect metadata and then import it at the top. So that's another good, well, not good. I thought it was required for TypeGraphQL to work, so I'm surprised we worked up to this point. All right, so I'm going to yarn dev this just to make sure we get the same error. And we do. All right. And so we just need to explicitly set the type like I was doing. And we'll do the same here. All right, I just butchered that. We'll just, and then we'll let this restart, and you'll notice it's now happy. So now I can come back over here to my thing. I can create a new tab if I want to. And if I come over to my docs, I don't see anything here. I just need to refresh. And we see our new posts. And I can see I can grab the ID field, the created at, the updated at, and the title. So I've exposed all the fields so I can access all of them. So how GraphQL works is I have all these queries available to me. So I just say the word posts. And then notice how we returned a string for hello. We don't need to put anything else here. But for objects, we have to say which fields we want. So we say curly braces again, and then we have to say exactly what fields we want. And there's no way to select them all except for us manually typing out each one. All right, so run this, and there we are. We have our data from a database. At least this is the dummy data that I added earlier. So cool. So that's grabbing our posts, and we get all this information. Now, what I wanted to show you with the field is I can actually, like, if I wanted to have a difference between my database and what my GraphQL schema exposes. So now I actually cannot select the title field. So if I refresh the page here and I try running this, it says cannot query the field title. So it's actually just like no longer exposed in my schema. So you can actually choose what you want to expose and what you want to hide. Now I do want the title, so I'm going to go ahead and keep it there, but that's good to know. All right, so that's reading. So let's go ahead and do the rest of our CRUD. So why don't we do a single post? All right, so let's say we want to look this up by ID. So we're going to take an argument. And arguments in TypeGraphQL, we say @arg. And then here I say, well, the name of my argument, which I'm just going to say ID. ID, which it's going to be a number. And then I also need to specify the, so this is the TypeScript type. I need to set the GraphQL type, right? And I think I also need to pass in the name. Yeah. So I see. Look, this is a nice thing about TypeScript. I forgot the order I'm supposed to type or like pass things in. So I just hover it over, and I see I need to pass it the name, and then I can pass it options. All right. So I'm going to call this ID, and yeah, it's going to be an int, or at least I think it's an int. This should auto import from, there we go. So int is coming from TypeGraphQL. I was trying to auto import that there. All right, so here I can say where, and also I can say find one if I just want a single one. And in this case I do. And I'm gonna say where, actually I don't need to say where. It's where by default. And all right, so now we're going to look it up based on the ID we get here. Now the other thing is we need to update our type here and our type here. So here we're going to either return a post or I think undefined or maybe null. I don't know what this does. Okay, it's going to return maybe null. All right, so or null. So this is how we in TypeScript can do unions or. And up here I'm going to say we're going to return a post, and then there's not, you can't like or null this. How it works with TypeGraphQL is there's an object with options here, and we can say nullable true. All right, so our GraphQL type is we're going to return a post or null, and so is our TypeScript type. All right, let's go ahead and run this. So ID 3, 5, and 1. Just going to refresh so I can see the docs. Confirm, yep, I post. And then this is how you pass in args. And here I can do 3, for example, and I want to see the title of that post. And sure enough, we got the post. And if I did something that did not exist, we get null. And my type is all happy and everything is good. Awesome. So that works splendidly. The one thing I wanted to show you is this is changing the name in the schema. So I could have called this identifier, some random garbage. And what that's going to reflect is the name here. So if I refresh, identifier is going to show up in our schema, and we can't say ID here. We say identifier. So that is what that's controlling. All right, that's a crappy name. We're going to go back to ID. So this name here is just really what we want to name it for using it in our code here. All right, so those are our two. We're going to get into pagination later, so I'm not going to worry about taking too many more args. Let's go ahead and do create in the other ones. All right, so create post, and here we're going to say a mutation. So queries are for getting data, mutation is for updating, inserting, deleting, anything where you're like changing things on the server. So our mutation is, we can return a post from creating the post, and I don't think we ever return null from creating a post, so I'm just going to remove that. The argument here, I just need to know the title, which is going to be a string. And so again, I believe strings can actually be inferred, and the int type might also be able to be inferred. So I'm actually going to try removing this and see if this works. I think I was doing a little extra work for nothing. And when I say infer, I mean TypeGraphQL is able to figure it out based on the TypeScript type. So sometimes it has some inference power, and sometimes it cannot. And you'll get used to that as you use it. And so here I'm going to do the same logic that I did before. So I'm going to say em.create post, and then we're just going to say em persist and flush. And then we're just going to return the post. And I want to use async and await here, so I'm just going to make my post async. And we'll save that. And this looks pretty good to me. Can make this a post like that. So let's come back over here, refresh. And then you can't just say create post. So with GraphQL, it splits queries and mutations. I have to actually say the word mutation up here, and then I have access to create post. By the way, it has some auto completion in this, so like control space did that for me. All right, so I'm gonna pass in a title arg, post from GraphQL. And then we have to select what fields we want back. And we'll create it. And awesome. So we created it. And if I go back to my posts over here, I should see a new post. And let's get titles as well. And I can see my post from GraphQL. So cool, we just inserted a post and we read it. So now let's try updating it. So we'll copy this. And we'll say update. So we need 2 arguments. So it's very easy. We just do it like this. By the way, since everything just worked, the inferring is working good. Interesting. I'm surprised Prettier is creating this long of a line. Anyway. So we have ID and the title. So in this case, there's only really one thing you can update. So we're just going to leave it like this. But let's say we wanted the title to be nullable. We could have also done this. So if we had multiple fields on our posts and maybe some are optional to update, we could make them possibly nullable. And whenever we want to make something nullable, we have to explicitly set the type. So that's why I'm doing that. And this should be a number. I don't know the MikroORM syntax to get it to update in one SQL query, or at least without using the query builder. And I guess we'll get into that later. So for now, I'm just going to do 2 SQL queries. So I'm going to fetch the post with just find one. And maybe if we aren't like able to find a post for some reason, so let's also make this in a wait. So I don't need this part. So we're gonna fetch an ID based on this, and if we can't find it, maybe we just return null. And update the TypeScript type here. And then down here, if we did find a post, we're just going to say title is equal to title. So if the type of title is not equal to undefined. So if they actually gave us a title, they didn't leave it blank, then we're going to update a new title, and we are going to persist and flush. Yay! And then we are going to return our post. So let's give this a go. No errors here. Awesome. And I'm going to create a new tab. I'm going to refresh. Mutation. Update post. ID 1, title, Bob, and we'll make this pretty. And awesome, it gave us Bob back. And if I open up the console, I can see what happened. So I can see it selected a post, and then after that it updated. And if I wanted to, I could test this out like 99, should just return null. Perfect. And if I select my posts now, I should have one with the title Bob, and indeed I do. Alright, so the last thing that I'm going to do is delete posts. So copy this. Actually, we don't really, well, it's okay. We're going to rip a lot out. Like by. Delete post by ID. In this, I'm just going to return a boolean whether it worked or not. I don't think it's that important to return the post back after we've deleted it. So here I'm just going to say m.delete, and it's going to be a native delete because I don't think we need to fetch it for any reason, and I'm just going to await that. Alright, so we're going to delete it, and then we're just going to return true. If I really wanted to, I could like try catch it, and if it errors, return false, but I don't really care enough to do that, so we'll just leave it as is. Alright, that looks good. And mutation, delete post, ID, and we don't need to select anything, we just need to specify ID. So let me think about which post I don't like. I don't really like this one because it's kind of a duplicate. Let's get rid of 5. Run that. Looks like it worked. If I come over here, I can also see the SQL that's run. So it says delete from post where ID is 5. Cool. And actually, did it do a select, or is that okay? I did a select before that. Okay, I just wanted to make sure it didn't do that in the same thing. And sure enough, it is gone. Cool. So there you go. That is how we can do CRUD through GraphQL. So we created our own resolvers here, and as you can see, we can pass in arguments. We can do whatever we want in the resolver to, you know, delete, update, whatnot. And that is going to be our flow. We're going to get into some more complex resolvers, but this should help you get started on how you can do CRUD with MikroORM for a basic entity. The next thing that I want to do is set up authentication, and for that I figured creating our register mutation would be a good one first. So we're going to need to set up a user entity, and then we're going to create a register mutation. Now in my post.ts file, for whatever reason, I had this random import, so I'm just going to delete it. And I don't need this one either, so I'm just going to clean that up a bit. And so I'm going to start by creating a new user entity. Just call it user.ts here. And if I want to, I can copy posts. Sorry, my post entity, not my post resolver. Alright, and so I'm going to rename this user. And this is going to be a perfect place where we can expose some fields and not expose others through our GraphQL schema. So we're going to have an ID field. I think it's pretty good practice just to keep a created ad and an updated ad on all of your entities, or at least most of them. This one's one where it makes sense, so I know when users were added. And then I'm going to add a username, which I'm going to keep this as text. But I'm going to add the unique property to it. So I only want one person to have a username and it being unique across everyone. And then I'm going to have a password. And this is going to be not unique. Well, at least I'm not going to keep it unique. I'm just going to store it as text, although it probably is going to be unique. Though two people could have the same passwords, I suppose. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the field property. So what's happening here is I'm not allowing you to select the password, and this is going to be a hashed password as well, which we're going to talk more about in a second. I'm only creating it as a database column. All right, so I'm pretty happy with this table. We could add more fields if we wanted on our user, but I'm going to keep it simple for now and just go username, password. So now I want to create this table in my database. So to do that, we're going to go to the CLI and create a migration. Now, we're going to be doing a lot of migrations, so I figured it'd be good just to create a script here for us. So I'm going to say create migration, and then I'm just going to head over to the MikroORM docs and copy this. So MikroORM migration create. Just so I don't have to type this out every time, / I just forget what the syntax is. So now what I can do is I can come to my CLI and I can say yarn create migration, and we'll run that. And that's going to, I don't know if I explained fully what this does. Oh, we have it unused in my post. Okay. Let's remove this. So it's going to type check for us. It's going to do that. So if you have any unused variables or stuff, it looks like you have to remove that. And I think that may just be because how strict I had my tsconfig. Unused. So if you don't like that rule, you can turn this to false. The unused locals and unused parameters, I believe, is probably what's causing that. But anyway, I'm fine with it for now. And I'm not sure if I fully explained how this migration works, but if we look at this, wow, it's totally empty. I'm actually I'm not surprised. This is a perfect example. All right, so if this happens to you, well, it should happen to you if you're following exactly along with me. Why is it empty, right? So how MikroORM works is it's going to compare the entities against our database. And it found that our user entity is exactly, or not our user entity, but our post entity is exactly what it is in the database. The tables align. And so it doesn't need to make any changes. And then I just didn't add user as an entity. So MikroORM just didn't know that my user entity existed. And so all I have to do is that, and now it knows it existed. So now I can rerun this create migration. And cool, it successfully created it. Now if I click into it, I can now see it here. Awesome. And I'm just going to remove this dead one. So again, what it's doing is it's looking up our PostgreSQL database and comparing it against the entities we have and making sure that it is matches exactly. And if it doesn't match exactly, it creates SQL to make it match. And so we can now see what that SQL is. If we want to alter it here, we can. But I'm pretty happy with how this looks so far. And then it creates the table, and then it creates a unique constraint for the username, which is awesome. All right, and then we don't need to do anything else. If we go to our, I'm going to close some of these things because we have a lot open. If we just go to our index file right now, and yeah, our migrator.up is going to automatically run when our server restarts, and it's going to run the migrations. And that's the other thing, it's not rerunning old migrations. If you look at the SQL that's actually run, one of the first things that it does is it selects from this migrations table. So MikroORM is actually creating a database table in PostgreSQL called MikroORM migrations, and it's keeping track of which migrations it's run and which ones it has not run, and then it knows that. So it knows it hasn't run this most recent one we added, and so it just runs that one. And so that's how it knows when it restarts to only not run anymore. So it keeps track of that for us. All right, so we are good, and now we can actually start using this. So I'm going to create a new resolver, which I'm going to call user.ts, and I'm going to copy my hello resolver and start from there. So here I'm going to rename this to user, and I'm going to rename this to register, and it's going to be a mutation, and we're going to take a argument, and I've been using args so far. I want to show you actually a separate way you could do this if instead of using args you wanted to use an input type. So this is a different way you can do arguments in GraphQL. So I can create a class, maybe I call this username password input, and I just decorate this with the input type decorator from TypeGraphQL, and then I can add fields. And so this is going to be a username, and it's going to be a password. Same rules apply. If we want to overwrite the type, we can, or explicitly set it, but in this case it's going to be able to infer that it's a string. So then here I can say my argument is whatever I want to call it. So I can say, just call it options if I want to, or if I want to call it input, I'm going to call it options. And the type of this is going to be username password input. I'm not actually sure if it can auto infer this. Let's actually do an experiment together. So I'm going to remove this for now. I explicitly set it, but we won't set it just for kicks. And then here I'm going to say options is of the type username and password input. And so you can see the difference here is instead of having multiple args, you can create basically an object which they can pass in. And you'll see this is a little bit different when we do this in GraphQL Playground. And then we can just do options.password and username on here. And I need to get access to our context. Right, so now we can get our and this is my context. And here I can say create user, and then I need to pass in the information. So user is equal to, and I need to import the user, right, just from our entities. And then here username is going to be coming from the options. And then I talked about or hinted at this earlier, but we do not want to just pass in the password to our user or create this user. So what this is going to do is we're now going to say em.persist and flush the user, and we'll wait this. And let's make this async. So this is going to save the user to the database, and we do not want to save a plain text version of the password, because then if the database got hacked, everyone would know that person's password. And so what we do instead is we hash it. And so what we're going to use for hashing is usually I use bcrypt, but supposedly there is a better algorithm for hashing called argon2. So that's what we're going to use today. If you're interested in looking up some of the reasons or rationale, there's a Stack Overflow about this. I'll leave a link to the description, and it kind of talks about the pros and cons between bcrypt and argon. And the TLDR is ultimately, I always recommend argon as a preferred choice for XYZ reasons. All right, so that's what we're going to be using in this tutorial as well. So this is how we are going to use it right here, and we're just going to install argon 2. So Let's open terminal here and just say yarn add argon2. And then as far as TypeScript goes, I don't know if we're going to have to install separate types. It looks like it may come with it. It has a tsconfig in here, yes. So if you ever look at the code, if it has a .d.ts file in it, usually you're good to go and you don't need to install types. They are built in. Alright, so I'm going to import this Argon library, Argon2, and if we look at how they imported, they did a default import, so we'll do that as well. Alright, so I'm going to say hashed password is equal to argon2 dot hash, and then we pass in our plain text. In this case is going to be options dot password, and if you hover over hash, you can see it returns a promise, which is a string, so we are just going to await that. And we're going to pass in that. So this is what we're actually going to store in our database, the hashed password. And we'll give that a save. And alright, this looks pretty good to me. Let's go ahead and try this out. So all I need to do is copy this user resolver and add it to our schema. So we'll import that, and I guess I don't need this anymore. Let's clean that up. The other thing I was going to mention is I'm just returning a string right now for whether this worked. Let's return a user instead, and let's just return our user here after we create them and we are persisted and flushed them. And now we can come back over here, and actually, I was just going to make sure we don't have any errors in our terminal first. So this is number one. All right, that looks good. Going to refresh, and I'm just going to say mutation, register, and you'll notice options is our argument here, and then we're actually going to pass in an object. And inside this object, the username, and my password is going to be bin as well, because that's how it works. And the ID created at, updated at, username. So you notice I'm not actually able to get, like if I open up the docs on register, I cannot get the password for the user, which is exactly how I want it to work. All right, so, and by the way, it looks like it was able to infer the type. So that's how I usually do this, is I will not explicitly set the GraphQL type, which I did not here for the argument, and see if TypeGraphQL can infer it. And if it does, I'm good. If it throws me an error, I will just come back and I will say this. And then we're good to go. All right. But anyway, we're good without that. So, all right, so I'm going to prettify this, and let's go ahead and run the register. And it looks like it created a user okay. And if I wanted to, I can open up my console and I can see it inserting to the database. And you guys can see here, this is it inserting the hashed Argon password into our database. So awesome. So we are now able to register new users. We are now going to do login. And I'm just going to do login right underneath our register mutation. And I'm going to copy him and I'm going to paste him. And I'm just going to rename this to login. And now we can actually use the same args. So this is a nice thing about using inputs, is you can reuse them if you want to. So in this case, the username and password I'm going to both use for register and for logging in. So I can keep this bit the same. And then here, the first thing that we need to do is look up a user by the username and see if we even have that user in the first place. So here, and I guess I can remove this part. I can say user is equal to em.find1, and I can await. And inside of here, I can specify, or first need to specify we're using a user, or we want to search or find a user. And now our search parameters, and we're going to say username is equal to options.username. The other thing we could think about doing is if we wanted to make this case sensitive, we could also do like, or case insensitive, we could do .to lowercase. But for this, I don't really want to worry too much about this. I'm just going to say, if you guys want to do usernames with uppercase and lowercase, I'm saying they're two different ones. Alright, so I can find a user, and now, I don't know if you saw, there's actually a find or fail function we could use. So I assume the fail will throw an error, and in GraphQL, you can throw errors in your resolvers, but expected errors I actually like to just return instead of throwing. So I'm going to show you guys how I prefer to handle errors in this. So like for example, an error would occur if we cannot find the user, right? If we do not get a user from our database, we need to return an error. And so what I'm going to do is create a new return type that I want to return here. And so I'm just going to say errors, and I could possibly have more than one error, so I like to treat this as an array. And so here I will say errors, and I will say name. So okay, there's two fields that I want, or there's two properties, and I actually want to create the GraphQL type first so you can see the structure of what I'm actually doing here. So right now it says that we're returning a user, but that's not really the truth. We're going to return something else. So I'm going to create an object type up here. And by the way, I'm sticking these all in the same file. We could have also split this up. And actually, why don't we split this up afterwards? So I'm going to say class, and this is just going to be a user response. So this is how I might name this. And now object types we return. Right? So object types we can return from our mutations, and input types we use for arguments. So that's the difference of why I'm using input here and object type here. And then here I'm going to say field, and I'm going to say errors, and I need to now create an error type. And then here I'm going to say field user is going to be user. So my user response is going to return a user and return errors, but what I really want is I want undefined for both of these. So I'm going to put a question mark here. So what this, oops, I just hopped in my editor when I saved. So what I want here is I want users to be returned, a user to be returned if it worked properly, or I want an error to be returned if an error was there. And I like to just put in an object where they're both optional. You could also do a union, but I find this just a little bit simpler to work with. So we also need to explicitly set the type here. Reason being is we're using nullable. So I'm going to say error, and nullable is true. And this should be a user, and nullable is true. Now I haven't actually created this error, so let's create that. So this is another object type. Object type. And I'm actually going to call this a field error, so it's more specific. Object type. And so here I'm going to, oops, sorry, this should be field. So I'm going to say field, which is a string, and then message, which is a string. So the idea with the field error is there's something wrong with a particular field. And so that's what this thing is going to represent. For example, it's going to have the word email or password. And then here's the message of what's actually wrong. And this should be like a friendly to the user, and we're actually going to display in our UI. And so what I can do is down here, user response, and login is going to return a user response. And by the way, we could also return this type from our register mutation if we wanted to, if there was any errors we wanted to catch. Like for example, if the username we wanted to be at least like not empty, and maybe we should do that. And actually let's add that after this, because that actually would be a good thing to check for. So a little bit of validation. So in this case, I can now say here, the field is the username, and I can say message could not find a I'll just say that username doesn't exist. That username doesn't exist. And I'm going to double quote this. And that's good. So this is how I like to return my errors. And then let me show you, well, we have to go down the chain because it actually can have one more problem. So, right, we can say argon.verify. And so how verify works is if we just hover up, we can see this as well. We need to pass in the hashed password, which we get from our user here, user.password. And then we need to compare that against the plain text password, which is this, which we get from our GraphQL argument. And so verify is going to return true or false with whether the password matches, so whether they typed in the right password. So here I can say if it's not a valid password, we can return some errors. And in this case, I'm going to say there's something wrong with the password. You can say incorrect password. Now, I'm being explicit about what they did wrong, but if you wanted to, you could also just have a generic message that says invalid login. So this is totally up to how you just want to structure your application. And I just want to make sure I did my field error array correctly. I did. Okay, cool. And then down here, if we found a user and their password is correct, that means they have successfully logged in. In that case, I'm just going to return a user. And so there's no errors here. And so errors will just be empty. All right, so that is my login. Let's come on over here and give it a shot. All right, so options, username, Ben, password, Ben, user. So both errors and user are objects. So we need to say which fields we want. ID created at, actually I don't care about these things. We'll just do username and ID. And then field and then message. So I'm selecting which fields I want from each type. So let's run this. So errors is null, perfect. It worked correctly, and we get our user back. But let's say I mistyped. All right, we get our error, password is incorrect. Awesome. And then what happens if I just do a user that doesn't exist? Username, that username does not exist. And of course, our user was null in both cases. So there you go. This is how I like to handle errors in GraphQL, is just to return them like this. So I just create a response object that has both the data that I want and possible errors. Now, I said I was going to change our register. Let's do that real quick. So what I'd like to do is just make sure that the username is not empty. So say username.length is greater than 2, let's say. So I'm going to say if it's less than or equal to 2, we're going to throw an error. And here we're going to say errors. And so let me change this to user response. And here we're going to return a promise, user response. So field is going to be username. In the message, length, I'll say username, I'll just say length. Length must be greater than 2. And then if we want to also do something for the password as well, right? We could copy this, paste it. It has to be at least length 3. Right, so now we added a little bit of validation to this. And again, you can alter this to do whatever kind of validation you want at the front. And I just did some simple if statements. We could also use a validation library, which we may or may not get into. We'll see as the TUD goes along. And then at the end here, I just need to return the user in the object now because we have a response object. So that looks pretty good to me. Let's test it, make sure it works. So come back over to register, just gonna refresh. And so I need to say user here. All right, so this is pretty good. Also, I didn't actually add validation for what happens when we register with the user that already exists. So let's run that. Password must be greater than 3. Well, that's awkward. Okay, let's bring this down to 2. There we go. So this is what I wanted to show you guys. So in this case, the database is throwing an error because we were trying to insert Ben as a user, but Ben already exists. And so we can see that. If I come over to my console, I can also see something probably. No, it actually doesn't show anything in console. It just actually throws it here. Okay. So insert into this duplicate key value violates unique constraint. Makes sense. So we need to add some code to handle this because we don't want to show this to the user. But note the extension here only shows up in development. I think this message would actually be sent to the user, but this one wouldn't. This is just for us. If we were running in production, that is. Okay, so how do we handle this? Well, we just need to add a try catch. I actually think we try catch this. We could also like actually fetch the user and see if it exists, but I like just doing a try catch around this. And this is the error. And to verify this works, I'm just going to print the error here. So I'm going to run this again. And don't worry about this for now. Let's just see what this is. Wait, I did dot message, right? No, I didn't. All right, dot message. And let's run this now. Insert into user violates duplicate key constraints. So what I'm wondering right now, that's good. What I'm wondering now with the error up here, what the best way to tell already exists. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the detail key and I'm going to say if the string has already exists. Or actually, maybe I should look at the code. This might be the right way to do it. So if I copy this, so if error.code is equal to this, and is that a number? No, it's a string. Perfect. Then this is a duplicate username error. I'm not sure if this code is going to be 100% correct, and I think this is almost always going to say it already exists. So we could have alternatively done detail dot includes and copy already exists. And the reason why I have to add an if statement is this could have failed to insert for other reasons as well. But this is how I know it was a duplicate username error, or I think. I'm actually not sure if we need both of these. We'd probably be fine with just one of them, but I'm not sure which one we need. So I'm going to, for now, just do this so it's a little bit cleaner. I'm going to go on a limb and say my error code is correct here. And so all we're going to do is return an error. And we just say the username has already been taken. So let's run that. And field username already taken. So awesome. So now we actually get a good error there. And maybe I should tell you guys what the error I was getting before was. So what was happening is if I comment out this code, what's happening is it's coming down all the way to here and it's trying to return a user. And let's run this. It says cannot return null for non-nullable field ID. So if the persistent flush fails, it's not actually going to set an ID on the user. So the ID is actually null or undefined, and we're returning it here. But we said in our GraphQL schema that, where's our user? So I just clicked on login, user. You can see that the ID is actually a float. Okay, the default is a float. That's funny. See, this is, so maybe we should be changing this to an int, because technically it's an int, but I don't know if it's going to be a big deal or not. So the ID field anyway here cannot be null. We are declaring that in our schema. So it's just conflicting that we are returning null. So that's what it's telling us. Cannot return null when we set a non-null field. So a little bit weird wording, but that's what it's referring to. All right, so bring this back. And then we were just going to make sure that works still. Awesome. So empty username. Username must be length 2. And now let's do an empty password. Password must be greater than 2. Awesome. So there we go. We have some validation on both our register and our login now. And this is pretty much how I like to do error handling in most of my resolvers. If I know that my resolver could possibly return an error, I will create this response object with errors inside of it, and I will return, I'll just add some if statements in there for my validation and return early if I need to. So while we created a login mutation that works, it will actually check against the database, fetch a user, make sure the password is right. If everything works, all we're doing is returning the user right now. And the next step is to make sure that that user stays logged in and they can continue to do actions, say, on your website. And so the way that we're going to do that is store a cookie in the user's browser. And we are going to be using sessions for our authentication to keep track of everything. And so that is what we're going to be setting up now. And to do this, we're going to be using a library called Express Session, or just Session. And how this works is it actually stores some data on the user on our servers, and we can choose where we are going to store this data. So I'm going to choose to store this data in Redis. So Redis is an in-memory database, but if I scroll down to the bottom of their docs, there's a bunch of other places you could store this data. So you could store this in PostgreSQL, like where our database is, or Mongo, or wherever you like. The reason I'm choosing to do Redis is because Redis is very fast. So it's able to get the sessions and the data for it very quickly, because on every request, we're going to need to check if the user is logged in. And to do that, we are going to query and get the session for the user. In that case, that means we need to hit Redis, and Redis is fast, so it works out great. And so I'm going to assume you have Redis installed on your computer if you want to follow along exactly with me. If you don't, I will add a link below on how to install Redis, but make sure you have that up and running on your computer, because that's what we're going to be using. So we're specifically going to be using this connect to Redis middleware, which is going to be using Redis as the place we store the sessions. So to do this, we need to install a few libraries here. So I'm going to copy this statement, because this is really what we need to do. So we need to install Redis. This is just a Redis client. You can also use IO Redis if you have ever used that before. That works too. And then this is just this connector to Redis and an Express session. And then we're also going to have to install some types as well, I believe. I'm not sure if this comes with types or not, this Redis client. So here's the other thing you can do. If you don't know whether something needs types or not, you just try importing it, and then TypeScript will tell you. There's also, some better ways you can do that. Like there's some tools, but this is usually how I like to do it. So let's go ahead and just follow their example here. So I'm going to copy this bit, and I'm going to paste that there. So VS Code actually has a thing I believe I can click, and it's going to convert these to imports. So how I did that is I just clicked on the light bulb. All right, if I hover over, yeah. So we're going to install the types. So you see we got red lines, and I hovered and said could not find declaration file. That's how I knew I needed to install this. So let's install it. And this is a dev dependency. Let me add this to the top. And I feel like this library, this library I think needs it too. Yeah, this is just JavaScript files, connect Redis. and we'll let those all install. And they did this weird syntax for require, so it couldn't automatically change it to an import. So this is how you can change this if you want to. So I can say connect Redis, and then just do this. All right, and those two should be equivalent. And I'm gonna make these consts, and we'll connect that. I'm not sure if we're ever gonna need to use our Redis client anywhere else. So I guess this is fine to leave it here for now, but we could also stick this in another file if we need to access Redis anywhere else. And I think the default option should connect to Redis OK, just on my local host, so I'm going to leave it blank like that. And then I'm going to just move this bit right here and put it inside of here, my main function. And the order matters for this. So I'm specifically putting this in between my app and where I do apply middleware. The important part is this app.use part. So the order that you add express middleware is the order that they will run. So the session middleware will run before the Apollo middleware. And that's important because we are going to be using the session middleware inside of Apollo. So it needs to come first. Okay. And so here we actually have some settings that we can specify here. So I can say the name of my cookie. So this is an important, no, it's actually not that important to set, but I like to set mine to just QID or some random name. Reason being is so I can make sure it looks good in my browser and I know this is the name I gave it. And you'll see this in a second as well. All right, this is just telling Express Session that we're using Redis and the Redis store there. This is a secret. This is how it's going to assign your cookie. So you don't actually want to use this. You're going to want to change this to something else. I'm just going to put a random string in there for now. And usually you want to hide this. And maybe we'll do environment variables later, but you'd want to make this environment variable. I'm going to keep resave to false. This just makes sure it's not continuing to ping Redis. The other thing actually, connect Redis. Is there an options I can pass? Oh, it's right here. There's some options we can do for the Redis store as well. And the one that I wanted to mention was touch. So when we are storing this data in Redis, we can choose to add a TTL, just how long it should last in Redis. So you can do that if you want to. And if you do that, then you want to keep touching on. So what touching will do is it will make a request to Redis and say, hey, the user has done some action, persist their session, or increase the length that refresh the time that it was. So it's just going to reset the TTL. But in this case, I like to just keep my session alive for forever because I can always remove it if I need to. So I'm just going to keep it forever, in which case I'm going to disable touch because this will just reduce the number of requests we're making to Redis. So I'm going to say disable touch true. And actually, do I need to disable TTL? I'm not sure what the default TTL is, to be honest. I just saw this option in this. Let's set it to true. I don't know what the default is. Disable TTL. So interestingly enough, Connect Redis doesn't have it in their docs, but they have it as a TypeScript type. I'm just going to remove it because I know I've done this before without that. So yeah, we'll go from there. And then the other option we're going to supply is this is going to create a cookie. And so we can actually specify settings for our cookie here. So we can set a max age, for example. This I like to just set for a really long time. So something like 10 years. So this is a millisecond. So this is 1 second. And this is 1 minute. This is, 1 day? Wait. There are 60 minutes in an hour, and then there are 24 hours in a day, and then there's 365 days in a year, and then there are 10 years is what I want. All right, so 10 years. But you could set max age to whatever you like. HTTP only, I like to set to true. This is good for just security reasons. And what this will do is in your JavaScript code in the front end, you cannot access the cookie. And then secure, cookie only works in HTTPS. So if I set this to true, it's only going to work in HTTPS. And on localhost, we're not using HTTPS. So what I like to do is only set this in prod. So if prod is true, then it's going to be secure. But note, if you are not using HTTPS in prod, you want to turn this off. And if you're trying to just get things set up, usually you want to set secure to false and then turn it on to true once you get it working, because this can be an option that can sometimes mess you up. So take note. Is there anything else? Okay, same site's actually a good one to set to lax. This is a good setting to just Google what it does, because it's kind of complex just to explain it. But this is related to protecting its CSRF. And is there anything else that I want? I think everything else I can keep just the default. So those settings look good to me. And so when it creates the cookie session, Express session is going to automatically do that. It's going to use these settings. And now we can access a session inside of our resolvers by passing in the request and the response objects in here. So this is so with Express, they have request and response objects, and we can access them through the context function here, and we can destructure it. So this is something Apollo is just giving us access to. And so we're actually going to update our types here and say request is equal to request from Express, and response is equal to response. So I don't think we'll be, and this needs to be, what, a semicolon? There we go. And yep, so this is important from Express, and yeah, that looks good. We can also, if we wanted to, my context, or returns context here, and then just make sure it's typed correctly. And it's going to tell me I did it wrong if I removed it. So the idea, I'm not sure if we're going to need to use the response right away. The request, we can access sessions. I'm sticking the response in there just in case we need it later. But let's go ahead and go to our user now. So the idea with this is now when I log in, I can access the request object here. And on the request object, by the way, I scrolled that pretty fast. Let me scroll back up. I'm just getting request from the context here. All right, so it has a variable on it called session. And this session variable, we can store anything inside of it. And what I mean by that is I can, for example, store the user ID. So I can say user ID is equal to user.id. And you can think of this as just an object. We can store whatever we want inside of it, and we can then access that later in any of our resolvers. So you can stick more data in here if you want to. All I really need to store is the user ID, though, to know who the current user is. And you also saw me put an exclamation point here. So by default, the type for this says object is possibly undefined. And so I know it's going to be defined in this case, so I can put an exclamation point. Now, I always know this is going to be defined, so it's kind of annoying for me to put an exclamation point every single time. So what I can do is I can actually update it in the type over here. And actually, I don't know exactly how, but I think this should work. Well, let's try it. So what I think I do is I do something like this. By the way, what I was just doing is I command and then clicked, or if you do right click, go to definition. And I was just looking here at the type if it was easy for me to pick at. But as you can see, it's kind of a mess, so we're not gonna worry about that for now. All right, so what I'm thinking of doing is saying and session, and then just getting the type from here. So if I hover, oh, well, let me comment that out for a second. Hover, so express.session. So maybe I can just get session from here, or express, and I can say session is equal to express.session. All right, that looks like it should work. And now it's happy. So the idea is the default type had a question mark, and question mark means it can sometimes be undefined. Or not sometimes, it's possibly undefined. Right? And so this was what was causing the error. It was just telling us it could be undefined. And so I just removed it. And the and sign in TypeScript just joins these two types together. Cool, so we are good. So we could also, I guess if we wanted to specify, I don't know if we can pass a generic in here that we are storing a user ID. But I don't usually do that, but you could, I guess. So in our session, I'm storing the user ID, and then I can access this later. But first, I want to make sure that this does indeed work. And so how can we test and make sure that this works? Well, I'm just going to go over to our playground. And actually, before I go into playground, let's just make sure my server's up and running. And make sure there's no errors here. Undefined, save uninitialized, provide save uninitialized, okay? I'm going to set this to false. So what this is saying is it'll create a session by default even if I don't store any data in it. And I don't really need to store empty sessions. I only need to store data when I need to store data. So to do that, I'm just going to set save uninitialized to false. All right, so let's go ahead and try logging in. Now, what's going to happen is it's going to send a cookie, and I want to make sure that cookie gets set. And it's only going to send a cookie if we are correctly logged in too. So username, password, Ben. So the way I can see if a cookie is being set is I open up DevTools, so right click inspect, and then I can open the network tab and I can see requests that are going to happen. And so that's going to be one tool that we can use. And then also in the application over here, I can see the cookies. So application, cookies, and then localhost 4000. So I can see I currently have 3 cookies set, and I'm just going to clear it. So I have no cookies set on my browser right now, and I just click this button to clear it all. And now I'm going to go ahead and run the request, and then a cookie should be set, and a cookie with the name QID should be set. Now I'm hoping this is going to work. So cookie problems always happen, so they're a little dicey. And also the other thing is if you hit the cog up here, you need, for this to work, it says request.credentials. You need to set that to include. All right, and we'll give that a save. If you don't set this, it will not work. So very important to set this. All right, so we'll close the settings and let's go ahead and run this and see what we get. So I ran that. I logged in successfully. I can see this here. And there you go. I can see the QID get set here. So perfect. And I can see the settings that I also set here, like it expires in 2030 and lacks. And yeah, so there you go. So it looks like it worked and indeed did set a cookie. And if I go to the network tab, sometimes I can see this too. Like if I go to headers, let's see if it shows the header for it. And I want to see response headers. So the response header, so I just went to network, I saw my GraphQL request that happened, and I can actually look at the request and the response. And in this case, I can see that the response from the server said set cookie, and I can see the cookie that it told it to set. And then my browser did indeed set it, which is great. Good job, browser. All right, so now what can we do? So once you have a cookie in your browser, when I make requests, like I just say hello, it's actually going to send that cookie to the server. And when I send that cookie to the server, my server knows who I am based on that cookie. And let's show you an example of that. So let's just go to my hello one for a second and add a new query here. Actually, let's keep it in our, I was going to just do a random one, but let's actually make a good query. Let's create the me query. The me query. So this is a very handy query that I usually add in all my applications. And this is just going to return the current user, and if you're not logged in, it's going to return null. So here I'm going to say me, and all we need is the context. So let me grab that and get the request. So remember how I said we have access to the session, and we can just check if there's a user ID. So if there's not a user ID in the session, I just return null. This means that you are not logged in. All right, if there is not a user ID property in the session, then they're not logged in. And we just set that user ID down here if they are logged in. So that's how we know. So then what we can do is we can say EM, and we can actually just fetch the user. So find one, our user, and let's make this await. So we're just using the user ID to fetch the entire user object and return that. And we can make this async. And there you go. So if the user is not logged in, we just return null. If they are logged in, we fetch the user and return it. So let's give this a try. So, and what we consider a user logged in is if they have a cookie. So me, and I just need a refresh, I think, to get some auto completion, and let's get the username. So I'm currently logged in as Ben. So it knows who I am. And to show you that it actually knows who I am, if I right click and inspect, and I go to the application and I just clear the cookie, right? I just remove it, it's gone. And I run the request, it's gonna say me is null. So it knows who I am based on this cookie, and the cookie is gonna be getting sent to the server. So if I go back to register here, and I, for example, create a new user, so let's say Bob. All right, and I log in as Bob. Cookie gets set, says I'm Bob. If I come log in here, it now knows I'm Bob. And if I log back in as Ben, and Ben, and come over here, it now says Ben. So there you go. So that is how this is going to work. And actually how I like to set this up is I actually auto log you in after you register as well. So this is totally optional. But I will do the same thing at the end of the register mutation. So this is our register mutation here. It's kind of a beefy guy. And we just need the request from the context. So down here, this will log in the user. Store user ID session. This will set a cookie on the user and basically keep them logged in. As long as they have the cookie, they can make requests and it will look up the session and we will know who their ID is. And then we can do all kinds of fun stuff with it. For example, get the current user. So there you go. That is logging in and registering in sessions. Now, one thing to keep in mind with all this is cookies are sometimes kind of finicky. So make sure you follow the exact steps that I did in this. And note, I'm using Chrome as my browser as well. And also, if this does not 100% work, this part doesn't really matter. What matters is when we set up the front end and the cookie gets set there. If you can get to work in GraphQL Playground, that's great. But when we actually do the front end, that is the important part. Now, before we go any further, I figured it'd be good to just like hammer into your brain how sessions work and actually show you the sequence of like steps that are happening, because I said them kind of, but I think it would be helpful to see kind of a visual of some sort in the order of how things work. And so what I mean is, so when we do this, right, rec.session.userid, I am storing some data into session. And so what happens behind the scenes is it's going to take any data that I stuck on this object and it's going to save it to Redis. So we're going to have some data. In this case, it's going to look something like this. And it's going to send that to Redis. And now how Redis works is Redis is a key value store, which means you have a key to look up values. And so the key might look something like this. And then that will map to your object like that. So right now in Redis, it looks something like this. There's a key that's this value, and then it has this data stored. And so if I give Redis this key, it will give me this data. And then what the session middleware does is it will set a cookie. So the express session will set a cookie on my browser. And that cookie might just look like this. It might just look like a bunch of junk, right? And what this cookie value is a signed version of this key, or this is how I imagine it works anyway. And so if I take this, and so we stick this signed key on the user's browser. And so when user makes a request, this value is going to be sent to the server. All right, so I guess these are our steps. All right, so this is 1, 2, and then 3. So it's stored in Redis. Then a signed version of the key is sent to the browser. And then whenever the user makes a request, this is sent to the server. And then on the server, it unsigns it. And it unsigns it using that secret that we specified here, right? And it's going to turn this cookie into this, right? So it's going to unsign, or I guess the word would be, it's going to decrypt the cookie and get the key for Redis. And then all it's going to do is it's going to make a request to Redis. Make a request to Redis. And it's going to look up this key in Redis and get this data. So that is how, when I set a cookie, in my login function, when I do user ID, what's happening is it's storing it in Redis. I then send that cookie to the user's browser, and then whenever they make a request, all we're doing is we're getting the key for that data and we're pulling that data back up. So that is how this is all connected. Hopefully that kind of helped. I don't know if this visual will help, but this is another way that I kind of think about it in this sequence of steps. And so now all it's going to do is it's going to store this bit on request.session. It's going to store that part there. And we can see this in action if I just come up here and I just say console.log request.session. And close this. And we can see what the value of this is. So I'll just say session : And now it also stores some extra junk in there as well, as we're about to see. So if I call me here for Ben, you can see it has some extra stuff in session. So it actually has what the properties of the cookie are. But here you can see I just set the user ID, set to 1. And we can add whatever we wanted to this as well. Right? So if I come back to my login at the very bottom here, I could have also said random key bin is cool. And so if I log back in and I fetch this, you can see now in my session this random key bin is cool, and it's in there. And so if I wanted to, I could have even stored the entire user. Like, we could have stored the entire user. The reason I usually don't do this is because properties on the user usually will change. And so a lot of times I will just store the user ID and then I will look up the user ID when I need to know the user. But if there are some things that never change about your user, you could store them in the session or any other data that's important for you to know. And this data will be there as long as the cookie that the user has in their browser is associated to that. So there you go. That is just a little bit more info about how sessions are functioning. We have a pretty good chunk of our backend complete, and I don't want to just do the entire backend and then do the entire front end. I kind of wanted to get a good setup on the backend and then go to the front end and then show you how I like to build out features in a full stack way. So I actually like to do backend and then do the front end right away, not build out the entire backend. So we're going to actually shift over to the front end and get that set up. And so we're going to be using Next.js for this tutorial. And specifically, we're going to be using this template that's with Chakra UI. So I figured instead of just making the UI ugly and just using boilerplate, or not boilerplate, but just regular HTML elements, I might as well pick a UI library so it's styled a little bit. And the library I've been using recently is called Chakra UI, and I've been liking it, so I figured we might as well use it in this tutorial as well. You can kind of think of it like a Tailwind UI, but it is directly on React components and you pass props You'll get the gist of it. But if you don't want to use this, you can pick the regular Next.js template or a different UI library if you like. This is really only going to affect what it looks like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this command right here to create an app with this. So, and this is going to create a new folder. So I'm just going to go up a folder and run this command. And I've already run this command because it takes a second to do everything. But what I actually changed the name at the end, I called mine Lee Reddit dash web. And so I have now a Lee Reddit dash web folder, and that is where I'm going to be doing my front end stuff. Now you're welcome to run this command and then open this up in a separate text editor. But if you're in VS Code, another option you can do is you can actually open. Actually, I don't think it's open workspace. Add folder workspace. That's what I want. And I'm gonna just add my Lee Reddit web. And so now I can have both my server and my web folders up. So I just have them side by side. Okay. And so I got my theme. Failed to load ESLint. That's fine. I'm not using ESLint for this. And we got some pages and we got some components. So I'm just going to go ahead and run this and see what we have in the UI wise. So I'm just going to cd into my Lee Reddit web, and I'm going to do yarn dev, and it start on localhost 3000. All right, with Chakra UI, nice. Got some links and got a little toggle. Oh, okay, toggles between dark mode and light mode. All right, so we're gonna basically rip actually a lot of this out. The main thing we want is the configuration. We don't care too much about their components. And we're also gonna be converting this to TypeScript because we are gonna be using TypeScript on the front end as well, because TypeScript is great. And so we are going to start, I guess let's start with the index.js here. No, let's start in the app.js. That's really the main one. Index we don't care about. We can actually like clean this out. So maybe we will start here, but what I will do is just have a div that says hello world in my index and get rid of all this junk. And that can be a TypeScript file. Oh, this should be .tsx also. And then I'm going to rename my app to .tsx as well. And this stuff all looks good. We can keep this. So this is the part that I wanted to keep. So this is just configuring Chakra and wrapping everything in providers. And so we are going to keep this. And I'm not going to be using dark mode / light mode. So I think I can rip out the color provider, but I'm going to keep it in there just in case because I don't want to break anything. And then we'll convert this to a theme.ts file. And the reason why this is a .ts file is because there's no React code in here. JK, there is. All right. I'm going to make it .tsx. I didn't realize there was some SVG stuff in here. I will keep it then. All right. And then I don't care about the main, I don't think. Do I care about their hero? No. Footer. I'm going to get rid of all this stuff. I think I might keep the container though. Let me see what their container is. Nah, I don't care about their container. All right. So what we should have is an index.tsx, an app, and a theme. That's what I have left. And you just need to Control-C and restart this, and then it should tell us some stuff. So yeah, so it tells us now how to set up TypeScript with Next.js, and we're just going to follow the instructions. So please install it, and we will. And then we're just going to do yarn dev again. And it's going to go ahead and automatically add a TS config for us. Fantastic. I'm going to kill the README, personal preference. And now if I refresh this, awesome. I just see my hello world. So now we have a basically bare bones TypeScript Next.js Chakra project that we can now do some damage in. And the first thing that I want to do is set up our register page. So I should probably tell you guys about snippets because I just used this snippet here. So I have this snippet called RH that I like to use when I'm starting off with React components. And it does exactly this. It spits out this. And so how you can do that is if you go to code, actually it looks like, is it under file? No, it's under preferences and then user snippets. I wonder if I can do it from here, user snippets. You can do that too. So if you hit Command or Control, Shift P, and then snippets, you can also launch it from here. And then here I'm going to say TypeScript React because that's the programming language we're using right now. And then I created this snippet. So if you want to pause the video, you can, and you can copy this exact snippet if you want. I'll also maybe share a link because this is kind of annoying if you want to just like copy this, if you want to use my exact snippet. But also you can customize this snippet to be whatever you want. And you can also customize what the prefix is. So I'll put a link below if you want the snippet, but otherwise let's continue on. So I'm just going to be using that to instantly like boilerplate this out for me. All right, so register, let's give it a capital R. And in Next.js, we have to export default the component. So that is the thing. So maybe I should make an alternate snippet. It's fine. We're not going to create that many of these pages anyway. And I'm just going to say register page. So if you are brand new to Next.js, in the pages folder, whatever word that we use for our file name is actually going to automatically be a route. So I can now go to /register, and we should see the register page div that I just have there. So whatever I name the file here, it's now a route, and so it's hooked up that way. All right, so now I'd really like to display a form here, and I'm going to use some Chakra elements for this. So they have a form control and they have a couple different UI components, and really the nice part about this is we can also do errors. I think somewhere down here they have errors. There you go. And so we're gonna use this as well. And we're gonna be using, let's use Formic actually. They have a Formic example here. We're gonna copy this and use this. Except their Formic example is kind of crap, so we're gonna make a better version. All right, so I'm going to paste this in. So the part that I care about is the everything inside of the word Formic. All right, so this entire Formic block, and I am going to clean this out and just paste it in here. So all I did was I returned, oh my gosh, I had that on my clipboard. Do I have to do my P? There we go. All right, so this is what I want. I want to return and then curly brace. Sorry, that's not curly brace, that's a parenthesis. And then Formic inside of here, in this Formic code. And honestly, it may be easier for us to write this from scratch than to copy. Okay, you know what, we're just going to do it from scratch. I changed my mind because trying to copy paste this was, we're going to rip most of it out anyway. So I'm going to start by adding Formic. And then I'm going to import Formic. And we got our Formic, and we're going to have a form. And actually Formic has a special form component, and we can use that. And that just wires up the form for us. And this is actually going to be a function that we pass in here. And this is a render prop. And then form. And this is from Formic. And we'll just say hello in the middle here. And perfect. So we're going to say initial values. This is where we say the initial state of our form. And username, password. And then on submit, for now, we're just going to take the values and we're going to console log them. So this is going to be what the form state is when the user submits it. And just says hello. All right, so now what I will copy from this is this one form control. This part is what I care about. Okay. So this form control, this is a single basically input field, and it's styled from Chakra. Now let me show you how we can get this working without creating a form field, and then we're going to create a form field because it's just going to make our lives way easier. So I'm actually going to just clean this up a tad. So I'm going to remove that, and our form label here, I'm going to say username, and we need to make sure to import all this. So again, one way is I can do command period while I'm on this and import everything. And I'm going to name this username, and the value of this input is going to be coming from here, and we're going to say values.username, and on change we're going to pass in handle change. And this is for any form errors. I'm going to comment this out for now because I'm not going to worry about form errors for this particular just element. But we are going to do errors in a sec. So to comment this out, I just did command / by the way as well. All right, so let's see. Oh, did I crash it? Oh, I just didn't restart it after that. And now we should see a single element. Perfect. And so also expanded kind of the whole page. I want to create like kind of a wrapper. And my wrapper component here, I'm going to create a box. So the box element in Chakra is kind of like a div, but you can then style it however you want. And I'm just going to use this to wrap pages, and all I'm going to do is we're going to style this in a second, but we're going to wrap everything in a wrapper. So I'm going to wrapper this. All right, so we wrapped our Formic stuff, and now I'm just going to say the max width is 800 pixels. I'm going to say the width is 100%. And why don't we say margin top like 8, just to bring it up a little bit. And then we're going to say margin in the X direction is going to be auto. So as you can see with Chakra, we can use like these little shorthand props to style things. And there we go. Now we have our form. And maybe I want like a stricter wrapper for this component. So maybe I'm going to take a prop here that's like variant. And my variant can either be small or regular. All right. And so the default is going to be regular. And we're going to conditionally change the max width. So if the variant is equal to regular, then we do 800 pixels. But maybe if we want some small forms, and my small forms are going to be 400 pixels. And this one I want to be small, so I'm going to say the variant is small. And also I need to make sure and make this optional. And I just do a question mark to make this optional. So this is us in TypeScript. We're like saying what we want the React props to be here. And I'm saying I have a single prop that it accepts called variant, and the variant can either be the string small or the string regular. And then down here, I'm just destructuring the props and getting the variant, and I'm setting a default value if they don't give me one. And then as far as children, this is just so this works. This is the children of the wrapper, and so this is just rendering it inside of the box. All right, and so yeah, we're just conditionally changing the width. And there we go. So like our input form here, it looks a little bit better now. It's not so like shh. Okay. So now let me show you, and let me just show you can type this, right? And that works all good. But let me show you a better way. So what I like to do is just create a input field. And this input field element, we're going to copy this. Actually, let me copy their example again, because we're gonna now fill out everything. So we can use a special hook from Formic. I think it's like that. It's called the use field hook. I don't know if I said component from Formic, I meant hook. So we're going to be using this special hook. And how this hook works is we need to pass some attributes in. Yeah, so we need to pass in some HTML input attributes and then also a name. So I'm actually going to turn this into a type. And I'm going to say the props are HTML. Well, okay, I'm just going to hover and just copy it. Hover. I want HTML input. This one. And we'll just import it. There we go. So I'm saying these are the props, and all this is kind of fancy, but all I'm saying with this is that I want my input field component to take any props that a regular input field would take. All right, and then I can just pass the props into use field. And I think it's going to complain about the name. So right now name is optional in this, but we actually need to make it required. So to make it required, I'm just going to add an object here. And now it is required. All right. And then here I'm going to, I believe the first field, I think this is called field, and this is going to have a bunch of information on it. It's going to have the name, it's going to have on blur, on change, value, and all this information we want to pass to this input, and so we will. And let's go ahead and add that. So just import everything from Chakra. And now we can say field.name, and you'll notice how this is generic. It can now handle any field that we throw at it. And then here, I think the second one, yeah, so this is going to have whether there's an error. So we can say error. So if there's an error, show the error message. Otherwise, show null. And then is invalid, we're going to say if there's an error. You can also do, and this takes a boolean, and error is not a boolean, I think is what it's going to complain. Type string is not assignable to type boolean. So we need to cast this string to a boolean. So I'm going to say. So it's error is going to be an empty string, and so an empty string is false, and so we can cast that to false by doing this. So this actually converts it to a boolean, true or false. And just to like visualize this, that's going to become false. Error message stuff, that's going to be true. So it's going to be true, and when there is an error message, it's going to be false when it's just blank. Okay. So is invalid. Let's take a label. We'll say props.label. And so we'll add that as a prop that we take, and then placeholder. And placeholder we can make optional. Now let's make it required. What the heck? All right. And then the HTML name is going to match the ID. So these two, HTML4 matches the ID, field name for both. All right, so you now notice everything is generic. And so this took like a second to set up, but now that we have this set up, we can now do whatever input field that we want to, and it's going to be really handy. So let me show you how we use this now. Instead of all that, I just say input field. And I say the name of this is username, the placeholder I want to be username, and then I also want the label to be username with a capital U. And now I can do the same thing for password. And I also should set the type to password. So notice I can now add as many input fields as I want, and it's really handy, it's really simple, and it's really easy. This is the word password like a bunch of times. So I was wondering, like, technically I guess I could like infer the placeholder from the name, but I didn't know if I'd always want that, so we're gonna just keep the duplication for now. Okay. All right, we got our username, got our password, and maybe I'm just gonna wrap this in a box and add a little padding on top. or margin, so we have a little space. And then let's add a submit button. A button type submit, and this will be register. All right, and let's make the color teal because the gray is not really doing it for me. Do I have a teal button? Dang it, I don't. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. Oh, it's called variant color. Let's do variant color. Nice. And we're going to say margin top 4 again. And then if we want to, I can do is loading. So there's a prop here called, not a prop, but a value that format gives us called is submitting. And we can pass that to our is loading. And so this will load whenever we're submitting, which is what we want. All right, so let's go ahead and inspect. And console, hello there, and register, bam. All right, notice how it showed my password there. That means I messed up, dang it. But it did go ahead and give us the values here correctly, so that's good. So I need to actually take the props and stick them on my input. ... props, there we go. And so there's some props that shouldn't go on the input. Actually, I can remove placeholder because it's redundant. Placeholder's already in here. Like for example, I can't stick a label on input. So what I'll do is I'll say label, comma, ... props. So this just takes label off of this value. And now we just need to say label here, and this should be better. All right, what is it complaining about now? There must be some other thing that doesn't. The property sizes are incompatible. Number is not sizable. All right, so what I'll do is I'll say size, and I'll just strip it off. So what was happening there is it doesn't like the prop size, the format that it gets passed into this for some reason. And so what I'm going to do is just not pass size in because I don't have any plans to do size. And how you can do that is I can just destructure size off of props, and then I could have left it like this, but I'm just so used to renaming any unused variables to underscore that I did underscore here. But yeah, so that just takes it off of props, and now TypeScript is all happy. And let's refresh. Nice, I actually saw it change. So you see how we now have this, and I can register, and it's all good. All right, so the next step is setting up the actual GraphQL request in our onSubmit. To make GraphQL requests, we are going to be using the URQL GraphQL client, and so we are going to set that up now. And I just have their docs pull up here, and we're going to go through the quick start here. So we're going to start by installing URQL and GraphQL in our Next.js project. So I'm just going to Control-C on my server and add both of those. And found incompatible model. Oh, my node in. So sometimes my node gets a little bit messed up. I'm using this thing called NVM, which allows me to switch node versions. And so I just switch over back to 14. So if you get this problem, node incompatible, just make sure you're on a later version of the node, and I believe that fixes it. Let's give that a try. Cool. One other thing I was going to note real quick is I just renamed my files web and server just to simplify it for myself. So what my structure is now is if I go up a directory, well, that doesn't really show you. So my folder structure right now is I have Reddit, and inside of Reddit there is web, and then there's server. So that's kind of how I changed it. But you can do your structure however you like. All right, so we installed those, and then after that we just need to wrap our application in a provider. Now usually what I would do for this is I would stick it in like the top level app and wrap our entire provider. And I'm going to start with that because it's very simple, but I don't think this will work for our particular case because we are using Next.js and there are some pages which we want to do server-side rendering. And so we're going to be using a special URQL package with Next.js, and that I don't want it to conflict. I don't want the providers to conflict, and they might. And so just to avoid the entire headache, we're going to do something slightly different. But for now, we're going to wrap this in a provider, just for simplicity's sake, and then we're going to refactor it after we get it working. So import provider and create client, and we'll copy this. Well, there's not much to the copy. It's just calling create client. And then the URL here, we're going to point to our GraphQL server, which is going to be at localhost 4000/GraphQL. And then I just put HTTP in front. So that's going to be our URL. That's going to be our client. We're going to do some more configuration with URQL in a little bit, but for now that is good. And we're just wrapping our entire application that. So now in register over here, I can use an URQL hook called use mutation. And here I can put the mutation I want to run in just a string. So I can come over to my playground here and grab register. Now, note for this, I don't want to hard code the word Bob here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some variables. So how you do variables is usually you give this a name as well. So I'm going to call this mutation just capital R register. And then I'm going to say $Bob. And then I have to specify the type, and it is a string. And specifically, it is a not null string. All right. Sorry, I did $Bob just like autopilot. I don't want this to be a $Bob. We can call the variable whatever we want. I could technically call it this, but this is a terrible variable name. So the $sign here is just what we have to have in front, but I'm going to say actually username, and then $password, and then $password, and then $username. And then I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. And if I want to, why don't I just stick it up here just so it's a little bit separate. Register mutation. And then here, so the first variable or the first item in this array here is going to be some information about what's going on with the mutation. So you can see it'll actually have the data, whether it's currently fetching and whatnot. I actually don't care to like use any of this data at this moment, so I can just leave it as an empty object, or I can just say comma. And then the second parameter of this array, or second element, is going to have our function, and we can name this whatever we want. So I'm just going to call it register. And so what I can do is I can now call register right here, and I can pass in as variables the values. So pass those directly in. Now the values, the keys line up exactly with my variables, like username here maps to username there, so I don't need to change anything. So otherwise I might have to say like username is equal to values.user or whatever I would call it. But in this case they line up exactly, so I can just pass it in. Alright, so that is going to trigger the mutation. Let's go ahead and just run this just to see what happens. So I'm going to come back over here, and I'm just going to refresh the page. Make sure I run yarn dev here. And then I'm just going to I want to make sure to just inspect and keep this open just in case there's any errors. Hint, hint. And we'll go ahead and run this. Fetch, finish loading. Dang it, did it actually work? Let's look at the network request. I want it to fail. So what I did is I went to network tab, and then I see there's a bunch of junk in here. So if you filter by GraphQL, that should make it easier to find the one we're looking for. So I can see that I sent it, and I can see a preview, and I can see it actually successfully sent us back some errors. So that's awesome. Now I'm going to jump the gun a little bit. And so technically we want to like do stuff with that response, but I was actually expecting it to break and it didn't break. So now I'm gonna like really break it. So if I go to fetch options and I go to headers, actually no, it's include, what is this? Credentials, set to include, there we go. So on our client here, I'm just adding a fetch option and I'm saying credentials to include. The reason I'm doing that is this will actually send a cookie, and we're gonna need this for getting the cookie when we register or getting the cookie when we log in. So this is important, and I'll also send the cookie and stuff. So we'll add that. And now, hopefully we error out. Let's see if we do. By the way, our thing is spinning forever because we're not returning a promise. When you return a promise, it's gonna automatically stop submitting for us when the promise is resolved. So there we go. Okay, cool. Now we get an error. So why did we get an error? Well, it's because we have a CORS error. So I was thinking we were going to get a CORS error before, but I forgot when you set credentials to include, that is when it actually pops up. So okay, we're going to handle our CORS error now, and this is something you're going to see very common. And so I specifically wanted to show this error and show you how to solve it because it's a lot easier than you think. And all you need to do is read the error message. So it says access to fetch, and it just tells us what server we tried to fetch from. It said from origin, so this is where we made a request. So we're currently on localhost 3000. We tried to make a request to localhost 4000. It says it's been blocked by CORS policy, response to pre-flight check, blah, 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 blah. This is the important part. The value of the access control header origin must not be wildcard. So right now we have a header that we are sending and it's a star. And when the request credentials is include. All right, so what do we need to change it to? Well, we just need to change it to this thing right here. So it actually tells us what we need to change the value to. So we can just copy this. And we need to change our CORS header on our server from star to that. So by default, if I come over here, Apollo will add CORS for us. And there's a CORS object on here. And if we want to, we could fix it here and we could set the origin to that. So right now, it defaults to a star like that, and that's why we're getting that error. All we need to do is replace this and then we're good to go. And I knew what that value was because it told me it right here. And also it'll sometimes have it in a different place, but that's the gist. You just need to come and paste it here. Now the thing about Apollo is it's only going to do it on this route. And so I usually like to set CORS globally on Express with Express middleware. And so for that, I will just add and let's go into my server, a CORS middleware package from Express to be able to do that. And I just need to install the types from CORS as well. So yarn add -d at types for CORS. So what I'll do is I'll usually actually just turn this to false. But you could do, depending on how you actually want it to work, you could do this inverse as well. So I'll actually just import CORS from CORS, and then I'll say app.use CORS. And we'll set the origin to this, and then we also need to set credentials to true, just to accept credentials. And it's a Boolean value in this case. All right, so origin is set to that value, and now CORS is going to apply on all routes. Now, if you didn't want this, you can also, of course, declare the route you want this middleware to be run on, but in this case, I just want to apply the middleware to all the routes. In this case, we only have one route, so it doesn't technically matter, but I like to do it this way and just not even worry about the CORS on Apollo. And what do we got going on here? Oh, you know what? Yeah, okay. I'm just going to remove my interface here because the types are like slightly different and it's not worth getting into. All right, let's just remove that. And I just want to make sure we're compiling okay. So I just switched to my TypeScript watcher. And in my tsconfig, I really need to add this. We can add a line here called libcheck. no lib check and set to true. I have no idea why I don't have this in my TS config. I should really add that. Maybe by the time you're watching this video, if I wasn't lazy, I would have added that, but we'll see. Option lib cannot be specified with option no lib. Oh, sorry guys, I didn't write the right thing. No lib is not the right thing. It's skip lib check is what I meant. So no lib is not right. This is the right key. Okay. And let's see. Cool. Our TypeScript errors are all happy. And I think it's just lagging for a second. I think that these should go away in a second as well. All right, so we're good there. But let's get back to the cores. So the change that we just did, I now should be able to make a request and it work. Yay. And we get our errors back, so perfect. So we have solved cores. Cores is on our side now. And now we can actually deal with this register. And actually, so like the idea is we'd want to display an error to the user, right? And show them, hey, you didn't do it right. So how can we do that? Well, before we actually do that, I want to make a change to how we're using URQL right now, because this is the response from registering, and I can make this asynchronous here to get the response. And you'll notice the response is of the TypeScript type any. And I don't like that. I would like to know exactly what the response is from the server and the exact TypeScript types. So we're going to set something up so we can get that. So that's what we're going to do first before we actually change the logic for this. To help us out, we're going to be using a library called GraphQL Code Generator. And I have the docs here, and we are going to set this up. Basically how it works is it is going to look at our queries and generate TypeScript types for us and generate URQL hooks. And so we're going to be using these generated hooks that it creates for us. And so we already have GraphQL installed here, so we're going to skip this part and we're just going to install this CLI. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm over in my server folder, which I don't want to be in. Go to my web folder, and I do yarn add -d, and then the GraphQL, CodeGen CLI. We'll run that. And then after that gets finished running, we're going to do this initializer wizard. So I'm going to copy this, and we'll wait for this to finish. And then we're basically just going to fill out a questionnaire of all the different settings we want, and then we're just going to generate some code. So let's fill out our questionnaire. So I just ran this command. So the default here is good. Our application is built with React, so I'm just going to hit enter. Where's your schema? So our schema is actually at HP localhost 4000/GraphQL. Where are your operations? Okay, so we need to decide where we want to store our GraphQL files. I actually like to create a GraphQL folder. So I think what I'll say is source/GraphQL/star-star-star.GraphQL. So a little bit different. We're going to keep the default here, and then we're going to just swap out this React Apollo in a second. And where to generate the types, generated GraphQL.tsx. That looks good to me. I don't know if I should create that folder. Let's create the folder just in case. Generated, just in case it doesn't create it. Do you want to generate an introspection file? I do not. How to name your config. The default for this is fine. Just going to enter. I'm going to call the script gen, G-E-N. Okay. So doing all that should have added a codegen.yaml file for us here. And I'm just going to replace this one with URQL. And so in our package.json, there's this React Apollo one. I'm just going to actually delete this line and make sure we get the comma there, and maybe I shouldn't even bother to accept Apollo because it just added those two lines and I just removed them, but it's whatever. And then search here, I'm going to search for URQL, and we're going to use this plugin here. So it's called GraphQL Cogen/TypeScript URQL. So we're going to add that as a dependency. Oh, look at that. So this is actually my pet peeve, is when this bloody $sign is right there for you. I should have copied like this. I think maybe it'll get rid of it for me. No, it's still there. RIP, they need to fix their website. Maybe I'll make a GitHub issue after this. I actually hate when it has this. Anyway, sorry, that's one of my pet peeves. Okay. So we yarn add our TypeScript URQL. And so by default, and actually let me show you, I guess I should show you the default. It's going to generate actually more than what we need, I think, unless the defaults have changed. So everything looks good here, and you can also change these files if you did the questionnaire incorrectly. All it did was do this YAML generation for us. So what we can do now is create a folder called GraphQL. And inside of that, I'm going to create a folder called Queries. Actually, we're going to do mutations first, so I'll create mutations. And inside of there, I'm going to say register.graphql. All of this is just my preference of how I want to structure it. You can kind of structure this any way you like. And so you notice I called .graphql at the end. This is just so I get some nice syntax highlighting. And we're going to do this exact query. Or sorry, mutation. And this is that GraphQL extension I was talking about earlier, not this one. GraphQL for VS Code. This one is giving me syntax highlighting here, I believe. Or maybe I'm wrong. I think it is. But yeah, so that's how I'm getting that. And then we're going to keep everything the same here. Now the difference is after I add some GraphQL files in this folder, I do yarn gen, and it's going to run GraphQL code generator. And then in this generated folder, it's going to create this. And you can actually look at it. There's some TypeScript types, which we can ignore, but all of it is information that is going to be needed to give us type-safe queries. And if I look at this at the bottom, okay, cool. It's actually going to create us a hook called use register mutation. So that's what I wanted to show you. I didn't know if the hooks were the default. It looks like they are, so we don't need to add anything else to our YAML file. We are good to go. So there you go. And so we're going to use this hook now instead of what we were using before. And you're going to notice a difference. So instead of use mutation, I can remove this bit. I say use register mutation. Everything else is the same. But now in the response here, you can see the type isn't any, it's register mutation. And so that's really hot because when I do this.data.register, it knows that I can possibly have a user, which might have an ID. Why isn't it automatically doing optional chaining? I was expecting it to optional chain that, and it didn't. I'm actually a little bit surprised. I guess we can add that, or maybe there's a reason why it didn't. Anyway, so we do not need to use mutation. We are now going to use these custom hooks. And so now our workflow is going to be every time we want to add a mutation or a query, we come into this GraphQL folder, we paste in or add in the one that we want to do, and then we run the generate command, gen, and that will generate out this hook, and then we will use the hooks. And the name of your hook is based on the name inside of here. So I called this register with the capital R, and it uses that here. So that's how you know what the name of the hook they generate is. Now let's go ahead and complete the logic for our onSubmit function here. And the case that I want to handle first is if we have an error of some kind. So how do we know if we have an error? Well, we can say response dot, and so we're not actually going to use dot error. It's going to be inside data because we're actually returning it from our GraphQL resolver. So we're going to say data dot register. And it's not auto-completing for me with optional chaining, which it may be because of just our tsconfig. So I'm going to go to the tsconfig in the web folder, and I'm going to try setting strict to true, just to see what happens. That may be why it's not. Data.register, perfect. So if you don't know what optional chaining is, it's a super awesome feature in TypeScript, and basically allows us to access properties that are deeply nested, right? Register.errors. And even though this data can possibly be undefined, this whole entire thing, instead of usually throwing an error, if this will throw an error if data is undefined. this will return undefined if there's no data. So that's the difference. So that's nice. All right, so if there are any errors here, we are going to handle the errors. And so Formic actually has a thing here called set errors. And we're going to say set errors, and we're just going to pass the errors in here. Now, the only problem is the shape of the errors are different. So here's how Formic handles errors. I can say like username, hey, I'm an error. And this is the format it expects, an object where the key and then the message here. And if I register, it says, hey, I'm an error. And wow, my background changed. What the heck is going on there? I wonder if it's because this color mode provider, I want to just rip it out for a second and see if that breaks anything or if this goes back. All right, we're back to stark white, guys. I hope you enjoyed the white because it's going to stay white for now. All right, so I'm going to keep the color mode provider out because I don't want it to switch back and forth on me. I'm going to explicitly set these to any now. So now we're using TypeScript strict. We may need to change a few things, but we'll see. Yeah, so like I was saying, this is how you do your error messages. And the errors that we're getting back from GraphQL are an array that look like this. Right? And then the message is something wrong. So I'm going to create a utility that turns an array into an object. So let's create a utils folder here. So I'm going to say new file, and I'm going to say utils/toErrorMap. And I'm going to create a util called export to error map. And what it's going to take is errors. And what is the type of errors? Well, let's just hover over this. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to create an interface because I don't actually want to. All right, I'll show you both ways actually. Instead of creating our own errors, if we wanted to get the type of this, we could just grab this type, which is called field error. So field error. And this is coming from the generated GraphQL. So the code generator is giving us a field error type, and it looks like this. And command clicking is how I went here. And then control, and then minus sign is how I go back. And I could also have gone to definition. So this is going to be an array of field errors. And I'm just going to say error map. And my error map is just going to be a record or a map which has a string key and a string value. And we're going to say errors.forEach. And here I can say, actually not key value, field, and then message. We're going to say error map. The key is the field and the message is the value. And then we're just going to return the error map. All right, so I just destructured this, and this is from our field array. And we're just making that into a map. So here I can just say to error map and pass in the response.data.register.errors. And the reason why we don't need a question mark here is TypeScript is going to infer that this is defined because we have an if statement here. So that's pretty nice. All right, so let's go ahead and register. So now we actually get the correct error message. The length must be greater than 2. So, all right. And now my length must be greater than 2 as well for the password. And I'm going to open up the console here. Ooh, let's see, we got a little error. Prop class name did not match. Oh, I wonder if I'm supposed to do something for Chakra so that doesn't happen. I don't know the answer though. It's just a warning, so we can ignore it, I suppose, for now. All right, so for our password, we can fill this out. And what I wanted to do is just head over to my application and do the cookie thing. So I'm going to clear my cookies. And I should get a cookie when I log in here. I'm going to actually call this Tom. and this Tom. So we'll go ahead and register, see if that works. And if everything's good, you should see a cookie in your browser now, which I do, which is awesome. Now nothing happens here except for the loading indicator happened for a second, and that's because we didn't tell it to do anything. But we now know, or are now able to store the cookie, and this is important because when I refresh the page, it's going to keep the cookie, and now I know who you are based on that. So if there's not an error, that means we got a user back, or else we can check. We can say else if response.data.register.user. So if we get a user back, that means it worked. And all we want to do when it works is say navigate to the landing page or to a different page. So we're going to use the router that Next.js has. So we just say use router. I think it's called use router. It's not auto-completing for me. It's making me a little nervous. Well, we're about to find out if I'm right or if I'm wrong. So I'm going to import this the hard way. And I'm going to say next/router and use router. Yeah, that's right. Why wasn't it auto-completing for me? That's odd. But anyway, we can access the router using this hook, at least I think. And then I can say down here, router.push. And then we can just specify that we want to go back to the home page. So let's create a new user here. We have Bob. And by the way, let's make sure that works. Username already taken. Awesome. Let's do Bob too. All right, we'll register. I think it worked, but it didn't push. I'm just gonna add a console log here. And I'm just going to console log the response as well, because why not? Let's make this Bob3 and register. Oh, cannot return null for undefined field user.id. Okay, so we just have a straight error from our server right now. That's cool. Let's see what we got going on there. So let's remove this. And remove, well, I guess we can keep the response. We knew it just wasn't getting here. And let's go to our server and see what's happening. All right, so we're trying to insert into user. That looks okay to me. I don't see Bob2. So let's go to our register. And our register resolver is inside of user. So our user resolver. So I'm going under server, source, resolvers, user. All right, and it should be getting here, and then this is maybe not the value it needs to be. So I want to just see if it gets to here and if it's getting a user. It says cannot return null for non-nullable field user, so user must be null when it's returned here, which is, or the ID must be null. All right, well, let's run this. Register. That worked just fine. The heck. I love when that happens. So what I'm kind of curious is if this is related to hot module reloading. I'm going to try this one more time. So what I did is I said Bob. I pressed register, said username not taken, and I did that, which is Bob2. All right, I got the same error. I was able to replicate it. Awesome. Yeah, it's not returning the ID of the user. So we're registering. Oh, we're getting a different error code. That's why. I guarantee you we're getting a different error code. All right, so I don't even need to check this. I'm like 99.99% sure this error code thing was a bad idea. That's why I left this here just in case. I'm actually a little surprised. I was expecting it to work. But here, so basically it's going to have a different username, but it's always going to say already exists. So Bob2 already exists, Bob3 already exists, etc. Okay. So refresh, Bob, register, username's already taken, Bob2. Really? Cannot read property includes of undefined. Okay. All right, okay, guys, I was getting a little cocky and a little hasty there. Let's just log the error and see what's going on there. So I don't need this. All right, so we know an error is occurring, and I know this because, well, it's coming here and bad things were happening. Let's run this. All right, that worked. Wait, what? Wait, why did it work? And it didn't console log an error. All right. So I go to register. I'm going to say Bob. And I'm going to say register. This is good. Key already exists. Now I'm going to say Bob2. It's funny, this Bob2 character is really causing trouble. Cannot call emFlush from inside a lifecycle hook handler. What? Okay, this seems to be an error specifically with this persist and flush function and how we're inserting our user with this kind of style. And I could kind of care less trying to figure out what exactly I need to do to fix it. Whenever I run into an issue with an ORM, I usually like to just drop back and write it myself using SQL. And I did mention at one point that I was going to show you the query builder. So I figured now would be a good time to show you the query builder and how we could rewrite this with the query builder anyway. And then we can just avoid the error altogether. So now to create the query builder, it actually uses Next underneath the hood, if you've ever used Next. And so how we get access to that is actually a little funny because the types are just not on this for whatever reason. There's like a create query builder function that we can call, but to actually get the correct types for this, we need to actually import this from PostgreSQL. So the MikroORM PostgreSQL package and say entity manager. And we need to cast it. So we can say as entity manager. Entity manager. And here I can say create query builder. And then we just need to pass in what we want to, what type or what class or what entity that we want to build off of. And then I'm going to say get next query. And if you've ever used Next before, you know you have all the types on here. All right, so I am now going to say insert, and we're just going to pass in our data here. So can copy this up here. And now we're going to add a created at. We have to add this and a updated at. And we need to add this ourselves. Reason being is we're using Next and not MikroORM for this. And we can just get rid of this whole junk right there. Now, created at is what we called it, but MikroORM will actually adds underscores for us, and Next doesn't know about that, so we need to actually tell it what the column name is in the database. So we need to just switch this to underscores. And here, I'm going to await the response and pluck off a, actually we'll just say, so the first element in this should return us back the user if I return the user, and I want to return the user. So I can say returning, and I can return all the fields. So I'm inserting this data, and I'm returning all from the user, and it's going to return us back a user here. And this is asynchronous, so I'm awaiting it. Now I actually need the user at this scope, so I'm going to say just let user up here, and then I'm going to say result, and then user is equal to result 0. So first element. And then we're good. Now, this is basically how we would do it with the query builder, and you can do any kind of stuff with the query builder that you want to. I'm not sure if our error is still going to work, so we're going to have to test that and see. All right, so I'm going to come back over here, and I want to just test the case, like the good case first. So I'm going to register a user, See if that works. Cannot read property ID of undefined. All right, so that did not work. But can we see why it did not work? Created at password values returning all. So actually it did not return the ID. What the heck? Oh, I misspelled it. That's why. It just needed to be updated at. I was like, what's going on there? That makes sense now. All right, let's register. Okay, cool. So it not only transitioned us pages, so that means it worked, but we didn't get an error. So cool. Let's go back. Username already taken. Looks like the code's the same. What about Bob 2? Username already taken. Username already taken. Awesome. I think it's all working now. And those are our errors. So I'm just going to remove this console log from here. And we are good. So if I go back to my register, now that we fixed the server-side problems we were having, I don't think we need this response object anymore. So if we get any errors, it's going to show it here. If we actually create a new user, Benjamin, and register, it's going to navigate us to a new page. If we get a user back, we just route it out, push that. So there we go. So after we register a user, we're actually automatically logged in as that user, and we can see that if we go into the application tab of Chrome and then go click on cookie, we're getting a cookie here, a QID. And so if we were going to run the me query, we'd actually get a user currently. And so I want to do that, but before I do, I want to go ahead and just finish the login form or create a login form, because it's going to be very simple. We already have the register. It's going to be almost a clone of that. So we're going to go to /login, which should 404 right now, and we're going to implement that. So I'm going to come over here, say login.tsx, and copy our register, and paste that in. And we don't need some of this stuff. So I'm going to call this login instead of register. This can just be an empty object because we're not taking any props right now. Now instead of use register mutation, we need to use login mutation, but we need to actually add a login mutation. So I'm going to go ahead and say login.graphql inside of our GraphQL mutations and copy from our playground. Do we have a login one? Here I'm going to say login, and I can copy the variables from register since they're the same. And by the way, I actually could have done this in a different way as well. That actually might be good to show you. So you see how we did options like this? We could have, well, it's the same here, right? I could do the exact same thing if I wanted to. So we take a username and a password variable and we pass them here. But instead what we could do is we could actually do options. And that is a password. I actually forget the name of it, so I'm just going to come here, say $options. It'll autocomplete it for me. There we go, username password input. So we can actually do this. Copy that, paste it here. So you see the difference? So we can actually say a variable, which is just an object that is this input, and we can pass it here. So either one works. It usually just comes down to your preference. And usually I think I actually do this more often than I do the other one if I have an input. So let me show you. It actually changes a little bit how we call it now. Oh, I just need to cd into my website. So inside the web folder, I'm going to run gen, and now we have a use login mutation. All right, I'm going to press F2. I'll just rename it here and here for us. And now the difference is we need to pass in an object called options is one of our variables. and now that is going to be values. So it's a little bit different of how we pass it in, because now it's expecting an object called options. And then this is just going to be login. And everything else is the same, right? We're going to check if we get any errors from the server, set the errors. Otherwise, after we log in, we can push them here and it's all good. Maybe the only difference down here, we say login instead of register. Okay. So let's refresh. Register is not defined. Oh, down here. Let me go to my tsconfig and say like no unused locals, no unused parameters. Like I want TypeScript to show me an error for that, and it wasn't. So I want it more strict. I don't know what the prop name would be. I want like undefined. What I'll do is I'll just go to my server tsconfig and I'll copy. There should be one of these that I think should do it. Strict null checks, remove comments, no implicit any. I like all of these. Let's just grab those. I like my TypeScript as strict as possible. All right. Wow, it's still not catching it. I'm actually kind of shocked. I'm sad. Maybe I need to add ESLint to check for unused. But I thought there's something in TypeScript that'll check. Maybe I'm just going mad. Anyway, let's proceed. So we have our login here. Let's go ahead and press it without anything. That username doesn't exist. Okay. That one doesn't exist either. And then let's try logging in as Ben. Wrong password. And now we log in and that works. Coolio. So why don't we actually like display who the current user is? So maybe just in the index here. Why don't we actually create a NavBar? That might be nice. And then we can also like switch pages. So I'm actually going to create a component because we might want the NavBar on multiple pages. So what I'll do is I'm going to say navbar.tsx. And my navbar is just going to be like a box. And this box is maybe has a background color, maybe tomato, because that's one of the background colors. I know that's default, and tomatoes are pretty good. And this is going to be our navbar. Let's go ahead and render it here. Navbar. Alright, so there's my navbar. Let's make it a little bit better. Let's add some padding, like 4. Alright, that's looking better. And maybe I want it on the right side, so maybe like margin left auto. And then so I'm going to add some links here. I want a link to go to login and a link to go to register. Alright, they're kind of mashed up to each other, so let's add some spacing. So margin right is going to be equal to, I don't know, 4. Let's actually do 2. Alright, so margin left, I have to actually like put it here, I think. Need to make a box inside. I might have to flex it to get this to work. Let's see if this works. Now I need to flex it. So there's a flex component we can use. By the way, this is just how I do my CSS, by the way. I just kind of try a bunch of stuff until it gets to where I like it. Alright. And maybe I make the color white. Alright, I don't know if I like white or the other one better, but I'm gonna leave it as is because I don't want to do this for forever, and I don't know. Maybe let's make it brown. Okay. I think I liked black the best, so we'll just keep the default. Sorry guys, colors aren't my first strength. So we're gonna have to wrap this in what I'm gonna call a next link. So Next.js has a special component, which we can call it whatever we want. I'm gonna call it next link. And this component is how we navigate pages. So I can say href/login. And so the purpose of this, instead of just using regular anchor, is this is going to use client-side routing. So we want that, and that's important, so we're going to add that. And so all you do is you wrap the next link in whatever link you want. And so this one should go to register. Let's make sure I didn't do anything wrong. Yep. So if I go to login now, it takes me here. If I click on register, I was going to say takes me here. It looks like it has to build the page first. Makes sense. That's just a Next.js dev thing, by the way. And so I don't actually want to show them login and register unless they're not logged in. So how do I know if they're logged in or not? Well, we made a query called me. So I'm going to create a folder for this first, queries, and I'm going to say .me.graphql. So we need to call this query to see if we're currently logged in or not. And let's grab that me query. Now remember how we want to give these a name so our hook gets named. We're just going to say the word query, and then the name of this I'm going to say is me up here. So we're going to get the ID and the username back. That looks good to me. I don't really care about created at, so. And we can always change this later if we need to. And actually, now that I think about it, we're doing the user in all these different places. We really should convert that into a fragment. But we'll come back to the fragments. We'll do that in a second. Let's get this working first. So let's generate. And then come over to our navbar. Use me query. And let's get the first thing. Let's get the data from it and whether we are fetching. So if we're currently loading, right, fetching, maybe we want to return null. Otherwise, so we have actually three states. We have if we are loading, if the user is logged in, if the user is not logged in. So I actually not going to use ternary. What I'll do is I'll just say the body is equal to null if data.me we'll say if fetching, else if. Well, actually, I guess we'll just have else. So these are our three states. So data is loading, user not logged in, and then the last state is user is logged in. So those are our three states here. So if we are fetching, body null is just fine, right? And we don't even have to explicitly set it here. We can just leave this empty if we want to. If the user is not logged in, then what I want to display is this. And we'll display body here. And I need to wrap this in a fragment. Reason being, we have two links next to each other. And then the last state, if the user is logged in, what we will display here is maybe just a box that has the person's username. All right. So come back here. It says Ben here. Nice. And I'm currently logged in as Ben, so that's cool. And what happens if I do log out? Well, we don't have a log out, but I should create a log out button. A button. Log out. Is there like a type on this? I think there's like a type I can use. This is coming from buttons from Chakra. Perfect. style. I think it's called maybe variant. Yes. Link. All right, cool. That's what I wanted. It's kind of ugly though. I'm gonna display flex this so they're side by side. All right, and let's add some margin. All right, awesome. Honestly, I feel like my tomato colored background is really just wrecking everything. What I'll do is I will think of a better hex color and we will stick it there in a second. So logout doesn't do anything right now. We haven't actually implemented it. I just have a dummy button there, but we can fake logout, and we can fake logout by clearing a cookie. And I'm just going to refresh the page. And so you can see it says login and register there. And let's log in as Bob. Now, interestingly enough, it's not displayed here. Why is that? Well, this is actually kind of a interesting thing. The reason why this is the way it is because URQL is using caching. So it's caching the me request. So I came on the page, it saw that I was not logged in, it cached that, and so after I logged in, it came back here. It actually didn't make another network request. It just took the data from the cache, which said I was not logged in. But if I refresh the page, sure enough, I should be logged in and we can see Bob there. So it is indeed working. The main thing that we need to do is we need to update the cache and set our user when we log in, and update the cache when we register as well. Whenever we log in, we need to update the user as well as when we log out. So that is the next step. Was there anything else I wanted to do with this navbar, or am I pretty happy with it? I think I'm pretty happy with it. We're able to switch states, which is the main thing, and we have login and log out. So URQL by default does not come with a normalized cache. They have it set up in a separate package called GraphCache, and we want to use this GraphCache. So we're going to go ahead and install it now, and then we can do all the fun updating of the cache things. So we're going to grab this @URQL/exchange package, and we're just going to follow the setup for this. So I'm going to say yarn add and grab that exchange, and then I'm going to come back to our _app because this is where we're creating the URQL client, and I'm going to go to the getting started and grab this. So we need to add some exchanges here. And I'm just going to command period and import them all automatically. And this one didn't import automatically. How come? So it came from URQL, but I don't think it's supposed to. Yeah, cache exchange is supposed to come from this one. So let's just copy that and import it. So @URQL/exchange GraphCache for this cache exchange. And so what we want to do is a custom update here. And how custom updates work is in our cache exchange, we add a update key and then a mutation and then the mutation that we want to update. So it's a little bit different if you've used Apollo before. Apollo, you put the update when you call the mutation. This, you put it in the exchange cache theme bobber. So I'm going to copy this. Actually, I'm not even going to copy it because we honestly don't need half the keys. So I'm just going to say updates, mutation, and then inside of here, this part I can copy. This is the bit that's going to be important, these right here. So that's our function, and then in here we can do update things. And so this mutation should be matching the name. So the name I want to match is login. And so we have result, args, cache, and info. Now, one thing about this is the TypeScript types are kind of lackluster / they just suck. And so this is one place where URQL's like actually kind of awkward. This is probably my biggest gripe at the moment. So when I use update query here, I can pass in a query that I want to update, like my me query, or it's called me document. And I don't think that imported. Let me just make sure it did. Me document. Did it come? Let me just save it. Me document import. Oh, what the heck? So imported, but imported down here. Let me just move this imports up here. My bad. You guys must have been laughing at me that I had my import theme just like randomly sitting here. Like, what the heck was I doing? Okay, well, we're fixed now. All right, and then this is actually a immer function. If you've used immer before, so what we can do is we can actually just say like data dot value, and we can update it here. But as you can see, no types whatsoever. And if we try updating the types here, it gets all like into a fit. Like the result of our login here, it has these types, and if I change this to be login mutation, now it's mad at me. And if I change this to be, this should be me query, it'll get mad at me too. And so what I do, so I can get similar behavior to Apollo, is create my own like wrapper function. This is a little janky, I'm not gonna lie, but I hate dealing with lackluster types. So I'll just make the types good myself. So if this is just like a helper function to make it easy to cast the types. And so here I'm just gonna call this better update query. And actually I'm gonna make this a function because we're gonna use some generics. And so all this is gonna take is the cache, and the type of this is just cache, and that's coming from this. And then what I call just QI, so the first parameter of update query is called query input, so I just call it QI. That should be this should be an uppercase C. And then my third parameter here, I'm going to take the result, and this can be of type any. And then my last one is going to be the update function, and this can return a query. So the idea is I can pass in two generics, the result and the query. And then my function here, I'm going to say R for result and query for query, and then it returns a new query. So now this function is properly typed. This is how I like the function to be, is it gives me a query or result type and a query type, and then I can update it. And maybe this will make more sense in a second here, but all we're going to do is we're going to say cache.update query, and we're going to pass in our query input, and then we take the data, and then we call our function, and we pass in our results, and we pass in our data. And now the types aren't happy, so I'm just going to cast this to any, and cast this to any. And yeah, this function right here is now going to allow us to properly cast the types. And then I don't care that this doesn't line up. All right. So now what I can say is better update query, and pass in my cache. And here I can say query is going to be my me document. And then here I can say login mutation and me query. And by the way, there's probably a more elegant way to do this, but this is what I've been doing, and it works good enough. Is kind of where it is. So the third parameter is just going to be the result. Get rid of that. And then this is going to be our updater function. So the first one's going to be result, and the second is the query itself. And now here's the other thing I don't really like about this type of URQL setup, is it's going to run this every time the login mutation, no matter what the, actually just kidding, that happens for Apollo too. I was about to complain, but I take my complaint back because it works like this no matter what. So what we need to do is, if the result of our login query is an error, then we are just going to return what the current query is. Otherwise, we are going to update our me query. And look at that, auto completion and all that fun stuff. So I can say result.login.user. So I'm just setting the user and me. And by the way, this is, I think, type safe. Look at that, we get an error. So like I can't just put a random 5 here, it's expecting a user. So these types do line up. Awesome sauce. So yeah, so if we get an error, we're just going to return the current query. We're not going to do anything. Otherwise, we're going to return the me, or the user that we get from that. And yes, and we can, double result. That's ugly. Let's call this result underscore. Didn't see that, but I just caught it. See, maybe I should have turned on ESLint so I can stop me from doing shadowing variables. And I'm going to copy pasta this, and we're going to do register. And it's going to be the exact same thing, but this is going to be a register mutation. And look at that, it's already telling me the type errors. Perfection. And that should be register, and there we go. That's all good. So this is a thick piece of code. Maybe I should separate some of this into a separate file at some point. Probably will need to. But this is going to run whenever a register login mutation runs, and it's just going to update the cache. And us updating the cache here is just, and specifically, we're updating the me query when this is run, and we're just sticking a user in there. Alternatively, you could skip updating the cache altogether, and you could just invalidate the me query. But that makes absolutely no sense in this case, since we just fetched the user. I don't know why you just add another request unless you were lazy, which I guess that's actually kind of a good reason, because this is actually a pretty thick piece of code, and we had to add that extra bit as well, so maybe it's not as bad as I think. Okay, so I'm going to clear the cookie, and we're just going to refresh the page. All right, so this is what we were starting with. We ran the me query. The me query ran. It saw that we didn't have a user, so it's displaying our login register. And actually, while we're at it, real quick, guys, okay? Just for you and me, because I'm getting a little bothered by it too. All right, lovely tan in there. All right, so I'm going to press login, and let's go to Ben and login. Got our cookie, and bam, there we go. And we see Ben there, and it looks good. So yeah, that we are now updating our user after, or updating our query after a mutation fires. And that's a very common practice. We're going to be doing more of this as well. Now, before we move on to anything else, I want to do just like a small tidy up. So notice how in our me GraphQL query, in our login GraphQL query, and our register, we're all fetching a user with 2 fields, right? And now one day I might want to add like a third field, like created at, and fetch that. But then my types don't line up. And then I want to fetch created at in all these places. And I don't want to go and update all of them at once. So there's a solution to this. We can create what's called a fragment in GraphQL. And so I'm going to create a fragment now. So I'm going to say fragments / and man, what do I call this? Naming is hard. Ooh. I'm just going to call this regular user. Okay, that's a terrible name, but I'm going to run with it. So regular user.graphql, and I misspelled GraphQL. GraphQL. And we're going to say fragment regular user. So this is my custom name. And then on the user type. And then here I just specify the fields. So for now we just have 2 fields. And then over here I can then say ... regular user, like that. Now here's where I'm unsure about. I'm actually kind of curious if it will automatically load that fragment for me, because that would be really hot, and if it does, I'm going to be really happy, but I don't know if it does. Ooh, did it work? That's awesome if it worked. So how we can tell if it worked is I can come over here and I can search for the string regular user. It picked it up perfect. All right, I was worried I'd have to go add like a import. So I've also seen some syntax where you do like import and a comment, but that's really ugly. I'm glad it automatically imported that for me. So cool. Oops. So we'll go ahead and copy this and just paste it. And by the way, you can create as many fragments as you want. I want to use this regular user fragment for all 3 of these, and now they all align, and it's awesome. All right, so I'm going to save that. I'm going to regen everything just to make sure it's all good, no errors, and I'm just going to refresh the page, head on over to my login, log in as Bob, just make sure I didn't break anything. I still see Bob there. Good. So looks like we fixed it. We didn't fix it. We added fragments and it's still working. And so the nice thing is, if I ever want to come in and add more fields to my fragments, I don't need to do it in all those places. So that is the plus of this. Next, I want to get our logout button working here. And we need to first start on our backend and add a resolver for this. And then we can come back to our front end and actually call that mutation and link everything up. So I'm going to head back over here and switch files to our server. And I don't know if I mentioned this because I've been using this to switch a little bit, and I feel like I probably didn't. But if you hit Command P or Control P, it's going to bring up this palette. And this, you can actually say the name of the file you want to navigate to, and it'll take you over there. So we're going to go back to our backend, and I'm going to navigate to the user file. And at the very bottom here, we can add a new mutation, add mutation. And this is just going to return a Boolean true or false, because there's not really any information we need to return when we log somebody out. So I'm going to say log out. And we just need to get access to the context here. So I'm going to say context, my context. And then here, we're just going to get the request object. And so on our session, there's actually a function we can call called destroy, and that will remove the session from Redis. And so that's what we want to do, and we're just going to call that. Now you'll notice this is actually a callback, and you can tell that by just hovering over. You can see the type of it. And so what we're going to do is wait for the promise, or wait for the destroy to happen with the callback with a promise. So we're going to create a new promise here, and we're going to wait for the promise to resolve, and this is going to be our callback. And if there's an error, we'll respond false. Otherwise, well, we don't really need an else. We can just say return or res true, and I need to return from this. And so we can return this promise. So if we had some kind of problem trying to destroy the session, I also want to console log it. So we'll console log the error. And so now this resolver will wait for the promise to finish, and it's going to wait for this callback to finish. And then this is going to be what's returned. So we're either going to return false if it's an error, or true if it worked out. And so we know from logout whether it worked or not. Now this only is going to remove the session in Redis. I also kind of like to clear the cookie as well by using the res command, or not res command, but this is the response object, and on there is a function called clear cookie, and I can just pass the cookie name, which we called it QID, in there. And so I can put that inside of this destroy function, and maybe in the callback. So the decision I'm trying to decide is if I want to clear the cookie even if we weren't able to destroy the session, and the answer is probably yes. I'm going to clear the cookie here. And wait, does not exist on type? Oh, so we have me doing two name variables with the same name again. I'm going to rename this to resolve. And I pressed F2 there, and if I do F2, it's going to rename all of them at once. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to say res.clearCookie on this. You know what, maybe we should only clear the cookie if it has worked. I'm not 100% sure how I want the behavior. I'll let you decide in your own application, but I'm going to stick it here for now for mine. If, say, you wanted it to only clear the cookie when it destroys the session, you can stick it down here, but I'm going to stick it up here for now. Alright, so that is logout. Now we're also putting this QID in two places. So I have it here, but I also have it, I believe, in my index in the server source. And right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to our constants file and just say const cookie name is equal to QID. So cookie name, So in our clear cookie, and then also in our index, I'll use this. That way we're just consistent if I ever decide to change the name. I'll give that a save. And now we can test this in GraphQL Playground first if we want to. So if I open up the network tab, not the network, the application tab, and go to cookies. So I currently have one. Let's go ahead and call logout. And do I need to refresh? I think I do. Run that, and we can see my cookie is cleared. So it looks like it worked well. So I'm just going to copy this. And now we're going to go back to our front end, our website, and just in the mutations, we're going to add a logout.graphql. And I'm going to give this a name, logout. And then I just need to say yarn gen to generate the types on the front end. And now we have a logout hook that we can use. And so I'm just going to go back over to my NavBar. And over here, I'm going to say use logout mutation. And so this is, again, we don't care about the first element, we care about the second. And then I'm going to come down here and in our button, here we go. I'm going to on click. And I'm just going to call logout. And there's not really anything that I need to do here as far as awaiting the response or anything. The only thing we might add is we actually want to see if we're maybe loading. So fetching, and so we have a name conflict. The way we can fix this is I can say colon here, and I can say logout fetching. So if we're fetching the logout, and we can come down here and in our button say is loading, and that way we can disable the button while we're loading the logout. All right, so let's test this out. So we'll refresh the page. We're currently not logged in. We will log in. Ben. And of course, if I refresh the page right now, it's going to keep Ben. Like I can refresh it again, Ben's going to stay there. But if I press logout, nothing's going to happen except the cookie's going to get cleared. We need to update the cache, so this would disappear. But if I refresh, right, it is gone. Now normally I would wipe the entire cache when I log a user out, but in this particular application, we're going to have some data that is just like public, anyone can see and access, and then we're going to have some data that's like specific to you as the logged in user. And we only really need to wipe the data that's specific to the logged in user. And so in URQL, it's also not exactly simple to just wipe the entire cache. There's a little bit more involved in it. So I figured we might as well just start with invalidating the specific data that's like connected to the user. So we're going to start there. And so what that means is after we log out, we just need to update the cache. And so we're going to go over to our app over here, _app, and add a new mutation updater. And this is when we log out. And I'm going to copy this, stick it here. Now at first I was like, maybe we need to use the invalidate function and invalidate this, but we don't actually want to like invalidate a specific entity or element. Like we don't want to invalidate the user. We actually just want to, like, we're not deleting the user. That's the difference. We're just logging them out. So the me query, we want to just return null from that now. That's really all we want to do. And so in this case, I actually think what we need to do is just to update the query. So here we can say logout mutation logout, and this is going to be the me query. Pass in our cache me document results, and then here we're going to have a result and then our query, and we're actually just going to return null here. So me is null, so we actually don't need these things here. And this should now, any listener to to this that's getting the current user is going to think they're not logged in because we have wiped it from the cache. Or not wiped it from the cache, but we set this query to null, the me value. So let's take a look at this in action. So I'm just going to refresh the page, make sure we start from scratch, and now I'm going to log in as Ben. And now if I log out, you can see the cookie is wiped, and then also the cache is updated, and now it's gone there. So perfect. And if I refresh, I'm now stayed logged out. And so we're actually going to use, well, not use, but wherever we want to get the current user, we are just going to call this use me query. So we're probably going to use this in some other places as well. And then whenever we log out, it's going to update everyone. So everyone is going to, like when we log out data in here, me is going to be null. So it's going to reflect everywhere, which is very nice. So it's very convenient to do this. Now, before we go any further, I want to go ahead and set up server-side rendering with GraphQL and URQL, because this is a very important topic that is going to slightly alter the way we create new pages and connect to the URQL provider. And I don't want to go back and have to change a bunch of things. So I figured we'd just do this. And what we have to do is set up a separate package, or URQL has a utility to make this actually really easy for us. And this is actually one thing I really like about URQL. It's called Next.js URQL, and we can grab these three packages. And right here, I just have the docs set up for server-side rendering and the Next.js setting, and we're just going to follow the setup for this. And so we're going to come back to our application over here and say yarn add those three packages. And then after that, what's going to happen is it's going to give us this with URQL client that we can actually wrap components in. And then this is going to optionally server-side render pages. And we get to choose which pages we want to server-side render and which pages we don't, which is why we're using a higher order component here on specific things instead of just sticking it in our app. So we're actually going to rip out this provider. We're not going to use this anymore. All right, so now that we added that, we're going to also kind of need to separate some of the stuff in our app because we kind of have a lot of junk in here with the exchanges and whatnot. So what I think I'm going to do is create just a util function that I'm going to say create URQL client.ts. And for this, all I'm going to do, and you can see how this function works that URQL has set up. And if I scroll down a little bit further, they have a function that takes a server-side exchange and then returns all the settings for it. So we're going to just set up this exact thing. So server-side exchange here, and the type of this I don't really care about. I'm just going to have it as any. And then here is where I'm going to return an object. And we'll paste this here. And then we can replace the inside of this with our app. So this bit, I see sometimes I copy things and I don't really even need to copy things because we're just going to replace it. But here we go, or paste that in. And so we just need to make sure we import all these things. So I'm just going to do command period, add all the missing imports. And I'm also going to grab our better update function and stick it inside of there. Actually, why don't we just create a new util for it? That might be the best thing. By the way, let me show you guys a little trick too if you want. Just a little helper. If you right click on this, I can actually say refactor into a new file and it'll split off into a new file for me. So that's a pretty handy thing you can do in VS Code. So I have this better update query thing I can now use. And let's see, just make sure it imported things. Okay, it did. Alright, so this is in a separate file now. I'm just going to add a space there and save it. And then in this over here, I can import this better query now. This is all mad at me. Why is it all mad at me? Oh, because cache exchange should be coming from this. So we should be getting cache exchange from this @URQL/exchange graph cache. And now it should be happy and everything should be the same here. So now I can clean up what we have here. We don't need this client. We don't need the providers in the app. And if you want to, like you see, I'll have all these imports up here that are unused now. If you do Command-Shift-P and then organize imports, it'll actually clean up all that for you. It's a little handy VS Code trick. Okay, so in our app, this is what it looks like now. We basically extracted out all of our logic to create the URQL client, and it is now sitting in the create URQL client function. And the only other thing you need to change is the SSR exchange here. We stick that in between the cache exchange and the fetch exchange. Okay, so that's at the bottom. SSR exchange. And then everything else we can keep the same. So we just have a function, this create URQL client, that we're going to pass into that now. So now in our index over here, I'm going to say with URQL, and I'm just going to copy it because it's not auto-completing for me. Sad face. And I'm going to wrap the index. And then here I'm going to say create URQL client. And does it not, the types not line up? String is not assignable to type, include, omit, same origin. Oh, lovely. So I think it's talking about this right here. So I can just say as const again. We kind of already talked about what this does, and it's going to do the same thing here as well for us. All right, and let's see if it's happy. The type is read-only, and read-only cannot be assigned to mutable type. Oh, okay. So I made the whole thing constant, and really I should only be making this constant because everything else needs to be read-only. So as const. Now is it happy? Now it's happy. Okay. So the difference is we just need to make this one constant, not everything. All right. Now by default, this does not do server-side rendering. This just sets up URQL provider around it. If we want to do server-side rendering, we have to say SSR true here. But what I want to show you is the difference between server-side being on and it being off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to return here, and I'm going to fetch some posts. And actually we don't have a posts query set up yet, so let's create that. So I'm going to say posts.graphql, and I'm just going to head over to our playground and head over to the posts tab, which I already have up conveniently. And then here I'm going to say query posts, and I'm going to yarn gen to generate the TypeScript types and the hook. And now I'm going to say use posts query. And we'll get the data. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to say if we don't have data, I'm going to return null. Otherwise, if we have some data, I'm going to map through it and display it. So maybe I just show the title of the posts, and the key is going to be p.id. And so this is, I think I used ternary before. Maybe this is the first time I've used ternary in this tutorial. But how this is going to work is if this is true, this bit is going to show. If it's false, this bit is going to show. And so in this case, if we don't have any data, it's going to return null. Otherwise, it's going to map through this and display the list of posts. All right, so I can also I have my hello world up there. Maybe I should just add like a separator. Good old BR tag. There we go. So you can see my 3 posts. My first post, PostgreSQL, and Bob. So right now it is not doing server-side rendering, which means it is fetching these items in the browser. It's making a request on the browser. And I can explicitly show you guys that. If I go to the network tab and I make this like slow 3G and I just refresh the page, watch the page load, at least when we see the page. Well, this is really slow. Maybe I should have made it fast 3G. Maybe we'll do fast 3G next because I feel like we're almost there. Come on. All right, let's go fast 3G. Holy crap, look at this page refresh. All right, I wasn't expecting it to take this long. I'm guessing it's just because we're in development. Okay, here we go. Dude, it loaded so fast after that. Well, that's a shame. So the full page reload took a really long time, but then this loaded very fast. Well, that's a shame. Also, why don't I say the word div loading ... So if we don't have any data, we're probably loading. So that's a good thing to see. And if I refresh the page, you can, if you refresh the page, you can kind of see like it flashes, like you see the loading ... and this comes up. Usually you can control it with this, but it's being mean, so, and it's being slow in the wrong places, so I'm not going to do that right now. I could add like an artificial delay on how our server, the time it takes our server to return the post. Actually, maybe we should do that. Let me show you that. That might give you a good idea, because I do want to make this cement into your brain. So user.ts, actually no, it's going to be our posts. So if you've never created a sleep function before, this is how you can create a sleep function. You can say the number of milliseconds, and you're just going to return a new promise. And you're going to say set timeout, and when the timeout is done, it's going to resolve, and then you pass in the milliseconds for the timeout. And so I'm just going to add an artificial delay of 5, actually let's make it 3 seconds because I don't want to wait here forever, you know. And we'll make this asynchronous. So I went to the post resolver in our backend, and now we have some slow delay on our find. All right, so now if I refresh the page, it's going to make a request. The browser is, we're going to see loading, and then the data is going to load in. All right, so now the difference with server-side rendering is it's actually going to load this data on the server side, and then it's going to show the page, and we're not going to get that loading indicator, at least if we successfully do this. Now the other important part about is when you do not do server-side rendering is if I view the page source, notice what you see here, right? Besides all this other junk up here, the bit to look at is down here, div loading. So the page source is actually not sending back the data. What happens is JavaScript needs to be evaluated, and then it's going to fetch the data and change the HTML. And so right now it's just going to have div loading for the page source. And so this is worse for SEO is the idea, because it does not display that it has to evaluate JavaScript. And so Google, you know, evaluates JavaScript, they say, but everyone knows if you are doing SEO seriously and you want good SEO that you should do server-side rendering. You're just going to get better results. And one of the reasons why is because it does not need to evaluate JavaScript. It's just going to show up here. And we're going to see that in a second. Okay, so that's how you can also evaluate if something is doing client-side rendering or not, is you can just inspect or right-click and view page source and see if the page has content or not. All right, so now let me toggle. We have a lot of tabs open. Let's just close all of these. Oh my gosh, I had a lot open. So the page that I want to go to is the index. So web source pages index. And I'm going to set server-side rendering to true here. And now if we refresh the page, you'll notice the page takes a little bit longer to refresh because it is actually fetching the posts on the server. And then you notice how there was no loading. Well, I mean, there was no loading, at least in this. It just has the data here. If I right-click and I view page source, and you notice it took like a little longer for the view page source to come up. Reason for that is because we had 3 milliseconds of load time, and it's actually taking that time from the server. And now you can see the difference. All right. So here's my first post from GraphQL, and we can see Bob. So it's actually going to display our content in the HTML. If you wanted to, you could server-side render all of your pages, and some websites do that, but it is more load on your server. And also sometimes you want to show like some content, like a custom loading spinner, and you're okay showing that, and then have it load in the data. And so you don't always need to server-side render all pages, and usually the rule that I use is if the data I'm using needs to be found by Google, or if I want good SEO on the page, then I will server-side render the queries that need that. So for example here, the posts, I want to show up on Google. So I'm going to be server-side rendering the home page, which displays these posts because that is good content that could be searchable, for example. But our login page, for example, doesn't have any important information on this. Also it's all static is the other thing. You only really need to server-side render if you have dynamic data. Like this entire form is static, and there's not any extra things that we are getting, right? We're not pulling in a query to change how this is being displayed, so we don't need to server-side render this page. And so what we're going to do is in our login, for example, we just need to wrap this with URQL client, create URQL client, and we're just gonna keep server-side rendering off on this. And the reason why we have to create the URQL client is so we can call the mutation. All right. So the way to think about it is on your pages, you only need to add server-side rendering if you are doing any kind of query on the page, and then you need to think about, is that query's content important to SEO or not? The other thing is I used to do server-side rendering when the user logged into pages, but if it's specific content to the user, which you have to be logged in to access, then that's another place where I don't feel like server-side rendering I'll usually turn it off. And also, just to clarify what's happening with server-side rendering, let me just do another text file and show you this is the sequence of events that is happening, okay? So I make a request in my browser to this location, localhost 3000, right? This is where our website is. So what's going to happen is it's going to make a request to our Next.js server. And the Next.js server is then going to make a request to our GraphQL server, which is at localhost 4000. And it's going to grab the posts, right? So it's making a request to get the post for this. And by the way, we're going to talk more about what just happened because you saw a loading indicator there. I'll explain that in a second. But for now, let's say I just refresh the page and we see the content show up there, right? So to get that content, Next.js is making a request to the GraphQL server. It is then building the HTML and sending it back to the client or to your browser. So this is the sequence of steps that is happening. Now the thing about Next.js is after you've loaded a single page, the pages after that are not server-side rendered. And so it'll actually switch. And so that's what you saw. Like when I went to log in here and I hit the back button, what's going to happen is it's going to do client-side routing to go back to our home page. And so, well, it's cached right now. So let me maybe refresh the page here. And so if I hit the back button, it's going to client-side route us back to the home page, and that query has not loaded yet. And so it's going to load that query, but it's not going to load that query from the server. It's going to load it from the browser because we don't do server-side rendering if we've already navigated pages. So Next.js actually switches. The initial page you loaded Next.js will server-side render. After that, it will not. All right, so we'll do this. We'll go back. And that's why you see loading here. It's actually loading it from your browser. I know this is probably a little bit confusing, but the more you do it, you'll get used to it. So anyway, it's going to toggle between server-side rendering and client-side rendering depending on if we've loaded the page yet. Okay, we also need on a register page this same bit. So now anytime we want to access URQL, we just need to, on a page, on a route, we need to wrap it with this. And then we can decide whether this page needs server-side rendering or not. Now there's one last thing that I want to mention, and I just saw we had some unused imports. Just remove those. And it has to do with our NavBar. So our NavBar right now is fetching the current user. And if I console log this data, I can see when data is being called. And what's going to happen is since we have our navbar on the index page over here and we set server-side rendering to true, it is actually going to make a request to get the current user on the Next.js server. And our Next.js server does not have a cookie. Now we could set it up to work with cookies, but we don't really need it. It's not important for SEO, that we display the current user. But anyway, it is making an extra request on the server every time a page is server-side rendered, at least the index page is server-side rendered, to get the user, which just returns a null. And we can see that if we just add a console log. So I add that console log, and I'm going to go over to my terminal here, and I'm just going to refresh the page. And then we can see that it should display here, and you can see that it's null, right? Because it's not sending up a cookie, so we're not getting the user. And so I want to skip this. I do not want this query to run on the server because it's not doing anything good there. And so what I can do is I can tell it not to run with this pause command. If I set pause to true, it's not going to run. And so I'm going to tell it to not run on the server. And the way I can tell if we're on the server is if the window variable is defined. So I'm going to create a little util here called isServer.ts. Alright, so I'm going to say export const isServer. And this is a function that I can call, and it'll tell me if we're on the server or not. And it's going to decide by checking whether the type of window is equal to undefined. So if it is undefined, that means we're in the server. If the window is active, which you should be able to access this in the browser, then it will be defined and server is going to be false. So here I'm just going to say if we're on the server. So is server. And now you'll notice the difference. We add. So you notice here we got like type name query me is null. Now if I refresh the page, and I'm going to remove the sleep because it's being slow because of that. You notice it's just undefined. So it's actually not running the request anymore. But it still is going to run it in the browser, which is what we want. Okay, so I'm going to remove this, and in our posts, I'm just going to remove the sleep function. And I'm going to right click, refactor this out into its own refactor. Wow, what the heck? It's not letting me refactor into its own function. Maybe I need to highlight it. I'll highlight the whole thing. Refactor, move to a new file. Yeah, there we go. In case I ever want to use this sleep function in the future, and let's create a source utils. And sleep can go inside there. And this is just on our server. Alright, so save that. And save sleep. And now I'm just going to log in and make sure we didn't break anything. Alright, login works. And now if I load this, Ben shows up, content shows up. That looks good. So yeah, we're going to be adding the server-side rendering, and actually I guess we should do register real quick, make sure that one didn't break too. But we're going to be adding server-side rendering to some pages, and then other pages we are not going to be adding that. But now we have it all set up that we can easily toggle between the two. So let's do Bob 5. Alright, register and login, all that stuff looks like it works good now. So we are good to go. What I want to set up next is forgot password. And to do that, we're going to be sending out some emails. And I'm going to be using this package called NodeMailer because it allows me to send out test emails in development. But you're welcome to follow along exactly with this if you want to. Or you can also set up NodeMailer to send emails with Gmail or S3. Or you can also just use a separate email provider if you like. So what we're going to do is just follow the getting started with NodeMailer here and set this up. So we're going to install NodeMailer on our server. So I'm going to copy this and head on over to our server. So let me go to my server folder and say yarn add NodeMailer. And then after that, we are just going to scroll down and use their example here. So we're going to copy this bit. And this is how we're going to send our email. So I'm going to come over to our server source, and I'm going to just create a new util here called sendEmail.ts. And we're going to swap a few things out here. The first is, actually I don't need to manually swap that. I can click the light bulb, I think. Yes. There we go. Switch it to import. And we need to install the types, so let's do that. So yarn add as a dev dependency at type/node-mailer. And here I'm going to rename this, I'm going to export it, and I'm going to call it send email. And here I'm going to put the to field, and here's the body or the text that we want to send. Now you could make a more complex email where you have like a template and stuff. I'm not going to worry about that for now. We're just going to send plain text. And I'm going to just come down to the bottom here and remove the main. We don't need that. Alright, so it's going to create a test account for us with a test user and a test password. I'm going to go ahead and console log the test account. And the reason for that is I don't want to create a node mailer test account every time I send an email. I'm just going to do this for the first one. I don't want to spam their servers. So what I'll do is I'll get the password and then I'll hard code it here afterwards. So here we can change. I'm just going to keep them. Sometimes I like using const better than let, but I'm just going to keep it. It's okay. Alright, so here we can change the information, the from part. I'm going to change the to part here to go to 2. I'm fine keeping this from Fred Foo. You can change this to what you want. Subject, I'm going to keep. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm just going to say change password. You could probably like pass this as a parameter to the subject as well. I'm going to hard code it because I'm in the mood to hard code. And I'm going to put the text there. And I'm going to have no HTML body for this. I'm just going to use plain text. Alright, so message sent and preview URL. I'm going to keep all this. And I'm going to get rid of the comments. I don't feel like I need those. Okay. So now what I'll do, I want to just make sure this works. So I'm going to close my tabs again because we're getting a little cluttered. And I'm just going to go to the server source here, and when my server starts up, I'm just going to shoot an email to myself. Well, to anyone I want. This is a fake email, so. Hello there. And I will send the email. So now if I go over to my server logs, it's going to automatically run this. And, alright, so this is the test account it created. So what I'll do is I'm going to be very careful here. I'm going to comment this out, and I'm going to comment this out. So we're just not going to create a test account anymore. And I'm just going to paste what my username and my password is. By the way, for this, you probably don't want to copy mine. You want to get yours from running this because I believe these accounts expire. So by the time you're watching this video, this account may have already expired. Alright, so I'm just going to hard code those two values in there. And I'm not going to save this yet because this should have worked, by the way. If I copy this and I come into my browser and I paste it, I can see the email that I sent. So it says, hello there, right? And so that is perfect. Oh, by the way, I told you guys we were going to send plain text. We actually can't do plain text because we need to do an anchor tag. So actually we're going to have to send HTML. So dang it. HTML is text. Alright, we're not doing plain text anymore. It's only HTML is what we're doing. I can rename this to HTML maybe. Pressed F2 and then HTML. And we don't need to do it like that, so that's that. Alright, so that is how we're going to send our emails. And I now have it, my account hard coded here, that's good. And now I can replace this with the actual contents of the email that I want to send. So it's going to delete that. So every time I send an email, all I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to my console here and I'm going to look at the link and I'm going to click on it. So let's go over to my resolvers and I want to go to the user resolver and we're going to create a, I'm going to scroll up to the top here, a new one. So I'm going to say mutation and this is just going to return a boolean. It's going to be forgot password. And I'm going to say context. And here I'm going to say request. And this is coming from my context. Actually, do we need anything from context? I just always assume we need something. We might not need anything from context. Actually, technically we do, but we're going to need to fix something first. So with forgot password, we are going to take an email from a user. So argument email. And the first step is to even see if we have that user in our database. So yes, we need em.find1. And I'm going to await const person user. I'm not sure why I said person there. And we'll look it up by email. Oh guys, by the way, so this is a little awkward. We're not actually accepting an email from users now. I just realized that as I'm like typing this out, and also this should be user. I just always set up email that I just assumed we had an email set up. I did username only. That's a little awkward. We should make this async too. So what I'll do is I'll just return true for now. So let's add an email field to our user. User, oh actually, user with a capital U, and it's going to be in our entities. So email here, same things are going to apply here. I want the email to be unique, and it's going to be a text field. Now I'm going to create the migration. I think I just called it create migration. That way we have the tables, or not the table, we add a column. So I can go to my migrations, I can click it and see, and it's going to add our email column. Perfect. So I'm just going to start up the server, and it's going to add that column, or it's going to crash. Alter table user, add the column, driver exception. Oh, so I said that the email is required, but we have some people in our database that don't have an email. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wipe our database. Well, I'm not going to wipe our database. What I can do is orm.em.delete, native delete from user, and I'm just going to delete all our users. All right, and import that. All right, now let's start this back up. And now this should work. Yeah, it worked okay now. So we need to have our data follow our schema, and our data, some users didn't have an email, and we forced the email to be non-null, or at least I said it needs to be non-null, and so that's where there was a problem. And so if you wipe your data, you can do that. By the way, it's not always good to wipe your data, but in this case it's okay since we're just in development. If we were not in development, you would just need to make email a null field. So I think there's probably a thing on here. Nullable, set that to true if you wanted it. All right, so we need to update our resolvers. Not the user one. Well, the user resolver. But forgot password, this one, our username password input. Because we now need an email from the user. And so I'm wondering if I want to add some kind of validation for the email. I guess we can do like a similar if statement here. Let's go ahead and do that. Email. Actually, let's just say the email has to include an @ sign. And of course, you could do more advanced validation if you wanted to. So if it does not include @ sign, you're going to say invalid email. And then I just want to make sure at the bottom here that we pass in a email to our insert. What I'll do is I'll change our login instead of using this username and password input, because this now contains an email, is I'm just going to use 2 arguments. And now that we have a username and email, I'll have the argument be here username or email. And we'll say that and that's just going to be a string, and then this is going to be their password. So we'll let them pass either one of those into our login function now. And then here we'll just need to update our logic. And then we're also going to need to change some things on the front end to correspond with this now. But the way I'm going to decide whether it's a username or an email is just see if there's an @ sign into it. So I'm going to say if username or email dot includes an @ sign, then we are going to assume that this is a email. So we're going to say username or email, and this is going to be email. Otherwise, let me drop this to a new line. Otherwise, we are going to assume it is a username. All right, so we're conditionally finding here a single user depending on whether there's an @ sign. And then password should just be password here. And we're good. Now the other thing is we should probably make sure you can't add an @ sign to the username. And this part's getting kind of hunky. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just add a util just to clean up our code a little bit that says validate register.ts. And we will stick it here. So I'm going to grab just our validation code at the beginning and stick it inside of here, because we're going to add even more as well. And then here I'm just going to say options, and the value of options is this guy up here, username, password, input. So what I'll do is I'll actually stick this in a new file. Move to new file. That way I can import this inside of our validate. So I can actually do username, password, input, because that's what the value of options is. And then just to be consistent, we'll return null at the bottom if none of these things happen, if none of these errors are found. And we'll just add a new one here. So we'll copy this. Dot includes an @ sign. Cannot include an @ sign. Cannot include @. And then back over at our user here, I can say response is equal to validate register and pass in our options. And I can see if we got a response, we're going to return the response. Otherwise, we got no errors, and so we're good. Maybe our logic for this is a little bit weird. Like validate register probably shouldn't return this shape. It probably should just return an error array. But I'm not going to worry about it for now. Or am I? Yeah, it's actually way cleaner if we do this. Let's just clean it up. Actually, can't leave it like this. It'll hurt me. So it's just a little bit cleaner if validate register returns an array of errors. So it doesn't care about what the shape of the response is. There's probably an easier way to clean this up, but oh yeah, I just need to keep this, remove that, and remove that. Alright, that was a clunky way to clean it up. This is our last one. There we go, that was a little bit better. So now we're only returning arrays from our validate register function now. And the purpose of all that is here I can just say errors. And if we got any errors, we return the errors. So now you'll notice like the slight difference. One, we just have a little bit less stuff that we write in validate register. But the most important part is now that this is not tied to the shape of our response. If I happen to change the shape of the response, I don't have to change this. So that's like important to separate those two things. All right, so that is our validate register. I think we were good. Now we do need to make some changes on our front end to correspond with what we just did. So let's do that real quick. So on our front end, So on our front end and the GraphQL queries, mutations, login, this is now going to be username or email, and that's going to be a string. And then we're also going to take a password. Oops. And then password. Okay. Now you're going to see kind of the nice thing about an input, and maybe we should have changed this to be an input. We don't actually need to change anything in our register if we had used an input. Well, in this case, well, we're going to have to. We're actually going to have to make this. So, okay, if I go to my login for a second, I'm going to copy this. And I'm just going to undo. The reason I'm going to undo is because we need this part to go into our register. So I'm going to paste this below. I'm going to copy this. And this is now going to go in our register. And we can close this. There we go. So notice how we are not specifying what fields are inside of options. It can be an email in there, it can be an age, it can be a first name. We can change this as much as we want on our server, and we don't need to change this. It's very nice. All we have to do is rerun our types to generate them if we change something. But in this case over here, we changed the names of some things, username or emails, so we're going to have to update that. And we changed it to an argument. All right, so now I'm going to just generate the types. Oh yeah, I need to switch to our website. Make sure that's all good. Cool. And then I'm just going to hop into login. And this is in our pages. I'm just going to say username or email. Username or email. Like that. And username or email. And then this should be username or email in our initial values as well. And now we can pass values directly into this, and that works. Now let's change our register. Well, actually, I guess, should we test this? Actually, to test this, we need to call register first. So let's do register first. All right, so values here now needs to be options. And then we can pass values directly in. Now values is missing an email, so let's add that. And then it is super easy. Well, let's actually wrap this in a box to add an email field. And we're good to go. All right, so let's go ahead and create a new user because there's no users in this anymore. So let's make sure our validation still works. Invalid email, perfect. And I will register. Okay, so I'm now going to log out. I'm going to log in. Ben. Let's misspell it. Alright, so we messed up something with our login because it's not showing me any errors here. Alright, we're not getting anything here. Although we have a warning, did not expect server HTML to contain an anchor tag inside of a div. Not sure what that's about. We probably did something wrong with our Chakra code, but we'll worry about that in a second. So I was on WebSocket and network for some reason. Let's go to XSR or XHR, and I'm going to filter by GraphQL here. And I'm just going to clear this, and we're going to run one request. Okay, so we're returning from this a field called username, and we really want to be returning username or email. So we just need to make a change on our server. and our user resolver. So this one right here, username already taken. Actually, this should not, that's in our register. When you go to our login, username does not exist. So if it can't find a user, this needs to be username or email. So we just changed the name of our field on the front end, so we just need to change it here as well. Password stays the same, so that's good. All right, let's run this. That username does not exist. Cool. Now let's see if I can log in with my email. Yep, that seems to work as well. Awesome. So now let me register and just test that I can't do some bad stuff. Invalid email. Cannot include an @ and then we're good. Cool. All right, so I think that is all working now. So we had to do a little bit of a detour there. I'm not sure why that just refreshed, but a little bit of a detour to add an email. But the whole purpose of this is I think it's good to have an email because almost every single service you're ever going to create needs to have an email for the user. And so now we can actually send an email to the user for forgot password. So back at our forgot password resolver and our users resolver folder, we can now look up a user by their email now that we have an email column. And so the idea with forgot password is we are going to let the user type in their email, and then we're going to send them an email. And we can now do that, but we first have to make sure that they actually exist in the database. And so we are going to just fetch their user before we even send out an email to them. And if we do not get a user back, then the email is not in the database. And so we can have a couple different options of how we can handle this, and this is really kind of specific to your application. I actually sometimes just return true here and don't do anything. Like sometimes you don't want to actually tell the user that that email doesn't exist. Reason being just for security, that way they don't fish through your entire users trying to forget password on every single one or something like that. So what you can do is you can just say return true and be done and actually not send an email, not do anything. The other thing is you could return false if you want to tell the user that the email, say, is not in the DB, and then you could do that however you want to. But I'm going to handle it by just returning true here and do nothing. And then the case where we do have a user, then we're just going to be sending them an email. So we're going to send email, and we're going to send it to their email. And now what do we put for the text, right? So how the text is going to work is we want to send them a special link. And when they click on this link, it's going to take them to the website to reset their password. So what we're going to do is create a anchor tag. So anchor tag like this, and it's going to have an href. And inside of this, we're just going to say reset password. And then this link, we want to take them to our website, which is just localhost 3000. And then we are going to say slash, actually I'm going to call it change password. And then we need to give them a special token. So we're going to put a token here that looks something like this. And the reason why we have to pass in a token is to validate that we know who they are. And so what we're going to do is we're going to generate a token and store that in Redis. So I'm going to stick this here. So this is the text that we're going to send, and I'm going to do backticks. And I'm going to say const token is just going to be, a random string for now. And I'm going to just put that inside of here, token. So we're going to stick the token inside of our string template here. So it's just going to be replaced there. And now we have to actually generate a token. Right now I just have a dummy one. So how my token is going to work is we can generate a random string, or we can generate a UID or a UUID, which is what I usually do. So that's what I'm going to do for this. So I'm going to install, I'm going to CD over to our server, and I'm going to install UUID, and then I'm also going to install IO-Redis. So IO-Redis is a Redis client. We actually have a Redis client already installed here. Just this one, but this package is kind of crap in the sense that it doesn't have promises built in. You have to do a little bit extra work, at least at the time of this recording. So we're going to use Redis instead. I'm actually going to just rip this out real quick. So we're going to install both of those. The other thing I was going to mention is we're going to be storing like the token and whether it's valid in Redis. Alternatively, you could use something like a JOT or JWT if you wanted to use that way. But the way I like to structure this is the token is good for a single change of the password. And so a JOT, it's active for a certain amount of time, like 7 days or something, and then they'd be able to reset their password as much as they want. So if you'd like to set it up with a JOT, you could, but I'm going to be setting up with Redis because one, I'm already using Redis. And if you're not using Redis, you could store this in your database instead if you wanted to. But I like using Redis because this is a good place to store it, and I can always revoke it if I need to at any point. All right, so these should be installed, and I'm also going to need to install the dev dependencies for these. I think UUID is actually good, and I think that, oh, actually I misspelled types. Nope, UUID, I need it. So the way I know it is my auto-completion, my terminal, I've typed this so many times, I was just seeing if that showed up or not. And I'm also going to do Redis. By the way, I'm using fish shell. That's why I may look a little bit different than you. That's why I'm doing like some auto-completion and stuff. Okay, so I'm going to do Redis here. And I think I can keep that. I actually forget how you initiate Redis from Redis. It might be something like this. It would be my guess. And then this is the Redis client, and then client.get. Yep. I just want to make sure that was right. Looks like it is. So we can pass in option array here. Yep. And I'm going to keep the default. Default should work fine. And I'm going to give this a capital R. That way I can rename this. I'm going to push F2 here. Just rename it Redis. That's just what I like to name it. And then I'm also going to stick Redis in my context down here, so I can access it in my resolvers. And then I'm just going to update our types file. And Redis is equal to Redis. And I don't want Redis client from Redis, so we don't need this library anymore. So I can say yarn remove and then remove Redis because don't need it anymore. So we want to import this from Redis. I want this type. So I'm just going to hover over it. It's called redis.redis. And we'll just get Redis. And now we can access this in our resolver here. So let's go back over to our user here. And our token, I'm just going to say from UUID up here, import the version 4. So there's a function called version 4, and this is just going to create a version 4 UUID. And if you've never run this before, it's just going to be a random string that it's going to give us, which looks something like this, and then there's like some dashes in there. And it's just good for creating unique tokens like this. All right, so this is my token, and all I'm going to do is in my context, grab Redis and say redis.set. And then here I'm going to specify the key. In this case, it's a good idea to put a prefix in front of your keys. That way I can separate them and look them up if I need to. So this particular key is associated with the forget password. So what I'll do is in my constants, I'll usually create a prefix. So forget password prefix. And I'll just put like a colon there. So I'll usually do this for my Redis keys, and then all I will do here is I will add this at the beginning, plus the token. So this is going to be the key, and then here I'm going to store the value. So the value that I want to store is just the user ID. And then here I can set the expiration date, expiry mode. I think I just say EX to say I want it to expire after some amount of time. And then here I can specify how long the expiration date should be. I'm going to say, and I believe this is in milliseconds, so this will be 1 second, and this will be 1 minute, this will be 1 hour, and how long do I want this to be good for? I think forget password is good for like maybe like 3 days. So I'll do 24 times 3. 3 days. So I'm giving them up to 3 days to do this, and I just need to import this. And I'm just gonna make sure to import it okay. Yep. And I'm just gonna wait this. So we are creating a token here. I am now storing this in Redis, and now whenever the user changes their password, they're going to send this token back to us, and then we're going to look up the value to get the user ID. So let's just verify that this all works, and we will actually send an email as well. So what I'll do is my server already running? It is. Calling Redis like a function is deprecated. Use new Redis, okay? So in our index for the server source, this needs to be new. All right. So come over here. And I'm all out of tabs. Create a new one here. And I need to refresh to get some auto completion. So just to show you guys, I'm just going to return true. Bob doesn't exist. If I come to my terminal, it didn't actually send an email. I can't see anything here. I forgot. Did I call it bob at bob.com or ben at ben.com? All right, bob.bob.com doesn't exist. Let's do ben. All right, taking a little bit longer. And our email is sent. Now I can copy this. Go here. And now I can reset the password. So I click that. And now we need to actually implement this on our front end. But we now have a token here that we can use. And we're going to change password. So let's hop on over. I'm going to close some stuff. We're getting a little crowded again. To our pages, I'm going to create a new file. The top level is going to be called change password. And then because this has an ID in there, I'm going to say token.tsx. So this is a convention in Next.js that you name your files like this if you want a variable in the URL. So this is a variable. This token is going to change depending on when it is created or what the value is, but this part's going to stay the same. And so to create this URL in Next.js, I say change password, and then I say in brackets the name of my variable. In this case, I'm calling my variable token. All right. Oh, this kind of breaks my thing. Let's just, and we'll call this forgot password, or sorry, this is change password. And this is actually going to be a next page, and we are going to have a token as a parameter. Export default, the usual. And then here I say change password dot get initial props. So this is a special function, and this is a function from Next.js, and this allows us to get any query parameters and pass it to this function or this component. So I can say return the token, and I need to just cast this as, if we hover over this, it's going to be mad at us because the type token is a string, or it's a string array, or it's undefined. But here I said it's a string, so I can just say as string to cast that. And then the only other thing to note about this is there's also, I forget the name of it, but there's one about server props. Oh, it's not in the type. So Next.js also has like get server props. is another function we can use, but there's nothing that we actually want to run on the server here, or there's no reason why this needs to solely run on the function or on the server. So I'm going to be using get initial props, even though we probably could do get server props and it's going to work the same since everyone's going to server-side render this page. I'm just going to be using get initial props because there's no reason like this has to run on the server, because we're just really getting the token from the query. But anyway, that's why I chose that, and then we can just get the token here. And just to show you this working, token is, and then we can display the token. So let's refresh the page, and you can see the value of the token. So that's how we can get it from the URL. So from here to here. All right, now let's create a form. So go maybe to our login, and let's get this part here. All right. So I'm going to add all these imports here. And so this is going to have a single field, which I'm going to call a new password. And so I can get rid of this password field. I'm just going to say new password, new password. And that'll be my label. And I also need to set the type to password. And I'll rename the text on the button. And then the initial value here, this should be an empty string. And could they possibly have any errors when they are changing their password? The answer is yes. So I'm just going to comment this part out. We're gonna keep it in a second and start using it. Oops. All right, so this is our form, the new password. We can type that in and we can then run this. But there's nothing happening now when we submit. So let's fill this part out now. So we're going to take the token that we get from the browser, and we're also going to take the new password that we get from just what the user filled out in the form and send that up to our server with a mutation. And we haven't actually created that mutation yet. So that is what we're going to add. So I'm going to head over to our user resolver, and we're going to add a new resolver or a new mutation in here. And now when I change my password, I also like to just log in the user at the same time. So I'm going to pass in a user response and return a user after they change their password. So here I'm going to say change password, and then we're going to have two arguments. Now I could create an input, but I'm just going to keep it simple instead of creating a separate class and do an argument here. So here I'm going to say the token, which is just going to be a string, and then the new password. And then we're also going to need some stuff from context. All right, and then so inside of here, the first thing that we may want to do is just validate that the new password is good. So we may want to use just our validation that we used in our validate register over here. We might want to, like, in a real application, abstract this logic out so we don't duplicate it. But for simplicity's sake, I'm going to just copy paste it here. So here I'm going to just say new password and make sure the new password length is greater than 2. And the field name here is just going to be new password because that is the name of our field on the front end. All right, and also what's wrong with this one here. And so after that, after we verify that they actually gave us a good new password, we want to check if their token is good. And the way we do that is we just look it up in Redis. So we say const user ID is equal to redis.get, and we pass in our token. Now remember, we also need to add our prefix in front. So this is the key in Redis, is we set the key as forget password prefix and then the token. So we're going to put that here to just retrieve it. And if we do not get a user ID, we can return. And we can return, oh, by the way, this should be, so we need to return a user response here. So I can say promise user response. So this is going to make sure that it is typing correctly. So in this case, we're not typing it here, so it's throwing me a red error. So errors is what that should be. And then for this one, so this is a problem with the token. And so there's basically two cases here. Either the token didn't exist in the first place, like it's invalid, or it expired. We're going to assume that the user didn't like tamper with the token, because that's a pretty good assumption. And we'll just do our generic error here that will say token expired. Now, if someone were to tamper with the token and give us just a bad token, I'm not really that upset that I sent him back a bad error message, so it's okay. And after that, we know we're in the case where they sent us a good token. We know who they are as a user because we got it from Redis. And so now we just need to update the user, and yeah, then we're done. So we're going to get the current user by just saying em. Let me do that. Em here. And it's mad at us up here because we haven't added our return statement yet, but we're going to add that in a second. So, all right, so now, oops, I scrolled too far. I'm just going to say em.find1, and we're going to be looking up a user by ID, and I'm just going to say user ID here. All right, and I'm just going to hover over this. Oh, so it looks like Redis may store all its values as strings, and we're using an int for the ID, so I'm just going to parse this. Parse int that. If for some reason we don't get a user, like we shouldn't really ever get to this state, but in case we do, we can add an error just in case. So this could be a problem with the token. We could say user no longer exists. So the user associated with the token, that user is gone for some reason. Maybe it got deleted in the middle of their forgot password for some reason, which is kind of rare, but anyway. All right, so we have our user here. I'm just going to say user.password is equal to new password, right? Actually wrong. So remember when we registered our password, or we registered a user, that we actually hash it with Argon. If I scroll down here, I think it should be here somewhere. Oh, I scrolled past it. Argon, where are you? Here we are. We need to do the same thing when we set a new password, so we just need to remember to hash it. So we'll copy that and scroll back up. And then we can say em.persist and flush and pass in our user here. And then we can just return our user. And so there you go. So we are now updating them with a new password, and we're persistent flushing them, so it's saving it to the database. Really the only other thing is if we wanted to, actually I was going to say if we wanted to, we could update the updated at field, but it's actually going to automatically do that for us. And the reason why is because of this onUpdate hook. I think it should handle that for us. All right, so this is good. And then this is optional. I like my component to work like this. Login user after change password. And so to log them in, I'm just going to set their session. So rec up here from the context. And I'm going to say user.id. But if you're welcome to comment out this line if you want to make the user log in with the password that they just set. You can do that, but personally I prefer to just audit log them in because it feels a little redundant to me. All right, so that looks good to me, and let's go ahead and then call this on our front end now. So we'll go over and create a new mutation, change password, .GraphQL. And so we haven't actually set up also on our front end to call forgot password. We'll do that in a second. We kind of just have it set up in our backend right now. But we will finish this. So here I'm going to say mutation change password. Change password. And I'm going to say $, token is a string, and $, new password is a string. And then we're going to pass in our variables. And then here I can select errors, and if I want to, I could set up a fragment for the errors. So I could say regular error.graphql. And we get this on our field error. So we're using this for our register and our login, and we're grabbing the field message. So same logic, if we ever decide to change the fields, it's going to change them in all the places. So we'll just use a fragment for that. And so I'm gonna put it here, regular error. But I'm also going to put this in login, and I'm also going to put it in register. All right. And user can grab this. And actually, I think we can actually layer our fragments upon fragments if we wanted to. And what I mean by that is, you notice how change password and login and register all look the exact same, at least the body. It's because they're all getting the same input. It's a user response. So we can actually add a fragment here that's called regular user response. I really need to think of a better naming convention for my fragments, but this will do for now. And I can say regular, what did I call it? User response. And this is on the user response type. And this user response type, remember, is if I go to my user resolver, the name matches this. Just this user response. So we're returning this from our change password. We're returning this from our register. So we're returning this user response from a bunch of places. So I'm just going to create a fragment on that. At least I think this works. We're about to test. Regular user response. All right. So all I'm going to do is go into my login and copy this. So I believe you can do fragments inside of fragments, or at least I remember doing this, and this should be user response like that. And so the whole purpose of this, again, I'm going to close this because I have a lot open, is I can now say ... regular user response. Just make sure I spelled that right. Regular user response. Good. And I can also put that in my register. And now at some point I may come in and change this. Like, I might not always want to select the same fields from these 3 files. So I can come in and not use a fragment if I don't want to, but this is just to show you we could fragmentize the entire thing if we wanted. And I kind of like this if this works. So let's test it. Let's go to our web here, and we're going to just run gen. Awesome, it looks like it worked. I was feeling like it was going to work, so I'm glad to see it did. All right, so we can now, in our change password token over here, use that use change password. Well, hold up. GraphQL. Use change password. All right, this exists. It wasn't auto-completing for me, so I was getting a little bit worried. There we go. All right, so we don't care about this first property. Actually, we do care about it. No, we don't. We don't care about the first property. I'm going to show you a different way to do it. Well, we actually already did it. It's just if we're submitting, Formic is going to automatically set that for us, so we don't need to tell whether we're fetching to display the loading for change password. It's already going to do that automatically. All right, so here I'm going to say change password. And so I'm just going to say change password here, and the new password is going to be values.newPassword, and then we're going to pass in our token. And then here, oops, can uncomment this bit. We're going to say if we got any errors from the change password response, let's go ahead and show them. If we got a user, let's go ahead and push onto our home page and automatically log in that user. And we just need to get router from useRouter. Hey, nice, it auto-completed for me this time. VS Code learns, I like it. And there's two things we haven't done yet that we need to handle. So one, we're not actually updating the cache for change password, so we need to do that. And then secondly, we need to handle the case where the token field, there's an error with the token. So here I'm going to say const error map is equal to that, and then we need to pass in the error map. So if the error map has a token error, then we need to handle this differently because our initial values here, there's no token. There's not a token field that we're displaying. So what I'm going to do here, use state, is I'll just say token error. So I'll create a state for it. All right, and this will be an empty string by default. And here I will say set token error true. Sorry, I'm not sure why I said true. We're going to say error map, and we're going to pass in our token. And when I say we pass in our token, I mean we're going to pass in the error message for the token. Otherwise, we can do set errors. And maybe we set errors anyway, just in case that there's a token error and there's an error with the password at the same time. Even though our backend isn't set up to work like that right now, I guess it's good to assume future things. All right, and then we just need to display this error message. I'm actually not sure the best way in Chakra to show like a, I don't know if there's like a alert thing. I'm just going to put a box here, and I'll make the color red. What did I call it? Token error. So if we have a token error, I will display a token error. All right, so let's come back here and give this a shot. So if I try doing change password, I was expecting it to tell me my password was too short. So I'm going to inspect and see what went wrong. The server responded with 404. I wonder if that's for something else. Wait, it actually 404'd. Oh, I'll tell you why we 404'd, guys. We did not add our get or with URQL client. Create URQL client. So we just need to make sure whenever we do a mutation or a query that we add this. And then we don't need to server-side render this page, so I'm going to put false. Now on the other ones, I didn't explicitly say server-side rendering is false, but I read somewhere in their docs, if you have get initial props, it assumes SSR, I believe. I could be wrong, and so I want to overwrite that with false here if I can. I don't know if this will even do anything. If it doesn't, that's okay. Maybe I should just change this to get server props so it doesn't do it, but it's not a huge deal either way. And actually, now that I think about it, it doesn't really matter, so I'm just going to remove it. The reason why it doesn't matter is we're going to server-side render the page either way. And there's not going to be any queries on here that URQL is going to run. I think I was just overthinking it in my brain. I think we're good. So this should be fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and change password. Length must be greater than 2. Cool. And let's go ahead and put a new password. I don't know who my current user is, but I set my password to Bob. Okay, Ben. So Ben's new password is Bob. Now I want to verify that that worked. I think it did work in the sense that it redirected me correctly and the token was valid, and that's all great. But I want to log out and make sure I can log in with my new password. Alright, cool. I put Bob as my password and it worked. Cool. So now, if I go to change password, let's try this with the same token. So I actually didn't clear it. That's the other thing. So that's the other thing we need to decide with how we want our change password to work. I could go in here and use this to change the password again if I wanted to. And if you do not want it to behave like that, like mine, I don't want it to behave like that, then all we're going to do is at the end of our change password, maybe here, we're just going to say redis.delete, and we're just going to delete this key. Alright, and we're going to delete it. And that's going to remove it from Redis, so then they can't use that token to change the password again. So what that means is this is the last time I can use this token. So I'm going to fill it out. This time it should work. But if I come here and I try using this token again, this should not work. So press it and it says token expire. So cool, that's what I expected to happen. And again, you probably want to make a better error message. I have no idea why didn't it become red. Color red just straight up didn't work. Alright guys, close your eyes for a second. Okay? I'm going to say style color red. So this is probably hurting the Chakra people because I'm doing anti-Chakra. I'm just like hard coding a style on here. But I don't know why my color red didn't work, so I'm just going to... It's not that important of a thing for me to figure out, so I'm just going to do this instead for now. Alright, there we go. My token's expired. And then again, we're going to get the same error if we like put a bad token. Like I just cut off half the token, the same error is going to show up. So there you go. And so at this point, really the only thing to do, and they can press this as many times as they want now, but it's just going to say token expired. They just need to go for a password again. That's basically the idea from here. And maybe we should give them a link. That probably makes sense, actually. Token expired. And then down here we can say like link. Go forget it again. Alright guys, come up with some better text than what I'm doing here, but you get the gist of it. So did it auto import link? It did, and it got it from Chakra. So we also need to import what I'm going to call next link from next/link. And we're just going to tell it to go to the forget or forgot password. Now we need to actually create this page, so let's create that real quick. Forgot -password.tsx. And I'm going to change the style to this. And I'm just going to clean this up to an empty object for the props. And for now, I'm just going to say hi. Or let's just say we're on the forgot password page so we know for sure. Alright, so we have an expired token. Token expired, go forget it again. And maybe we should flex that. A little bit of margin right 4. Actually, let's do 2. I think 2 is what I've been using when stuff is side by side. And actually, maybe I should just tell them go get a new one. click here to get a new one. Alright, so token expired, and we can click here to get a new token to forget our password. Alright, let's do that. Oh, I didn't export default. So I forgot password over here. There we go. Nice. So you saw the second half of the forgot password cycle, if you will. So we're now going to finish the first half, which is they actually start on this page. Well, really, they're going to start on the login page, and then they forgot it. So maybe we need to add a link on our login as well. So I'm going to go to the login here and add a link. And we're actually just going to do the same thing that we did in this page. Right, but we're just going to use some different text here. Forgot password question mark, and let's import this. And we have to import next link ourselves because it's a default export. And we're using the link name from Chakra. Alright, let's see how that looks. Terrible. I'm going to wrap it in a box, that way it's dropped down to its own line. And then I also want it over to the right. So maybe margin left auto. I hope this works. If it doesn't, I actually think I know how to fix it. I think I can just say flex. And maybe I should do this, and then my link here should margin left auto. Let's see if that does the trick. Let's go, it did. And let's just add a little bit of margin top. And look at that, it's looking pretty good, guys. Look at my design skills. So now if I click on forgot password, it takes us here. Okay, so this is what I mean. All right, we got the very beginning done. I click here. Then I need to fill out a form to send my email, and then I'll send the actual email to me. And then we already have the final part complete. So let's do this real quick. This is going to be real easy. So all it's going to be is we can actually, yeah, let's just copy our change. No, let's copy our login because our login's a little bit simpler, I suppose. Get our wrapper here, and we'll stick it here. And here I'm just going to say with URQL client, create URQL client. And then I'm going to command period to import everything. And then as far as the input fields go, we don't need all of them. We just need one of them. And it's going to be email, 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 email. We can actually set the type of email in our other input fields, but I'm too lazy to go back and fix them. But for this one, I'll go ahead and do it. Send, we'll just say forgot password. Alright, so email of the one they want to forget. We could have also, should we say email or username? Nah, I'm not really into that. We could do email or username here, but I think I'm going to keep it simple. Just take the username. I think you guys can figure out how you could do it if you wanted to do both. So we just need to, we submit the button now to call the mutation, which we've already created, but we have not created the hook for it yet. So let's do that. So in our mutations, I'm going to say forgot password. And just an email. And we're going to say email : email. And we don't need to select anything from here because it just returns a Boolean. So we're going to generate the type. And use forgot. And we sometimes just need to open up GraphQL and then come back and it's going to remember it. Oh, I thought it would. Use, forgot. All right, we're going to copy this. And now it'll, really? Okay, I needed to command period it, and now it'll import it. All right, so I'm going to do comma, forgot password. And there's not going to be actually any type of errors in this. All I'm going to do is toggle the state when it's complete. Use state. And here I'm going to say, oops. And we just need to import use state from React. And this will be, sorry, false by default. So I'm going to await forgot password. We're going to pass in our values here. And this is just going to be email. And then after we forget the password, I'm just going to say set complete is true. And the reason for that is I'm just going to display like a random message, or not random, a generic message. So I'm going to say if it's complete right here, complete, we don't need to show our form. What we're going to show instead is just a box that says if an account with that email exists, comma, we sent you an email. Or some like vague message like this. This is usually what you say in your forget password messages. Alright, now let's go ahead and remove this. And the idea being is if some random guy tries to forget the password for this, we're like, if an account with that email exists, we send it to you, and then they're on with their way, right? And then we're good, and that's it. Now, we also showed this if it worked, right? And we actually sent you an email. So in this case, ben@ben.com was my email. Forget the password. You can even tell it takes a little bit longer to actually send. And if I go to here, I can preview my email. Well, not preview, I can straight up read my email. And I'm going to reset the password. And we'll put in my new password, which is going to be, I'm not going to tell you this time. And I'm going to change the password, and then we're good. So there you go. That is the entire flow of forgot password complete. All right, so we log in. We press this. We put in our email to forget it. We show them that generic message. They go check their email. They click on the link in the email, and then they will actually change the password, and they're logged in, and they have that new password. And so that is what we made, and that is pretty much the standard. Now that we have pretty much all the authentication done on both the back end and the front end, I want to move on to start actually building out more of the application. And I wanted to start by adding some more columns to our post table, and then start displaying these posts on our front end. But one of the first columns I was going to add was connecting it to the user, so we know who the user of the post was, or who created the post. And usually you would set that up with a many-to-one relationship, and so I was looking how you can set that up in MikroORM. And so this is the docs on it, and I noticed how you set it up is you set up a many-to-one decorator, and then you point it to the other class. That's pretty standard, but the thing I didn't see was how we could set up the foreign key. Like for example, I wanted to have like the author ID as one of the columns on my class. I don't like when they hide that from you, if you will. And so it doesn't seem like there is a simple way to do that. And when I was looking at examples of how people were using MikroORM, or how the MikroORM creator created an example, I was looking at how he does his create functions. So this is a create function right here that he wrote for creating an article, and how he structures it is he actually fetches the current user, and then he creates a new article, and then he adds that to the article, or he adds the article to the user using this user.articles.add. And so I was not interested in this style of I guess, creating users. This is very abstracted away from what the actual SQL looks like, and personally I'm just not a fan of this style. I prefer being closer and saying what the inserts look like and yada yada yada. And so I asked the maintainer if there was another way you could do this that was closer in that way, or how can I insert a user without actually having to fetch the user. Like I'd like to just insert an article if I only know the user ID. And so there's a way we can do this. It's called get reference. This is not the one I want to show you. Get reference. And there's a nice little example. Let's do this one of how this works. So for example here, instead of fetching an author, for example, you could say orm.getReference to the author, and you could pass the ID here, and then you say you set the book.author equal to that. But personally, I find this really clunky, and I'm not really liking this style. And so I thought it was kind of silly to continue doing the tutorial using MikroORM if I didn't want to use MikroORM in the future, because I'm not really a fan of this style. And so we are going to switch over to using TypeORM now, which it sounds like kind of a mad lad behavior to just go halfway through tutorial and then rip out MikroORM and slap in TypeORM because I like that one better. But I figured it would be worse to continue just to use MikroORM and then at the end of the tutorial be like, yeah, I didn't really like MikroORM as much. I'm going to use TypeORM in the future. I figured it'd be better to just switch it out now. And so that's what we are going to be doing. So step one is we're just going to say yarn add TypeORM and install this as a library. And I think you're going to be seeing that a lot of the concepts are exactly the same, but the syntax is just going to be slightly different. So here I'm going to import from TypeORM. And just like how we set up a connection with MikroORM, we're going to set up a connection with TypeORM. And the function here is called create connection. And where's my TypeScript autocompletion? So if this ever happens to you, what you can do is Command Shift P, and then you can say restart TypeScript server. You could also say reload window. That's also a good one. But I'm just going to restart my TypeScript server. And then you should see something at the bottom that says reinitializing JS features. And then I'll reboot, and then it comes back up, and then usually it's good to go. And then now it's good. So I just control space there. All right, so I'm going to say connection is equal to create connection. And then here, just like how we have a micro config, we can pass in options of how we want to configure the connection. So the type is going to be Postgres. And the database, I believe this is just the name of the database. I'm going to call this lead Reddit 2. So I'm just going to create a separate database, and we'll start this one from scratch. And username, I'm going to say Postgres, and password, I'm going to say Postgres. Now, I'm not sure if TypeORM works if I leave these out, so I'm just going to add them just to be certain. I'm going to add logging. I'm going to set that to true. Now, TypeORM has a function called synchronize, which you can set to true, and that will actually create the tables automatically for you, and you don't need to run a migration. And so I actually like using this setting in development. So to start off, I'm going to show you with this setting on, and then I'm also going to show you how you can do migrations, and then you can choose which one you prefer. All right, so that's that, and I don't think there's any other setting that I need to set, and I can just scroll through this and look at all the ones I might want to change. And this looks good. So the last thing is the entities. So just like MikroORM, we can add entities. And so we just can come over here to our entities and convert them over. So it actually works the same way, but they just have different decorator names. So instead of this, I'm going to now import this one from TypeORM. And here's the docs for TypeORM, and I'm just going to go over to what is an entity. And we can see what an entity is. And so our entities, we say column and primary generated column. So here I can say primary generated column, and this is going to be column. Oh, and actually for created at and updated at, it has special columns, which we're gonna, well, I guess I'll show you guys that. Created date column. All right, and so we don't have to do anything else here. I can just say that this is a date field like that. And the field name string I think is fine. And then same thing here, I can get rid of this and I can say update date column. All right, so this is a column. Now, you know how I was having to do like type and then text? TypeORM just has better defaults, so I don't even need to bother doing text. It just assumes that for strings, but I am going to say unique is true here. So we can get rid of this part and say column. And we can have column here. So there you go. That's how we're going to create our entities. So we're doing the exact same, but the names are slightly different for decorators. And you might want to just Control F and replace that. So we'll come over to our posts. And by the way, I did Command F or Control F to bring up this little menu. And instead of the word property, right, I could replace it with column. Even though, and we can remove this. And now we can import this from TypeORM and from TypeORM. And this is going to be primary generated column. It's going to be create date column, updated date column. And I just want to make sure that I did this for the user field here. I didn't, so we don't actually need to like initialize the date here anymore. You can just have it as a date like that. And we don't need to specify that. I mean, I can keep the type text if I wanted to. I just don't, it's not necessary. All right, so we have now converted over our entities. That's it. And now we can just come over here and I can get my post and my user. All right. And then with the connection here, I can actually run migrations, but we're not going to run migrations right now just because we haven't created any. So I'm going to remove this stuff. And by the way, TypeORM needs reflect metadata to work. So we have this imported at the top, so we're good. So both TypeGraphQL and TypeORM need this. All right, so we'll remove that since we don't need that. And we do not need to pass anything into our context anymore. So I'm just going to remove that in our context. We don't need to pass an ORM. And actually for our post, I'm going to extend base entity. So this is something from TypeORM that just allows us to say post.find and so, or post.insert. And so it just has some easy commands that we can run to run SQL, which I like to use. There's also another pattern you can do. You can set up repositories, which I like for larger projects, but for smaller ones, I like doing this setup because I just find it very simple. All right, so we have our base entity here, and now we're not doing anything with the connection, so I guess for now I'll just remove it. Now we'll leave it. We'll leave it for now because we're gonna come back. We're gonna do some stuff with it. So what's gonna change is what our resolvers look like. So let's go to my hello resolver. Nothing needs to change. The post resolver, stuff needs to change. Also, by the way, our context, I'm going to command click it. We don't need this type anymore, so I'm just going to remove it. All right. So what this is going to look like is now we just say post.find. And here we're going to just say post.find1, passing in our ID. And oops, there we go. And now you can see TypeScript's not happy with me because TypeORM actually does undefined instead of null. So I can just rename that to undefined. And then as far as creating goes, you can say post.create. Pass in a title, and then we can say save. And that's the equivalent of us creating a post and then saving it. And now this is actually going to be two SQL queries. One to save it or one to insert it and one to select it, which is not exactly ideal, or at least I believe that's how they do it. I could be wrong. We'll see it when it logs it. So we can do better than this, and I'm going to show you an example of how we can do better than this in a second, but I want to show you this syntax as well in case you want to use it, because this is convenient to use. All right, so updates. So I would actually write this update a little bit differently now that I'm using TypeORM. So usually how I write my updates is I don't actually select the user and I do update and returning, but I guess we can do it in a similar fashion here. So ID. So you can just pass the ID here to find one, or you can say where the ID. So those two are equivalent. It's just shorthand. And then here I would say post.update. And the criteria for updating is we're going to update based on this ID, and the new title is what we're going to set. All right, so I do one SQL query here to fetch the post, and then a second one to update. So if I wanted, I could combine this into a single SQL query, and I think I'm going to do that later so I can show you guys both examples of how you can do it. All right, so that's that. And then lastly, can just pass in the delete there to delete posts. All right, so post is fully converted over. Let's go to our user now. All right, so starting with change password, I'm going to remove this, and we will come down here. All right, so I'm going to say user.findOne. Just like that, and passing in our ID. And then instead of persistent flush, I'm going to say user.update. And we're going to update based on the ID. So I'm just going to create a variable here, because there's really no reason to parse int twice. So here I'm going to say user ID num. And then we just pass in our new password, which is this bit. All right, there we go. So I prefer this type of syntax where we can explicitly see like where we're making SQL commands. Like here I'm doing an update SQL command, and here we're doing a find. Well, we had the find before, as opposed to like the persistent flush type of setup. Okay. And then here, and I guess I could have also done native updates if I wanted to before with MikroORM, but we're going to get into some points where it is different. So I'm going to say user.findOne. So the email here is not our primary key, so I can't just say email like this. So if we're going to search by a column that's not the primary key, we have to say where. And we're just going to look it up by the email there. All right, so down to me, user.findOne, and we'll just pass the user ID from the session. And if we wanted to, I'm not sure why I stuck this in a variable to just return it. Could just do that. And then we don't need to make this async anymore. So this just returns a promise of the user, and that's good. All right, let's remove this. And here I was using the query builder, so I could actually fetch a user and then return them. Or sorry, fetch, actually what am I talking about with fetch? So we want to insert and return is what we're doing here. And so I'll show you the equivalent of how you can do this in TypeORM, and we can just use the TypeORM query builder. So we can go to the docs here, just insert using query builder, and then we're going to follow this syntax right here. So I'm going to say await get connection. So get connection is a function, and this function is coming from TypeORM. And so this allows us to just get the connection globally. Alternatively, we could have got the connection if we wanted to pass that through our context. So create query builder, and then we are going to, I think you also can pass in the user here. Am I wrong? Okay, I say .into. .insert .into user. And then we're going to pass our values in here. We don't need to pass in the created at and updated at. It's going to handle that for us. And then I also want to add a returning clause. That way it returns us back the fields. So here I'm going to say result. And I'm going to remove this bit. Now, the result here is actually a little bit different. So I'm going to console log it so I can show you guys what it looks like. And was there anything else I need to do at the end? I just need to call .execute at the end. Okay. All right, that looks good. We're gonna have to double check and make sure the error code is the same. They might be using similar PostgreSQL drivers, so it may be the exact same. But just in case, I will print out the error. User is possibly undefined. Does that go away now? I'm actually kind of, oh, I think it's using as any. There we go. I think it was using inference to know that we never set user inside of here. We're going to set user to like results.raw. I think there's some key on this that's going to have the value. I actually don't remember what the key is. So in these circumstances, I just console log it and we'll see what it is. Okay. And what are we doing here? Okay, it's just this find one. That's it. Okay. Dot find one. And then this part, the inside of the find one's going to stay the same, but we just need to say our where clause. So, oops. This should say where. There we go. Or I believe it should. Let me just double check. So the way to double check, if I comment this out, I control space here, and yes, there is a where key. All right, so we've now converted over to TypeORM. That's pretty much it. Are we using MikroORM in any other place? I'm just going to search. MikroORM config, and then in the migrations. Nope, so we are fully converted over. So let's just verify we didn't break anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by also come over here for a second. Yeah, so it's been running this entire time. So there's going to be a few things I'm going to do here. The first is I'm just going to create a new database called LeeReddit2. So you'll want to do the same. And then if you need to create a new user for this database, you can. And again, you're just going to need to set it here to what you do. Or I guess I can keep that up for a second. The other thing is I just wanted to wipe our dist folder. So I'm going to say, well, I don't have to remove RF. I'll just do it from here. That way, if you're on Windows and you don't have access to remove RF, you can follow. We're just going to right click, delete the dist folder, just so we have a fresh start. And then I'm going to say yarn dev. And so you can see it spat out just like a crap ton of SQL. It's actually going to just automatically create the tables for us. So we are good to go. And you can see it creating the tables for the user in the posts, and there's nothing else we need to do. So synchronize can be kind of helpful if you want to iterate and not have to create migrations every single time. So now what I want to do, actually there's no other command I need to run. I think we could just test these out. So what should we do first? I guess let's go ahead and register a user, because that's like an important one. So I'm going to remove this part here and just pass it in. So email, I'm going to say ben@ben.com. Username is going to be Ben. Password, Ben. We'll run this. So this is an expected error. I just wanted to see what the log of our server was going to be. There we are. So remember, not our posts and our user resolver. So right here on line 160, this is where we are inserting our user, and we are returning it at the same time. So I'm console logging the results of this, and as you can see here are the results. So this is called an insert result, and you can pick the thing that you want. In this case, I want the raw, the first item here. Or it looks like the generated maps, this also has the information for us. I think actually if we don't do returning star, it might give us back the generated maps, and we might be okay. I'm not 100% sure though. I like just taking the raw. So we're going to say raw 0. So raw 0 in this case is going to be the user, and that is just because we did returning star. So that is what's returned from our SQL statement. And so this is the alternative to what we were doing here. So you see how I created a post and I saved it? This is us inserting a user and getting it back. Those two are roughly equivalent, but the SQL generated is different. So let me show you that. So let's actually register. Username's already taken. Oh, dope. So that means my error worked. So this error is good, since it caught it okay. So I'll create bin2 and bin2. And this works awesome. I don't need to log this anymore. So take a look at the SQL that it ran here. It said insert into user, and then the values, and then it's returning star. So this is a SQL. It's one SQL statement. That's what gets run, and that's how we insert our user. Now compare that to our create post. Which one did I have? This one right here. So we'll run that. It worked perfectly. But if I scroll down, oh my gosh, did they fix it? Just kidding. I actually thought this was going to generate 2 SQL statements, but it looks like in TypeORM, the latest version, they have fixed it. Or maybe I'm just remembering it wrong, but I'm pretty sure in my code I've seen it do 2. All right, perfect. In which case, I wrote all this extra code for nothing. Well, not for nothing. I guess this shows you guys, if you wanted to, this is how you can use the SQL builder or the query builder. So that's good to know. I'll leave this here, but if you wanted to, we could have just done this. All right, this bit is equivalent to this bit. And then we can just pass in this into our create. But I will leave it here in case you ever want to do something like this. Nice. I'm happy to see TypeORM has clean SQL for the syntax now, because this is very convenient. So let's remove that. And let's try logging in. And oops. Good. That works. Let's make sure our posts work. That works. I mean, I could go through and test every single thing, but I'm feeling pretty good about the code I wrote. Could try deleting a post. That seems good. And again, if you want to, you can come here and you can look at any of the SQL that it's actually executing under the hood because we set logging to true. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to rip out the migrations folder. So I'm going to delete that. And if I really want to just truly rip MikroORM out of my entire life, what I will do is I'll delete that script and I will remove these. So since I'm using fish shell, I'm going to do a little bit of a hack. So I'm going to say yarn add at MikroORM, and this is actually going to autocomplete all 4 of these for me, and then I'm just going to say yarn remove in front. See, you guys should check out fish shell because you can do fun stuff like this. I think you can also set this up with Z shell if you want Z shell too. But anyway, so yeah, we're going to yarn remove these 4 packages, and that just removes them from my life now. And I think we're now, oh, there's one other file I can remove. MikroORM.config. So this file we will no longer need. So we'll delete that too. Now, if you've used TypeORM before, you know we can set up an ORM config instead of passing in the items here. And we will be setting up an ORM config later when we do migrations. I'm thinking we'll leave migrations to the end since we did a little bit of detour to set this up. Oh, did I forget to save? Dang it. We'll just delete this again. It's okay. No, we'll save it. We did a little detour to add TypeORM, but there you go. It's not all that different to add it. The syntax is just a little bit different for doing the commands inside of this. So now I want to come back to our post entity and add some more columns on it. And one of the first columns that I want to add is a owner field or a creator field, so we know which user posted the post. And so to do this, we are going to set up what's called a many-to-one relationship on our users. And one of the main reasons we're setting up a many-to-one is because a single user can post many posts. And that's all there is to it. That's why we're using many-to-one. There's other type of relationships you can set up, one-to-one and many-to-many, which we're going to get into later. So here I just have the TypeORM docs up, and I'm in the many-to-one location, and we're just going to copy this example here. So how it works is it says many-to-one to the user, and I'm going to paste it in here. Now, I usually like to put these 2 fields at the bottom of the entity because they're kind of like whatever fields. So I'm going to stick them down there. And let's go ahead and import this command period. And here we just have to point it to the type that we want to be connected to. In this case, we want to connect it to a user. So I'm going to import the user here. And we haven't added what this key should be, but this should be user.posts. And the name that we give this, we need to add in our user type, which we're going to do in a second. So we can just call this user, that's totally fine. Or, well, the name that we give here is mildly important because that's going to affect the name of the foreign key. So if we say user, then it's going to have user ID. So I'm going to say creator. So this is the creator of the post, or we could say original poster if we wanted to, right? OP. I'm just going to call it creator. And I will say here, I'll create a new column, and I'm going to say creator ID, which is just going to be a number. So underneath the HUD, if you're familiar with databases, this is going to set up a foreign key to the user's table. And so we're just going to store that foreign key in a creator ID. And I'm going to expose this in our GraphQL schema because sometimes it's helpful to select the creator ID. And you'll notice I'm not exposing the creator right now. We may come back and expose this in the posts. We'll see. So let's go ahead and do the other side of the relationship. So it's over at the user over here. And again, I'm going to just drop these to the very bottom. And then right here is where we'll add it. So on the other side of the relationship, we're going to say one to many. So this is just inverse instead of many to one. and we'll import that, and the type of this is going to be post, and we called it creator. And so the name of this field should match the name that we put here. So in this case, I'm gonna call it posts, and it's just an array of posts. And that is all there is to it. We don't need to add an ID on this side of the table because there's not going to be one. And that should go ahead and set us up a relationship, and that's all we need to do for that. Now I want to add a few other columns here. So I'm just going to do text posts. So I'm going to add a new column for text to keep it simple. And then here I'm going to add a points. So we're going to keep track of like upvotes and downvotes, and then the number of points a post has. So I'm going to make this a number. And the type is going to be an integer, and I'm going to default it to 0. And so every post will start at 0, and then people can upvote, downvote. I don't think we're going to have a very sophisticated system, but I want to just show you some different parts and how they can integrate together. All right, so we have a few extra fields on here now, and our server should just automatically have restart. Well, it should have. Let's see what we did wrong. Column text contains null values. Okay. So what's happening is we said that these fields cannot be null, and we have some data in there where there is null, so there's a conflict. So same thing that happened before. So I'm just going to delete our current posts. So just in the main function here, so I'm going to turn synchronization off for a second, and here I'm going to say post.delete, and I'll await that. And I think this should wipe the database, not the database, but the post and all the post items. So let that restart, delete from post, that should do it. And we'll set this to true. And the reason why I set synchronization to false for a second there is because synchronization was what was crashing. So I just turned it off so it wouldn't crash. And looks like it is now creating the tables. So I'm going to just head over to the post resolver. And now our create post needs to be a little bit different. And we're taking a few fields now, so I thought it'd be helpful to just create an input type for this. And I'm just going to call this post input. And actually, now that I think of it, there's only, I guess, 2 inputs from the user. But I like having it as inputs usually. I find them a little bit easier to work with. So here we'll say options, or we can call this one just input, that's fine. I kind of go back and forth. All right, so actually we're going to say ... input. And so the other thing that we need to add, points is going to default to 0. No need to add that. The creator ID here is actually going to be from the session. So we know who the user is that is calling this mutation automatically, so they don't need to pass in their user. And we get this from, the request. And we're just going to pass in the user ID from the request. Now here's the thing. I can call create post without being logged in right now, which would throw an error because we're passing null to the creator ID. And let me just show you that, right? So let's come over here. I'm going to log myself out. Log out. And let's try creating a post. So we need to refresh. And say input so when I press pretty, it ran off the screen, so I'm just gonna hit it so in case you want to see the entire thing I'm doing here. Alright, so if I run this, it says null value in the column creator ID violates. So we want to have some kind of thing to catch users that are not logged in. So one thing, if you want to keep it real simple, so you can just add if statement. And here you could say if they are not logged in, throw a new error. And we could just say not authenticated, right? All right, so now if I run this, it's going to tell us not authenticated. And bam, there you go. We have caught the user before they have shot themselves in the foot. Well, not shot themselves in the foot, we just didn't want them to be able to do this. And if I come back over here and I log in and now try creating a post, it's going to allow me to create a post. Create a post, okay. And so I'm also going to be able to select some other fields here if I want to now, points, and create that. Or sorry, creator ID. All right, so this is my second post that I created with the same name, so we have some duplicates. And the other thing about this is anywhere we want to do authentication, we could just do the same if statement. But if you want to do something a little bit more streamlined, TypeGraphQL has middleware that we can use. So we can create a middleware function that'll check if this is authenticated, and then we can reuse that. So how do we do that? Well, let's create a new folder here called middleware, and I'm going to say isAuth.ts. All right, so we're going to export const isAuth, and this is going to be a middleware function. So this is a special type from TypeGraphQL. So how middleware works is it just runs before your resolver, and we have access to the args, context, info, and then root, etc. And here, this is actually a type that takes in the context, so we can actually pass in my context. Reason we're doing this is so it knows the type of context. And so all we can do here is the same if statement. So I can copy this, I can paste it here, and we know that our request is inside the context, so I can say context.request. And then if it's all good, there's a function here called next that we call. So I'm just going to down here return next. And there you go. This is a middleware function that we can now wrap our resolvers in, and it will check if the user is authenticated. So what I can do here is now just say use middleware, and I can pass in my isAuth middleware. And I actually don't need to call it like a function. I can just pass it like that. And so any place that we need this kind of check, we can just add this. And use middleware is being imported from TypeGraphQL. So if I run this again with me logged out, for example, should get the same results, right? Not authenticated. So it's still going to run before the resolver. So it's going to run before this bit runs. And so we just have the if statement basically separated out over here now. And you can put any kind of logic you want here. This is not just good for auth stuff. All right, so there you go. That is the auth, I guess, checking and us setting the variables. So that's an important part about our posts over here is we know who the user is based on their session, and so we pass in that ID when we are creating it. And so this is a common practice, and we're also going to be doing this, like for example, to make sure that we are only updating posts or deleting posts that we have access to. But we're going to get to that in a second. And what I like to do is now that we are throwing an error, not authenticated, is I want to handle this on the front end in case this ever happens. So we're going to switch over to our front end for a second, and we're going to add a create post form. And when we call that form and we're not logged in, it's going to throw this error, and then we're going to handle that error. All right, so let's go to our website, pages, and I'm going to create a new file, which I'm going to call create-post. And I'm just going to uppercase it, and no props. All right, and here we're going to have a wrapper. I feel like we probably want to do the small wrapper. And then we're going to have a form, and the form is going to be kind of similar to our login form, so I'm going to copy the inside of that. and just the formic bit. And let's go ahead and import these. Add missing imports. And so we need to collect two things from the user, a title and some text. Alright, so my input field here, I'm going to say name is title. Well, just everything's going to be title. And then this is going to be text. Or I guess the label, maybe body. And maybe like text ... And it doesn't need type password. We don't need a forgot password button. And here we can say create post. And then for now, we'll just console log the values. It's going to be kind of tedious to add validation on every single form we ever do. So I feel like I showed you guys how you can do validation, and you're welcome to add it to the post here, but I'm not going to worry about adding it. The other thing is I think I want text to be a text area, but we'll worry about that in 1 second. Let's just make sure this looks good. So I'm going to just head over manually to /create post for now. We'll create a link eventually. Oh, I forgot to export default it. And I just removed the export here. We don't need that anymore. Alright, this looks good. And let's make this a text area. I'm not sure if Chakra has a text area, but I would be surprised if it doesn't. So I'm going to command click the input field just to go to the input field file. And let's see if it has a text area. Text area. Perfect. So I just want to add like an option here where I can say like text area and it's a boolean. So what I'll say is let the component be a input, but if we have a text area prop which is set to true, then our component is going to be a text area, and this should come from Chakra. Cool. And then instead of input here, we're just gonna render C. So C is my new component here, and it's either an input or a text area. So maybe here I can say F2, I can say input or text area. That might be a way better name. And so now in my, wherever I was before this, if I hit control and the minus sign, it'll take me back. I just pressed it a couple times. Alright, I just see it right here. It was create post. And text area, if you just type the prop like this, it comes in as true. So I'll do that. And there we go. We got a text area here. Now nothing happens when we push the button. Well, I guess it prints. That's good. But we want to actually submit the form, so let's create a new mutation. And I like to type it over here. I've been kind of doing a mix of both. Main reason is you get auto completion. So and here I'm going to say input, and we're going to grab that input. I don't see the input type here. I think I called it just post input though. I'm not sure why it wasn't auto completing, to be honest. Maybe I just need to refresh the page, but I don't feel like that was it. And we'll just pass input in there. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and now I'm going to go to my web directory and gen the types. Now use create post mutation. Again, it's going to be the second parameter, create post. And we are going to say create post, and our input is just values, and we're going to await that. And then we probably want to navigate to the home page after we create a post. So let's do that. And we'll say next.router, use router. And we'll just go to the home page afterwards. All right, this looks pretty good. So let's give this a try. And the whole purpose of this is that I want to be kind of logged out. And maybe I want to, default client, no client has been specified for URQL. I'm going to forget this every time. With URQL client. But that's okay. I guess it's going to remind me. Create URQL client. All right, so now we should have access to the URQL client, and then we can do mutations in here, like this one. I was wondering if I want to show the NavBar on this page. I think I do. I think I want to create like a component. I'm going to close some things. It's getting tall in there. I think I want to create a component real quick called like layout. And layout just has a wrapper. And then it has the NavBar at the top. And then I can use this in a couple different places. And I think I want to be able to pass variant to the wrapper. So we're just going to copy this. It's probably better not to copy paste this and create a type and use it in two places. Okay, let me show you guys how you could do that if you wanted to. And then we could pass variant to variant. So okay, so right now I'm duplicating this union type. So I could create, maybe we put it in a wrapper. I'll export the type wrapper variant. There we go. And then we can use it here. This is a better practice. Well, sometimes it is. This is just so we avoid duplication. And we need to make sure and show the children. And then in my create post page, just wrap this in a layout now instead of wrapper. All right, and what should I pass in here? Oh yes, the variant. It's gonna be small. Okay, so my navbar needs to go outside my wrapper. So it needs to be something like this. There we go. The other thing is like I'm able to like scroll past it. I think I want to sticky it. I think I know how to do this off the top of my head, but if I don't, we're going to skip it. So I think I can say position and I can say sticky and then I can say top is 0 and I think we're just good. I think that'll work. So let's see, I'm going to bring this all the way up here. Notice like when I scroll, it now keeps it here. And I just need to add a Z index. Or a Z index, if you will. Let's do one. Nice. Now maybe I want my wrapper or have a wrapper where this like comes in as well. I'm not going to worry about that though. I don't want to get too advanced here. All right, so I guess I'm not currently logged in. So that's perfect. So let's just try running create post. All right, it worked. Well, it's not that it worked, I guess, per se. Let's see. Well, it navigated us pages, is I guess what I should say. So I have the network tab open. I'm looking at my GraphQL requests here. I'm just going to headers. Yep, this is my create post. It says not authenticated. Okay, cool. So then what I should do to my create post here is if there's an error, right, don't do anything. Just let, so I don't want to handle this, so we could check if we have an authenticated error here. Like I could check the error and check if let me show you guys this. I'll show you guys the way I would not do it, and then I'll show you a better way to do it. So let's stick this in here for now. So if there's an error, like maybe I want to push them to the login page instead, right? And I'm just going to console. I'm going to do nothing for now because there's some errors we may not want to do that for. So I'm just going to print this out. Go to create post, press it. Okay. So what I wanted to see was the keys on this. So I can see it is message and then not authenticated is what we can use. All right, so dot message dot includes. All right, so if we get an error that says not authenticated, then we can push to login, for example. That's like one way we could write this. So when I press this, right, it then takes me to the login. That's kind of the behavior that I want. But what do I not like about this approach? The thing that I don't like about this approach is I have to write this for every single query mutation that could possibly become in this state. Since this is what I consider almost like a global error, I like to handle this in like a global setting. And so there is, or at least I looked up, a way for us to add a error listener. Now, I'm not going to pretend like I understand how this stuff works because it's using some pipe and forward and tap things, and I don't know observables well enough. Well, I kind of know them, but I didn't really want to study this. So we are going to grab this from an issue that I saw on Formula about how to do it, and then we are going to explain at least the inside because the inside makes sense to me. So I'm going to copy this, and we are going to go inside of our create URQL client and paste it. So this is an error exchange, and the whole point of this is this thing is going to allow us to catch all errors, and so we can handle errors at a global level. So this Wonka library, I believe, just comes installed when we install URQL, so I don't think we need to do anything. We don't need filter. So we're installing pipe and tap, exchanges from URQL. I'm going to organize the imports, clean them up a little bit. Oh, what in the world is this spacing? All right, we'll save it. There we go. Okay, so what's going to happen is every time there's an error in anything we run, it's going to come here. And so that's the whole point of this. Now they're sending this to Sentry. I don't care to send this to Sentry. I just want to do this. And then we're just going to import router. So we're outside of React, so I'm not using the hook. I'm just going to use the global router. And we actually don't want to push. I think we want to replace. Oh, I misspelled this. We'll just straight up wrote the wrong thing. This should be next/router. All right, so there's a function called replace, and the idea is it replaces the current route in the history rather than pushing on a new entry. And so that's usually what you want to do when you want to like redirect. In this case, we kind of want to redirect. If we want to get really fancy, after you log in, it should tell you, it should bring you back to the page you were at. Maybe we'll do that in a second. Let's finish this example though. All right, so this error exchange, I can then just put here. In my exchanges, oh, it's right here. So I'm just going to paste this one at the bottom here, right next to the SSR exchange. I don't know if the order of this will matter, but I think as long as it's before the fetch exchange, it should be good. And if you want to, you could add some console logs, but I'm happy with this. And so all I'm going to add in my logic here is I'm going to push to the home route if there wasn't any errors with the creating the post. If there was some error, I'm going to let my global handler handle that now. All right. So I'm going to try creating the post. And there we go. So we got the exact same behavior, but now I don't have to handle it in every single instance. So that's kind of helpful. I want to make sure also that this just works. If I went back. There we go. So I want to go back to create post and just create a post and make sure that part works too. Well, I have to log in first, right? Well, I guess let's do one thing before that, before testing the success case then. So it's kind of, I would say, a bad user experience if I were to come to create post. I fill out my form, right, with a lot of good content. I spend a lot of time. And I press create post and it just takes me to login. It's kind of a bad experience. So I want to know before they submit the form whether they're logged in to prevent them from having that bad experience. So what I can do is just use the me query and see if they're logged in or not. So here I can say there should be brackets and then data. And we're just going to have a use effect for data, and we're going to stick the router in here, and we're just going to see if data.me. Well, yeah. So if there's not a user, we're just going to say router.replace, and we're going to take you to the login page. So what we're going to do is when you land on this page, we're going to check if you're logged in using the me query. And if you are logged in, nothing's going to happen. But if we did not get this me query, then it's going to take you to login. And actually looking at this is not good logic because this is going to be false when it's loading. So we have to also consider the state when we're loading. So let's take that into account. So we're not loading and we don't have a user. Then we're going to replace this with login. All right, so what does that mean? Well, you kind of saw it for a second, it loaded and then it kind of flickered. So let me show you that. So we're going to add a link maybe on this home page. So let's go to our index page. And let's use our layout component now. So layout. And then we don't have to display NavBar here. And I guess we can keep the BR tag, but I'm going to add should I add a link? Yeah, let's add a link. We're just navigating pages, so. Okay, so that's the Chakra. So we're going to call this create post. And then I'm going to do next link. All right, so this is just adding a link so we can navigate. All right, so I'm currently logged in, but when I press create post now, it's just going to show that screen for a second and then come here. Now, if I wanted to, while we're loading, I could show a loading indicator or null, whatever we wanted to. Okay, but there you go. So create post. It's going to take us directly here every time now. And the reason why it's faster the second time is because it will cache the request. Now, the other thing to note is we're fetching the me query in the navbar, and we're also fetching it in create post. That's totally okay to do. URQL is going to cache it, and they're not going to make a bunch of requests. Or at least I hope it doesn't. And let's just open the network tab to verify it's working as I just said. So this is how you can double check. So I'm going to refresh the page and just look at the network requests that are happening to my GraphQL server. So far there's been a single one to get the current user, which is null. Then I click here and it takes me directly over here. Cool. So it only did a single request to fetch it once at the beginning and it doesn't fetch it again. So when I said, you could show a loading indicator, I don't actually think you could in this case, because I think it was just Next.js loading the next page. And so there's a little bit of lag. And that's usually just in development. It's usually faster in prod. So what we can do is we can also abstract this into a custom hook if we wanted to. So maybe we'll stick this in util and we can say use is auth.ts. All right. Or whatever you wanted to call this. And where was I? Create post. We can copy this bit over there. And we can import all this. Right, so now I can stick this use is auth hook wherever I want to make sure the user is logged in to be able to access the page. And that's all there is to it. So now back over here, we can clean up this logic a little bit. I'm going to keep the router because we're using that here. And uses auth. And so this is a convenient little method, and I'm just going to organize imports. It's a convenient little method we can now stick on our components. And let's verify it still works. Create post, and navigates us to the place. So there you go. And so any other page we need to, we can add that to, and we are safe. Now, one thing that is a tad lackluster with our current setup is when we push create post, and let's say we actually log in here. So I'm going to say Ben and log in. After that, it's going to take us back to the home page. But really, I was trying to create a post. So it'd be really convenient if after I logged in, it took me to the place where I wanted to go. And so we can actually do that by telling login where it should go afterwards, or where it should redirect. So how we can do this is in our use is auth function, we need to tell this login page, hey, where should you go after the user is logged in? And so the way we know is if we just console log the router here, and I inspect this page, and let's go over to create post, I can see right here the route of the page. So path name is /create post, or route or path name, both will have the same value. I'm actually not sure what the exact difference is, so it looks like we can use either here, but we can actually pass this as a parameter when we navigate to the login page. So what I can say here is I can just say replace, and here I can say next is equal to, and I can say router.pathname. And so right now we are telling the login page where it should go after they have logged in. Alright, so I'm going to log out, and it just auto added it for me, but let me show you. If I go to the home page now and I push on create post, you notice how we're at login, and then we can see the next and then the /create post. So next step is in our login page to actually read this parameter, and this is known as a query parameter. So if we go to our login and I console log the router, and we can just look at it here and we can see where is it on this object. Well, it's on the query object, which makes sense. And so this is what I'll use sometimes if I don't know where it's located. In this case, I did know, but it's helpful to kind of just like console log these things sometimes. And so it's under query in the next, and you can see this is the exact place where we should go. So what we can do is in this location right here is instead of saying router.push, we can say, and just hard coding the string, is we can say router.query.next. And if that does not exist, or if it's not a string, so I guess we could check it. So say const, or actually let's do an if statement. If the type of the router is equal to a string, we will push. Alright, so we'll either push next if we get a string as the query parameter. If they didn't define it, it's going to be undefined, and so we will just go to this location. Alright, and I don't need this console log anymore. Let the page refresh. So now I can log in as Ben and Ben here, and we can log in, and you'll notice it's now taking us to the page that we want to go to. So perfect. So that is how you can kind of like pass things between pages if you need to, or at least that's one way. You can use query parameters like that. So I think that's a pretty good way when we are logging in. And now technically someone could, come over here and they could put whatever page they wanted. Like I could go to the register page, but that's usually not a big deal, right? And I can log in, and now it's going to take you. Oh, you know what? So I put it here. I said register, but I didn't reload the page, and so it took me back to create post. So let me press this, reload the page, and now if we go to Ben, right? So now it's going to navigate us to the register. So whatever param we pass there, it's going to actually just take us to that page. Now, one other thing I want to mention is I actually forgot that you can actually access these query parameters in the router when we were doing change password. And so there's actually not a need for us to get the token through initial props like this. So what do I mean by this? Well, if I just say console.log router.query and I try going to change password, it is actually going to have the token inside of there. So I did not need to take it from the next page and from the props here. I could have just said, so I could remove this, and we could have said token here is from router.query and then token. And then I could have checked if I want to say type of the token is equal to a string, then we will say router.query.token, otherwise we'll just do an empty string. And so an empty token, this is going to throw back an error. And so the reason why it is better to use router.query.token is because we can actually remove the get initial props. So one thing I didn't mention is when you add get initial props, one of the things Next.js will do for you is if some of your pages don't use get initial props, it'll actually make the page static and optimize it. So if you don't need get initial props, you don't want to have it there. So in this case, we don't need it, so I can just remove it. But if you did need to server-side render the page based on, say, a query parameter, then that would be the way to do it. But in this case, like I said, we don't need to do it, so we should not add it just because it's going to statically optimize, or Next.js is going to statically optimize the page without that. So, and I believe this should still work. I guess I should keep my console log to verify that once we remove that, that still works. And yeah, there you go. So our token is still there and we're good. So they could fill out the form and it will send up the token. Now, of course, my token is expired here, but I could get a new one. But there you go. So I'm going to remove the console log and we are good. So you can use this in other pages as well as whenever you need to get a query parameter. Now you notice this query parameter is in the URL like this. It's a little bit different than the question mark, but it'll be parsed out by Next.js the same way, right? And the way Next.js knows that this is called token is because of what we named it, the file name, token right there. But there you go. That is how we can use query parameters. I don't think I actually have tested out our create post form in the successful case where we just fill it out normally. So I figured we should do that next just to make sure that all works. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a title for mine. I'm gonna call it post from UI, and we'll just put a lovely body in there. And I'm gonna go ahead and create the post. So now on my home page here, I am displaying all the posts and I do not see my post here. Well, now that it refreshes, now my post shows up. And that's actually expected behavior because the list of posts here gets cached. And so until I refresh the page or I update the cache, the data is going to stay the same. And so we could, after we create a post, update the cache, or an alternative is invalidating the cache and it will refetch from the server. Now we're going to change the way we fetch posts in a second, so I'm actually going to wait on doing anything about that. Because right now we are just fetching all of our posts from the server. And we can see that if we just go click on our posts, and there's not any logic here telling us how many posts we want or anything. And so this is not a good way to do it. Usually almost every application you build, whenever you're fetching some item in a list of it, you're going to need to add pagination. So that's what we're going to add next. And pagination just allows us to see a chunk of posts at a time and then load more from the database if the user wants to see more, because they don't necessarily need to. So what we're going to do is we're going to head on over to our server. I'm going to close these tabs and go to our post resolver. And we are going to update this find command. And what we're going to do is we are going to allow it to page through the posts. Now, if you're familiar with pagination, you know that one way you can do it that's very simple is having a offset and a limit. And we are going to add a limit, so let's go ahead and add that. And this is just going to be a number. But we are not going to be doing offset. So we could set offset as our second parameter, but I don't want to show you offset because one, that's very easy, and two, I want to show you the harder version. And the harder version is not that much harder, but it has a couple advantages. So we're going to be doing cursor-based pagination. This is usually how you'll set it up. I don't think there's anything really wrong with using offset, but you can run into some performance problems, and you can run into some problems with a site like Reddit, where you have like posts updating very frequently, and then your pages can kind of get out of order. So to avoid those problems, you can use cursor-based pagination. So I usually will sometimes even start with offset, and then if I need to, I'll come back and switch it to cursor because cursor is a little bit more involved. But when I say it's a little bit more involved, it's like a tiny pinch. So anyway, let's go ahead and do cursor. So the idea with cursor is we are going to pass instead of like, so with offset, I say, give me the 10th post or posts after the 10th post. With cursor, I give it a basically location. I want all posts after this point. And so you need to pick your cursor based on how you're sorting your list. And so we're going to be sorting our list by new. So that's just kind of the thing I decided for the site. I'm going to have the posts, and I'm going to pretend like this is just the new page of Reddit, and I'm going to show the new posts first. And that's how I'm just deciding I want to sort by. So this is going to be a cursor, and I'm just going to take it as a string, but what it's going to be is the date that the posts are created. And so the idea here is we can use post.find, but I actually find it a little bit easier to use the query builder when we get like a little bit more advanced queries. So I'm going to go to the TypeORM docs, and we are going to be using this select using query builder, and we're going to be following this. So if we want to, we could follow this first example here and just paste it in. And we're going to return this. So we're actually going to say get connection for ours. And we're going to import that from TypeORM. Our repository is going to be a post. And here, this is just the alias of what we want to call it. I'm just going to do the alias as p. And here, I'm going to say get many. Now, for our where clause, this is where cursors come in. And also, it's good to note, on the very first time we fetch posts, we're not going to have a cursor. So I need to make this nullable. And again, remember when we set something to be nullable, we have to explicitly set the type here. And so this is going to be string, or it's going to be null. All right. So here I'm going to say order by the created at field. And I believe I need to actually wrap this in quotations like that. But the way I can check to see if I need to do that or not is just by running this code and see if we get error. So what I'll do is I'll pull up the logs from my server, and I'm coming over to my playground. I'm going to refresh, come over to posts. Actually, I don't need to say query, I just need to add. Do limit first, say limit of 10, and I'm not going to add a cursor at first, and we'll just try selecting posts. So it says column created at does not exist. Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't know if TypeORM was going to add quotations for me automatically, but basically in TypeORM, well not TypeORM, in TypeORM, but in PostgreSQL. So PostgreSQL is specific about this, where you need to actually have, double quotes around words that have the, well I guess you saw it happened. It lowercases the A even though it should be uppercase. And so to keep the A being uppercase, and that's the name of our column, we have to put quotations. And so I just wrap this in single quotes so that it actually sends the double quote to them. All right, so select that and let it restart. Okay. So really the only difference, the only change in this is now the created at, or we're sorting by the created at. And actually, I wonder if we should make this a integer or a string. I actually don't know the answer. If we can do this as a greater than sign. All right, we're gonna find out if this works or not. But anyway, there we go. We are sorting by that, and we could have also said descending as well if we needed to. So as second parameter here, we could say descending or ascending. Oops. And I think it just wants all uppercase. There we go. All right, so this should inverse it, and post from the UI. So this is my first post. So I want this to be at the top, or not the first post, but the post I just made. So this one should be at the top. This is looking good so far. And so the idea is, also I guess let's add limit first before we get into what we do with the cursor. So with the limit, the other thing that's good to do is we can say like real limit. If you don't set a max limit, there's really no point in taking a limit because they could just pull the entire database. So I'll just add math.max of 50. So we're going to pass in whatever limit they will give us, unless they give us a limit that's greater than 50, in which case we're going to cap them at 50. And I actually think they call it take, so we're going to pass in real limit. So this is just how TypeORM names this. There might also be a limit. There's actually a thing called limit, but I think I remember reading the docs once that take is what you should be using for this. And if I just go to the docs here and I go to adding a limit expression, adding limit uses, okay, never mind, they just use limit. I'm going to use limit too then. And by the way, this is how we could do it with offset if you want to offset. Oh wait, just kidding. Look at this. The results of SQL query depends on the type of database. Note, limit may not work as expected for complex queries with joins or subjoins. If you're using pagination, it is recommended to use take. All right, well, we're doing pagination. It doesn't really explain why it's better to use take, but we will use take. And also, we can always look at the SQL that's generated. If I'm not happy with it, I can always write the SQL myself. And a lot of times I will end up doing that if I don't like how the query builder does its thing. All right, so that's going to be the number of items we get back. So, all right, let me save that. So I'm saying 10 right now. I only have 3 posts. If I say 1, wait, what the heck? It was only supposed to give me 1. All right, so let's look at this. Oh, you know what? I said math.max. This should be min. There we go. All right, we run this, and now we get 1 post back. There we go. Cool. And again, I could say 2. And there we go. So the idea is with cursor, I can take them one at a time, and then I'm going to pass in this as my cursor. Cursor. And then I want to get all the posts after this created at date. And so the way we would do that is we say, and I'm going to single quote this, because again, we want to reference the created at column. So we need double quotes. Is greater than, and then we're going to say cursor. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure if this works because we're taking our cursor in as a string and it's going to be a timestamp. PostgreSQL/TypeORM might convert this, it might not, and we might need to switch these to be integers. But I actually kind of have a feeling it's going to automatically convert the types for us and we're going to be good. So the other thing is should this be greater than or less than? Again, I like to just test these things out. So let's run it and see what happens. Date, field, time, out of range. All right, well, this is what I was talking about where it may just not work. So just out of curiosity, let's turn this into an int. See if that works. Oops. This is coming from TypeGraphQL int there. And then we're going to pass this like that. And I'm just going to refresh the page because GraphQL is mad at me. It doesn't know I updated my schema yet. Has an invalid value. Oh, this might just be this might be bigger than what an int can hold is what I'm guessing. Yeah, it's too big for an integer. So what I'll do is I'll keep it as a string. And I will say cursor. And I will parse the int. Let's see if that works. And we actually want to conditionally add this. That's the other thing. If we don't pass in a cursor, we shouldn't do this where clause. So what we'll do is here we can create a query builder. And then we can say if we have a cursor, I want to say query builder dot and then add this where clause. So this is one of the nice things about using a query builder is it's very nice to conditionally create SQL like this. And the only difference is we don't want to call get many here. We want to return that down here. Get many. So get many is what actually executes the SQL. So we want to wait and do that after we do all our settings here. All right, let's see if that works. And again, I'm going to refresh, make sure it's happy with me. It is. And run that. Date/time field out of range, even though I parse into it. What if I new date it? Invalid syntax for type timestamp. I think there's like a from timestamp. Okay, I was very close to being right. What I ended up needing to do was parse int the cursor. So we cannot pass in a string like millisecond thing and to new date, we just need to parse int it first. So what's going on here is the created at here is the milliseconds, I believe, from epoch. And so we just need to take that milliseconds and turn it into a date before we pass it to PostgreSQL. Alternatively, we could probably let PostgreSQL do the conversion by casting this possibly in some different way, but this works. So we're just turning it into a date, and we just need to parse it into an int. So we're going to accept it as a string, and then convert it to an int whenever we do our conversion here or our comparison. Now, the next thing that I noticed when I actually tried this out, so the idea is when I put this timestamp here and I run this, it should give me the next item, and this wasn't. And that's because my equality is incorrect. So this needs to be like that. So created at is less than our cursor is how we get the next post. So if I run this now, that's going to give me posts from GraphQL. And then what would happen is I would use this create at to get the next one. I could paste this here, and then it gives me the next one. Now this is the same, post from GraphQL, but the ID is different here. The ID increments. And if I create a new post, I can say fresh post for you. And I come over here. And I remove that, and we're going to grab our fresh post, and then we can use this as a cursor. And again, I can grab more than one if I want to with my limit. The cursor just gives us the position, and then we can say from that position, how many do we want after that position? And so that is the idea. And this is how we're going to page through items. And this looks pretty good to me as a good starting point. We can now update our UI to use this. So what that means is in our posts.graphql here, I can take a limit, which is a int, and I can take the other thing, which is the cursor, and that's a string. I'm not sure why I wrote this out over here. I should really write it out here because I'm going to get some auto-completion. And I can say cursor is cursor, and limit is limit. By the way, I can still run this post if I want to. Oh, this is sometimes, there we go. So cursor we can actually pass in as null sometimes, so if we get rid of the explanation, then that works. And what is it mad at me here? Unknown type int. Wait, is int not a type? Say what? So let me see what the type of, so I don't know what the type of limit is. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on docs and go over to my, here we go, posts. And it's going to tell me, oh, limit right now is float, not int. But I set it as a, oh no, I didn't. All right. So let's convert this. So there you go. Number by default is going to default the float. I want it to be an int, so I'm just going to convert that. All right. So now if I refresh the page and I open up the docs, does that look good? If I go to posts here, yes, the limit is now an int. Okay, cool. By the way, we can still run this if we want to in this form. I don't like it as much, but there's this query variables thing down here, and I can actually pass in a JSON object. So I could say cursor is null, and my limit, so you can see it's a little clunkier, and the auto-completion isn't as good. Say the limit's 5. Is it not like null? Maybe I can just pass in nothing, and let's run that. There we go. I'm not sure why I'm getting a red little bar here, but it does indeed work. All right, copy this. Paste it in here, and now I'm just going to generate the types. And then I'm going to come over to our page, just our index. And now with our use posts query here, this should crash. And if I come over here, crash for me. There we go. And the reason why is we have not passed in our variable. So let's pass in our variable. Variables, our limit, and let's say a limit of 10. 10 posts first. And then that shows up perfect. So the idea is if we have more than 10 posts, we can click a button here that says load more, and then we load more posts. But I guess the first step is maybe we should add some dummy data in here. That way we can work with like a bigger table. Now there's lots of ways we could add data to our database, but one of my favorite ways is with this tool called Makaru, because it's just really easy to do. And what you do is you can fill out the columns of your database table that you want to insert data into, and it will generate fake data for it. So I'm just going to go to this website, or I have it up, and we're going to go ahead and fill this out for our posts table. So I don't need to specify an ID because it's going to get auto-generated. And what I'm going to specify, well, let's get rid of a couple. We're only going to need 3 fields, I think, because we're going to need the title of our post. And then there's a lot of different choices you can go over what you want it to be. I don't know if they will have like a title. I'm going to do movie title. That sounds good as the title of my posts. And then here I'm going to put the text, which is going to be the body of the post. And this, I think just lorem ipsum is going to be fine. Do they not have lorem ipsum? I'm actually kind of sad if they don't have lorem ipsum. Let's go to basic. All right, here it is, paragraphs. All right, we're going to do that. And they also have some parameters if we want to do it. And basically all I'm doing here is I'm matching up the names of the data I want to insert into my database. So title and text is what I need. Points, I'm fine keeping the default. Or do I want to do different point values? No, I want to keep it 0 for now because I want points to be based on upvotes. And we would have to do fake upvotes, and we haven't added enough to do upvotes yet. We're going to get to that later. So the only other thing we need to add is the creator ID. So who owns the post? Creator. Now this, I need to actually put like a custom value. Okay, what I want is a custom list. So this is under basic. And then what I can do is I'm just going to specify a single item, which is going to be an integer, which is the creator ID. Now I'm just going to do it for myself. So I'm going to go to me. I don't know what my ID is. Okay, Ben is just ID 1. And so I'm going to set 1 here. And it can be random. It's just going to randomly select from my list, which only happens to be 1. So it's going to set 1 for all of them, which I'm totally fine with. And then here I'm just going to convert this to SQL. And my table name is just called post. And I'm going to press preview. And I'm going to click the SQL tab. And then I have a bunch of posts I can insert. So I'm going to copy this bit. All right, it's only showing the first 100 rows, which I'm totally fine with. Oh, it's not letting me scroll. That's sad. Can I copy it to my clipboard? I thought there was a way you could copy it, but I'm just going to push download data. And then what I'll do is I'm going to create a migration for this. So I'm going to go to the CLI for my server here, and I'm going to just say npx TypeORM, and we're going to say migration. We're creating a new one, and then we're going to give our migration a name. We do -n as a flag, and then the name of our migration. And I'm just going to say fake posts. Now we're going to do some migrations later that actually will look at the database, in which case we're going to have to set up an ORM config. But for this one, it's just going to give us a blank migration template here. And so I'm going to go ahead and create a migrations folder. I already have one. So I want the migrations to be inside of source. Okay, I have one. I'm not sure when I created this, but if you have not created a migrations folder, create one in the source folder. All right, and then just stick this in migrations. And so the idea here is I can say query runner dot query, and then I can stick SQL here that I want to get executed. So I'm just going to go over here and open up the post.sql, and now it looks like it's going to open by default in MAMP. I don't want that, so I'm just going to show in the Finder, and then here I'm going to say open with and Visual Studio Code. And I'm going to copy this bit, and this is just our insert statements, and I'm going to come paste them here. And actually, now that I think about it, 1000 is kind of a lot. Maybe I should just do 100. I'm going to just do 100, so it's just a lot less, because I want to put this on GitHub, and I just don't want to bother having too much data and slow things down or something like that. All right, so I just took that and I pasted it inside of this entire part. So I did backticks so it can all fit inside of this, and this is just in our query runner query. I'm going to save that, and then in our index on our server, I'm just going to say con.run migrations. And so what this is going to do is it's going to run the migrations that we have that have not been run. Now in this case, I need to tell TypeORM where the migrations are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say migrations, and it takes an array, and we're going to pass it a string of its location. And I'm going to use dir name again, and I'm going to do a path module here. The join function is very handy when I want to add two paths together. So I want to add this path to this path, and so to do that I like to use path.join because it's going to handle joining those nicely. So the current directory and then migrations is right there, and I'm saying star because I want to get all the files inside of it. Alright, so now if I open this up and I go to my server, oh, we crashed. Let's see what we got going on here. It says cannot find module MikroORM / migrations. Oh, you know what? And this is inside of dist. I think it's just running some old migrations that we had. So I'm going to go inside server dist, migrations, and yeah, we have a bunch of junk in here. So what I'll do is I'm just going to delete up until the most recent 2. This one is the JS map, and this one is .js. Okay, that looks good. This is select 5, select 4. Okay, this is not right. I'm just going to delete my dist folder and start from scratch. And I'm just going to say yarn watch. So it was complaining because we didn't use this variable down here, or in our migration, all the way at the bottom. Oops. It says query runner is declared, but the value is never read. Okay, I think I can just do an underscore, and now it's happy. All right, so let's see if that ran now. Column creator ID of relation post does not exist. Okay, so this is a perfect example of I did not put quotations around creator ID, so I'm going to have to redo this. So back at my field name over here, I just need to add quotations. And the reason why we don't do it for this one is because we don't have any uppercase letters. All right, so download the data one more time. show in Finder, and open with PostgreSQL, our Visual Studio Code. And we'll copy this. And delete this, paste it in. All right, now let's see if this works. Okay, so what's gonna happen is we already ran this migration, so it's not gonna rerun it again. So I have two options. I can either destroy the migration and create a new one, which I think is what I'll do, or you could actually go into the database and update the table if you want to. But I'm just gonna create a new migration, I think that'll be easiest. So here I'm gonna create a migration. I'm just gonna run the exact same command. Same name and everything. It's gonna have a timestamp in the name of the file anyway, so we're good. And then I'm just gonna copy the contents of this, including the down. And I'm just gonna paste it right here. All right, so I just pasted it. We're in just a new migration and the queries here. And I'm gonna delete the old migration. Actually, what I could have done is I could have just changed the name right here probably. That would actually probably have been a little bit easier. I just thought that now, but it's okay. So let's go to this, and I think I just need to come here and like save the file to get it to rerun maybe, or maybe let's get rid of the semicolon and save it. That's not going to trigger a rerun. What I'll do is I'll come to the top, I'll just add a comment, rerun, save, and that'll trigger a restart. Good. Wait, that didn't run the migration, or did it run it before? Scroll up. I don't think it ran it. So just to verify, I'm gonna come over here and go to my playground and my posts, and I'm just gonna select. Oh no, it does indeed work. I see Washington Heights, Cowboys and Aliens, The Dancer. For whatever reason, it didn't show the SQL in the logs for me. Maybe because it was such a large file, it just didn't bother. But there you go. We have a bunch of new data in our database now. And if I come over here, I refresh the page. There we go. We have some new titles of posts, which are supposed to be some movies. And then now we can actually move on to the next step where we have a bunch of posts, so we want to paginate through them and load more of them. And also we probably want to update the design of this as well. So I found this example in Chakra of their stack component where they're creating these little cards, and I figured that might be like a good item that we can use on our homepage of Leave Reddit. So we're going to add this, but the first thing is right now we're not really having a short little description. Like we only have like a giant like post, which has a lot of text, and one that's kind of inefficient to load all of that on our home page here if we're only displaying like a little snippet of text. So what we could do is we could actually add something on our back end so we don't ship all this data. But I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. I should probably show you the easy way to do it, or we're not going to optimize it first and then we're going to optimize it. So yeah, let's go ahead and give this a try with these little cards. So we're just going to use this stack thing, and I'm going to copy, well, I don't even need to copy that part. We're just going to start with a stack. So this is going to be over in our index, and I'm just going to wrap the posts in the stack. So now whenever we're mapping through something, we just have to use curly braces. Whenever we want to interject JavaScript in the middle here, and I'm going to import that from Chakra. And I'm going to come back over here, I'm going to grab this box. So this box is what I'm going to display, and we don't need rest on there. So the key is going to be p.id, and then the title is going to be p.title. And I'm just going to add all missing imports here, and then text. Is text coming from Chakra? Let's see. It did not auto import. It is. So our description might just be like p dot. Oh, do we not have text? Let's go to post.GraphQL and grab the text. So I'm going to cd over to my web. I'm going to say yarn gen. Alright, and then I don't see the type here. I usually just need to bounce over to the GraphQL generated types. Yay! And bounce back and it shows up. Cool. You could also restart the TypeScript server if you want to too. And so this is a lot of text, I think. So if I show this, let's see if it is. Latin, yeah, we can see Latin. Alright, okay, this is actually not as long as I thought. But let's just assume like the text body is just giant, right? So what we might do with the text is we might slice it and only show the first 50 characters, something like that. Now, yes, you can create a more elegant slice algorithm that does ... dots, but I don't really want to get into that. You can do that on your own. All right, so we could do something like this, but the problem is we're loading that entire data. So what we can do is we can actually add a special property in our GraphQL schema that is just a snippet of this text instead of loading it and slicing it on our front end. So what we can do is in our post resolver over here, and this is on our server, we can add a field resolver. Field resolver. And what the field resolver is, and we can give it a name. I'm going to give this text snippet is what I will call it. And this is going to return a string. And so this is actually going to be, and whenever we're doing a resolver like this, we just need to add post. So we need to say what we're resolving. In this case, the post object type. All right, we could have gone to our posts and added a field resolver on here, but for some reason I just prefer sticking them on. And let's go back to this, sticking them on this. So we're going to be adding a field resolver to the post. And this is a field that's not like in our database or anything. This is just we're going to create and send to the client. So there is a element that we can get here called a root. And by the way, this is field resolver is our GraphQL thing. So we can get the root, and the root is just going to be a post. So what's going to happen is this is going to be called every time we get a post object, and all we're going to do is that we're going to return a root dot and then text slice 0 to 50, right? So all this is a snippet of the text. And so the whole idea behind this is instead of me over here asking for text, I load text snippet instead. And so now I'm not pulling down the entire text body of the post. And now you could do the same method if you need to do, if you had a lot of other things on your post, you can just do the information you need to show the little snippet, which this is enough. All right, so I'm going to come over here, yarn gen, and I'm going to come over here to my index and p.text here. It's just going to be dot snippet. Well, let me open my GraphQL, load the new type in, text snippet. All right, so the content did not change at all, but how we handle it underneath the hood did change. And I think this is a little bit of a better approach, especially if you have a lot of data that you want to load. All right, and so we have our post, so we can scroll down. Nice. That is looking pretty sweet. Looking a lot better at least now. Maybe I should create like a heading here or something, because create post is kind of an awkward place. Maybe I should say like flex this. I don't know if this is any good, and then I'm going to say heading, and I'll say Lee Reddit. I don't know how I want this spelled. I guess that spelling is fine. And then we'll import Chakra import that from Chakra. And then I want this guy to shoot all the way to the right. So all I have to do is say margin left auto on the link, and shoots over here. By the way, the reason I'm doing it on this link is this link's from Chakra. I'm not adding styling to the next link. And then I might also like to center this. I actually don't know if there's, can I just say align center? Is that enough? This might be text align, I don't know. Did that align things? It did center it. I don't know if that's what I want, but that's what you guys are gonna get. All right, that looks a little bit better. All right, cool. And now what I want at the bottom is a button to load more. So at the very bottom here, And I don't want to load this if we're fetching. So that's the other thing. So I'm going to say fetching here. So if we are fetching and we don't have any data, then we're going to say loading. And actually, maybe I should show my loading indicator. Okay, so let me show you guys this condition if we don't add the condition first, so you can see like what's going on in my head right now. So if I display the button down here and I just say load more, it's going to scroll down. It's going to be here. Oh, let's add some spacing. So margin the Y direction, I'm going to add 4. And I guess we want to center it. So maybe we add flex. And then we say margin auto. All right, that looks better. And maybe we want even more spacing, like 8. Just so it's really spacey. There we go. That looks better. Again, you can style this more if you want to. So what I'm thinking about is when this thing initially loads. But I guess it's always going to load automatically for us, so we don't need to think about it. Like, it's going to server-side render most of the time. I didn't want it to have like a clunky load in, because what I'm thinking is data is going to be null by default, and fetching is going to be true. And in that case, what we're going to show is we're going to say show loading ... but we're also going to be showing this load more button. And I don't think I want that. I only want to show the load more button if we have some data. So in that case, what I'm going to say is if we have data, then I'm going to display load more. Otherwise, I'm going to display null. I kind of just convinced myself of how I want this to work. And then I'm going to say is loading is equal to fetching. And then here, so fetching is also going to be true if we load more data later, I believe. And so in that particular case, I don't want to say loading. So if we don't have any data and we're loading, then we can show this state. All right, so not data and we're fetching. The other thing is if we don't have any data, so okay, there's like a couple states here to think about. So we could be done loading, but we didn't get any data. That means something went wrong. So maybe we just add an if statement up here that says if we're not loading and we did not get data, you got no posts for some reason, or just query failed. So we might want to handle this more elegantly in a real application. You can think about how you want to handle that. But if we're done loading but we didn't get any data, something went wrong. And so you want to check your console log or something in the network tab. I don't think we're going to hit that case in this tutorial, but we'll just leave that there for now, just in case. And so in the case where we're just loading, but we don't have any data yet, that's the initial loading state, and we'll display that. That looks good. Now, this state, it actually says the object is possibly undefined. I actually don't think it'll ever be undefined. I think we have checked all the states, but TypeScript cannot infer that this is not undefined. I could be wrong here, but one thing you can add is an exclamation point. We'll see if we ever get an error, but we can add an exclamation point, and that's saying we declare it to be defined. We know that it is. And so I can tell TypeScript, hey, don't worry about it, is basically what that means. Okay, I think my conditions all look pretty good here. Give that a save. All right, so now the next step is this. Actually get this to work. Now, pagination in URQL works a little bit different than Apollo. And it's really easy if your application or your pagination fits a specific mold, because URQL has a nice little function you can use called simple pagination, or if you're using Relay, you can use relay pagination, and it will handle all the underlying details for you. But the problem for us is simple pagination only works with offset and limit, and we're currently using limit and a cursor. So we actually cannot use the default simple pagination function. Instead, we have to basically alter the simple pagination function here to get this to work. And so we are going to have to do a little extra effort to get this to function. So what I have here is the simple pagination code that URQL has, and we are going to alter this. So I'm going to send you guys this link. Well, I'm not going to send it to you. I'm going to put in the description so you can come to it and you can copy this if you want, because we are going to be altering it. I am a little confused why they didn't just like copy Apollo on this, because yeah, if you don't fit the mold, we're going to have to do some cleanup. Now they actually have quite a bit of logic for this, 108 lines of code. It's not a ton, but it's more than I would expect. And I was reading through it, or I have read through it, and I may be missing some edge cases, but they look like they have more code than necessary. So I'm going to make a simpler version of the simple pagination, but we are going to start here with this one. So I'm going to just go ahead and copy it and come over to our code base. And we're going to stick this in our create URQL client function over here. And I'm going to paste it in. And did I copy the name of it too? Yeah, I did. Okay. So I'm going to call this cursor pagination. And now for my cursor pagination, I actually don't care about the limit argument, I don't think. Where was the limit argument being used? It was using in the compare. Oh yeah, we're not going to use the compare. Is there anywhere else it's used? No, I'm not seeing it. Okay. So I don't care about that. And I actually don't know if we need to even take the cursor argument. We'll see if we need this. I'm going to rename it. I'm going to press F2 and call this cursor argument. And I'm going to default it to cursor. But I'm not sure yet if we will actually need this. We may remove it. All right, so this compare args, I'm going to delete this function. We do not need it. Well, I'm not going to include it in mine. We may actually end up needing it, but I'm not going to be including it. And basically what I want to do here is just walk you through the logic and add some console logs and show you what is going on here and how we can alter it. All right, everything after this, I don't really care about either because I'm going to do it a little bit differently. I'm going to comment it out though for now. All right, so let's comment that out. So all I have is this first part here, and I'm not going to worry about all these, I guess, TypeScript bugs, not bugs, but TypeScript telling me things aren't working. I'm going to ignore those for a second. So I'm going to come over here and copy my cursor pagination, and I'm going to come down to my cache updates, and here I'm going to add some resolvers. I'm going to say query, and then here I'm going to say posts. And then I can call my this. So this works exactly how it looks like it works. So this is like client-side resolvers, and this will run whenever the query is run, and then we can alter how the query results look. So you can do this for computed values, for example, and add field resolvers on the client side if you need to. So yeah, so we're going to pass that cursor pagination into posts, and the name of this is just going to match what we have in our post.GraphQL. So this. All right. So back up here. First thing, I actually don't think we need the cursor arguments, guys. Do we? Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say we do not need it. And I'm not going to worry about this for now. So I'm going to remove that. And so you'll notice what we're doing is we're a function that returns a resolver. This is like how the shape of the client-side resolvers look. And actually, you know what? We're not going to get any type information unless I put the word resolver here. So I guess I'll add it back. And I will just import that from this library, exchange-GraphQL cache. Okay. And the first thing that I want to show you guys is just to console.log the entity key and the field name. And so I'm just going to bring up the logs here of our server, and I'm going to come to our page here, let it refresh. It failed. That's totally fine. We're going to fix that in a second. All right, so the entity key is query and the field name is posts. Makes sense? So there's this cache.inspect fields function that you can call, and what it will do is it will get all the fields in the cache that are under this query. So basically all the queries in your cache. All right, so I'm going to say all fields here and show you guys this value. And yeah, so we passed in this entity, he's just query, getting all the query fields, and then refresh. So we can see what's in our query is just the single query. So our cache contains a bunch of queries, or could contain a bunch of queries, but currently it only contains one. And that's the one on our home page where we fetch the cursor, or sorry, not the cursor, our posts. And you can see that right here. So it has a little bit of information, the field key, the field name, the arguments. And so the idea with this is we can filter the ones that we don't care about, because there could be more on there that are not just posts. And so that's what this does right here. So we're saying all fields.filter and making sure that the info.fieldName, which is just this value, is equal to the field name. And we saw that the field name was posts. So it's just making sure that this is posts. So what field infos will have is a bunch of objects that look like this that all are posts. And so if we had a bunch of data in our cache, let's say we called posts a couple times with different args, we would see that here. And actually, why don't I leave that there so you guys can see that. So we'll just console log all fields. And then we're just returning undefined if there's no data. So at first there's going to be no data, and that means a cache miss, and that's fine. We're just going to return undefined. All right, so after that, basically the idea is we need to check if the data is in the cache, and then we just return it from the cache. And that is pretty much all there is to it. Now the thing is, this is what I thought at first, is we could call read query to get the data from the cache. But the problem with read query is it's actually going to call a resolver, and we do an infinite loop. So instead we need to use this cache.resolve field by key. So I'm going to grab that. And remember, we're going to have possibly a lot of field infos, so we're just going to loop field infos dot for each field info. We are going to grab this. And then here we are just going to pass in the field info dot field key, and then our entity key is just same thing we have up here. So we're just saying from the query get posts on this field key, and the field key is going to be this. So it's the name of posts, and then it's going to be parentheses, and then our arguments stringified. And here I'm just going to say this is going to be posts, or we can just say data, and let me show you what the data is. All right, and let it refresh. So it's just an array of strings, and this is just the IDs that the cache knows about. And so all we're going to do is loop through all of the things we have in the cache and compile a list. So I'm going to say results, and I'm going to return results, and then I'm going to say results dot push dot 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 data, and implicitly any. So this is actually going to be an array of strings, and this returns a string array as well. And we can cast that to verify, and then let's just see what happens. So we'll refresh, and now we actually are seeing some data. So progress, yay. And what's happening is we are basically just reading the data from the cache and then returning it. There's nothing special going on. The difference is now with our field infos, since we're looping through each one, this is going to increase as we load more items, or we paginate, and then it is going to combine the list. So we have pagination from the first page and the second page, and we are just combining them into this giant results. And so we have one long list basically. So I'm going to go back to our index, not this one, our index on the website. And basically the idea now is we just need to call posts with different variables. So I'm going to say use state, variables, set variables, and then here I'm going to say limit is 10. And then the cursor by default is going to be null. And we'll pass that in there. And then all we need to do is at the bottom here on our button, I'm going to say on click. We're going to say set variables. Here I'm just going to say limit. Limit's going to stay the same, so we can actually just say limit is equal to variables.limit. We'll keep the previous limit. And then the cursor is going to be a created at field, and it's just going to be the last element in the list. So we want to get all items after the last element in the list, basically. So we're just going to say data dot length -1, and then it's going to be created at. So we're going to pass in here. And then if I hover over this, string is not assignable to type null. So we didn't tell our state up here that this could possibly be a string. So what we can do is we can cast this, and we can say this is of the type string or null. And this is a type union. All right. Now let's give this a try. We actually have a couple layers of errors. We'll see if we hit them. But yeah, so we fetched 10 items, and I'm going to press load more. And I actually thought we were going to see something here. So let's see what happened. So our posts, hold on, did I mess it up? With my cursor, set variables, and I passed in my variables here. All right, let's console log it here. Variables. Dang it, I thought that was going to work, guys. All right, so I have the variable started here. I press load more. It should then go to the cursor and it does this. Oh, actually, guys, okay. So I know this did not work. This actually did not work for a reason, and I know why. I didn't add something to my code here. So let me also show you field args. And also, let me show you this before I talk about field args. Do you see our all fields? So all fields here started with just posts in it, and then it also has the me query in it. So this has all the queries that we have in the cache. And then so that's why we're filtering by posts as well. So we have to say field args here. And we're just going to log this. So what's happening right now is if we return results, that means we found data in the cache. So we need to tell URQL when to do a query. And the way we can do that is by saying info.partial is equal to true. When we pass this, URQL is going to think we did not give it all the data, so it's going to now fetch that from the server. So we need to add this, but we need to add it in a special way, and I'll explain that in a second. I want to show you the field args. All right, so we run this. So the field args are just what we pass in as our variables. So 10 is our variable, and field args is passed in here. Cursor is this value, limit is this. All right, so how do we know when to pass in partial? So the idea is we need to see if it's in the cache or not. So the way we know if it's in the cache is by calling this resolve field by key. And if it's in the cache, then we don't need to set partial. So we're going to say, is it in the cache? And we know it's in the cache if this gives us stuff, I think. So I'm going to console.log, is it in the cache? So we're going to call this now, what do we pass as our field key? So this is where it gets a little interesting. So remember our field key is of this type. So what we need to do is we are going to say field name here, because I'm making this in a generic way. And then here we need to stringify the arguments, which is just this. So there's actually a function called stringify variables that we can pass in here. Oops. Field args. And let me console log to show you the key. Key we created. And what is this called? It's called a field key. All right, so const field key is equal to this. Oh, and we have to pass in the entity key. Entity key. There we are. All right, let this refresh. so that you can see this is the key we created, and then I'm going to load more. And now you can see the key we created, it looks like this. Right? Is it in the cache? All right, I don't need those console logs. I'm just going to remove them now. And we'll load more. So is it in the cache is null. So notice the first time it was not null. That means there was some items, and secondly it was not. So all we need to do here is set partial to is it in the cache. And then we just need to set this to a boolean, cast it to a boolean. So we'll do that. So as you can see, this is taking like a little bit extra effort, and by a little I mean a lot more. But once we set up this utility, then we can reuse it. But it does feel kind of weird that URQL is making us set up this utility for ourselves, and yeah, it's a little bit odd. I'm not gonna lie to you there. All right, so let's see if this works now. So the idea is when I press load more now, I'm gonna tell it we got a partial return from the cache, which is all this data, and then it's going to fetch more data from the server and then combine it. And the way it's combining it is what we wrote right here, pushing them into a single result. I'm just crossing my fingers right now. Load more. Really? I'm actually a little bit surprised it didn't work. I'm a little bit surprised. Okay, let's see what we did wrong. So console.log info.partial and maybe results. I also want to see, actually I'm just going to do partial. Let's just verify. Did I do this incorrectly? Oh, I did this incorrectly. I need to negate it. So if it's not in the cache, then we have a partial return. All right, that's what I did wrong. This just needs to be negated, not converted to a boolean. Oops. All right, now let's press load more. Yes. We got some items. See, this is what I was expecting to work like 2 seconds ago. That looks good. By the way, we have more pagination problems, but we now, I think, have it set up in URQL. But my logic is a lot simpler than URQL's. Like, this is currently what, 31 minus 50, 20 lines of code. So there may be some edge cases that I am missing with this. So we're going to have to play with this and see how, if we run into any errors later, but it is at least working for the simple case. Now, what is wrong with what we're currently doing? Well, if I press load more, right, a bunch of times, nothing happens. But we know there's more posts because we put 100 posts in there. And I'm going to tell you the main reason for that, why, is in a second. There's basically two problems. Problem number one is how we're doing cursor pagination. There's something wrong with our backend. Well, there's kind of something wrong with our data, which I'm going to show you in a second. But sorry, I've been doing secondly and firstly, and I forgot where I was. But the other problem that we have is we don't know when we're done fetching data. We just have this load more button always sitting here. But eventually we're going to hit the end of the list. So we need to tell the user, hey, this is the end. Well, not tell them. We need to return from the server. The server needs to tell the client or the UI that, hey, we're out of data. So if we head on over to GraphQL Playground, I can show you the problem. So this is just us fetching the posts. And on the right side, I can see the values for posts. Specifically, check out the created at date. So the 100 like fake posts that we all added, all of the same created at date, which makes sense since we inserted them all at the same time. But because of that, that causes us a problem. Because if we're looking for created at dates that are after this time, well, there's only, we pass all the fake data basically. So we ignore all of it. And we don't want that to happen. So one option, and if you need to actually support this use case in your application where you need to have a way to like break ties, because basically what's happening is this column, there's a bunch of ties. You can sort by two columns. You can sort by created at, and you can sort by ID, and then you can have both of those as your cursor, and that works. But it's not going to work exactly in our case, and the reason for that is we're having a little bit of a rounding or a precision problem with our created at column. So take a look at this value, and take a look. So this value is right here. And if I just open up my terminal here and I head on over to Reddit 2, And I'm just selecting some data from my database. You don't really need to follow along for this. You can if you want to, if you have it set up. I'm just going to select the create at date from posts. Oh, it's called post, not posts. All right, so notice the end here. It says 0.254688. And if we come up back up to ours, you can see it ends in 254, but then we lose some precision. There's not the 6888. And basically the difference is PostgreSQL is storing microseconds, but when it's converted to JavaScript datetime, that only stores up to milliseconds. And so there's a little bit of a conversion loss. And so when we do the equality check or greater than, it causes a problem because we're losing that slight precision. Now, normally this doesn't matter if there are a few microseconds off or milliseconds off in real time, and it's totally okay. But in our particular case, since they're all literally happening at the same microsecond and it's rounding to a millisecond, it causes a problem. And I don't really want to go down the rabbit hole of doing too much date stuff. That's kind of a tangent for this type of course. So what I want to do instead is just reinsert our data. So I'm going to come over here to Makaru, and we are just going to randomize the created at field. So we're just going to add a new field here, and I'm going to say created at, and again it's camel case, so I'm going to put in quotations. And here we need the date field. Perfect. So if you just search date, it'll come up. We can change the range if we want to, but I'm fine with the default. And then the date time section here, I think we want ISO UTC 8601, but I'm not 100% sure. We may need to switch it to Unix timestamp, but I think this one should work. And then I'm just going to download this fresh data. Now before I can insert the data, I think I just want to clear the database of all the bad data. So what I'm going to do, we don't need this anymore, is I'm going to head on over to the index. And I'm just going to clear it. And that's all I need to do. And if I come here, make sure it ran, it did. And I'm going to leave this commented out because we may need to do this in the future. And I'm just going to create a new migration. So npx TypeORM migration create. And I'm fine calling it fake posts again because I'm going to delete the other one. So I'm going to delete our old migration because I don't want that ever to run since that was bad data. I'm going to put a new one inside of here. And I don't know if I mentioned that before, but how migrations work is the up function gets called to basically make changes to the database, and the down you can implement this, and this is how you revert the changes if you ever want to revert. So we could have actually put deleting of posts here if we wanted to, but usually I'm too lazy to do down, and I wait for things to crash and then figure out how to do down if I actually have to. But that's not necessarily a great practice. It depends what your strategy is. And also, TypeScript will actually create the down sometimes for you. Well, not TypeScript, TypeORM. But anyway, let's go ahead and now just say query runner dot query. And we're going to paste the SQL here. So let me just open this up. Is it post 5? Yeah, it is post 5. Just making sure. Copy that, paste it in, and then let it run. I can't tell if it ran here. It doesn't show. Last time it didn't show either, so that usually means it works. So let's bring it here and select some posts. No, it didn't. So did it not work? Or did I just not? So I think when I added this migration, it just hasn't rerun yet. So last time we created a rerun comment, I'm just going to delete this comment so that way it re-triggers a restart. I think you can also come in here and say RR maybe to restart it. No, it didn't work. I think there's some node daemon command, but I forget what it is. So, all right, let's see if there's data now. There's not. How come it's not running my migration? Migrations. Did it run the migration already? So I'm just going, so this is how you can check if a migration has been run. So I'm going to just connect to my database, and then if you do \d in pSQL, you can see all the tables, but if you're using a GUI, it should just show you them. and there's this migrations table. So these are all the migrations that I have run, and it actually has run fake posts 5470, but then it didn't insert the data. So I see mine here. I'm just gonna create. We're gonna give it a different name. Mock posts. And I'm gonna just make sure that I Control C. What might have happened is it ran before I pasted it. And let's copy this. Paste it in my up. And then for my down, we don't need that, so I'm just gonna make an underscore. And I'm gonna delete that old one. All right, now I'm gonna restart my server with yarn dev. All right, it looks like it inserted now, and I actually can see the data that it inserted. That looks better. And I run this. Let's go. All right, so it looks like we still have some created at the same time, but maybe that's just a coinky dink that some of them are at the same time. So I'm gonna do 20. Yes, okay. So we have some also at different times. Perfect. So then our cursor-based pagination now will work better. We still have some ties, so we may need to break the tie. But I'm not going to worry about that for now. I just want to go to our front end, refresh the page, and I'm going to try pressing load more and see if that works. All right, we got some more posts. My list got longer. Press this a couple times. I think it's working now. If I scroll all the way up, yeah, we got a bunch of posts. And so the idea is I want to be able to load more, and then we get to some point where there's just no more posts. And so we need to now tell the client, hey, no more posts are there. And that way we don't show this button. Now, one way we could do this is we can just look at what items we get back when we press load more. And when we don't get any new items back, like it returns an empty list, then we know we've reached the end of the list. But I don't love that solution. Well, I mean, it's a fine solution, but there's one like small thing that you could improve on, because what will happen is you press load more and then there won't be any items at the end of the list. And you can make that user experience a tiny bit better and not show the load more button if you know ahead of time there's no more items, with this small little trick that you can add in your resolver. So well, I'm going to show you guys this, and how it works is we're going to just hop into the post resolver and our posts here. Now, instead of just returning the posts, I'm going to also return whether we have more items. So I'm going to create a new object type, and maybe we call this paginated posts, and we'll say field, and this is of the type post. And sorry, this is the GraphQL type. Should be post like that. The TypeScript type should be like that. And it's just an array of posts. And then we're also going to have a new field here called has more. That's just the Boolean. And it's going to be true or false whether there is more items in this list. So let's just return that here. And then also the TypeScript type right here. Now, the object we returned, we're going to say posts is equal to await the get many. But how do we know whether there's more posts, right? So has more. How do we know whether or not there is more or not? Well, there's this little trick that you can do where you can say real limit +1. So the user asks for, let's say, 20 posts, but then we're actually going to be fetching 21 posts. And so the idea is we can check by the number of posts, we get back whether we get 21 posts. That means there is more posts to be shown. And if we get less than that, we know that there is not more to be shown. And we can use that logic. So all I'm going to do here is I'm going to say const posts. And this all comes from just fetching one more than what we need. So posts still go here, but what we do is we say if posts.length is equal to the real limit. All right, so if they ask for 20 items and we give them, and we have, oh, that's the other thing. We need to actually right here slice the posts. So posts.slice 0, and instead of real limit, why don't I say const real limit plus 1. All right, so real limit plus 1 is what we're actually going to take, but then the real limit is what we want to slice to. All right, so let's walk through the logic real quick. So let's say the user asks for 20 posts. We are going to say real limit plus 1 is going to be 21. So we fetch 21 posts up to. That's the other thing. We're limiting it to 21 posts. And then we're going to come down here. First off, we're just going to slice it so we only give the user 20. We don't want to give them more than they asked for. And then down here, we're just checking whether we have more posts, right? And this should be real limit plus 1. Real limit plus, wait, what did I call it? Yeah, it just wasn't auto-completing for some reason. So if this is 21 items, we know that they can refetch it and get more. If it's like 13 items or 20 items, we know there's no more to be fetched after this, and that's all of them, and that's it. So now that we're returning an object here, we need to actually change our front-end UI a little bit. But I guess before we do that, let's just try this out in the GraphQL playground. So we have to do a different query here because the shape of the data we're passing back is different. So posts, and then there's now this has more. All right, so we can run this, and we can see that here. So like, let's say I ask for like 500 posts. Well, actually, we can only get 50 at a time. So we'll get 50. It says has more is true. I'm gonna scroll to the bottom of the list, and let's grab this. And let's just page a couple times and see if it works. All right, so it's the second page, and then we're out of items. All right, has more is false because we get 50 twice. All right, what if I ask for 49? Has more is true because there's one more post. So awesome. So it looks like it is working. So what do we have to change about our front end? Well, right now on our front end, we assume it's an array, and we also need to update our query. So let's copy this and just paste it in here. And I'm going to go over to the web, and I'm going to say generate. So I'm going to go to the index page, and data.posts, we now have to say .posts twice. And I'm going to open up GraphQL to get auto-completion and come back over here and say dot. So right now there's two keys on here now, has more and posts. So post is what we're going to pass here, and text snippet. And I'm going to close this. I don't need this. I don't need this. So this is just another field that we were wanting to fetch, and I'm going to regen types. And then down here on the button, if we have data and data.post.hasMore is true. So if there's more posts to be fetched, then we can display this. And this is going to be .posts. And if I open GraphQL again, close it, that type should be good now. Now we also need to update our cursor pagination as well here, right? Because if I go to my results, here we're returning an array, but over there we're returning an object. So we actually need to pass in here has more. And this is either true or false. I'm going to hard code it to true for now, and then our results are going to be posts. And we'll see if we make this cursor pagination generic. We may want to pass in the name of this key later. So now this resolve by field by key, I actually don't know what the shape of data is going to be. It may be an object. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to console log data and see what the shape of it is. So I'm going to head over to my web terminal, and I'm just going to refresh the page on our front end. All right, the query failed. That's expected. Data is a string that says query.post. What? All right, I'm kind of confused by that, to be honest. So I was not expecting this to return us a string back and then it just being like a string of the key. So I just went straight to the URQL docs and was looking around some different ways of how they did queries. And I stumbled upon this resolve function, and I think we need to use this because then we can tell it what subfield that we want, because we basically have a nested type now, I think, is the problem. But to be honest with you guys, this is a little bit of black magic for me as well. But I'm thinking cache.resolve could do it. Like, what I'm thinking is this is the key, and the key is going to be a string. And then we say cache.resolve, and then I pass in my key, and then I say I want the posts for that. And I think I can also say has more as well there. So I want posts, and I'm gonna, not that code base this way. I'm gonna come over here, let it refresh. Okay, yes, and then I get the data and the array of elements as expected. So that's good. So what I'm assuming is if I wanted has more, I can do this. So this is how I could select nested fields, if you will. All right, and now we'll come over here, has more is true. Nice. So I think for has more down here, what I'll do is I'll just see if any of these are false, and if any of them are false, I know we have fetched the entire thing. So I'm going to say has more is equal to false. Or I guess by default, we'll default it to true, if that makes sense. And we're going to say if has more. So we're using has more here and has more here. I'll just say underscore has more here. And I'll say, is this not... Oh, the type of this is actually a Boolean, even though it doesn't look like it. So if any of these, so we're going to loop through all of the cache, looking for all of the paginated queries we've done. And if any of them have has more is false, we're just going to say has more is false. And we'll pass that here. And this is going to resolve as a string array. Now the other question is it in the cache? I think we also need to say cache.resolve posts. And that's just a string. And basically the same logic is we want to fetch if the posts are in the cache, and we're going to check that. All right, this is a little bit weird, not gonna lie. Let's see if that does it though. All right, so we still you got query failed for some reason. Let's look at the logs. We also may need to check the server logs. Invalid key, we'll have to see what we're doing for the key. But we're also getting invalid resolver, the field is a scalar. All right, I know how to fix this one, so we'll fix this one first. So what's happening is it's saying paginated post is a type we created, but we don't have an ID on that field. So we just have to say that there is no ID. And so I come down here and I say keys, paginated posts, and I can just copy the name if I want to. This is the key, but I think I typed it right, and I'm just going to say null. Alternatively, if we had a different name for the ID, we could have put it here. All right, let's see if that got rid of that error or that warning. All right, we did. So now we're getting this selection. I'm not sure what it's talking about with this. So I'm just going to, we're getting this. I'm going to go to my, not my resolver. I'm just going to go up. Thing returned. So I'm just going to stick this in a object for a second. Or really just I'm going to put in a variable. I just want to make sure we're returning data in the right shape. That's the first thing I want to verify. Like, this looks good to me. This is what I think the format we're supposed to send back is. And what about here? Thing returned still looks good. I feel like I'm doing it correctly. The field at query.post is a scalar, but the GraphQL query expects a selection. So what I want to do is to see if it's something wrong with what I'm doing or if it's something wrong with the shape of data I'm returning. Is I'm going to comment out my logic up here and see if my logic is causing an error of some sort. And so basically my hypothesis is this shape of data is what I need to return. At least this logically makes sense to me. There's not really an example in the docs that gets this advanced with simple pagination. So we're kind of doing some leaps of faith here. And let's see what that does. All right, so my basic hypothesis is wrong. This is not the shape that we need to be returning. What if I do that? Cannot read property map of undefined. All right, that's definitely not it. And so here's also the thing that I can verify it's something wrong with my resolver. If I comment out the resolver down here, we can see if that works. See if it does, just to verify. Okay, it does. So there is something wrong with my resolver, and there's something wrong with the way I'm returning data from the resolver. All right, we'll put my resolver back. I'm a little baffled, not gonna lie, because we have has more here, posts here. I'm not sure if it just randomly wants me to also return an object with posts up here, but that doesn't make any sense. So I clicked on this bit.ly link and it has this little page of all the errors that happen and a little explanation of what they mean. And so this is what's wrong with invalid resolver value. I don't know if it exactly tells me what I was doing wrong per se, but when I was reading this, I was like, aha, I actually think I know what the problem is. And I actually got it. So I guess this is the sentence that it clicked with me. It says this means that full entity object needs to be returned, but instead a cache received a number, boolean, or another scalar from the resolver. So this is a bunch of garbage. The main thing it's trying to tell us here is the fields that we're passing back, we're missing a field. And the biggest meme of all is the field that I'm missing is just the type name. I just have to say paginated posts and then it's all good to go. I kind of feel like it should be able to diff the types and tell me which field is missing. Apollo does this. I'm really surprised it was not able to do that for me. But anyway, and we'll let that reload. And now, voila, we're getting some data. Well, we're not getting data because I'm returning an empty array, but we're at least seeing stuff on the screen, which is good. And then all that's left here, I can put this as my comment. And paginated posts. Okay, so I'm now passing in the results. I think I can use the same logic as what I had above. I think we were correctly getting the posts. We just didn't have this. But we're going to see. Okay, cool. Now, the real test is when I freaking click that load more button. All right, what do you guys think? It's going to work? Yes. If that didn't work, I think I'm close to out of ideas. So I'm glad. So let's see if I go all the way to the bottom. Nice. So it doesn't show the button whenever we get to the end of the list. That's exactly what I wanted. I could make it so it fetches more posts at a time too. So this is our index, the limit. Maybe I'll make this 33. So I should be able to press this button exactly 4 times. And if I go to the network tab, I can also put this on slow if I want to see this load. Oh, I thought I could see this load. It's not showing me. That's so sad, actually. All right, I'm going to switch this back to online. So fetching actually doesn't become true when we're fetching more data. Oh, that's really sad, actually. So let me do ... other. And I'm going to console log fetching and other. So let me show you guys what I'm being sad panda bear about. If I press load more, it says stale is true. Can I use that? Anyway, you see how it says false, false, false? That means fetching is never, I press the button, fetching is never true. And I'm trying to see if there's like something in the object that tells us. No, there's not. Oh, okay, that just makes me sad. So URQL doesn't tell us when we're actually loading more data. That's weird. I'm not sure why I wouldn't. Maybe, I wonder if it's because of the way I have it set up with my cache. It could be my fault because I'm doing this info.partial. I don't know. I'm going to ignore that for now because it's not like the end of the world that we're not showing a loading indicator on our button. But that was the whole purpose of me doing down here, saying is loading for fetching, but it's okay. All right, so let's press this 1 time, 2 times, 4 times, and then it disappeared. Perfect. All right, I think pagination for our posts, it was a little bit of a rocky road, but now all the other paginated lists should be easier now that we got that down, and we're good to go with this. All right, so now we can move on to the next thing, and what I want to do next is display the user who actually created the post. So like maybe like a little byline that's like by Ben or whoever actually created it. So what I'm going to do is we're going to head on over to our backend, and we just need to go to our post, and we need to add a field. So we already have the creator ID that you can select, but that doesn't really give us any information. We want to know like their username, for example. So we can actually add a field at field on our creator here. And I actually think this just works because TypeORM is actually going to automatically fetch the user for us. So I'm going to open up our terminal here and see if it does indeed do this. It might also just crash, but we'll see. So I have the playground up. I'm just going to go over to posts, and now I should have a new type I can select. A user type. User. Oh, sorry, it's called creator. Now, by the way, this all just magically kind of works because our user type here is an object type. So it has all these fields exposed through GraphQL. And so it's used that in the schema. So it's very handy. We just pointed at that and then bam. All right, so my creator here, I can get their username, their ID, their email. And let's run that and see. Okay, perfect. All right, so cannot return null for non-nullable field creator. So I wasn't sure if TypeORM was just going to magically fetch the creator for us. I feel like sometimes it does. Maybe because we're using the query builder, it doesn't. But anyway, it was going to have a problem with it, and we were going to have to fix it. So now we can just skip that. We just go directly to the solution. So what we need to do is when we fetch our post, we also want to fetch the creator. All right, so let's go to our post. And so we just need to add in our query builder here to let it know, hey, we also want to fetch the user. So we're using SQL, so we're going to do an inner join for this. And if we just go to the TypeORM docs, it's going to be the select using query builder, and then we're just going to do an inner join. So joining relationships. inner and left join these two. And I think you could just say like left join and select, and you could say user.photos. But personally, I prefer using inner join, so there's a little bit less magic. Like I like to explicitly see how I'm joining and whatnot. And so I'm going to actually just explicitly do the inner join and stuff. And we actually do want to select fields. So we're going to do inner join and select. But I guess you can use this if you want to join but not select on any fields. All right, so I'm going to copy this. And let's put it here. All right, so for us, it's going to be p.creator. And we can call this creator if we want to here. And we're going to say creator, or actually, I think the second argument's the alias. Yeah, second argument's the alias. So I'm just going to call this u for user. I prefer doing that. So we're going to say user.id. Oh, and actually, we're not going to pass any params, so we can get rid of that. And we're just going to join this on the p.creatorID field. And this is camel case. I got to do double quotes, so we'll single quote this. All right, give that a save. All right, so yeah, we're just telling it to join on this column, and then here I think this is just what I'm telling it the name of it is this. All right. And then we could look at the SQL it generates too. I always like to do that, make sure it's nothing crazy. Whoops. And let's run this. Created at is ambiguous. Oh, okay, that makes sense. And if I scroll up, column reference created at is ambiguous, and I can just look at the query it generated here. So it says select distinct, and then it has a inner select inside of this, and then it has a where and an order by at the end. I don't think we need that. Maybe we do, but I don't think we do. I think it's actually giving us some weird SQL. So usually when this happens, and it's telling us it's ambiguous, reason why, I'll tell you that too real quick, is I think it's just created at, is it just saying, oh, I said the word created at. Right here, I need to tell it whether it's the user created at or if it's the post created at. So this is the post. And the alias for post we said is p right here. And I think this should work. Oh, also the where here. I think this should work, but the SQL it generates is a little janky, and we can write some cleaner SQL. And it's at this point, once we start adding some more stuff, that I usually like to just stop with the query builder stuff and use our own. Cannot read property database name. Say what? Okay, we didn't get anything here. I'm just gonna log what the posts we get. All right, we're not getting an error there. So I'm not seeing a log in the error, or sorry, an error in the logs for a server. I don't think refreshing is going to do anything. Yeah. All right, well, I was about to tell us we should convert this over to raw SQL, and I don't know what I did here to break this, but I somehow did. Between adding a P here and a P here, it broke. All right, so how can we turn this to raw SQL? Well, we can just say get connection.query. And then here we are welcome to just type away SQL. So let's type away SQL. So I'm going to say select all dot p, or I should say p.all from post. So this is an alias. So I'm saying I want to reference the post table, and I want to select all the fields on it. And we're just going to go one by one and add these slowly. So we're going to say order by p.created at. I'm going to do the inner join in a second, and we're going to say it's descending. And then we have a conditional where clause. So we can use the string templates here, and we can say if we have a cursor, then we can add it. Otherwise, we're just going to do an empty string. And so here I'm going to say p.created at. is less than. And then for here, you can't do named parameters, or at least I don't think so. You just say $1, and then you can have replacements that you pass here. So I'm going to say if we have a cursor, and this can be just in any array. So if we have a cursor, we are going to add just our new date like this. All right. So it's the same way of doing this bit here. So I'm going to comment this out now. And now we're just going to say const post is equal to await that part. And I think without the inner join, oh, we also have a limit. So order by. Now, I actually don't remember. Can I do order by or limit last? I think limit is what you do last for SQL. So we'll see if we get an error. So I'm going to say limit here, and I'm just going to plug in. Well, I'm actually not going to plug it in. I'm going to say $1 here and $2 here. So this is the last replacement. So the first one here is going to be the real limit plus 1. Oh, you know what was messing me up with my real limit plus 1 is I did 1L. That's what was confusing me. All right, so this is going to be the first replacement. That's going to be our limit. Our second replacement might be there, and that's going to replace this. And this should be posts. So I just want to verify that my SQL doesn't have any errors in it. I could have also done this in a separate SQL editor, but I remember most of my SQL, so I can write it just like that. For more advanced ones, though, we will pop into a separate terminal probably. All right, let's run it. Dang it, syntax error. All right, so let's see what this created. Oh, I didn't say the word where. Where? There we go. I'll run it again. All right, so this is our new error. That's fine. This was the error we were getting before. And if I scroll down to the bottom, did I get rid of my console log? Dang it. So I just want to verify that I'm fetching the posts equal to what I was before. So we'll run this. And yeah, that looks pretty good. So now let's do an inner join. Actually we'll pop it up here. Inner join, and we're going to inner join on the users table. And actually, I don't know what it's called. So sometimes it's going to be users, sometimes it's going to be user. So let me pop into my database real quick. And it is going to be, in fact, just the word user. Okay. Inner join user on, and we're going to say u dot, and it's going to be the same condition we did here. Dot creator ID. Now I'm not selecting any fields. Maybe I say username u.username. Let's just select a single field and verify this works, because the shape of this is we're gonna have to change it a little bit. U does not exist, so I didn't give my user.u.id. I was worried about this. So I think in Postgres the user table conflicts. I have to do something. See how it's highlighted in blue? I think I did something wrong. Let me just go up to what TypeORM does. I think I have to say like public.user. Do I have any queries that were grabbing the user before? I don't. Alright, well, I'm just going to take a guess. I don't think I need quotations. We'll see if this is right, and then I'll explain my theory. Oh, my theory was right. So in Postgres, there's multiple schemas that can be inside of a database, and so you just have to specify you want the public schema because the user table, there's multiple of them. So we just need to specify that. So this is kind of a one-off thing if you have table conflicts. All right, the username's Ben. Cool. So we need to change the shape of the data here, because what it expects is an object called creator, and then inside of that, it's going to have the ID, username, email, created at, and whatever other stuff we want. But then right here, we're just getting these all at the top level. You see how this is the top level? So I have to somehow create a creator object. So how can I do that? Well, option one is to just format the data yourself in JavaScript or in TypeScript. So we could say down here like post.map, and then we could reshape the data in the shape that GraphQL expects. But because we're using PostgreSQL, we can use one of the handy features it has where you can actually tell it that you want a JSON object back. So what I can tell it here, so I'm going to just drop this to a new line, is I can use the JSON build object function. And then I can tell it the stuff that I want inside of my object, and I'm going to name this creator. I actually don't have to do double quotes, I don't think. And so now here I say username is going to be a key, and that's just going to be the username, u.username here. Now let's run this and see what the shape of this is going to give us back. So run this. And now you'll notice we have a creator object, and inside of it we have a username, Ben. So notice how we could change the shape, and now it returns us an object called creator. Again, I named it creator just by that, and that just matches the GraphQL type. So now what I can do is I can add the fields that I want here. All right, so username, actually I guess let's do a start with ID. Can have ID here. And I guess let's go to our user. What other things are we exposing that we may want to get? Actually, not my user resolver, my user entity. So ID, username we have, email, created at, updated at. I don't care about these two fields, I don't think. I think I just care about, you know what, we'll grab the email because I actually want to show you guys an example of something. But we'll grab these three fields. And you could have grabbed more if you want to, but I'm not going to bother with created at and updated at because I just don't care about it. Like technically we should be grabbing them because it's going to error out if we don't. Like it's going to be errored out until it's not null, but I can just not select that field and then we're good. And I could also write something that conditionally grabs exactly the fields I want, but we're going to talk more about that in a second. So okay, so I have my posts, I got my creator, and now I have my creator inside of here. Right, so we're just good to go. We have now our posts and our user inside of that. And I think this is a very underrated method of fetching your data in GraphQL when you have relationships. And that is to just write a join and just have one big query and that grabs all of your data. Then you don't have to worry about caching and DataLoader and all that other stuff. We're going to talk more about that in a second, but I think this is a very underrated method. Now the downside of this method is if I don't fetch the creator, right, my SQL is still getting the creator even though the end user doesn't need it. But in your application, if you always need to know the creator when you're fetching the posts, I think this is a totally fine setup. In a lot of my applications, I will just write a single join query and then I'll be on my day because this is very easy to do and then you're just done. All right, so the other things I wanted to mention is we could technically, if we wanted to, grab on this info object, info, and I actually don't know what the type here that I'm supposed to put. But anyway, we could grab this info object, and this we can then parse this info object, get the fields, and then conditionally build an object here. But that is slightly more advanced, in my opinion, is overkill in a lot of circumstances. And in this circumstance, I feel like it's overkill. I'm not going to do it. I may show that example later, but we're definitely going to do a DataLoader example so you can see DataLoader versus this, and you can see which one you like better. And in different circumstances, you may want to do a combination of the two. But with our current setup, what's going to happen is when you call the post query, it's going to run a single SQL query, and it's going to get all the data that you need. And then that's it. It's done. And that's good. But again, as you saw, if we fetch the created at field, right, it's going to error out. So if we want to be like a really good citizen, we could do this. And again, oops. All right, now we are really good citizens, guys. Fetch that, and yeah, so we can now get created at and all those other fields. There you go. Now I wanted to mention a quick thing about permissions, because right now we're able to fetch the email on our user, which is how we want it to work, but it's kind of weird to be able to see other people's emails that have made Reddit posts, or maybe I just don't want it to work like that. Like I want to lock it down. So maybe on this particular element, you know, on posts, I don't want to be able to get like the username and the email. I just want the username to be publicly available. Because let's say right now I'm logged in as Ben, you know, it's fine that I see my own email here, but if I go to log in over here and have I created another user? Let me actually register as another user. Okay, we have Ben2. Let's log in as Ben2. Ben2. Dang it, that's incorrect password. All right, we're just gonna register a new user, Ben3. Actually, let's do Bob. This will really get the point home. All right, and let's actually, it auto logs me in as Bob, and if I run the me query, it should show that. All right, so I'm currently Bob. So when I fetch the post right here, I can see that Ben's email is ben@ben.com, but maybe I don't want Bob to be able to see Ben's email there. So what can I do? Well, if I come back to our backend here, I can add a field resolver that adds some logic. And this is going to be just the username. And we actually want to resolve this on the, this is going to be email. And so the field that we want to add logic to is email, and we want to do this on the user, not the post. So hop on over to our our user resolver. And I just need to make sure at the top here to pass user in here. All right. So now, and I need to import that from TypeGraphQL. So now I can get the root, which is just going to be a user. And I also have access to the context. All right, context. And I can get the request object. So I actually know who the current user is. And so I can say if request.session.userid is equal to user.id, that means this is the current user and it's okay to show them their own email, right? So in this case, we just say user.email and we're good. In the second case down here, this is you are not this user, or the current user wants to see someone else's email. And so in this case, if we want to, we could return null and this will throw an error, or we can just do an empty string here if we want to, and you just can't see any data. So what does that account to now? Well, if I fetch this now, you'll notice how the email is an empty string, right? And you just can't see it. And so the idea is you shouldn't really even be fetching the email on the creator on this query like that. It really should just be that. But if like anyone can come in and add this if they want to, and they could, but we need to add that permission or backend that blanks it out if we wanted to hide it, right? But the whole purpose of me adding that conditional is if I select an email here, I should still be able to see my own email. And sure enough, I can, right? And if I log back into Ben and I come back, the email is going to be back, right? Because it's totally fine for me to see my own email. I just don't want to be able to see other people's emails. So that's just a quick tip for you guys. If you want to add field level resolvers and you want to handle stuff differently, just to like make sure no one is selecting fields they shouldn't do, you can do stuff like this. Now, if you need to add some async logic, you may need to add DataLoader so these things are cached, but we're going to talk about DataLoader in a little bit, so hang on. Now before we go and jump in on our front end and implement this so we can see the user, I want to do upvotes or updates, and that way we're going to be able to upvote a post or downvote a post, and we can stick that on the left side while we also add the user. So we're going to do a little bit more stuff on the back end. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to come over here and I'm going to create a new entity which I'm going to call updates. And actually I don't want to make it plural. I just want update. And here I'm going to copy my post and paste it here. Now, for those of you that are familiar with SQL, you'll know that this is called a M to N relationship, or a many to many relationship, many to many. And in a many to many relationship, well, first off, why is it a many to many relationship? Because this is between a user and posts. And basically the idea is several users can upvote the same post, right? So me and my friends both like this post, we upvote it. But then users can also upvote many posts. So it's many on both sides, basically. And then in a many to many relationship, we're going to have our user, and then we also have like a join table in the middle that we create. And this join table is what I'm going to be calling updates, or update. Right? And so here we can get rid of some of this stuff. Like, and the other thing about join tables is we don't need a primary generated column. We're just going to have a primary column. But the primary column is going to be based off of a foreign key. So we're going to be connected to the user, but we're also going to be connected to posts. And we don't care about created at and updated at for this, I don't think. All right, so we're going to have a creator ID, or I'm just going to call this user ID. Because you don't really create and update. I mean, I guess technically, but I'm just going to call it user. And then we have to actually put this on the other side. So here I can say updates. And we need to add this on our user. And then secondly is going to be the post ID. And this is going to be the post. And then we can get the updates for a post. So let's go to our user real quick. So our user entity over here. And we're just going to put the other side of this. So updates, update. The other thing I should mention is, and if you're familiar with TypeORM, is you can actually create a many-to-many table or a many-to-many relationship without setting up the actual join table yourself. But one, I like doing this because there's less magic. And number two, we're going to be adding an extra field on here, which we're going to do in a second. So we have update. This is going to be of the type update. And this is just going to be user ID, or actually just user. There we go. And we can copy this, and this same thing we're going to stick on the post table or post entity. And we can import one to many, import update, and then this is going to be post. All right, so we have that set up. Let's go back to update. And user ID and post ID are going to be primary columns. And they're going to be primary columns together, so that's why I'm putting two. So it's unique based on these two fields combined. And I'm going to just add, I guess, let's clear that. We don't need those. Well, actually, we're going to need column, but we're going to add that, I guess, back. Also, update doesn't really need to be an entity, but we can keep, an object type, but I guess we can keep that in case we ever want to make it one later. And I'm just going to go ahead and add a column here. And the column that I'm going to do is we need to know whether this is an up or a down. So here I'm going to say value, maybe is what I'll call it. And it's going to be a number. And sorry, I'm not sure why I was writing an object there. We can make it a field if we want to, but it's whatever. So the type of this is going to be an int. And I'm not going to make like a default, but this is going to be either like a 1 or a -1 for up or down. And all right, so that's value, that's user. This looks pretty good to me. So the idea is on our user table, not our user table, or we can create a new resolvers called upvote, and we can now upvote, downvote, etc. in here. Or we can just call it voting. Actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna bother sticking this and creating another resolver because we're only gonna have a single thing inside of there. I'm just gonna stick it on the post. It doesn't really matter where we stick this. This is more of a flavor / what you actually want your schema to be laid out as. So I'm gonna actually just stick this mutation here. Mutation. And I'm just gonna call this mutation vote. And we're just gonna return a Boolean whether the vote worked or not, I suppose. And it's going to take 2 arguments, the user ID. Actually, sorry, it's not going to need the user ID. We know who you are based on the logged in session that we have on you. So we actually only need the post ID. So this is the post that you want to vote on. And that's an integer. And let's get the context. All right, so the user ID is going to be rec.session.userid. And actually, why don't we can do it like this, destructure. And so I only want you to be able to vote if you're logged in. And here we can add our isAuth middleware to protect this route. And now I can do this in like 2 different steps if I want to, or we can do a transaction. I think transaction is how we probably should do it, but I'll show you both ways. So the idea is I can do it just like create an upvote by saying upvote and then insert and user ID and post ID. And then the value we also need to take as an argument. All right. And wait, why isn't my comma working? It wasn't auto formatting. Let me see, did I mess something up? I'm not sure if it's just mad because I have both the same name and that's why it's not. Let me try changing this. Or maybe I didn't have a semicolon. Oh, it's because I didn't put a value there. There we go. All right. I always get nervous when Prettier is not auto formatting. That means I did something wrong usually. So I'm going to call this value, and this is going to be an integer. Now, I don't want to just pass value in here because, well, you know, we only want 1s and -1s. So what I'll do is I'll say const is upvote. Or I guess we're considering these updates. So if the value is not equal to -1, then I'm considering it an update. All right, so that's going to be a 1. Otherwise, this is going to be a -1. And why don't I say const value is equal to this. Reason why is after we update this, oh, I guess my value here and right here. So I'm going to call this the real value. And we need to make this async. So basically, if they happen to pass in a value of 13, I'm not going to give this post 13 points, is why I did this, to prevent that, stuff like that. And if they happen to pass in -13 points, I'm giving them an update anyway. So, and we'll insert it. And then after that, I just want to increase the count on the post. So I'm going to update. Oops. And if I hover over, I always forget this. Criteria goes first, and then the conditions, or the actual value. So here we're going to say, we don't even have to say where. We're just going to look this up by ID, which is the post ID. And then what are we updating? Oh, what am I doing here? I'm actually doing it like this. I actually don't know the syntax to do it like this. I'm going to actually just write SQL for this. So I'm going to say get connection. Because let me show you what we have to do. We're going to say update, post, set. What did I call it? I called it points. We're going to say points is equal to points plus, and then $1, and this is going to be the real value. And then secondly, we need to pass in the post ID. And then we're going to say where p.id is equal to $2, so our post ID. All right, so this is a SQL that I want to happen. And I'm going to give this an alias of p here. And why did I say post? This should be points. So p.points. There we go. So we're updating posts, and we're setting points equal to itself plus whatever the real value is, and then where that post is this. So this particular set, you can do it with this. I've seen it before, but I just forget the syntax. So I just like you doing it with SQL. Now, I didn't put this in a transaction. I don't know if they let you just do a transaction in the query like this. I'll try it in a second because that might be a little simpler. Well, it's not, the point of it's not simple, but the point is if this fails, we don't want it to then update here. Like we want to connect them, if you will. All right, so I'm just going to bring up my server here. Yeah, I just want to make sure we weren't crashing. No explicit type error, unable to infer GraphQL type. You need to provide type for user of the update class. Okay. So it's mad and didn't say here user, and I bet it's going to be mad that I didn't put post here. There you go. Be happy. Entity meta user.updates was not found. Okay. So on our, and actually, since I don't care about this being a GraphQL type, so what's mad at now is in the user over here. I think it's mad at this. Wait, why is it mad at this? This is a TypeORM. I thought this was a TypeGraphQL. User hashtag updates. All right, so we're in user, and it says updates. It literally says it right here. All right, so let's put these side by side for a second. All right, so we have this class. We're connecting it to the user, one-to-many, update.user. I think that should be right. I think I have something slightly off, maybe. I'm just going to rip off the TypeGraphQL. I don't think this is the problem, but we don't need it for this class. So I said I was going to keep it in case we want to add it later, but since we're getting this weird stuff, I want to just verify that that's not related. I didn't think it was. What happens if I just remove this? Okay, that's good. And now I'll just remove this piece. And does that work? Post.updates is not found either. All right, so let's strip that off. So I'm actually not 100% sure what I did wrong, but I think what you can do in TypeORM, if you don't care about TypeORM magic, is you don't have to specify that second parameter. So I'm just not going to do it since it's broken for some reason. I'm probably just doing something silly, though, is probably what it is. So I'm going to go to my post. Entity, and I'm just going to comment out update. And okay, so that it's now working. Good. Now let's add an update. Or, well, let's vote. So I have so many tabs open. Delete post, update post, Forget password. Just close some of these. Okay. Gonna refresh because it wasn't auto-completing. You better believe we're downvoting, by the way. $397. And we don't need to select anything. All right. No repository for update was found. Ha! All right, guys, I know what I was doing wrong now. In my index here, I just did not import my new entity. All right, by the way, I think the code that I had here is now right, so let's Control Z that. And if I want to, I can Control Z this entire thing. So I don't know if you guys could see all the Control Z magic I just did there, but I just added the fields back. You know what? I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth on this, I know. Why don't we don't really need the fields. Oh, keep adding it. This is what I'll do. It's honestly irrelevant if you keep the fields or not. You know, I can't make up my mind, so I'm gonna kill them. This part we can put back now. I actually think it's okay if we didn't have it though. I think if we did more like relational TypeORM things, this is required, but since I'm writing mostly raw SQL, I don't think this is required. I'm gonna stick it in there because I think it's gonna work now, and well, might as well, right? All right, so user. I'm gonna uncomment that, and then in my post entity, I'm gonna uncomment updates. All right, and let's make sure that worked. It did. And now let's vote. Column P of relation post does not exist. All right, let's see which one it crashed on. Update post P set P dot points. It didn't like my alias. Why didn't it like my alias? I don't know if it says I have to do an as, but you know what? Alias is not really needed here, so I'll just de-alias it. How about that? All right, take a vote. All right, so this duplicate key error is because we already voted on this post, so I'm gonna have to go up. So this is what I was talking about. The second part of the SQL crashed, but the first part didn't, and so it actually inserted an upvote. All right, we voted true. Awesome. So it looked like that works, and it updated, and that looks all good. I'm gonna grab the points of posts now, and what did I? 398 is what I did. So we need to look for 398. I think I actually made a query that can look up by ID 398. Nice, it got my downvote. So back to vote for a second. Instead of having these as two separate commands, I can combine them. And by the way, I don't think we need the console log anymore down here. And just our posts. I could just clear that. All right, so let's see if this works. I can say begin. That can be a semicolon and end. Or I guess it's commit. Can I remember my syntax? We're about to find out what it is. I think it does. So, right, I forgot my begin commit syntax. This is how I'm going to figure it out. I believe it does a transaction when we create a post. So I'm just going to look at the SQL it creates. All right, I'm going to go to my front end. Create a post. All right, start transaction and then commit. All right, coolio, let's do that. And then they just stuck it inside. They're not doing semicolons. Am I looking at this correctly? Yeah. All right. I feel like I need a semicolon here, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's see what happens if I don't. So how I'm going to do this is I'm going to say insert into update, and the 3 columns are going to be user ID, post ID, and value. And then we say values, and here we're going to say 1, 2, 3. And now these can become 4, 5. All right, so my user ID, my post ID, and then the real value. We'll comment that bit out. So all it's doing is, instead of doing insert here, I stuck my insert here inside the transaction. And so the idea being, if one of these fails, they both fail. $396, actually 393 is what we'll do. Syntax error at or near insert. You know what, I knew we were gonna get something like that, man. Let me just see. This is what my instinct tells me to do. Semicolon here, 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 and here. Because like this is basically 4 chunks. At least in my head, that's how I think about it. And then let's make sure my insert command is good. I'm like 99% sure my insert is good. I was gonna go up and see what the insert was, but that was far above. Let's see if we still get the same error. Cannot insert multiple commands into a prepared statement. Interesting. So I need to de-prepare it because this turns it into a prepared statement. Now the reason I wrote it like this is that it would automatically escape these parameters for us. I didn't even need to think about it. But in this particular case, all the parameters are integers, so we're good to go. We don't really have to worry about it. Now, if any of these were like strings we took from the input, we would probably have to manually escape them. I don't know if there is an easier way to do that, but we don't even need to think about it. So all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to stick my number in there. So user ID, post ID, real value, and then post ID. And then I don't need to pass in an array. We can just query like that. And then let's see if that works. Nice, vote to true. And so it's, I guess, no longer converts into a prepared statement when we do that, just doing strings. And we can see here's the SQL. Nice. And so there we go. We can now vote on posts up or down. But we're not quite, if you will, say done there with this particular thing, on at least on the back end, because in our posts, well, I guess it would be easier to show you guys what I mean once we display this on the front end, because basically we want to keep track of who has voted on which posts, and we want to know that and show that in the UI. But why don't we jump over to the UI and start building this part out so you can see what I mean. So why don't we start by adding the username of the user who posted the post. So to do that, I'm going to head on over to our front end, and I'm going to start with the post.graphql query. And we're just going to grab a creator, or include the creator. And now the only field I really care about here is the username, but it's good when we're fetching these things to include an ID so it fits with the normalized cache. And this is going to be user. So I'm now just going to come over here and say yarn generate, and generate the TypeScript types for this. And then I'm going to head on over to my page over here. And this is just the index page. I'm going to actually maybe fetch these in groups of 15, because we don't need 33 for always and forever. That was just for testing. And then the idea is, this is really easy now. I can just stick it in here. Now, I think I want to flex these because I think I want them side by side. I don't know. You guys can think of a better design than me. But actually, it's going to go inside here. So up here is our header. We want to do this as we map over the posts. So right here. So p.creator. And again, I just need to open up GraphQL.tsx. It just loads TypeScript types, or at least the TypeScript types have changed, and that usually loads it. Alright, it's not loading it for me. Yarn gen worked. So if that doesn't work, I just will restart the TypeScript server. And again, how I did that was Command Shift P or Control Shift P, and then organize, no, not organize, restart. If you need to do that. And then that should get the types, or it should reread the types that have changed. And creator does not exist. Why does it not exist? Oh, I didn't hit freaking save on the file. Dang it. Alright, yarn gen one more time. Open up my GraphQL. And there we go. And we'll get the username. Alright, so Ben. So I guess we could add some text here. And why don't I just say posted by and then the username. Alright, nice. So what this means is if I log out now, and then let's say we log in, and I'm going to log in as Bob, I'm going to create a post. Now remember, we haven't updated the cache or anything yet, so it doesn't show up here, but if I refresh, we should get our Bob post at the top, and we do. Awesome. So this post was posted by Bob, but this one was posted by Ben a while ago. Now, I was going to do upvote downvote, but I did just remember that we can invalidate the cache for creating a post, and then we can have our post show up here. So why don't we do that real quick? So if I go to my create URQL client, and I come down here to my mutations, we have a mutation called create post, or at least I think I called it create post. Yep, it's called create post. And I'm going to copy this bit right here. Alright, and so now the thing with create post here is when I call this function, we're going to be adding, or not this function, but this mutation, it's going to add a post, and we know the post is going to be the first item in this list, but it might not be if there's some race conditions and someone else is supposed to post at the same time, but we might not care about those things. So one option is we could just literally update the cache and stick our post at the top here, and this could be a very good option for what we're doing. But I want to show you an alternative because this is, I would say, a little bit more versatile. Because maybe in real Reddit, when you post your post, you're not actually sure which location in the list it would actually go. And so you can't, on the client side, just update the cache and stick the query somewhere. So in that case, what you can do is you can invalidate the query and it'll just refetch it from the server. So that's what we'll do. So to invalidate, we can say cache.invalidate. And here we can specify what we want to invalidate. In this case, we're going to invalidate the query field and specifically posts. And then we have to pass in any arguments. All right. So if we do variables here, we know that our post here takes a limit and an offset. Sorry, not offset, cursor. All right. And so the very first query, if we just go to this, is going to be limit 15 cursor null. So we could stick that in here. And let's test this out. So now what's going to happen is when I create a post, it should invalidate this first query, and then it should refetch that first query. All right, hello there. And we'll create my post, and I don't see it invalidated. If I come here and I come back, Bob is great. Did my invalidation just straight not work? Cache.invalidate. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just say cache dot resolve, not resolve, inspect fields, and I will just get on the query, and I'm going to console it before and after and see if anything changes. And so what I'm thinking is if this actually does indeed invalidate something, we should be able to see it. And here's going to be the end. Let it refresh. And of course, when it refreshes it, it's going to see hello there. And oh, you know what I think is happening, guys? It also could be a problem with it could just be a problem with our pagination, our cursor pagination. So actually what I want to do is I want to comment out my cursor pagination just for a second. And now I'm going to create the post. Alright, well, it doesn't have to do with our pagination. That's good, I suppose. Alright, so we started with these, and then we ended with these. Oh, guys. Okay, I see the difference. Okay, you guys see the difference? I'm invalidating a field. So this actually was very helpful to do. So notice how we added an element after our invalidate. We invalidated the post query, and we stuck a cursor null in there. So cursor null is not the same as cursor undefined or cursor not there, which is the case for our posts. That's actually really funny. So I think all I need to do is remove this, and then we're good to go. I figured we literally pass in cursor null as our variable here, like we do. So I'm really surprised that it just like clips it out. But anyway, so we'll try this and create post. At the beginning, and here's the end. Oh, I see what I did wrong too. I said the word variables. I'm not supposed to put the word variables. You see how, so what I'm doing is I'm just trying to get this to match this, and then that will invalidate the first one up here, because this is the field we want to invalidate in the cache. All right, I'm just a total noob, and I stuck variables where I shouldn't be sticking variables. And look at that. So this is the downside of no type safety, is it doesn't tell me when I'm being a noob. That's a shame. So right now we're just kind of playing a guessing game. Well, I could look at the docs too, but I don't know if the docs have an exact sample. They probably do. But let's test this. I'm feeling pretty confident now. All right, create a post. Hello, this will show up. I'm 99% sure. Bam! Look at that, guys. All right, we have it lining up. So that's good. And again, the logic of what's happening here is the create post is sending a post, adding a post to our database. And then on the client side, it's removing this item from the cache, or it's saying it needs to refetch this data from the cache. So now when we go back to the first page, when we come back to the index here, it's going to reload the data from the server and then show it here. Well, it shows it there if it's supposed to be there. So I'm going to delete this. We don't need this now. Well, we actually do need this, but we'll add it back in a second. So right now we're assuming that this is the page that we need to invalidate. But what happens, we have a long paginated list. What happens if we don't know which part of that list should be invalidated? So what we can do is we can actually invalidate the entire list. And so that's what we will do. And before I do that, though, I should just make sure that this cursor pagination is not breaking anything. I'm crossing my fingers because I don't want to go touch cursor pagination, but we'll see. All right. Hello, this is Bob, and okay. Create post. Yes. Okay. We have no problems with our cursor pagination. That's really good. So the idea here is we are going to do something very similar to our cursor pagination. So in our cursor pagination, we inspected the fields, and then we kind of looped through all of the queries. So we're going to do the same. So I'm going to copy these two lines. And I don't think we need to be consoling this anymore. and bring it down here. I say that as we're probably going to go look at the console, you know. So this is our console. Again, what we're going to do is we're going to just filter by posts and then get all the arguments and invalidate all of them is the idea. So here I'm just going to say query. We're looking for all the field names that literally have the field name posts. And so this will give us all the field infos. Field. And then for each one, we're going to say field info. We're just going to pass in the arguments here. All right. So we're just looping over all of the paginated items in the list or paginated queries that we possibly could call, and we invalidate all of them. All right. This is not happy with us, or possibly null. All right. So we'll say if this is null, just pass an object, empty object. All right, so I'm gonna test this. It works for a single, so the idea is if you were to load more, it invalidates all of them, but I want to create a post first just to verify. All right, good, so it still works for a single one, and then I'm gonna come down here and press load more a couple times. Sorry, now we have a bunch of items in our list, and again, theoretically, maybe my post is supposed to go on, you know, the middle here or something. Let's say we don't know. And so when I create my post here, you know, and we press create post, it shows up here, and then we're recoming to this page, so we're gonna have to come back and press load more. But this should then get this data from the network. Let's make sure it is, and not from the cache because we invalidated it. Yeah, it says incrementing request, so I think it is. Also, I could have also gone past the one I did, but I think it did work. So coolio. So there you go. That's how we can invalidate the cache and invalidate specifically a specific query. So we invalidate a specific query, and you have to pass the arguments for that query. And so our particular query could have a lot of arguments if we call it a bunch. So that's why we had to do this part here to invalidate all of the queries. So now we can go on to displaying our updates in the UI and then allow people to actually click a button and it votes on the post. So we're going to head on over here to our index. And I've been just sticking a lot of elements on here. What I thought that might be nice is I break this out into its own separate component. So I'm going to start it here, but then we're going to split it off just to show you how we can separate these if you want to. So by the way, I don't think this needs an empty string at the end or a space, so I'm going to remove that. So what I'm thinking for this is we are going to display some icons on the left. And so Chakra has a icon section, so icons in their docs, and they have a chevron up and chevron down. So I figured the first thing is let's pop those in and see if that works. So it's going to be icon, and then we can set this stuff. And this is going to be coming from Chakra, and I'll say chevron up and then down. And I just saved it, so auto formatted there. And I want these two to be on the left side of the card. So what I'll do is I will flex things, and this bit will be on the box on the right, and this will be on the left. So to do that, I'm going to say flex here, and this is going to be a box, and this is going to be a box. So now this is on the right, this is on the left. Perfect. And I'm also thinking in between them we show the points. So p dot points. Oh, am I not grabbing the points right now? No, I'm not. Alright, let's grab points. Generate the types. Open GraphQL. And cool. Alright, so 0. And why don't we make this vertical? I guess the easiest way would just wrap these in boxes. I'm not going to bother flexing it. And hue can be in your own box too. I said I wasn't gonna bother flexing it, but maybe I do, so it like centers nicely and stuff. Sorry guys, I change my mind all the time. So what I'm thinking is flex, and then so I want it to do the direction. By default it's going to be a row, like they're together, and so if I say direction column, now they should be up, and now I can justify them in the center. Alright, that didn't do what I thought it was going to do. I thought I was going to move it over, so I'm just going to right click inspect. And what I like to do is sometimes is just come here and type stuff. So what I did is I clicked on the element, and then on the right side I can actually just write styles, and this is what I'll do a lot of times. So line items center. Okay, line item centers is what I want, and then I want to say justify content is probably, yes, justify content is what I needed. Alright, that looks pretty good. Maybe add some padding on the right too. So justify content, line items, and then a margin right, I'm going to say 4. Alright, that looks pretty good. So now I want to click these and increment the point value, or at least it's going to vote. Now I'm not sure if I can just stick an on click on the icon. That might be a no bueno. Console seems to work. We may want to turn it into a button though. I'm just gonna real quick see. Okay, they have literally an icon button underneath. I think this is just what we want. Yeah, we want an icon button because we want to make this clickable. Icon button. Oh, can you not pass in the size of the icon when you do this? I mean, let's see what the size is, and we'll see if we need to fix it. And did this import from Chakra? It did. So, oh, we need to add a label. Is that all? Is it just match? Oh, we need to give it a real one. Does it show for hover? This might just be an accessibility thing. Alright, so this is going to be update post, and this one's going to be downvote. And we can downvote the post. How does that look? Alright. Lovely. We could probably style this to look a little bit nicer, but I am fine with this for now. So I'm going to create a new component that we are going to stick this logic in. Update section is what I call it. And so just to show you guys, we could have stuck this entire flex in its own update. And we could have also stuck post in its own thing if we wanted to. And go ahead and import all this. And import flex as well. And by the way, I want to import the icon button from inside of here too. I'm not sure why it did that import. Now, there's two ways to do the props here. Option one is we could say we want points, and this is a number. And you know, you can access points here because we need that for this. But what I actually like to do is I like to just say post, and then I get my post query and I grab my posts from that, and maybe just get one element. There actually might be, let me actually, instead of, I'll explain what this is in a second. Is this actually, I want to actually click on this query and see if there's a simpler way to write this first. So I'm going to just command click. Okay, there's literally a type called post. That'll work. Actually, will it work? So the idea is I want to know the type of the GraphQL query that we're selecting. And so post, I believe, will have all the fields on it. If I command click it, yeah, this has all the fields. So if I were to say remove a field from our query, it may not have one of these. And so I want to not use this type. This is not the type I want to use. So let me go back to where I was, post query. All right, so post is an array. And that's what I wanted. So wait, why does 0 not work? Oh, we need to say post 0. Oh, that's ugly. Let me click on this and see. So it's posts and then posts and then this. All right, I mean, we'll do this for now. There might be a little bit simpler way to do this. I know if we create a fragment, it will look a lot prettier. Did we create a post fragment yet? Maybe we should just create a fragment just for pretty's sake. Yeah, we haven't created a fragment. All right, maybe I'll create a fragment in a second, but let me explain what this does. So in TypeScript, what you can do is you can actually select types that you want. So what I'm doing is I'm selecting a subtype. So post query here, I know this looks really scary, but all it is a big object. And this object has a key called posts. And then this object, this post is an object as well, and it has a key of posts. So all I'm doing with this logic is I'm selecting a type that is inside of another type. And then this is an array. So if you want to get a single element in the array, you just say @0. So this is what this represents is just, and again, this is a little bit ugly if you hover over the type, but if I say, oops, post here, I can say post dot, and I just have access to all the things on post. And so if I change my post query over here, it's going to be updated. And so what I like about doing it in this fashion is right now my update section just needs points. But if my update section needs more stuff later, I don't have to go in and change the type. I just have access to it. And so that's what I like about this strategy, is just giving it the whole post object, because it's very easy. But again, this is kind of, it depends how you want to use it, because if you want to write a test for update section, you're now going to have to pass in an entire post. So that's something to think about. So there are some trade-offs, but I tend to like this approach. All right, so how can I rewrite this if I want it to be a little bit simpler? Well, what I was talking about is you could actually create a fragment. So what I'm going to call this is I'm going to call it actually post snippet. So fragment post snippet on post. Actually, this needs to be, nope, this is on post, that's good. And I'm calling it snippet, ooh, not snipper. Because it's only going to have a little bit of the post, like it doesn't have the text of the post. Not this one, I want, oh, it's in our queries posts. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here. All right, so this is just the fields that I want in my post snippet fragment, and then I'm going to come down. I'm going to say ... All right, now I can close this. Don't need that. And don't need this. So now let me generate the types. Now the whole purpose of this is I just made a little bit of a simpler fragment type that I can use. So if I go to GraphQL, now I can use the types here. So this part, I can keep this if I want. This is the right, or if I want to, I can just use the post snippet fragment now. And if I click on this, this is going to have the types that I want on the post. And so I'll usually create a fragment just to simplify my life a little bit. All right, so back to our index. Let's just render that snippet. And we'll just pass in p there, and we're good. All right, so now our icon button needs to actually vote, right? Use vote. Oh, we haven't added it, so let's do that. Vote.GraphQL. I thought I did. Okay, I did. It's actually a really simple mutation. And actually, let me write it out here because there's a few variables. So value is going to be an int. It's required. Same with post ID. Copy that, paste it in here. You guys know the next step. Every time we make a change to our .graphql files, we will do yarn gen in the web folder. And now we can use our useVote mutation. I don't know if I just leave this open, it'll auto reread it. I'm gonna just keep that tab open then, because I didn't have to refresh the types, which was nice. And I say refresh types, I just mean like when I open up this file, there's new text in it when we do yarn gen. And so TypeScript will usually pick up on the new text if you open the file, and then it'll know that this is valid. All right, so vote. So here I'm going to say vote. So the post ID is p.id. All right, so this is a great example, guys. And let me real quick to just say value. Value should be 1. So this is a great example of what I was talking about. Is I only needed the post points at first, but now I also need the post ID. And so I didn't need to add another prop on here. I just have everything access to the post. So it's just handy in these circumstances. All right, so on click. And this will be our downvote. Now, do I want to show a loading indicator on the button? Nah, not really. Does it even have an is loading? It does have an is loading. So the other thing I'm thinking about has, how do we know which one is loading? Maybe, okay, I'll show you how you could do a loading indicator if you wanted to, but this might be a little weird. I'm not sure if it will or not. So update loading. So actually we need to have this 3 states. So in the state, there's 3 states. Either update is loading, or downdoot is loading, or not loading. So I just created a union right here of the types. And so this is going to be not loading. And the nice thing about this is when we create a union like this, we're going to get auto completion. So here I'm going to say loading state, set loading state. Set loading state is going to be that update is loading. Actually, this is going to be kind of annoying because we're going to have to unset it after the vote is done. I mean, it's fine. So we're going to say await. Not loading. And same thing down here. Change that to down. And that should be -1 when I copy paste. So the whole idea of me doing this is now I can say is loading, and I can say loading state is equal to update loading. And the reason why I'm not using fetching is because I didn't know whether it should be a loading state for this button or this button. So that's the reason why I went with this instead. But as I say that, I think I know a way around it. So I'll show you 2 ways. Maybe 2 ways. All right, so this is way number 1. So let's check it out. All right, let's just refresh. All right, I'm going to go to my network tab, and I'm going to upvote my post. Upvote. All right, looks like it worked. We're not updating the cache right now. We'll do that in a second. Now, it went so fast, I couldn't even see the loading state. But let's refresh. It should have a 1 there now. Cool. All right, so let's downvote this post. And I'm going to change the network state to slow. All right, cool. We see a loading indicator there. That's perfect. And again, if I refresh, downvote. Now, what I'm wondering is this operation type might tell us the argument. I will press this. So notice how it's undefined at first, but down here it is going to have our variables. All right, cool. So this allows me to know, I can say operation dot variables dot, it's not going to have the auto completion. Wow, I'm actually kind of disappointed right now in URQL. So URQL doesn't actually tell me the full type definition for this operation. That's sad. Well, anyway, there is so possibly undefined, so we'll add that. There is going to be a value on there, and it's either going to be 1 or it's going to be 2. So what I can do is I can say here, if we're fetching, and this is equal to 1, we know we're loading an update. And if this is a -1, we know this is a downdoot loading. And it doesn't exist on object. So what? I'll cast you to any. There you go. What a sad day. Actually, here, I'll do one step better. We'll say vote mutation arguments. This is the actual type. So URQL should be doing this for, well, okay, technically URQL should not be doing this for us, but the URQL, this thing, generator of types, should be working together nicely to give us this. All right. And I'm just sticking it up here as well. All right, so then we don't need this, or this, or this. So you just don't need to set that loading state anymore. We can just say goodbye to it. So this is a little bit cleaner of a way in the sense that we don't need to add extra state. All right, let it refresh. All right, and of course, I didn't see the loading state. I should have went back to network. Slow. All right, it actually is straight up not working. Oh, I forgot. It doesn't work because fetching doesn't become true. Wait, why would fetching not become true? I actually do not understand URQL if this is the case. Let me change this to online. Maybe this was a bad assumption on my part, but I assumed when I called the mutation that fetching would become true. But let's see if that's the case. Maybe my conditional is just wrong. Let's come down here. Okay, it's true. Oh, but it doesn't show the operation while it's loading. That is so sad. Okay, the operation only shows after it's done loading. All right, guys, so never mind. We cannot do this. I thought this might work because we could get the operation and fetching, but we don't have them both at the same time, which is hilarious. Which, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense-ish. Not really, but I'm just going to Control-Z and put our previous logic back. All right. Loading state. All right. So that Control-Z a little bit more. All right. Yeah, so now we'll just have this local state to show loading for these two conditions, and that's fine enough. So there's basically two things that we need to do now. One, we need to update the cache when we vote on one. Secondly, bad things happen if we vote on one we've already voted on. And by bad things, I mean, I think it just throws an error probably. Duplicate key. So what I did is I pressed this, and I'm just in my network tab, going to GraphQL and scroll to the bottom. It says current transaction is aborted, commands ignored until the transaction block. Oh, that's kind of funny because I spammed it. Anyway, you can see we're getting some errors. All right, this is the first error if I go up in GraphQL, duplicate key. So we know we've already voted on this, so we can add some logic to handle that. So I'm just going to head back over to our post resolver, and we are going to update our resolver here. So I'm thinking maybe the first thing that we do is we just see if they have an entry in the database. So I can say const update is equal to update dot find one, and I'm going to await this. And I can put it down here so we have the user ID. So this should be post ID. So there's 3 states. If update this means the user has voted on the post before. And so inside of here, we can decide if, and we can say update dot value is not equal to real value. So we also want to check whether they've just voted before and they're voting at the same time. So what I mean is if the update value is 1 and then they're trying to upvote it again, there's really nothing to do. So we need to make sure that they're not equal. That means they're either changing from an update to a downdoot or downdoot to an update. And then here we're going to say else if we just don't have an update. So in this state, so the user has voted on the post before and they are changing their vote. This condition right here means that they don't have voted, so has never voted before. So if they've never voted before, we basically want to do this condition right here. But one thing that I noticed in the logs there is that, or in the network tab with the errors, we got that transaction error. And I think it's because I have to like catch the error and roll back the transaction if we get an error. And I think there's a way to let TypeORM just handle that for us. So I'm going to do that, and the way you can do that is transaction, and then it's going to give us this transaction manager object, which we can query stuff. And then I can now break up my query into 2 parts if I want to. And it's all going to be in the same transaction, I think. And then we can go back to using this, and then it's going to escape it. And then real value. Now, again, like I mentioned earlier, since we have integers, I don't think it necessarily needs to be escaped. But again, it's better safe than sorry, I suppose. All right. And then dude, it keeps auto-completing tm dir when I type tm, but I just literally want the tm right there. Oh, you know what? I know why. I need to put my thing there, that's why. Okay. I just wasn't inside the block. And then this is going to have our update. Also, I got rid of the semicolon. I don't think that's necessary here. All right, and I'm going to get this. And I believe TypeORM will just handle opening and closing the transaction, so I don't need to think about that. And since we didn't have to combine these into one big query, then we can just do this prepared statements again, is the idea. All right, so that logic stayed the same. We just changed the syntax a little bit. And now in this condition here, we're going to have to do things a little bit different. So first off, we don't need to insert into the update table. So first off, we can copy this. So if they're changing their vote, all we have to do is instead of inserting, we're going to update the update table. And we're going to set the value equal to whatever they want the new value to be, where the post ID and user ID is equal to those values. So we're going to say real value, post ID, user ID. So this is like if this was originally a 1, now we're going to set it to a -1. And we'll copy that. And then secondly, we just need to update our points on the post. So points, we can pass in real value, and the ID is going to be post ID. Now this logic doesn't quite work. And the reason why is, think about it. So let's say our vote value is 1. And so then we incremented the post's points to 1. All right, so let's say this is where we are at the state. So if someone calls this function, and let's say they change their vote to be a downvote, what's going to happen is this point value, if we just add -1, right, it's going to become 0. And we don't want it to be 0. We really want it to be -1, right? If you change your upvote to downvote, what we really need to do is subtract basically 2 points. And if you change it from a downvote to an upvote, we really need to add 2 points. So this is really 2 times the real value, because we're not only taking away the point, but we then have to add a point, is the idea. Okay. All right, so that looks good. We're updating that. And again, we might also not do anything if these if statements, like if they vote and they've already voted, and if they try updating something they've already updated, nothing's going to happen here, and that's a-okay. All right, so I'm going to go back to my front end here, and yeah, it's update. We already updated it. Looks true. And I'm just going to open up my terminal so I can see the SQL that is getting run. So I can see it selected it and then didn't do anything with it because, well, we've already done it. So now let's change our vote. That worked. Here I can see start transaction and then it committed it. Perfect. And if I refresh, that should be a -1. Awesome. Now let's try converting this to an update. And same SQL gets executed. Yep, now it's a 1. And then let's make sure we didn't break it for new ones. So this should still insert on our hello. That should insert into the table. Was it this one right here? Yeah, I think it was this one right here. I forgot which one I updated, even though I literally just did it. And the SQL for it is up here, and that SQL looks good. And then we shouldn't get now any of those errors that we were getting before. I think we fixed all of those, and now we can click whatever we want a couple times, right? And we're good. Well, let's see if we're good. I think we are. Yep, I think it just runs it back and forth. Now the next thing that we should do is update the cache. So that way when I, press this, it actually changes. There's 2 ways we can approach this. The first is we can change how we're returning stuff from vote. Because right now we're just returning true or false whether the vote happened. And instead we could return the actual post and the newly updated points, right? What this value should be. And I think you know how to do that. So I want to show you an alternative method you could also use, which includes reading and updating fragments. Because we know basically what the new point value should be, just like +1. Now, of course, it could have changed if some other people did it. So maybe the best way is just loading this from the server, the new value. But I want to show you an alternative method you could also use. And the idea is there is this function from URQL that we can use called read fragment, and then we can also write fragments. And so we can read the post fragment and then write that value as well. So let me show you that. So we're going to come over here to our create URQL client, and we're going to add a new update to our vote. And what's going to happen when we write fragments is all the posts all over the place are going to be updated by this, or at least the posts that with the correct ID, that is. So I'm going to copy this. Args. So we know that args is going to have a post ID, and it's also going to have a value in it. And if we wanted to, maybe we do like args as vote mutation variables, and then we get some type information. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to get the current value, the current points. So to do that, I'm going to say read fragment, and then we're just going to copy or follow the syntax here. So, and by the way, if you want to follow this in the docs, I'm in API and then exchange-graph cache, and then I'm just in the read fragment section. So let's copy this bit. And it's important GQL from GraphQL tag, okay? Have we installed GraphQL tag? I sure haven't. I don't know, maybe this is a dependency of URQL and we don't need to add it. I guess just to be safe, come to our website and we can say add GraphQL tag. Guess it won't hurt. Okay. All right, back down here. So I'm going to say the fragment that I want to get is our post, the post type, and I want to get the points. And how we're going to look up this post is by its ID, and we're just going to use the post ID here. Now, it's possible for us to be given a bad post ID, so I'm going to just check and make sure we get some data from the cache. Also, why is this mad? Property type name is missing, even though in their example they didn't specify a type name. All right, I'm going to say as any. If this breaks, then we will try adding a type name, but they're not adding one in the docs, so I'm not going to either. All right, so I'm going to check if I get any data from the cache, and I'm assuming this is just going to be data.points. I'll console log it to verify though. Data. And then the new point value, or new points, is just going to be data.points plus whatever their new vote is. All right. I'm going to cast this to a number. And then I'm going to write fragment. That was read fragment. Wait, where did write fragment go? If I scroll down to the bottom. There we are. And we'll copy this bit. And now the ID is going to be post ID, and the points is going to be new points. And I don't actually care to select any data here, but I guess what I'm updating is points, so I'll select it. And the fragment here is post. I'm assuming it wants a type name too. All right, there you go. So we're reading the fragment and we are updating the fragment here, and then just setting basically a new point field for it. Now let's see this in action. And we'll open up our console. Warning, fragment with the name underscore already exists. That's funny. So what happens if I make this double underscore? Maybe this is just a warning and it doesn't matter. It did update the value though, so that's cool. There we go, double underscore. Nice, and we'll downvote. So now we can upvote, downvote all we want. Oh, you know what? If we change our vote, it's actually going to downvote it twice. So this actually doesn't quite work, or at least it's not quite a good method, I think, for this. And by the way, you're also seeing me able to like upvote this a bunch. Reason for that is right now we should really disable the button if we know they've already voted on it, but we haven't pulled that data yet. That's actually the next step that we're going to do. But think about this for a second. If from this mutation or this update, we don't know whether they voted on this post before. Actually, we can read from the fragment and tell. Okay, we can. So actually, I'm going to keep this because we actually can make this work, but we're going to need to add a new value on our posts. and we didn't need to know like have they updated it before. Because really when I downvote this, since I'm Bob and I'm been the only one voting, this would really become -1, but it becomes 0 because we just decrement 1. So we're going to be using a more, I was about to say a more advanced system to tell whether if we subtract by 1 or 2, but really we're just going to add if statement. But before we can do that, we need to update our post. So when we pull posts from the server, we need to know whether we have upvoted or downvoted that post. So we're going to head on over to our server and add a new field on our post. And I'm actually going to put it on the post entity. So post/entities here. And this is what I would call kind of a computed field. It's not exactly a computed field. We're not storing it in our database though. So I'm just going to say, and actually let me not separate those. I'm just going to say @field here. And what this is going to be is vote status. And this is a number or it's null. And so this is only a GraphQL schema value, so I'm not putting @ column here. And we're going to resolve this field in our resolver over here. Now, the type of this is going to be an int, and nullable is true. So this is either going to be 1 or -1 or null. So if the post has 1 vote status, that means I personally have voted on it and I updated it. If it's a -1, I downdated it. Otherwise, I have not voted on the post. All right, and go to our post resolver. All right, and so I'm going to do it in the posts right here. And so I'm just going to add a new field that we're selecting, right here. And I'm just going to make this a subquery. So I'm going to put parentheses. And the name of this is just going to be vote status. So, and then I'm going to put my query here. So I'm going to say select value from, I think the table is just called update, where user ID is equal to, and let's see, we have 1 being used here, 2 being used here. I want this to be the last replacement because it's sometimes not there. So I'm going to say 1 and I'll make this 2. All right, so we're going to say we want to see if we have updated the post. So we're looking at where I have updated it and the current post we're looking at. And the current post is going to be P. So post ID is equal to p.id. So this is actually going to compute this value for every post that we select as ID. So this is a subquery. And sorry, this should be 2. I'm not sure why I put 1. And this should be 3. And then in our replacements, I'm going to pass in the user ID, and we're just going to get that from the context. So this is the current user, which by the way, this might be null. So request.session.userid. So we may pass in null here, in which case there's no point in doing this subquery. So maybe I should conditionally do this. And by the way, I have a comma right here. The comma should only be there if the select statement is there. So I'm going to drop this comma right here. So this is a string. So this entire thing is our subquery that's going to be a field called vote status. And I only want to do that if they're currently logged in. Oops, I totally went to the wrong place. There we go. rec.session.userid. So if we have this value, we are going to do the subquery. Otherwise, we're going to say null as vote status. So actually, if I'm going to have this, I guess I can bring the comma up actually. So I just know the vote status is going to be null if the user is not logged in, right? So, and then I think that looks pretty good. We're gonna have to test this and see what happens with that. Now, since we're conditionally doing this, we're sometimes not gonna have a $2 replacement. So that's the other thing. So this is kind of weird because we have 2 conditional replacements. And so that's gonna get kind of awkward, I think. Maybe this works. I actually think it might be fine. And if it needs the replacement's there. Otherwise, it's not there. We're going to have to see if this works or not. But basically, I'm going to just always pass this replacement in. And we'll see if it doesn't like it when $2. Like, what might happen is there's no $2 in this text, but then I have 2 replacements. And I'm not sure if it's going to get mad at me for that, but we'll see. All right, there may be a bug with the replacements, but I feel like it's at least worth testing. Okay, so I'm going to just open up this and see if the server crashes or anything. I'm going to come over here and I'm just going to refresh this. Okay, we got some requests, or sorry, not requests, some posts. So I at least wrote valid SQL. So it actually did this, and the user ID was 4. I'm actually kind of shocked that this worked, by the way, guys. And the reason why I'm shocked is because it should not have sent a cookie and a user ID if I was doing server-side rendering, I don't think. But let's just continue as if this worked, and then we will see where this crashes. So basically the idea now is in my posts. I think we're gonna have to come back to that, by the way. And post snippet is where we're gonna go. I can say vote status. So I want to get the vote status on this post. And we're gonna come over here and generate the types, of course. And then in our update section, right? I actually forget how they Chakra colors their buttons. Does it tell us how we can do color here? Variant color, and they have a green variant color. Because what I want to do if you've updated the post is show it green. Did that work? Yes. And then this should be. I know a tomato exists. Alright, come on over. You pass the variant color, but the variant color must be a color key. Yeah, okay, it does not work. Dude, I could have sworn I did tomato earlier in this tut. Alright, we'll just use red. So I only want it to be green if the vote status is equal to 1. Otherwise, we pass in undefined. And this one, if the vote status is -1, I want it to be red. Otherwise, just null. Sorry, I put null and I just immediately saw the red squigglies. That should be undefined. Alright, so we have updated this, we've downdated this. Nice, nice, nice. And so the idea is I shouldn't be able to just like continue downdating if I know I've already downdated it. So we just do nothing if you've already downdated it. And then same thing on the update, but with the value 1 here. Right? But then I can still downdoot, but I cannot. So we have to actually update the vote status as well. So we need to fix our our guy there. So that's in an URQL client. So now we have to do something slightly different here. On our posts, we want to get the vote status as well. So first off, if we get data, we come in here And if data.voteStatus is equal to args.value, then we just return. So values here. So in this case, like if the vote status is 1 and I'm also trying to upvote it with a 1, we don't do anything. Otherwise, when we write the fragment here, we also need to update the vote status now. And we need to set that to just whatever the value is. And we'll put vote status here. And so remember how I was talking about where sometimes we might have to do -2 or value times 2. So how do we know that? Well, if we're changing our vote. So sometimes we're going to have to do 2 times value. Other times we're going to have to do 1 times. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if data.voteStatus status. Right? If this is not a thing, if it's null, then this should be a 1. Otherwise, it should be a 2. So the idea is if we haven't voted before, this should be a 1, right? It should be a 1 or -1. But if we have voted, we are switching our vote. So really, we should do a -2 or a +2. Now let's see this in action. Hey, that looks nice. Notice how it changes colors too, because now we changes the vote status based on that. Let's come down here and do one we haven't updated before. Yo, bam, bam. Oh, I love that. Look at that. And then of course, if I refresh, hopefully it should like keep the values too. I didn't. I downvoted one of those. Hold up. Hold up. I definitely downduded one of those. Okay. So downdude. That worked. All right, it's working now. I don't know what that one case was. Let me just do one on a post I haven't done before. So life of me, downvote. All right, we're good. All right, I was just my eyes betraying me. If you can't recreate the bug's not there. So I'm gonna load a few more pages, and this should work the same. Haunted Echoes, Criminal Law. Perfect. So yeah, you notice how this works also with pages that are deeper, right? We've paginated a little bit here. And the reason for that is we're not specifying any pagination info. We're just saying the fragment post, and we look it up by ID. So it doesn't matter where the post is located, it's going to get updated in the cache. So that's the nice thing about normalized caches is you can do stuff like this. Now I mentioned I was surprised this worked because I didn't think it was going to work, because when we do server-side rendering, it shouldn't send a cookie unless we specifically send a cookie. And I'm going to talk more about that in a second. But what I noticed was I went over to the network tab and I just refreshed the page. And I realized, that loading indicator is there for a second, and we're actually making a request to fetch the current posts. And so it's not server-side rendering on the server and then just showing the data when we come here for the first render. It's actually fetching it on the client side. So something's going wrong is what I'm trying to say. And so what I did is I just came over here and I looked at the console for our server. And sure enough, it is crashing out. So this is our API or GraphQL server. And it's saying bind message supplies 2 parameters, but the prepared statement requires 1. All right, so that goes back to the post resolver over here where I was talking about. Basically what it's saying is we have 2 items here, but we only have $1 here. So those need to line up. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add an if statement. And I'm going to say placements dot push. So I'm just going to conditionally add this. Now this is not quite good yet. This covers one extra case, but there's one place where things get messed up. So imagine we're trying to load more data. So we have a cursor, but we're not logged in. What's going to happen is we're going to have two items in this array, this item and this item. But if I come down here to my string, I have a $3 here. And so sometimes this is going to be a $2. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say let, and I guess we'll say cursor index is equal to 2 by default, I guess 3 by default. And we'll say cursor index is equal to replacements.length plus 1. And then we'll make this into a string. Actually, it doesn't really matter. It can be an integer. So the idea being, oh, actually, and I should do this after we push. There we go. So if we have one item here, then we add a second item, the length is going to be 2, right? Because actually, just kidding. We don't plus 1. I forgot that replacements.length is not 0-based. I was being a noob for a second. So this should have the value 2, and if there's 3 items in the list, it's going to have the value 3. So it's going to toggle automatically based on the length of replacements. And then I'm just going to say cursor index. And there we go. It's going to change automatically based on what the value should be. And we know this is always going to be 2. This is the one that will toggle. All right. So come down here to the bottom, and I'm just going to let this page refresh. And okay, I don't think I saw a loading indicator. And now it's only fetching one GraphQL request, which is the current user. Good. We're actually going to make this better in a second here. And I don't see any errors here. But notice what happened. Right? It's not telling me that the vote status is wrong, right? But if I load more, well, I'm actually surprised. I thought if I did load more, it was actually going to work. But the vote status is broken on that too. All right, what if I do create post? All right, now it works. I'm actually kind of surprised that load more doesn't load it. Actually, I'm not surprised because we weren't showing any of these items. So okay, so let me explain what just happened. So when we do a client-side request, it's going to automatically send the cookie to the server. All right, so in our post here, you see how vote status needs to have a user ID for it to work, or else we assume everything is null. So what's happening is, let's create a new note here, ssr.txt. We'll say SSR Cookie. All right, so the first time we go to a page, it's going to server-side render. And so what that means, oh, why is it, this should be a text file. Text file. There we go. So for a server-side rendered request, it's going to go from our browser to the Next.js server that we have, and then it's going to go to our GraphQL API. But then for client-side requests, it's going to go straight for the browser to the GraphQL API. So when our browser makes a request, it's going to automatically send the cookies. And so in this case, it's automatically sending the cookies to Next.js server, and it's automatically sending the cookies to the GraphQL API. And so what's happening is when we do a server-side rendered request, and so this is for client-side, what's happening for SSR is it's sending it to our Next.js server, and then it's not doing anything with the cookie. The cookie's gone when it makes a request here. But when we directly talk to our GraphQL API, then it's going to send the cookie. And so when this page first loads, it does a server-side rendered request, and so the cookie's not sent, so it doesn't know who we are, so vote status doesn't work. But when I create a post, right, this is going to invalidate the post, and it's going to make another request, and it's going to make a request to our browser directly to the API. And so then it's going to have the vote statuses there. Now the reason why when I came down here and pressed load more that we didn't get any items is just because I haven't voted on any. Like if I vote here, I refresh the page, all right, all of these are null status, and now I press load more, it shows up here. And the reason why is the load more is making a request from our browser. So that's the difference. And so what we need to do is we need to tell our Next.js server to send the cookie over to this GraphQL API. And so that's what we're going to do. And so what we can do is go over to our create URQL client. And so this actually, and if we scroll down actually a little bit, down here, this actually gets run on the server at one point. And we actually have access, like URQL is passing us a context object with some helpful information. So if I return this, so all I did is just wrap this in curly braces. That way I can put a console log before the return. All right, and I'm just going to open up the Next.js server logs, and I'll refresh the page. And so this is what's inside the context. There's a lot of stuff in here. And the thing that we care about is you see there's a response object, and there's also a request object all the way up here. And you also can see that we have some cookies. You can literally actually see our QID cookie here. And that's literally all we need to add. It's in the headers of the request object here. So if we say context.rec.headers.cookie, so these are the cookies that are being sent from our browser over to the Next.js server. So the other thing is, this is only going to be available to us when it's on the server. Because remember, this code is both running in the browser and on the Next.js server. So you can say if server. And that's when I want to look at the cookie. And cool, now it doesn't crash here. And here you go. This is the value of the cookie right here. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to send this cookie. So I'm going to say fetch options. And can I say headers here? I actually don't know where I stick headers. Does it have a URQL? I was going to go look up the type inside of URQL. I was going to command click maybe my core. And client options. So this is what I was going to look at. And I'm just command clicking to go into this. So I'm thinking I can go into fetch options and add a headers, but I just wanted to verify. It does. Okay, perfect. So that's one thing you can do sometimes if you don't know the types of things, is you can click on it. And I scrolled too far. So I'm going to say cookie. And here, if we have a cookie, we can set it. Otherwise, we're just going to pass undefined to the headers. We don't need to pass any extra ones. And we'll just stick the cookie in there. All right. And let's give this a shot now. And now you'll notice how we actually have some stuff here. So that's pretty cool. So again, if I refresh, it's going to send the cookies to the Next.js server, and the Next.js server is including them in the header. And so it's going to send those along to our GraphQL API. And so when our GraphQL API has a cookie, it can actually tell us whether we voted or not. The other thing is we're making a request for the current user, Bob, right here in our NavBar. And we said not to make a request for this on the server because it was just going to return null. If we want to, we can actually get rid of this now, because now that we're forwarding the cookie, this is actually going to be able to know that we are Bob on the server. So if we want to, we can remove that, and this will actually check. So what that means is both of those queries will be run on the server. And again, maybe you don't care about that stuff, and you don't actually even need to pass Bob in there. It doesn't make the request, because it's going to make that request every single time on the server. So notice how if we go to network, I refresh, right? it does not render and display any network requests because these are all fetched and then cached. So all that data was fetched on the server. So you can kind of decide where you want your queries to run. So I'm going to Control Z this, and I'm going to leave it in because I don't really feel like I need to make the request on the server side. We'll just do it from the browser. And yeah, I think that's all I wanted to do for this. And now we have server-side rendering set up and also sending it to authenticated. Basically, you can now know if the user is authenticated or not when you're doing server-side rendering. And this is the nice thing about using a cookie instead of local storage. If we were just using local storage, we actually could not access the token when we're doing an SSR. You'd have to do some kind of cookie mechanism. So since we're using cookies, we are good to go. Next, I want to make these posts clickable. I'm digging just making the title. We can click on that, and then it takes us over to a separate page where we can see the full contents of the post. So the first thing that I'm going to do is add a new page for this. So it's going to be slash or just page slash and then id.tsx. And actually, sorry, I don't want to call it page. I want to call it post. There we go. And again, you'll notice that we're putting the brackets around ID is because we want to take a parameter in the URL, the ID of the post. That way we know which post to look up. So here I'm going to put post, and I don't think it needs any props, at least right now. And I need to remember to export default post. And I'm going to go ahead and just with URQL client it right now before I forget. And this page will need server-side rendering, or I want server-side rendering on this page because I would like the pages to have good SEO, and we're going to be fetching a page and displaying it here. And I'm going to say use router. And I guess I'll just keep router there. So the point of this is I want to get the query, and there's going to be an ID parameter on there for us. Does it let me pass in? It doesn't. I was going to see if it lets us do generic here to get the type, but it doesn't. So I think I actually already have a post query. We just haven't created it. So I'm going to say post.GraphQL. And the reason why, well, we'll talk more about that in a second actually. Let's write out the query. So post, and this is going to take an ID. And inside of this post, and then here we can select what fields we want, and we actually want slightly different fields than this one, so we're not actually going to just use this post snippet fragment. If we can use it as a starting point though if we want to. So copy this, so what stuff do we want different? Well, first off, we don't care about text snippet. This can just be text. So we want the full body. And that's the main starting point. We'll start from here and then we'll add to this later. And I'm just going to say yarn gen to generate the types. Oh, you know what? I said the ID was going to be, so I just scrolled up when I generated the types and I saw this. So variable ID of type string used in a position expecting float. So this should really just be a float, but really it should be an int. So I'm just going to go to my post resolver and fix that. So we should have something called post in here. So post and then a single parenthesis, I found it. And we just need to specify that this is an integer. So by default, when we just have number, TypeGraphQL will infer it as a float, and so I'm just overriding that. And I have a crap load of files open, so I'm going to close some of them. We'll save that. And then I'm going to open my ID one. All right, so now I should be able to generate the types. See? Good. And if I open up GraphQL and go back to my ID, actually we can keep this open. I'll double click it. Use post query. Variables ID is equal to this. And then here, it's going to be an array, data, and then fetching. So here, it's possibly string or undefined, and we're expecting an integer here. So what I'll do is I will say parse int, and undefined it won't work for, so let's do. So I'm just going to check the type of it and make sure it's a string. And if it's not, what do we want to do here? Maybe just an empty string. So const, I'm going to say int ID is equal to this. And this will just be, I don't know, -1. So let me save that. Oh, I hit caps lock, my bad. Let me undo. There we go. Caps lock is very dangerous. If you're in Vim, it will destroy some of your files if you press the keys you're used to. So the reason why I'm doing -1 here is just so I can check and skip, or I guess pause the query. So I know that -1 is not going to be an ID for any of the posts. So here I can say if we have an ID of 1, I know we got a bad URL parameter, so don't even bother sending a request to the server. We'll just pause the query before it goes out. And then if we got a good one, then we can pass it here and we're good to go. All right. And right here we are just going to display whatever text that we want to for our post. I'm going to use our layout component, and then I don't know how I want my post to look. Maybe for now we'll just show some text. Text. There we go. And we'll say if we are fetching, we'll return the layout. And it says ... loading. Actually, I think you say loading and then ... Now, the other thing, I don't know if I've done this yet, is you can just slap if statements above. And so I have return this or return this instead of doing inline ternary if you want to. So I sometimes like this approach, especially because we're probably going to write a lot of stuff down here. So it just cleanly splits it. All right, so now if I go to like /post/5, it should fetch the post if we have a 5th post. I don't know if we do. I know we have like 307 or something. Do we not? Maybe it's like 397. Maybe we don't. All right, I don't know what the IDs of these posts are. I was going to just go directly into our browser first and then show you we can click on a link, but I don't know any of the, well, I guess I can pull it up here. Posts. 397, the ID does exist. All right, I'm not going crazy. So I'm going to right click inspect and see what's going on. My next guess is we're just getting a straight error. And I didn't see anything in the network. I'm just going to go check our server. I don't see anything here. Will it show it here in our weblog? It doesn't. So it's going to SSR the page, so we're not going to see it in the network tab. Or maybe we do. No, we're not. That's sad. So here's the other thing I could do. if error, return, and we'll just show the error, error.message. Alright, cool. I saw it flicker, but then it's gone. Here we go. Text content did not match. Server login register cannot return null for non-nullable field post.creator. Alright, that makes sense. So what's happening is, if we go to our post.graphql, we're saying we expect a creator back. But if we go to our post resolver, we're not fetching the creator right now, right? We're saying find one and we don't care. Now I actually think there's an easy way for us to do this. In TypeORM, I think I can say relations, and then I can just tell it to include the creator, and I think it's going to write the join for us. Let's see if it does. So I'm going to refresh the page, and I'm going to come look at the SQL that it generates. So take a look at this. It's going to left join on the creator, and that looks good. Let's see if it worked here. I think it did. I think this is our lorem ipsum. Cool. Now, why didn't we do this up here, right? For when we're fetching multiple posts? Well, first off, we could have done something similar, but basically, when the SQL gets more advanced, as you can see, it is pretty advanced here. TypeORM doesn't generate good SQL when you need to do more advanced things. And also, sometimes it just does the wrong things, and it's hard to always figure out how to do it with this. And so I find it easier just to write the SQL. But for simple things where we're just fetching a single relationship and that's it, you can do this and this works. And by the way, the name of this, how did I know to put the word creator there, right? So we called the many-to-one field on our post entity creator. So it's this word right here. That's what we use. All right, so now we have the data for that. So now, the next step, we got our route showing. Now we're going to add more to it so it actually looks better in a little bit, but I want to be able to click on the title. So we're going to go to the index, and we'll make this into a link. All right, so I'm just going to wrap in a link. All right, and now let's add a next link. Oh, we already have next links. Perfect. All right, so we're going to say next link here, and we're going to say href. And now we actually have to put something special for the href whenever we're using dynamic routes in Next.js, and I always forget the way you do it, so I just pull up the docs to make sure we're doing this specifically right. And so it is under routing and then introduction, and this is how we need to structure it. So notice our href here, we're going to name it based on the file name. So blog / then bracket slug. We called ours post / ID. And then there's this as parameter that we put, and this is where we put the real data, if you will. So I'm going to say /post, and then here we need to specify the ID of the post we want to go to. So I'm putting brackets here, curly braces, because I want to be able to do a string template here and say p.id. And now let's see if that works. Cannot destructure property auth of URL object as is undefined. What in the world just happened? So I did next link /post and my ID. I'm just gonna refresh the page. Yeah. I think that was a hot module reloading error. So sometimes you'll get those, and so just a hard refresh will help. Okay. And I think it hard refreshed itself, by the way, because I didn't click the button. All right, if I click this, nice, we went here. Let's go back. Now I'm going to come down here to some ones that actually have text. The Last Seduction doesn't have that much text in it. Hysteria, it's good enough. All right, but there you go. We now have it linked up. We can go to different pages. Maybe also we should show the header so we actually know. Say heading. And here we'll say just title. Now what I'm thinking is if we don't have data.post and we got to this point, then we could not find the post. So there's a state where we're done loading. We didn't get an error, but we also just got a null post because we couldn't find a post with that ID. We'll just say could not find post. And by the way, I don't know why I chose to do a box here and a div here. It's just first thing that came to my brain. So the reason why I'm doing that is we don't have to have the question marks here now. And we don't have to have quite as many checks. We know that the post is defined if we get to this level. And so the idea is like, I know this ID doesn't exist. So if I go here, it says could not find post. And that's great. And dude's going to ask me whether it wants to translate it every time. Always translate Latin. What the heck? Okay. And let's add a little bit of spacing here. And I think I also want to add up here something I can click on to go back to the home page if I want to. So I'm going to say margin bottom 4. And then in my NavBar, and at the bottom here, so this is the left part, this box. I'm also going to have a box on the right, maybe a heading. Maybe we say Lee Reddit here. And this is a link. And a next link. And it's just going to take us to the home page. Dude, I said you can always translate it, but whatever. Oh, look at that. We're not centering anymore. Should we say align center? There we go. Now if I go click on Lee Reddit, it takes us back. We have double Lee Reddit. That's whatever. We're just pretend like it's fine. Why does it say after create? Did I mess that up? It's going to be in our index page. I actually have the word create post here. Oh, that's because of my translation. All right, I'm going to keep this to Latin. That's messing up my text. All right, so the code is good there. So, all right, so we can click on links, come back if I want to. And then we got a little bit of navigation going on here, so that's nice. I guess what I should really do is kind of just bring this up into our nav bar, and that way we don't duplicate it. So why don't I do that real quick? So in my nav bar, I will just include the Lee Reddit is going to stay the same, but on the right side, I just need to add a button to go to the create link page. So actually, let me copy that, or the create post page. And I'm centering that. So this is the part I'm going to copy. And so this is only going to be when they are logged into. So that's this state where we show logout and their username. And we'll add a margin right of 2. And we don't need ML on this anymore. And then on the index page, so okay, let's first show you guys this. So now we have this create post button here. We don't need this stuff anymore because that should work, right? Yeah. So I'm just going to destroy this bit. All right. And we don't need a BR tag in there anymore. And I think it looks nice if we actually like add a max width and make this a button. So I think I want my link to look like a button. I'm not sure if I think maybe I can just say as button. Does that work? Or no, I want to say button as link. So there's this as property in Chakra that you can use, this as prop, and it'll convert it to that component. So I think I want something like this. The idea is I want it to look like a button, but it's actually a link. And I think this should do it. Let's see if that does. And if I click this, it takes us over to the link page. Cool. That's what I wanted. I wanted it to look more like a button just to differentiate it. Oh, why the heck did it mess this up? I'm going to make this margin right 4 so it's a little bit more spaced. And I'm just going to align center everything. There we go. Alright, maybe this looks a little funky, but I just want to differentiate it from Bob because they kind of look the same. And then I also want to make max width so it aligns with this a little bit. Now if I just say max width here, it's going to do the color as well. Like if I say max width, I think I said 800 was the width. And well, you saw the color slide over, right? So we just need to make a flex inside of this. Flex. And now the flex, the inside flex is going to have a max width. And this, I can put the alignment on. And I just need to tell it to flex 1, I bet. There we go. And then I want it to center, so I'm just going to say margin auto. And there we go. So this is what I wanted. I wanted the bar to stretch across, but I wanted this to align here. All right, that's looking sharp, guys. Look at that. You guys like my design skills? All right, so I'm very happy with the navbar now, and I want to add the delete button on post and show you guys how we can invalidate stuff or like individual elements from the cache. So I'm going to start with, I'm going to start with the post on our backend, the resolver for it. And this delete post. So we need to clean this up just a teensy bit. And by clean up, I mean add some permissions. Because right now anyone could basically call this delete post with the ID and delete somebody else's post. And I don't want to allow that. So the first thing is I want to say you can't even call delete post if you're not logged in. So that'll stop a little bit of the trolls. And then secondly, you should only be able to delete your own post. So what I'll do is, sorry, I don't want an arg, I want the context. So I want to know who the current user is. So again, we're just going to pull that from the context. And so we could fetch, the post by its ID and then check if the owners are equal. But we could also do this in one SQL statement if we want to. And all we do here is we say where. I think I can say the where here. Actually, I don't think you need a where on this one. I think it's just where by default. Yeah, criteria. So I'm going to say ID, and the creator ID is rec.session.userid. So the idea being here, you can only delete posts that you own. So we're searching and we're deleting by a post where the ID is what you specified and that you were the owner of. And so now this will safely only delete things that we should be deleting. All right, so back on to our mutation. Let's add a delete. And we're just going to pass in an ID. And this is just an int. And we're just returning a boolean, so there's no need to select any fields. And by default, this is a float, remember? So I'm going to make this an int. Sorry, this is just in our resolver, our post resolver. Make that an int. And now I'm going to generate the types for this. And then on our index page over here, inside of the card, because we have a load more at the bottom here. I wonder if there's a trash can icon we can use. Say icon button. Let's go to Chakra real quick and see if there is. Let's go to icons. I could use a minus sign. Close would work. Delete, perfect. And we'll say aria label, delete post. And then when we click this, we want to call the mutation, but I just want to see what this looks like on the page first. All right. Maybe I want to just stick it all the way on the right or something. So I'm going to flex it with the text snippet. And I'm going to margin left auto it, so it's all the way to the right. Oh, I guess I need to tell it to flex as well. So I want the text to be like here to here, and then the button to be here. I think maybe I just need to tell it the width to scoot over. So if I right click inspect, I think the container. Yeah, you see our container here is not the full width. So step one is this random box we have here. I'm going to flex one it. Nice, and now it flew over. Should make it tomato, or actually just red. And then I'm also thinking we should align this because I think the alignment was off. All right. And so when I click on this, we just need to call our mutation now. I'm happy enough with the design of it. So let's come up here. And we're going to say delete post. And so the ID that we're going to pass in here is just going to be p.id. Now I'm going to delete this. Now nothing happens because, again, we're not updating the cache. But if I were to refresh, hello there 77 should be the first post. Perfect. So it does indeed delete on the server. Let's go ahead and update the cache after delete post. So we're going to head on over to our URQL client, create URQL client, and add a update. And I'm just copying the resolver that was below. And this is actually really easy. All I have to do is call cache.invalidate, and we're going to pass in the post type name. So we're going to invalidate a post, and we just have to tell it the ID. And we actually already have the ID from the args. Why is this mad at me? Oh, I think it's because this is a weird type. So we're going to cast this again as delete post mutation variables, because this is the correct type. Now, the thing about invalidate is by default, it will make the post null that we are deleting. And so there is a way to get around that. You can add a schema and tell URQL about it, but that seemed like, I don't know, kind of weird to do. I didn't feel like doing it. So instead, what I'm going to do is, since data.post.posts, this is possibly going to have some null values in it now if we invalidate them. So all I'm going to do here is say p, or I say not p, we return null. So this will, if we have any null values, we're just going to return null. And now if we see this in action, press it, bam. Can say goodbye to these guys instantly. Wait, so I invalidated the first one, that worked, but then this one did not go, I don't think, because I can see my focus here. Wait, what the heck? The first one worked, but then the second one didn't. Did we get an error? No. Wait, hold up. Is it just being slow? So open the network tab. Oh, that's really funny. What the heck? Update or delete on table post violates foreign key constraint. Oh, nice. So what's happening is we can't delete posts right now that have upvotes on it because it's connected to our update table. And so what that means is if we go back to our post here, before we delete posts, we also need to delete from the update table if there's any upvotes on the post. Alternatively, we could cascade delete, and maybe we should do that. So I guess let me show you both ways. Now in this case, we want to make sure you have permission before we delete anything from update, so we're going to have to select a post. All right, so first off, if we don't get a post, we're just going to return false. So if they give us a bad ID, we'll return false. And then we don't have to do a null check there anymore. So post.creatorID, if it's not equal to the current user, then they don't have permission. And we'll say not authorized. If it got to this point, then it's good. We don't need to really do this check anymore. But we do need to, before this, update, and we are going to delete by post ID. And so that's how we can refactor this, and now it's just going to delete any updates before it deletes the post. All right, so I'm going to refresh, and I'll press this. Now we can easily delete all these posts that we want to, and we're good. Now, the one thing I was going to mention real quick and just cement this into your brains is if I remove this, we're actually going to get an error. So, right, if I didn't have that ternary and I press this, it says cannot read property ID of null. So it's putting a null value in posts. So if P is null here, we're trying to do null.id, which is bad. So that's what this is protecting us against. All right, so we'll save that. And yeah, so now let me show you cascading. All right, so this is one way. This is the not cascade way. I had this and I'm just going to add it right back. So we can actually keep this like this if we want, and we can have PostgreSQL automatically delete any updates for us that are connected to posts by telling it we want to cascade. And we can do that by going to our update entity. And then what we want to say is when a post is deleted, we want to cascade. So we can actually add some options to the post, I guess, relationship by passing in an object at the end here. So if I control space, there's actually a few other things you can do. And what I'm going to do is when this is deleted, that is the post, I want to cascade. So when a post is deleted, it will also delete the update if it's connected. And I'm just going to head over here. Alter added a constraint. Looks like my server restarted. Okay, I want to make sure it didn't have a problem. And now let's try deleting this. And it deletes. Okay, awesome. So that is an alternative way you could solve that. And so it took a little bit less code, right? But we're also not like, sometimes you may want to throw an error when not authorized or return false when a post doesn't exist. So it also depends on how you want to handle it. I do like sometimes turning on cascade because it just makes it very simple. You know, all I have to do is delete and it handles the rest. But also it can be really easy, you know, to delete more than you need to with cascade. Like maybe later on you forget and you delete a post and there you go, all the updates are gone. So I know some people like to not do cascades and avoid that whole headache, and it's very explicit what's happening with this up here. So you can choose as the developer which one you want to use depending on the situation and what makes sense for your project. Next, I want to do updating of posts, and I want to start by just reviewing our resolver up here in our backend and make sure this looks good, and then we are going to add the UI in like a form for them to fill out. So the first thing I notice is title here. We also want to have text. These are going to be the two fields I think we'll let them edit or possibly edit. And I know I was doing this thing where like, yeah, you can conditionally set the title or just the text. I think I'm just going to get rid of that garbage. And we're just going to have them pass the new title and new text in, and we're just going to update like normal human beings. So here I'm going to say ID and title and text. Alright, so I am grabbing the post, I'm updating the post, and then I'm returning the post. Now I actually think this logic does not work right now because I'm returning a post after this update, and I'm not sure if update will actually change this. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So let's go to Playground for a second. And let's also get the text. Update post argument text was not supplied. And I just need a refresh so it realizes that the type is on there. Alright, so I'm going to update 397 here. Yeah, so see how it said Bob and the text should be yo, but then the title and returning here, or sorry, the title and the text here are different, right? So this is not what I want. I want it to say Bob and yo because that's literally what I just did. And the reason for that is we're grabbing the post and we're returning null if the post doesn't exist, and we're just returning the same post. So I'm going to structure this slightly differently. I am just going to return from the post.update, and now I want my post.update to return a post. And the other thing is, I should only be able to update a post that I owned. So we're going to add the same logic as our delete. And then we also just want to add a use middleware is auth, because you shouldn't even be calling update post if you're not logged in. So there we go. Now how do we get update to actually return the post? Well, I actually don't think there's like a setting that we can tell it like, hey man, we want it to update. I think it only takes 2 parameters. So what we're gonna have to do is hop on over. Do I have the TypeORM docs up? No, I don't. So well, let's pop them up. We're going to go to the update using the query builder. And so we're just going to use the query builder for this, and we're going to do something like this. So let's pop that in. And create query builder, update the user. In this case, ours is a post. And then the where clause, we're going to do some logic like this. But I'm going to just put our set object in. So set, we have title and text, and I'm going to delete this, but I'm going to delete it after I copy this object. Alright, so there we are. And I'm going to add dot returning. This is the key. So dot returning, this will actually return the post that we update. Update result is missing the following properties. I don't know if this is actually going to return exactly a post. I thought it does. But just in case it doesn't, I'm going to log it. And also it may return undefined if we are given a bad ID, and that's totally fine. Wait, what doesn't like about this? I'm going to say just as any because I'm pretty sure the type's right. And we're going to find out about that in a second. All right, so the where clause here I need to update. So the ID, that's fine, but we also need to add a creator ID. So single quote this. And there we go. And by the way, I don't know if I've explicitly said this yet, but you can kind of infer it. The names line up here for parameters. So TypeORM allows us to pass in named parameters, which is nice. But whenever we're just doing raw SQL, we have to specify like $1, $2. It's kind of annoying. All right, so let's give this a run. All right, so it did not work. And well, I was hoping it was going to print us out a post. Did it? Oh, here it is. It's just at the bottom and I can't see it. All right, so it says updated result and it actually returned nothing, even though we did returning. That makes me think we weren't able to find a ID and a, oh yes, Bob doesn't own this post. This actually worked correctly. And the update result here, we're going to return raw 0. I'm going to say result dot raw and then the first element. All right, so this is the proper syntax. So okay, that actually worked as expected. I just do not own this post. Right? No. But if I log in as Ben, log in. Now I own this post. Nice, it actually lets me update it. All right, this looks good. And as you can see, here's our logs, the results here, our update result. The raw has the information we want. And I'm just going to run it again to verify it works. And sure enough, it does. So perfect. So I'm pretty happy with our code for this now. I'm going to remove the console log. We're good there now. And let's go ahead and update this on our UI now, our front end. So mutation. $ID. This should be an int. And go ahead and cast this to an int or specify that the GraphQL type is an int. Same thing as we've done before. Title is a string. Text is a required string as well. And why is it unhappy with me? I'm not sure why the red's there. I think this is okay. Let's prettify it. Now, the fields that I select back, I only really care to select the fields that change. In this case, the only two fields I care about are title and text. And it's also good to do the ID, because when we pull the ID, it's going to automatically update the type for us, which is nice, or the fields on our front end, which we're about to see. And then note our text snippet is actually going to change based on our text, so we also want to select that. So I'm going to copy this now, paste it in, come generate the types on our front end. All right, I'm going to close files. Again, I just opened a ton of files, so I like to periodically close them. And we actually need to create a new page. So let's do that. So I'm going to say, I guess actually we can keep /post and we can say edit /ID. So look at our structure here. We have an ID here and we have an ID that's inside of edit. So this is just scoped under the edit, and that's totally fine to do. And actually, why don't we just copy what we did here? Nah, actually there's not that much that's the same. We're going to say edit post. Maybe I should really create myself a new snippet instead of writing this every time. This is probably our last component to create though, so it's a little late now. Next time. Alright, so here for now I'm just going to say hello. And I'm going to go ahead and create the code, or not the code, but the button on our index page over here to link us. Because we have this delete button, we also need to have a edit button. So edit post. Do they have an edit icon? Looks like they might. I'm fine with the default color for that. And so for this, I'm gonna actually create a box around these two because I want them together. And then here I'm gonna say ML auto. And I don't need it on my icon buttons. Alright, so I don't want it to delete the post when we click on it, but let's just verify it's in the right place. I want it like over here. Nice. Maybe we add like, you know what, I don't think I want it red. I think I just want them to be default color. And I'm gonna add margin right 4. Because I don't really want your eye to be caught or brought to the trash can, because it's really not that important. Alright, so that's our edit. And now I'm gonna click on this. I want it to take us to the other page. And I think I can just do it in literally the same way I did that link before. So I'm gonna say next link. And inside of this, we're going to have our icon button. And I'm gonna say as link. So here we're gonna go to /post/edit. And then we're gonna have the ID. So this is just the path to the file, right? Post, edit, and ID there. And then as is gonna have the actual URL. And again, post, or actually p.id goes here, the ID of the post. And actually we don't need an on click there. So this is just gonna be a link. All right, and we'll click this. And hello. Maybe the other thing we should do real quick, since we're gonna get errors if we try doing this, is we should not be able to edit and delete posts we don't own. And I'm currently logged in as Ben, so we should actually stop you from okay. So like for example, I want to make sure we're at a clean slate, so I'll refresh. There's no point in showing me this delete button because I can press it, it deletes that, but it doesn't actually delete it, right? Bob is still there because on our backend we don't actually delete it. So there's no point actually showing this if you don't own it. So I'm saying all this so that what we fetch the current user. Use me query. And I'll say this is me data. So we have data here and we have data here. So I'm just renaming this so we don't have collisions. And so down here, I only want to show this box if you own the post. So I'm going to wrap this in curly braces, this box. And I'm going to say me data.me.id if this is equal to the post ID. Sorry, not post ID, the creator ID. So if you are the owner, we will show the box. And actually, let's do a not sign. That way we can just do null here. So if you're not the owner, we're not going to display it. If you are the owner, you get to see the buttons. All right, so I don't own this post. I can't see it, but then I own this post, so I can delete life of me, for example. And we're good. All right. So now let's go edit tattooed life. And this is actually going to be very similar to our create post. So why don't we copy that? Give us a good starting point. And I'm just going to import all the missing imports. And I'm going to comment out the submit for now. Is server cannot read request of undefined. Create URQL client. I think that is a problem with, so if we're on the server, you should always have access to the request in the context, I think. So I think that was just a hot module reloading error, but we can add some extra logic here. So what's happening is the request object does not exist or something. So we can just add optional chaining, and there you go. All right, so this is going to be our edit post, and we need to fill this in with the data of the actual post. And I'm going to just rename this to update post, and let's fetch the post. So I need to get the URL, or sorry, not the URL, the ID from the URL. And then we can say use post query. And this is going to be params. So we're actually doing like literally the same logic as post ID, this thing right here. So I'm just going to copy this. Where this router, we have to, int the ID. And maybe what we'll do is we should create a little util. So I'm going to create a new hook here, custom hook, which I'll just call use get post from URL. Oh, and I don't need to make this TSX. This is just TS. And we'll copy this into here. And what we'll do is we'll just return this use post query. So now this logic of, converting the ID in the URL to an int and stuff, we have encapsulated here. So now here I can just say use get post from URL. And then we don't need this stuff here. And I can do the same thing over here. Oops. And I'm not going to care about errors for now. And I'm going to say if we're fetching, say loading. And then the initial values here are going to be, and we're actually going to have the same logic of fetching and then here. So if we wanted, we could even encapsulate this and maybe some other logic, but I'm just going to copy paste it for now because maybe we want to do this differently. Could not find post. And so down here we know we have a post if we got this far. So I'm going to say data.post title data.post.text. Give that a save. All right, so I can now see the values. Perfect. So now let's call our update post mutation. And I'm going to say, actually we don't need fetching for this. We just need to call update post because Formic is going to handle that for us. So the ID, so funny enough, the ID here we actually are going to need, and that's from the URL, which we got from the router, which we stuck in here. So we don't have access to that. That's kind of funny. So maybe what we do, for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to get it here as well. Use router. And well, we're actually going to have to parse it to an int. All right, guys, I think I'm learning that my abstraction was a weak abstraction. I think what I want is instead of sticking this, why don't we return the int ID? Because that's really what we want, I think. So maybe I'll rename this. So actually just create a new file. So I'll keep this if we want to keep this. And I'll create a new hook. Use get int ID. And then our hook over here can use this. Now maybe we could make this an even better hook and make it generic so it works for any query parameter, but I'll leave that as an exercise for you. And now over here, I'm just going to say const use get int ID. Now I'm like double getting it here and getting it here. So if I wanted to, I could just convert this to my use post query if I want to be like, you know, really not duplicating things, and instead copy paste it. And by duplicating, I mean running the logic twice, because we still are copy pasting. All right, so we get our ID from the URL. We int it. We do the same logic as before for fetching the post. And the whole purpose of all that is I can pass it here. And then I'm also going to pass in the values, which is just the title and the text there. And then I'm going to wait this, and we're going to say router.push. And we're just going to go back to the home page. So const router is equal to use router. All right, now that is good. Let's test this out now. So I can now alter the text a little bit. And let's update. We come to the front page, got rid of the stuff, and it says banana here. So notice how sometimes before when we did these things, we'd have to like update the cache ourselves or invalidate something, but here we didn't have to. And that's because we didn't update. And after our update, we are getting a new post object back, right? And we can see that if we go to our, what do I even call it, update post. We're getting a new post object back. And so what URQL will do is it will automatically update the title, text, and text snippet fields in the cache based on the post ID. And so we don't have to do anything, it just handles that for us. And so yeah, so that's very nice. So I can go edit this, add some more stuff, save it, and then we're back here with the new data, and we didn't have to do any extra work ourselves actually updating the cache. So it's very convenient, and we can just let URQL handle that part for us. So I think we're done with updating posts now. It looks like it's working great. A few things I want to mention is over here when we submit our form after updating the post, we push back to this page, right, the home page here. Now sometimes there's multiple different ways you can actually get to a post. Like I might, click on tattooed life, and I might add an edit button here. And so I want it to really take us back here after I edit, if I were to add an edit button here. So an alternative of just like hard coding where you want to go after edit is you could also just say back. So it takes you back to the page that you were before. And so that's one option. And so you may like this behavior better in some circumstances. So if I come here, update post, it's going to just take me back to where I was before. And so sometimes this makes sense, sometimes this doesn't. You can choose on the form that you're using when and where you use that. But that's another option. And if you want to, I can just delete this comment. We don't really need it. And we have some unused imports up here. So, oops. You can come here and I can push organize imports and clean that up. And if I wanted to, I could just, hop in over to my post real quick. Actually, I keep forgetting the name of my file. It's called ID. And so we could add some buttons here if we wanted to take us over there. So I just want to show you how I might encapsulate these into their own function. So right now, I'm going to close these files. We just have a bajillion files open again. Our index page has the logic for deleting. It has these two buttons and the mutation at the top. So I'm going to create a new util. Actually, I'm going to call it a new component. I'm going to close a GraphQL folder. Edit, delete, post buttons. And I'm just going to copy this. Alright, so these are 2 buttons. And now I don't necessarily always want a box with the margin left auto, so I'm just going to say a regular box around these 2 elements, and then we'll let the user that uses this component style it if they need to. Alright, so I'm just going to import all these things, and I need to import next link. And now this one, I'm just going to take the ID, which is a string. Sorry, number. I keep forgetting my IDs are not UUIDs for this. Alright, ID. You can just pop the ID in here. Pop the ID in here. Now our edit is good, but our delete post does not have access to the function. So I don't want to pass it. Well, I could pass it in as a prop if I wanted to, but I could also come up here, stick it right here instead inside of here. And then we're good to go. Now, the reason why I'm not sticking the entire post here is because we may want to use this edit delete post in scenarios where our post snippet is different than our full post, which you're about to see. So I figured it'd be easier just to pass in ID since there's only 1 prop in here. All right, so now I can come back. And I can say edit delete post buttons. So far nothing has changed. I just have this now component. And this stuff up here, I'm going to just organize the imports. Again, Command Shift P, and then organize imports. And I'm just going to save to format it. And now you'll notice I didn't stick this this user logic. We actually maybe could stick it in our edit post buttons. Actually, I think I kind of like that. Do I like that? I'm trying to decide. Let's try it. I can't decide if I like it or not, but what we could do is grab this, the use me query, and stick it inside of here. Right? And maybe we just put this condition here. So we return null if the creator ID is not equal to the current user. So we need to take that as a prop now. And we don't have to worry about having this query in a bunch of components because it's going to be cached by URQL. So that should be fine. Now over here, I don't need this part here. So this should just be a null box that doesn't display anything if that is false. So here I can pass in my creator ID. And again, I'm not sure I'm totally in love with it because if I'm displaying it here, it's not totally obvious to me that this is sometimes going to be null. So I'm not sure if I love this design, but I wanted to try it out, show you guys a different alternative. All right, so the behavior should be the same, and the whole purpose of me doing this is now when I click on Bob is great, well actually let's go to one I owned, Tattooed Life. I can now easily display those buttons here if I want to. All right, so I'm in our ID component, which is our post. Pass in the props. Our creator.id here, and then voila, we have now our buttons here to edit and delete if we want to. And let's put a box around our text here and just add a margin bottom of 4 to space it out, of course. And so now if I edit this tattooed life, update the post, it takes us back here. But now if I come over here, tattooed life, update post, it now takes us here. So as you can see now, we're going to the same form, but now it takes us back to the place we were before. And so that is like the advantage of using, where was I? Back in our edit post here. Now, if we do back like this, the other thing to think about is this is also going to go back in the router history. So this also changes how, if you hit the back button here, how that behaves. So another alternative is when you click on the edit button, we could have programmed this to where we say like next up here, and we tell it the next page that we want to go to is this after we submit the update post. So we could have also programmed this in a couple different ways, but that is just to show you one way we could do it. And there we go. I am pretty happy with this now. With our update post, it is looking good. Next, I want to talk about how we are currently fetching data for the entire website and show you an alternate method that we could have used. So right here I have the resolver for posts up, and how we fetch the data for this is with a SQL query. And our SQL query is joining across a table, the user table in this case, to get the creator. And we also have a subquery in here to get the vote status. And so we include these all into a single SQL query to fetch everything. And this is one way that we can fetch the data for our website. And the advantages of this are, one, you could argue it's pretty simple. We just write the SQL and then we get all the data. And number two, in general, it's pretty good for performance. Now, there are some downsides to this approach, and there's a different method we could have used. So one, we're always fetching the creator here. Even if the GraphQL, if we come over to our playground and we fetch posts, I don't have to include the creator in my GraphQL query, right? But right now our resolver is going to fetch the creator anyway. So it's doing a join sometimes where it may not need to. And then secondly, it is sometimes better to split out a query into multiple smaller queries than rather doing one big query. And additionally, the logic for fetching the creator, we're kind of duplicating, if you will. So I have to, in my post, to load a single post, I had the logic to get a creator, and currently we're just not doing the vote status. Like if I try getting the vote status for a single post, it's just always going to return null, since we didn't add the logic for that. And so every place where we want to get this information for the post, we're going to have to grab that information. And so there's a different way we can do it where basically we add a field resolver, and no matter where our posts comes from, it's going to fetch the data. And let me show you how that looks. So I'm just going to scroll up to the top here. It's very similar to how we added a field resolver for text snippets, but we can also do this for really any of our fields, and we can make them asynchronous as well. So if I copy this, right, I can return a user for the creator. So given a post, I can say post.findOne. And sorry, I said post.findOne. We're trying to fetch the creator, so this should be user. User.findOne. And I need to import that. And we just say post.creatorID. So given the creator ID on the post, we fetch a user. And that's it. We are now fetching the user. No matter where the post is coming from, a SQL request will be sent and it will fetch the creator. And so now, if I come down here to where we had that logic, I can actually rip out this JSON build object and I can rip out this inner join. We just don't need it. All right. Now, hopefully, we weren't using that in any other places. Hopefully, I didn't just wreck the syntax of this query. And then also down here, right, I can remove that. We don't need to get the relationship for a post. So now let me pull up the logs of this, of our server, and then let's do a couple queries and see what happens. So I'm just going to refresh our home page here. And same data, right? But now there's a bunch of select users in here, right? And if I scroll up in my logs, what you'll notice is, right, this is our SQL to get the posts, and then we are fetching 16 posts, or I guess 15 is really what we're returning. And if you count these select users, there's going to be 15 select users. So for every post, it's going to resolve this field. And so the way this field resolves is by calling user.findOne. So we did basically like 16 or 17 SQL statements to just load this home page. And so that's bad. Now, if we were to just like load Bob is great, and we open this up, it's fine, right? It does one SQL query to fetch the post and one to get the user, because in this case, there's only one user. That's totally fine. 2 SQL queries for this page, I would not say is overkill. But the first one is overkill, right? Like, you don't want that much SQL to be running for this page. And so we can use this same method, but we can use this library called DataLoader to help us make this more efficient. Because if you like the advantages of writing your stuff like this, but you don't like the performance hit on lists, we can get around this. And by the way, this problem is considered the n+1 problem, because if I had 100 posts, it would do 100 SQL statements to get the creator. So just a heads up on that. All right, so let's go to our server. I'm going to just cd over there, and I'm going to add a library called DataLoader. So this is what DataLoader will help us with. So instead of doing 16 requests to get the creator, it's going to help us batch that into a single SQL statement. So then we'll do one SQL statement for the posts and then one for the creator. All right, so how does this work? Well, we are going to create a util under here. I guess I'm going to stick it under the util, and I'm going to call it a creator loader. So for each user or field that we want to, optimize, we're going to have to create a new loader. And so I'm going to call this create creator loader. And this is going to create a new instance of DataLoader class. And DataLoader, DataLoader. And maybe I should rename the file to create creator loader. So what's going to happen is we actually want to create one of these loaders on every single request. So we're just going to create a utility that returns a new data loader is the idea, or a function that we can call. And how the data loader works is we have to pass in a batch load function. And the function takes some keys, and then it's going to return the data for all those keys. So what is an example of that? Well, keys is going to be an array like 1, 7, 8, 9, and then what it expects to return is the user for each one of these. And by the way, creator is actually really the wrong name. I should really be calling this create user loader. Because this is not specific to creators. All we're going to pass in is a user ID, and then here is we're going to return objects that are the user. So this is going to be like ID 1, username Tim, right? So 1 is going to match here, 78 is going to match here, and 8 is going to match here. So what we have to return from this batch function is an array that's the same size of keys, where the data lines up with the key integer, if you will, here. So what do? Well, for our user loader, we're going to pass in the ID of the user. So keys is really, you could think of this as user IDs. We could rename that if we want to. And I'm going to make this asynchronous. So all we're going to do here is fetch the users with those IDs. So I'm going to say users is equal to user.find by IDs. And there's actually literally a function that TypeORM has called find by IDs that we can actually use and just pass in the user IDs, and that's all we have to do, right? So user IDs. Now the types don't actually line up here because user ID is a read-only field. Well, it's actually a read-only string, and we can tell it's a string by sticking it here, I believe. What is the batch loader? it's expecting 2 to 3 type arguments, but got 1. All right, let me click in here. So this is the key, this is the value, and then this it defaults. Okay. So again, I command clicked. I just wanted to see what they named these things, but I guess I could have saw it from here too. So my key is a string. The value that we're going to return is a user. And so read-only string, and find by IDs expects something not read-only. So, oops. I just accidentally undid that. This should be as string array, like that. All right, so now we have, and we need to await this. So now we have all the users, and again, this is our one SQL query to get all the users in one, thing in one query. And now we just have to return the data in this shape. So usually what I like to do is create a map just to make it easy. So I'll say const user ID to user. And this is just going to be a number. Oh, by the way, sorry. The IDs are numbers. I always mess that up. So this should be a number, not a string. So it's going to be a number, and then we're going to have a user here. And I'm just going to say users for each. We're going to say user ID to user. The key is going to be u.id, and we're just going to stick a user in there. And so now what we can do is we can say user IDs dot map, and for every user ID, we're just going to grab the user from our map. And so we just return an array of users. And it's the order matters. The order should match this. And so now what we're going to do is in our index of our server, in the context here, I'm going to have a user loader. And so I'm going to call the create user loader function. Now note the context is going to be run on every request. So a new user loader will be created on every request. So this batches and caches requests for a single request. So I kind of said request twice, but it batches and caches loading of users within a single request is the idea. And I'm just going to go over to the types because we have a new type here called user loader. Now you guys want to know a hot tip in TypeScript that we can get the type of what our user loader is? We can actually call type of create user loader and then the return value. So return value is a TypeScript thing. Is it not? Return type, that's what it is. Whew, I was almost losing my mind. So return type, this is just going to give us the return value of a function. So if we hover over this, we can see it is a data loader. So perfect. And now, instead of user.findOne, I use my user loader that is in the context. And I call load. And we just pass in the ID. So again, the ID that we pass here, and this is going to return a promise of the user. If I hover over it, it's going to promise, and then it's going to resolve to a user. So what the user loader does is all of the post IDs that, so this creator function is going to be called a bunch. So it basically batches all the IDs into a single function call. And that's why we have an array of numbers here. And then we just handle that here. So now I'm going to open up my console. And notice the difference when we refresh the page. Well, dang it, my query just straight didn't work. Let's see if I did mess something up. It actually looks okay in my console. So here's the difference. You can see select a user, right? And now it's fetching all these users in a single query. And here's our select posts. But of course it broke, so let's figure out what's going wrong there. It doesn't crash here though, which is kind of funny. So Also, I feel like I'm a noob. Why did I say you got a query failed for some reason? I should just tell us what the error was. So let me go to the index on the web. All right. And I guess let's have a div. And underneath it, we can actually list the error message. All right, perfect. Cannot return null for non-nullable field post.creator. So what that means is if I come to my post, load is returning null for some reason. Did I do something silly? All right, so let's see what we return. Return values, or we can just call this users. I guess we're using that name array up there. We'll say sorted users. So my guess is this is all null. So did I do something wrong with like maybe up here? I'm guessing my map is wrong. And this is the user IDs. All right, so this is all the information we know to figure out what we did wrong. So let's open this up and refresh the page. All right, yeah. So you can see our sorted user here. We're literally returning in. Oh wait, there's nothing in my map. Our user IDs are there. Wait, what the heck? Okay, this is kind of interesting. We'll look at that part in a second. But yeah, so the reason why we're returning null is because we're literally returning an array of nulls. Well, undefined in this case, but same thing. So our map has no items in it. Our user IDs are good. Why in the world is this returning? Oh, guys, I'm a noob, aren't I? So this is actually just a noob play. I passed the post ID to my user loader. So if we're trying to fetch users, we need to actually pass in the user ID, which is this. Okay, I just made a new mistake. All right, and now we come back over. I mean, I'm confident now about my query. All right. Yay, we get data now. And if I come back over here, right, this guy, these two. And guys, this is the super hot thing about this approach is DataLoader caches and doesn't only batch. So you'll notice, look at this select statement. It's only fetching 2 users right now. What's up with that? But we have 16 posts, right? Or 15 posts being loaded. Well, the reason is Bob, Ben, right? We just have 2 users across these 15 posts. That's all we have. So we just have the same user. So we don't need to fetch the same user a bunch. We just fetch it twice and then we're good. Or it just includes these 2 keys. So it gets rid of duplicate keys for you, which is nice. But there you go. So we have now in 2 SQL statements, we fetch the posts and then we fetch the users. And then this, I think this is just for the me query up here, I'm guessing. But I could be wrong. So that is DataLoader. So that is one way we can use DataLoader and to fetch individual fields, aka this creator, and optimize it. So now we're only doing 2 queries. And so that is the difference. Sometimes 2 queries is faster, sometimes 1 big query is faster, and you can do a mix of these 2 things. Let's do one more example with DataLoader so it makes more sense. So our creator was one relationship, but the vote status, if I scroll down to it, is another relationship that we set up, right? So we can actually resolve, well, we have to at least talk to another table to figure out the value. So we can set this up as a field resolver as well, and we could probably simplify our like nasty little conditional query that we have there. And so if I come over here, I can add a new field resolver. And so vote status is going to be a nullable int. So nullable true. And I misspelled this, resolver. And we want basically the same thing as this, so I'm going to copy. And remember how we said for each one we have to create a new loader? So we have a user loader. I'm going to create a new one. Create vote status loader. And what I want to pass in, and maybe actually this should really be called an update loader. So I think a better naming strategy is based on the entity that you are fetching, not the specific field. So create update loader. And it's going to follow a very similar pattern to what we have here. So I'm going to copy our user. I'm going to paste it in here. All right, so this is going to be update loader. Now, a difference between user and update loader is to load the update loader or update item, we have to know both the post ID and the user ID. So this is actually, our keys are going to be objects. And what are we going to return is just a number or null. So we're just going to return the value. So the idea here is we're going to now be passed objects. 5 and user ID 10, something like that. And we need to return an array of updates. Well, not updates, the value of update. So like so we're going to load like post 5, user ID 10, and then it's going to have a value of 1. Or maybe this is going to be null, right? It can also be null. Like we haven't voted on the post. And then what we're going to return from that is 1. Just the value. Because the value is the only thing I care about. But maybe I should say update loader. Okay, so I called this an update loader, so maybe we should actually just return the update. I changed my mind. Let's just return the update. This will be better like as a generic utility if I do update. And then over here, what I can do is I can do some magic to make this work. And by some magic, I mean we can just await it. And this will make more sense in a second. So instead of returning 1 here, I'm just going to return the update itself. Now it's also good to note, this can return null. Right? You may not have upvoted the post, so. Import DataLoader. And I'm going to say keys here. Now, I don't know if TypeORM is smart enough to know how to handle composite keys, since we have 2 of them. But I'm going to stick it in here anyway, and we'll see if it works or not. And this is for update. And if it does not work, then we'll just write our own query. And this will be updates. And so I'm going to say update IDs to update. Now, I guess the key is going to have to be the joint of the post ID and the user ID. So I'm going to make this a string update here. So update IDs to update. And so there's not a single ID I can use. So what I'll do is update.user ID and then update.post ID. And so that turns into a single key that is just a string, and then I'm just separating it by a pipe. And then down here we can say keys.map for each key, update IDs to update, and then we build it, our key, just like that. And then we just change the name to key because that's the name of our parameter. All right, let's give this a run and see if that works. But actually, before I run this though, we have to actually fill out the rest of our stuff. I'm gonna rip out this part from the posts since we don't need it anymore. We don't need the comma here. And since we simplified that, we can also simplify our logic here. This is always going to be the second parameter, and we don't have to do this cursor index logic anymore. And I don't need to push on this as a replacement. So I just wanted to clean up our post now, because we now want to call our update loader here. But we need to add it to our context. So let's go to our index. And the types, we can do the same cool trick. And now in our resolver, gonna make this async. We're gonna say update loader dot load. Our post ID is going to be post ID, and the user ID needs to be the current user. So we actually don't care about, well, actually we do care about, I was going to say we could remove the root, but we actually need the root for this. All right, and this is going to be request.session.userid. The other thing, we can do a quick check here. If they're not logged in, we don't even need to do a query. We already know that they do not have a vote status. So we can just return null. So if we get an update from this, we can say update.value. Otherwise, we return null. And so if we couldn't find an update, that means they haven't voted, so that's fine. Otherwise, we show 1 or 2. Or sorry, 1 or -1. All right, so I'm gonna open up my console and it'll come over here. And we'll just see if I refresh. All right, I don't see any updates. I don't think it worked. Let's see. Oh, that is absolute madness. So look at the where clause that it built, where the user ID is equal to 1 and the post ID is equal to that. Not gonna lie to you, I actually think TypeORM handled this quite well. I actually am pretty happy with the SQL that it generated. Like, I think that's pretty good. We were actually gonna have to do something very similar to this, so I'm glad it was just able to black magic it. But it didn't work. So now we're gonna do some debugging. So let's just see if it returns us any updates first. All right, it returned us 0 updates. Have none of these posts been updated? Okay, just to verify. No, I know for a fact these have 1s. All right, I'm logged in as Ben. Maybe I literally have not updated any of these posts. That actually could be the case. I actually just don't think I've done it for any of these posts. Yeah, I haven't. Okay, my logic is actually just good to go. Perfect. I was getting worried because I didn't see anything showing over here, so I thought I broke it. So let's log out. I'll refresh the page. And that looks all good. Right? log in as Bob. Now, okay, this is kind of an interesting thing, right? It's not showing me what posts I've updated. I need to refresh to get that information. So what we need to do is we almost have to refresh the cache whenever we log out or log in again. And I don't think there's just like an easy function that you can call to reset the cache in URQL, so we'll have to do something else. But I think our DataLoader worked for updates. And so that'll give you another example that you can use. And so the basic gist of it is you create a loader and you define how to batch all the calls into a single SQL statement. In this case, we just needed to do find by IDs, handy dandy TypeORM function, or else we could also write our own custom SQL here if we wanted to. And then all we need to do at the end is return the data in the correct order that matches the order of the keys. And then we can pass this in through our context, right? And we're creating this on every request. And then in our resolvers, we can access that, right? And we can load this, and we can load, and we can get a promise of the update, and we get the promise of the user. And I don't know if I mentioned this, but these resolvers will only run, the field resolvers only run if we include them in our query. If I get rid of creator here, it is not going to run the SQL. This function doesn't get called. So that is the nice thing about this. It is only going to fetch the data that we need to be fetched this way, but it does that using several queries. So like our home page now, it started as one SQL statement, but splitting it off into DataLoader, we now have 3 to fetch all the data that this page needs. So sometimes it is better to just do a single SQL statement, and sometimes it is better to use DataLoader, and usually you'll use a mix of both in a real application. Now let's go ahead and handle our logout and login problems. So in URQL, there's not a function that we can call to just reset the cache, or at least that I'm aware of. So we're gonna have to do things a little bit different. And I'm actually thinking for when we log out, it literally just refreshes the page, because I think that's a fine behavior to reset anything anyway. It's a little weird for being logged in, so I think we're gonna invalidate the cache in that case. So I'm gonna head on over to our NavBar, and in our logout button, I'm going to reload the page. And we can do this with the next router. Say router, and we're in a component, so I guess there's really no reason for me to use. By the way, that was supposed to be router like this. Use router. Use router. And then here we can say router.reload. The other thing is I should probably wait until logout has finished. So I'll wait it. All right, so let's refresh the page, get the new data in, and let's log out. Full refresh, and yes, it decolored these because I have not voted. And now it should recolor these when I log in. So create URQL client. And what I'm thinking is on login here, just like how when we created the post, we invalidated all of the posts. We want to do the same thing, invalidate all posts. So I'm just going to put that into a function that we can call up here. Why in the world did I say word function instead of const that I've been using this entire time? I have no idea. And we will come down here, copy this, paste it in. Cache is the only thing we need. And what is it? I think we used it up here. By the way, I'm gonna rip out this comment. It's like we don't need it, and I'm just scrolling through it night and day. I guess I can just hover over to get the type. Okay, it's literally called cache. Cache. I thought it would auto import for me, it didn't. There we go. Alright, now it's happy. That looks happy. invalidate all posts. And so what I'm thinking is when we log in, not only are we going to call our better update query, but we're also going to invalidate the all posts. All right, so let's log in here. And bam. So now when we log in, it's just going to reload these and get which ones I have actually marked. So cool, there we go. We can now reset the cache when we log out by just reloading the entire page. And in this case, I am just invalidating the query that I needed to invalidate to refetch this. Now, if there was other queries that needed to know who I was being logged in, then I would also just invalidate these here. So we have coded up all the features that I wanted to in this tutorial, and so the next step is I want to show you how I would deploy this. Now what I'm going to be using is a program or a software called Doku. It's this guy right here. And how Doku works is you can set this up on your own VPS, and it is kind of like Heroku, but a self-hosted Heroku. And the reason I like this is because it's pretty easy to set up, but then it is also pretty efficient when it comes to how much you are spending. It's pretty budget friendly, and you can just stick everything on a VPS, and you have Redis, your database, your application, all good, and it's very easy to manage. And so the VPS I'm going to be going with for this tutorial is DigitalOcean, mainly because I think they're pretty good. Also, they have a ton of docs if you get stuck, and I think they also have a pretty good managed database solution if you ever want to switch to that later. I'm also using one called Vulture right now. I think both of those are really good options. Feel free to pick whichever VPS you like the best. So I'm going to go ahead and get started with a new droplet. So I'm going to assume you can come to the website, create your account, and we are going to go from here. So I'm going to create a droplet, and for here, we can start with picking our own OS, but they actually have one already set up with Doku, so we don't have to install Doku. So we're going to pick that just to make our lives a tiny bit easier. I'm going to search and Doku. And I'm going to create a Doku droplet. This is actually super old. So I thought it said, okay, it's not as old. I saw 14, but this is 17, so it's not that old. It is a little bit old. I think the current version is 21. So if you want the latest of the latest, you may want to install Doku on your own. I'm just going to do this for simplicity's sake. I think you guys can figure it out if you want to do newer. I'm going to go with basic, but don't let them fool you guys. You can hit the arrow and come over here and get a $5 a month plan. And that's what I'm going to do for this tut. Let's pick our data storage. Where should I go, guys? I'm not sure why it's defaulting me in Germany right now. I'm going to go with New York 1. No private network. Allow your cloud init to configure your droplet. I'm not sure what user data is, but I'm going to set up monitoring. Actually, I don't really care. If I was doing this for real, I would select this because why not? But I'm going to delete this droplet after this anyway, so I'm not even going to bother. All right, guys. I already have my SSH key set up, but if you do not have one set up, you're going to want to go ahead and create a new SSH key and follow the steps to do that. And they should have some instructions here on how to do that. I'm going to keep the default name. You could rename it if you want, but again, I'm deleting this, so I don't care. And good. Let's go ahead and create that. So this is going to spin up a droplet for us. And once it is done, we can actually SSH into this machine. And that's the other thing. I'm on a Mac, so I guess it just comes with SSH things. And I'm going to copy the IPv4. But if you're on Windows, I'm not sure what you have to set up to do SSH. You may have to install some extra stuff like Windows Subsystem or PuTTY or whatnot. And the other thing is, after I SSH in, we're going to go in over here and go say hello to Doku. It's going to have some configuration stuff for us to do here. So I'm going to let my machine boot up. It's probably going to take a couple minutes. Alright, so mine finished setting up, and you should see a screen like this whenever you visit your IP for your VPS when it's good. If you get a 502 Nginx error, you just have to wait a few minutes and then this will be done. You should see your public SSH key here. I had just hid mine so you guys can't steal my stuff. And then here I'm going to just tick off use virtual host naming for apps, and then I'm going to finish the setup. And you should also be able to SSH into the VPS now as well. So you're just going to do SSH root at and then whatever your IP address is, and then you can get in there. And then if you set up your keys correctly, you shouldn't even have to do a password. You can just go directly in. And so currently I am in my VPS here. And so I have the instructions for how to deploy a Docu app up. So this is just the docs. And we are going to follow a little bit of this just to make sure our connection is set up correctly. I'm going to start by just creating a app. And so I'm going to run docu apps :create, and then here I usually just name what I want it. And we're going to start with the server as well, or API. And usually I just give this a name, like API is what I usually call it for my backend, and let it create that. And then we're going to be setting up a PostgreSQL database. Actually, we might as well do that now since we're going to need it eventually. So I just ran sudo docu plugin install and then this docu Postgres. And I would actually recommend going to this URL that they have here. This has instructions on how to use the Postgres docu service. And I'm also going to be showing you some stuff. And then after that's done loading, I'm going to come over and run docu Postgres create, and then I'm going to give my database a name. I'm going to call my database hummus. And we'll let that boot up. And then we just want to connect our containers together. We're also going to do this for Redis. And the purpose of linking is so that way I can access my database from inside of my app. So here I'm going to say API and then hummus. I think that was right? Database actually goes first. So hummus API. All right. And I'm also going to set up docu Redis. And so it's the same thing, but it has Redis at the end instead of Postgres. And let's install this. I guess let's clear this. And then I think it's just, create same name. I'm going to say docu and then Redis create. And I think, did I do sudo? Let's double check. Nope, we did not need to do sudo for these docu commands. And I'm going to name my Redis instance. I'm going to call it Olive. And then we're going to link our Redis. I'm going to say docu. I'm just going to look up the command. Redis :link, yeah. Olive API. And so I believe it has Docker installed. Yes, so docker-v. And if I just run docker container list, I should see a Redis container running currently and a Postgres container running. And so what Docu is going to handle for us is managing those containers. And also it has Nginx sitting in front of this now. And we also connected these two to our app instance. We haven't actually deployed our app yet, but we are ready to deploy it now that we have these two containers. So our VPS is all set up, and now we need to set up our application to be ready for the VPS. And I like to use Docker for this sort of thing and like put our application in Docker and then deploy it to Doku that way. And so Doku will just run our Docker container. And so I'm going to assume that you already have Docker set up and installed on your computer. And if you haven't already, I would just recommend going through the Getting Started on Docker's website. And then also we're going to be following this Node.js.org Docker setup. I would go through this file as well, and this will show you how to just set up Docker with just a vanilla JavaScript Node.js application, because we're going to make some tweaks to this Docker file that they use here, and then also TypeScriptify it. So it's good to have some of the basics down, and I'm going to assume that you've done some of that stuff. So I'm going to start from this point, and basically this is the Docker file that it creates in this Node.js application, and then we're just going to go from there. Alright, so I'm going to come back to my server, and I'm going to create a file called Docker file, and this is basically where we stick our instructions for how to build the Docker file. And you can kind of think of this, or at least I kind of think of this, as instructions to build our own little computer. So we're just telling it what we want installed on that computer and what we want put inside of that little computer. So here we were specifying we want Node.js. I'm going to go with 14 because I believe that's the latest as of the time of recording. You can get a more, I guess, small Node.js that's called Node.js Alpine, but I'm not going to do it for this tut because, one, I'm not sure if Node.js Alpine will work with Argon. I think Argon uses some bindings. Sometimes those bindings are not there when you use Alpine. Basically, Alpine installs less stuff. Sometimes it's okay to use it. Sometimes you have to do some workarounds. So I'm not going to bother with this tut. I'm just going to do this. But note, you could look into that if you wanted to. I'm going to keep the comments in here. I don't care about npm. We're using yarn, so we can... Actually, can we copy multiple things? I don't know if we can copy multiple things like this. I'm going to be safe and drop it to 2 lines. Alright, so I'm going to copy our yarn lock and our package.json. Now, this is kind of weird, right? It copies these 2 things, it npm installs, and then it just copies everything. How come we don't just copy everything up here? Well, there's actually a pretty good point to doing this. Docker will actually cache the layers here, or each command. So if package.json has not changed since the last time we've built our Docker or our little computer that we're doing the instructions on, it will cache and get the results. So this basically are cache keys. So it's going to look at this file and see if anything changed. And if anything changed, it's going to do an npm install. Well, in our case, we're going to yarn. And if you're building a code for production, run CI only production. We actually don't want this to be only production because we're doing TypeScript, so I'm going to wipe that comment. And we're actually going to build a container in here. And so the idea being is if we copy everything, like if I were to move this file, this line up here, if I change any of the source files, it's going to have to reinstall all the dependencies, which is not always necessary. So it's just for caching reasons that we split this up. All right, so I'm going to say yarn build. So this is going to generate the dist folder. And let me just make sure I have a build command. I don't. So in my package.json, just add this. And this will generate the dist file, and it's not going to watch, so it's just a one-time run thing. And then the Node.js server that we're going to run this on, we're going to say dist / and then index.js. Now the port that we expose this on, I don't think it matters with Doku. I could be wrong. I'm just going to keep the expose 8080, but I don't think it matters. Copying this is fine. Now this is like the bare minimum that we can basically have in here. There's a lot more settings we can add, and if you scroll to the bottom of the article, actually before I scroll down, I was going to show you some best practices for Node, but let's add a Docker ignore first because it's caught my eye. And this is going to go in the same place as our Docker file. And the important part here is node modules, because we don't want node modules. So we're installing node modules in the Docker container that are specific to the OS that's in the Docker container. So I don't want to move my node modules that are from my Mac into there. And that's why we're ignoring that. All right, the bottom of this article, Node.js Docker best practices. And there's a couple different things that we can do here, and you can follow all this stuff. I'm not going to like get too into the weeds with all this stuff. I'm going to just pick a main few that are important. One is setting a node environment to production. So we can say env node env to production. Now Docker may set this for us, but I really like setting this just to be sure because it's good to have that on. And then one of them is at the bottom. We can also just set the user to node at the bottom is what I'll use. And this will just run as a non-root user. I actually don't know if we have to do all these other things. I actually have not read this in a really long time. But last time I was doing this, I just stuck this at the bottom and then I thought everything was fine. So I'm going to just continue like everything is fine and not do any of those other commands, which might be optional. All right. So now I'm just going to... I'm currently my CLI or my terminal. I'm in the same directory as my server here. And just to see if this works, I'm going to say docker build. I'm going to say bin awad, and then I'm going to say / lead Reddit. And then here I'm going to say test. Oh, and I have to say the current directory, which is a period. Oh my gosh, I not have my Docker on. Docker, come back to life. All right, I'm going to let that start up. Now the Docker syntax here, this is not really syntax, this is a naming convention. So here I put my username / the project I'm working on, and then this is like the version. So I'm calling this the test version. Now I'm going to let my Docker boot up. All right, my Docker started up, so I'm just going to rerun the command. And if you watch what's happening, it's going to actually show the steps and what it's doing. So it's going to first download this, and just going to go one by one and run each one of these commands. And I'm just going to let that thing go. So mine actually crashed, and that's kind of why I wanted to do a Docker build, just to make sure it worked smoothly. But funny enough, what happened for me, if I scroll up, is it ran the yarn build, but yarn build didn't do anything. Like it says examples. So I like to just run this on my computer real quick, yarn build, and just verify it works. It does. So usually, oh, you know what? We should probably fix these errors first before. I was expecting to see these errors. But the error that I did see makes me think it didn't read the tsconfig or something. Because the tsconfig should tell it where the dist folder, or where my TypeScript files are and stuff. But we're going to debug that in a second. Let's just fix these. So I'll go to update.ts, get rid of that, go to my post.ts, remove those unused files, and I can say Command-Shift-P, organize imports, just clean those all up. Am I not using a file here? I just saw a yellow on the right. I'm going to assume it's okay. Oh, request I'm not using. Here? It's being used. What line number? On line 132. Okay. So yeah, I'm just removing all unused stuff. So it's happy. Let's go to create update loader now. And basically my algorithms, I just look on the right side and see where the yellow is, or I just go to the exact line number. That's probably the best. All right. Now I'm just going to rerun yarn build. Make sure that's working. It is. So now I'm going to go back to my Docker file. And, oh, you know what? I'm a noob. So yarn build, look where I put it. I said run yarn, and then I did yarn build, but I didn't actually copy all the files. So we need to copy the files before we can compile them. And now the other thing I should probably mention is you can actually get fancier with this and do a multi-Docker build. I have a video on that if you're interested, if you look it up on YouTube. and you can actually make your Docker image even smaller. I'm not going to get into it because it's kind of a micro optimization, but you can get rid of basically, if you don't like that you're installing a bunch of dev dependencies in your container, you can optimize that if you want. All right, I'm just going to rerun this command because I think we're going to be good now. Now you'll notice this runs like a crap ton faster, right? At least it did for me. And you're going to see using cache, right? So it cached all those commands up there. And the rest ran, and it ran successfully, so we're good. Now we can't just push this code up to Doku yet because we have to actually change some of our source code itself. But at least with Docker, we are set up. So when we deploy our code to Doku, it's actually going to give us a few environment variables that we have access to. And one of those is the port that it wants us to run on. So I'm going to go to the index.ts file here. And I really need to overwrite this with an environment variable. And I need to also do this for the database URL and the Redis URL. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up this system called .env. And .env just allows us to load an environment variable file. And so this will allow us to easily switch in development and production. So I'm going to create a new file here called .env, and we're just going to stick a couple environment variables in here. So I'm going to say database underscore URL. I'm going to say Redis, and I'm going to say port. So these are three that Doku is going to set for us in production. Now I want to use these in development as well, and so I'm just going to set them here. And so these are going to be basically my development variables. And if I look at my index as well for my database URL, I'm basically going to turn this into a database or Postgres URL. So the way you do that is you say PostgreSQL : //. Here you put your username. My username is Postgres. Then you put the password for the username. My password's Postgres. And then localhost 5432, and then the name of your database, which is just Lee Reddit 2 for me. Now for our Redis URL, we're going to say 127.0.0.1:6379. This is just the default Redis URL. And then port, I'm going to have this run on port 4000. I'm going to save that. And so we need to just use these environment variables in our code now, and we also need to read them in so we have access to them. So I like to use this library called .env-safe, and what this does is it makes sure that the environment variables are there. And how we make sure they're there is by creating a .env.example file. And the difference between the example file and the .env file is usually the .env file you want to ignore on GitHub. I'm going to purposely not add it here so you guys can see my env file, but for you at home, and I said GitHub, but just version control in general, Git, I would recommend adding this to your gitignore.env. But I'm not going to add it for the sake of the tutorial. You should add that. All right. And the idea is people don't know what environment variables you might have across your entire application, so you can put these things in a .env.example file. Now it's kind of tedious to move all these names into this example file, so I actually have a tool that'll auto-generate this for us, and it'll auto-generate the TypeScript types. So it's called gen-env types, and how it works is you take your env variable and you just run the command on it. So I'm going to copy this command down here. And I say npx gen env types. I tell it where my environment variable is, or file, it's just right there. And then I tell it the output file. So I have a source folder, and do we have a types file? We have a types folder, but we do not, or a file, but we don't have a types folder. So I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm just gonna say source/env.d.ts. Yeah, and then -e. Oh, this is the location in the env file, I think. I actually don't even remember what my -e flag does. Go read the docs, guys. All right, I'm gonna run the default though here, and yeah, so it wrote both of those. And I'm just gonna close this. Don't save. So you can see it just has blank items. And if I go to my env.d.ts, it has this filled out for me. So now the whole purpose of all that junk was, if I go into my index file here and I say URL, I can say process.env.database URL. And look, I get auto completion. So that's nice. And so I don't need to specify these three properties anymore. I just use this. And then I need to import /config, .env/safe/config. So what this will do is it will read in our .env file, and it's going to stick these as environment variables that we can access like this. But the second thing that it does, this -safe part, is it's going to look at our example file, and it's going to throw an error if one of these variables does not exist. So for example, if our application requires a secret and the secret we do not set, right, it's actually going to crash. So, and tell us that. And that's very important because you don't want your program to run without an environment variable that it needs. So let's restart this. And you can see it crashed for me because it can say up here, missing environment variable error. You're missing secret. And now if I were to remove this, it should run fine now. Note, Node daemon doesn't always reread or restart based on this, so you may have Control-C. But there you go, it restarts. And it's good now. So I like to add that just for a little bit of security for myself so I don't accidentally forget something. All right. All right, so this is that, and it's going to, in production, I'm just not going to use this .env file. All right, and this is going to be passed in by Docu. And then where are we creating our Redis instance? Here. So Redis URL, and then down here our port. And this is going to be a string, and port I believe needs to be a int. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'll parse int it just in case. Yeah, port needs to be a number. So I will parse that. Now there's a few other things we may want to add as environment variables. So for example, the secret for our session. This is something I would usually stick as an environment variable. So here I could say session_secret. And now whenever I add environment variables, I just come over here and I rerun my command. And actually what I'll do is I'll create a script here. Right, that just runs this. Oops, let me copy. There we go. It kept bringing up that prompt for some reason. All right, so I'm going to say yarn gen env, and actually I need to add this as a dev dependency. So we'll install it like that. And we'll regen the types. And then here I will say process.env.sessionSecret. And again, I have to reopen this for TypeScript to reread the file. There we go. Now the other thing is, Docu is not going to add this session secret for us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a .env.production file and add any environment variables here which I want in production that Doku's not going to add for me. So for example, this. And I might change it to something else, right? A different secret. And then my Docker file, all I'm going to do is when I copy it over here, I'm going to say .env.production. I'm going to rename it to .env. And so it's going to read in this one, the production file in production. And that just does a little swap. And now I just wanted to check if there was anything else that would be good. So here's another thing that would be good to set as an environment variable, actually. Our origin. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to stick it in our env. And here I'm going to say chorus origin. Actually, I don't know, and I'm going to regenerate the types. I don't know what I want my production origin to be yet, so I'm just going to leave it blank in this file for now. Well, actually, you know what? I won't. I'll actually just make it this for now, and then we'll come back and fix this later. Because I don't want it to crash because this environment variable is missing, but I don't know what this value is yet. Okay. So yeah, I regen the types. I can now use that here. Now, we're going to have some cookie problems, or we might possibly have a cookie problem based on, at least when we're server-side rendering. So one way to fix that, and some of you may not run into this, you can maybe ignore this, but I always run into a problem with it not forwarding cookies always. And so what I have to do is I have to specify a domain and set up a custom domain. So I'm actually going to stick this on my CodePonder domain. So I'm going to specify a domain here, and I'm only going to do it if we're in prod. Otherwise, I can just do undefined. Because in development, it works without it. And you'll notice I would purposely put a dot in front so it works for all domains under this domain. So you want to replace the word CodePonder with what your domain is. So you do want to set up a custom domain usually for what you're doing. You can try doing this without a custom domain, but again, I'm not sure if it will work. So that's something to keep in mind. All right, so I think that's all the environment variables I wanted to set up. The only thing I will mention, another good one might be our change password. Yeah. So we have hard-coded localhost 3000. But I'm not going to get change password to work in production anyway, because I would have to set up a real email provider to send emails. So I'm just going to ignore this for now. But note, for those of you that want to set this up, make sure you switch this to what your origin is in prod, or to your URL. And this is in forgot password in our user resolver. All right, so our environment variables are now all set up. So there's two more things we need to do before we can just send our Docker image up to Doku. The first is to get cookies working in a proxy environment, because we are going to have Nginx sitting in front of our API. So in cases like this, you need to say app.set, and we say proxy, and then we tell them that we have one proxy. So we need to tell Express that we have a proxy sitting in front. That way cookies and sessions and all that good stuff work. And then secondly, when we first deploy it, we wanted to create all the database tables. And so how I can do that is with a migration. I'm going to go ahead and comment out this migration here that spits a bunch of fake data, because I don't want that to actually run and populate my production database. Now I want a new migration though that's going to create all the tables. So you don't actually in production want to set synchronize up to true. You want to be very specific about the SQL that is generating your tables and altering your tables. And so there is a command that we can run called TypeORM, and this is a TypeORM CLI thing. You can say npx TypeORM migration, and we ran this before, create, and we can give it a name. But the difference here is, so let's say setup db, or I guess we'll say initial, is we can use the keyword generate there instead of create. And so this is very similar to what we were doing with MikroORM, where it will diff the database and what our entities are, and then it'll tell us, and it'll spit out SQL to like basically create the tables for us, and that's what we want to run. Now to get this to work, I don't think anything interesting is going to happen, because we haven't set up an orm config file. So we're going to do that first. So I'm going to say server ormconfig.json, and then we're going to paste some stuff into this file. I always forget the keys, so I just go to the TypeORM website using ormconfig, and I copy pasta their JSON file here. And the purposes of this, we're not actually going to use an orm config in prod or anything. I actually find it just a little bit simpler to use this. But for our orm config here, I'm going to set it to all our dev settings. So port, that's fine. It should be Postgres. The username is Postgres, password Postgres. And I'm actually going to create a new database. Lee Reddit 3. Reason being is I want the database to be empty. And so I want it to diff an empty database and where our entities should be, and I want it to create all the tables as if this was an empty database, because it's going to be empty on Doku. And then we also need to point out our entities. Does it have a thing about how to do entities? Entities. I'm really surprised it doesn't show us the key connection options. I kind of wanted to copy paste their syntax, but I guess this is kind of how it's going to be. All right, we'll do it like this. And I'm going to say source. And okay, I'm trying to decide if I want to point it at my TypeScript or my JavaScript. Let's point at my JavaScript actually. Dist entities star.js. And then migrations, same thing. Now I do need to wipe my dist and recreate it because there's a lot of junk in there. And I'm just going to run yarn build. Now the reason why I chose the dist and the JS instead of source is I think I need to do something with TS node to get it to point at the TypeScript files. So I thought it would be simpler just to point it at our server. Actually, by the way, I don't think it matters. Our migration matters for this. I actually don't think I need to include this. I thought I did. That's why I wiped the dist. But now on second thought, I'm like, wait, the whole point of this is for us to generate the migration. It doesn't need to know about it. But whatever. Actually, maybe it needs to know for location purposes. Actually, that's probably it. I'm going to point that at source so it sticks it there. I don't know if that's where it'll stick it, but it's whatever. This is just a dummy file. Let's see if this works. Oh, query runner is undefined. I'll make this an underscore. Yarn build again. And then we can rerun our migration. All right, generate. Cannot use an import statement outside. Okay, I knew it was going to get mad at me about that. I'm just going to do JS. There we go. Now it's happy. I think I can. If you do want to point this, I believe you can do like npx ts node something. I actually think if you go to the docs using the CLI, I think I remember it having something. They have some information on how to run it with TypeScript if you want to do that. I'm just going to point it at my JavaScript to keep it simple though. And here you go, guys. This is our migration to create our database tables. Nifty, huh? I'm not going to bother reading all of it because I trust it's good. And I'm going to stick it in my migrations. Now, what's going to happen is when we push up our database, sorry, not our database, but our Docker image, and it runs, it's going to actually run these SQL statements when our server starts up, right? Because we have run migrations here. And so thanks to that, it is going to create our database tables if they are not there. And there you go. That is all you need to do. And I think we are set. So we're going to push this up to Docker. It's going to create the tables for us, and it's going to be able to connect to all the other Docker containers, notably Postgres and Redis. And yeah, let's go ahead and push this up. Whenever you make changes, you need to rebuild your Docker image before doing anything with it. So we just made a lot of changes. So I'm going to come to the command line and I'm going to rebuild. But this time, this is not my test. This is V1, if you will. So I'm going to go ahead and say at the end there, just a tag of 1. Or sorry, not tag, version, if you will. And after this is done building, I'm just going to let this build in the background. I'm going to push it up to a place called Docker Hub. And the reason being is I can push this up here, and then I can SSH into my VPS, and then I can pull that Docker image down. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So this is a place where you can just store your images. I have a few images that I've used in the past, and I'm just going to push it up to here. Now to do this, you need to create an account. It is free, and you can push up public ones, and I believe maybe just one private one for free. And then if you need more, you can pay. So we can push up and pull from that. So mine finished building here. I'm already logged in. You need to run docker login if you have, this is your first time pushing. So I'm gonna say docker push binawad slash, what did I call this? I did call it Reddit, okay. Just want to make sure. Docker push binawad slash Reddit 1. Access denied to the resource. Do I need to create it first? Let me create a repository. Reddit. That's good. I'm not going to be linking it here, so I'm going to create that, and then I'm going to come back over here and repush. Repush. There we go. Wait, are you kidding me? Did I misspell Reddit? Binawad. My tag name is 1. Hold up, guys. I'm gonna just re-log in real quick. Alright, I'm gonna repush. And okay, maybe I wasn't just logged in properly. And it looks like it is pushing up, okay. And so when this is done, I'm going to SSH into my VPS. And then if you go to Doku's docs, they actually have a section on exactly how to do this. And so we're literally just gonna follow that. So in the Docker image tag deployment, scroll down to the bottom. And we're going to be following the image workflows, specifically this deploying from a Docker registry. So we're just going to run docker pull to pull down our image. So let me SSH into my machine and run docker pull binawad slash Reddit 1. And this is public, so I don't even need to log in, so that's cool. And then we're going to run this command. Actually, this is super ugly. We're not going to run this entire command. So this is going to be the name of ours, and then we need to say docu slash. I believe we need to specify here test-app matches our apps.create. So I called mine API, so I'm going to say docu slash API. All right, so I'm going to let this finish pulling down, and then we can run that command. All right, so I'm going to say docu tag now, this, and I'm going to say docu slash API : and I'm just going to call it latest. You know what? Maybe I should just call it 1 to match. Nah, latest is fine. And then I'm going to deploy to docu. Let me clear this. We just have a lot of text there. So I'm going to say docu tags deploy API, and then I gave it the tag of latest. And we'll let this run. And so if we did everything properly, then this should deploy and our website should be live. But when I say our website, I really just mean our API. So I'm going to let this run, and then we'll see what happens. All right, so mine worked. Now it tells me that the application is deployed at this URL, but I don't actually believe docu right now. I don't know how it came. This is just the name of my VPS. I don't know if like DigitalOcean links it up so I can access it like this. We can try and see, but I'm pretty sure we have to set up a custom domain now to be able to just even see if it exists online. Yeah, see, when I go to this in my URL, let's try 8080. There's absolutely nothing. I'm not sure what docu is talking about with this. So I think because I did API dot and I did a subdomain, that I need to set up a custom domain now. So now I'm going to use my custom domain. So I already have one, but if you don't have a custom domain, you should go buy a custom domain. So I have a domain called codeponder.com, and I'm just going to use this for this tut, and I'm currently on Namecheap. That's where I got the domain, but it doesn't really matter where you get yours from. And I'm just on the advanced DNS setting, and we're just going to add a new record. And the record that we need to add here is an A record, and the IP address is just our VPS. Let's come copy this, paste it in here, and then for the host, this should match the name of our docu app, which I called mine API. So I'm going to say the TTL automatic, and I'm going to say run that save. Now I'm going to let this just, give it a second for it to propagate all over the world. And then we are going to say docu let's encrypt. And this is how we're going to set up HTTPS for ours. And then we're going to be able to go to, in our URL, API dot, and what did I call mine? Codeponder.com. I already forgot my DNS. So, right, HTTP. We haven't set HTTPS yet. And whenever my DNS resolves, it should take us to the docu site, which really should just give us a 404 at this point because our API doesn't take GET requests. But I'm going to let that propagate. And when that's done, we're also going to run let's encrypt. So I don't see anything still if I go to just my api.codeponder.com. But I noticed it kept trying to redirect me from HTTP to HTTPS. And when I went to just a domain or DNS propagator and I put in my URL, it looks like it has propagated to the IP that I wanted to propagate at. So I think it's set up. So what I wanted to try was just setting up HTTPS, and then maybe it'll just work. So I'm going to set up docu let's encrypt now on my VPS. And all we have to do, smack this install in. And then we're just going to say docu let's encrypt, and these are all the commands that we can run, and the one we're going to do is just docu let's encrypt and the name of our app. So we're going to say docu let's encrypt API. And I need to set an email. Alright, I'm going to set benawadapps@gmail.com. And let's encrypt it. And we'll see if that works. And if this doesn't work, I'll just let it propagate a little bit longer. Cannot issue for API.docu because domain name does not end with a valid public suffix. Okay, so I have not set in docu that I want the domain to be my CodePonder. So it still thinks this is the domain. So if I go to docu, I believe there's like a domain management, domain configuration. I think we just need to add a global domain is what I think we need to do. So I'm going to run this docu domains report. Alright, so it thinks this is my thing. Domain global vhosts. Yeah. So can I remove one? Alright, domains add global. And codeponder.com. And let's run the report again. Alright, I see this as an option. What in the world is this? Why did it mash them into a single one? I'm going to try removing it. This docu. And I need to add a space. Let's run the report. Okay, it just jammed these two together. I'm going to just try removing this entire thing. Alright, let's run my report. Alright, there's not a vhost there. Now I'm going to re-add my global, do the report. Yes. Alright, this is what I want. Now, can I run a report on a specific app? I can. So I'm going to report on API. Alright, that's what I figured. Alright, so we're going to remove this for my API. So I'm going to say docu domains remove and then this bit. By the way, I'm not sure if I had to do a global one, but I figured it'd be good to set that anyway. Oh, I need to say API. And we'll remove that. All right. And now we need to, actually, let me just report and see if it picked up. No, it was a new, but didn't realize what I wanted. And I still see this here. I don't know if it knows that code ponder is what I want it to be, so I'm going to add it one more time. Well, I haven't run this command yet. Alright, so I just added it to the app specific. And now let's report. Alright, it sees that this is a viable option. Fantastic. And now let's remove this one. Report. Do I literally need to put the word API in front? Maybe I do. And we'll report it. Yes. Now, I think it might get mad because the app specific one really should be API dot. So let me actually remove codeponder.com. And I want to add it back, but I'm going to do a subdomain. Now report. So my whole purpose in doing all this is I want my global to be CodePonder. That way for future apps I create, it knows that that's the domain I want. And then I want this one to say API.CodePonder. Cool. I think I did enough removing and adding that we got there. Now let's go run that let's encrypt command. Perfect. API.codeponder.com. All right, so that worked. And now let's see if my DNS is configured or not. All right, mine failed. It says CA marked some authorizations as invalid, which likely means it's not able to access. Did you set correct path in an example and default route are all your domains accessible from the internet? All right, so let's see what I did wrong. So I just went back and watched my old video about setting up Docu, and I actually ran into the exact same error again. And how I fixed it was adding a port. So by default, if you run your VPS Docu proxy ports API, for whatever reason, it just defaults to port 8080 and no one cares about port 8080. We need to be on port 80. That's kind of what exposes everything. So we can run this command called proxy ports add and add it. So I'm going to say API, HTTP 80, and then the container port is still 8080. So we'll keep that. And now I'm hoping, so I just get site can't be reached. Yes, it worked. Cannot get /. This means I'm actually got to the Express server and we got a 404 because we can't do get commands. All right, so let's encrypt should work now, by the way. So and I'm just gonna say docu let's encrypt API, and this is just gonna give us HTTPS. So if that works, we should see like a lock here, and then our API is set up. We should now be able to send API requests or GraphQL requests to it, and it should work. Let's see. Nice. Looks like it was successful. So add HTTPS in front, and nice. We get the lock. Same look here. All right, we're good. So congratulations if you made it to this point. You have yourself a API that is running with a custom domain. We just put it on a subdomain here. And now the next step is to set up our front end, deploy that, and then make requests to this. Now to deploy our front end, we could also use the VPS that we set up and set up a new app inside of that, because you can deploy as many apps as you want inside of a single VPS as long as your server can handle it. But I figured we would stick this on Vercel because Vercel creates Next.js, and one, it'll take a little bit of load off our API or our VPS if we split up and have requests that are handled for our front end by Vercel, and then just our API is on our server with Redis and Postgres. They can split those up, and we can scale them independently and all that fun jazz. And also Vercel also has some extra features with Next.js that you may or may not want to take advantage of. So I figured it'd be good to deploy there, and so that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to just run this command, or I've already run this command to install Vercel. And then I'm currently in the web directory, and this is just my Next.js project. And you're going to want to create a Vercel account if you haven't already. And the other thing is, I've hard-coded the localhost URL here, so I want to turn that into an environment variable. So in our web folder, I'm going to say .env.local. This just happens to be the syntax that Next.js uses and that knows this file exists. And in our gitignore, I think it has it. I'm going to remove it. You don't want to do that, but I'm going to put it here just for the purposes of you guys can see it on Git. Yeah, so skip that step, but I'm doing it so you can see it. And then I'm just going to say API URL and let me just open that back up and copy it. .api URL. Now, I actually don't know if I can use my gen env types on this and get it to work and get type safety for this. And we only have one anyway, so I'm just going to ignore it for now and just live my life without type safety for this one thing. And I just want to print it out to verify the value is set in the browser. I do have my server set. Okay, good. Or running, I mean. And I'm just going to go to localhost 3000. You're creating an URQL client without, yeah, that's what I thought. So here are the docs for environment variables. And I want to load environment variables, and we create a .env.local. And if we come over here to our server, are you kidding me? Oh, you know what? I might just need to restart our server. That actually just may be it. Okay, yeah, it loaded them. I was going to say, I know that it should work on the server side, but when it gets to the browser, I wasn't sure if it was going to. Let's see if this works. Yeah, it doesn't have a URL. Perfect. So notice how the URL here is logs, right? It works, but it does not work in the browser. And so we have to figure out how to do browser environment variables. Exposing environment variables to the browser. Okay, that's exactly what I want. So we have to prefix them with next public. All right, let's do that. Copy this, paste it here. Now I'm gonna laugh if this now doesn't expose it to our server. All right, refresh. It didn't work. I think I may need to restart the server. Yeah. I think it doesn't reload the env file unless I control C. Actually, I'm lying to you right now. Oh, wait. Let me use that there. There we go. I don't know if that control C was necessary. Let's see. Let's see. Did the control C fix it? It did. Nice. Okay, this failing is totally okay. Because our server right now is pointed at a... Wait, no, it's not. Why did this error out, actually? What's wrong with our server? Our server shouldn't have broke, actually. Oh, it's trying to run a migration, but the tables already exist. Ah, that's funny. It's because... All right, what I'll do is I have it pointed at leadReddit 2 for the database URL. I'm going to change this to leadReddit 3 on the server. That way we start with a fresh DB. All right, we'll remove that. And I'm going to control C here and restart it because, again, it needs to be restart to reload the env. Now this should just work. Okay, cool. Now it's a blank database, so we don't see anything here. That's totally fine. I just wanted to make sure in the process of us touching all these environment variables and all that stuff that development didn't break. Looks like we're still good. All right. And so the idea is, and let's remove this. The idea is now we have this URL that we can use, and we can now toggle this in dev and prod and change the value. Okay. So I'm going to say Vercel. And that's all I think you need to do. The specified token is not valid. What? I thought that's all I needed to do to deploy it. Now. Deploy current directory. I think what it wants me to do is log in. And Vercel is being mean and not telling me. Alright, so let me log in real quick. Now I'm going to say Vercel now. Sorry, just Vercel, not now. To deploy this. So set up the deploy. Yes. And this is the find scope. Link in existing projects. No, that's the default. What's your project name? Lee Reddit. Which directory is your code? Source. And we'll let that go. No framework detected. Default project settings. Alright, when it said in which directory is your code located, I don't think I was supposed to say source. I'm going to just Control C and restart this. Yes, yes, yes. By the way, I'm just saying enter because those defaults are good. Alright, now you see how it knows. Auto detected, yes. Do you want to overwrite these? No. Hit enter. We'll just use the defaults. And we'll let that go. So I'm going to let this build, and then when it's done, we should have a website up. If my build failed, let's look at the logs. Okay. Oh, we got a TypeScript. Argument of type is not assignable to parameter. That's actually hilarious. So I guess it's using a different build or strictness. So I think what the matter is create URQL client. I literally want the function that creates it. Where is that? I think it's this. This. So this, the type of this does not match. Like if I go to my index, yeah, this is okay. String or undefined. This. That's funny. Okay, this should be as string. Now it's happy. Also, I can do a yarn build locally and just verify that that works before I do a Vercel build. And I can see if there's anything else. Info is declared, but its value is never read. Dude, I have so many of these. I don't want to change them all. Let me go into my TS config for the website. No unused parameters. Haha. I'm going to take these out. So this is a TS config inside of our web. I don't want to go fix all those, so we will just remove that. On our server, you know, there's only a couple, but I was more lax on the website, I think. So I don't want to even bother with that. And all right, I'm just going to let this build out. All right, it was successful. I'm going to rerun Vercel. All right, it looks like it worked. So I'm going to copy the preview and go check it out. So it looked like it worked. This is actually expected. I think it's just a CORS error. Actually, we're not even getting a CORS error because I haven't set the URL. Oh yeah. So I just went to the dashboard for Vercel. You could probably do this in the CLI too, but I'm just going to do it in the UI. Oops. I didn't want to visit. I just want to click on Lee Reddit. And I'm going to go to view domains. We're going to set up a domain in a second. But first, let's set up environment variable. And it's going to be the same name here. And I'm just going to point it at my API. Now, does this rebuild the site? I think since it's a serverless function, the answer is yes. It'll use that for future ones. But it's not using it here because it's using that. Oops. I wanted to just reload it Yeah, we may have to just redeploy for it to pick up the environment variable. But either way, there's another thing we have to do. I've never actually set a domain up, so we're going to have to learn this one together. I'm going to say code ponder. See what else. Your latest production error, therefore domain cannot be assigned. Failed to assign. Alright, well, I'll just redeploy real quick. We'll let that go. Alright, it kind of actually insta-deployed. Alright. Love to see it. Why isn't it using my environment variable? Oh, you know what? It's because production and preview are two different beasts. And I was going to preview, not production. That's funny. Okay, I don't care about preview right now. Let's just go to prod. Not prod. To deploy to prod, I have to run it with --prod. Alright, I'm just a noob and did not read. Alright, the build worked. Now let's pop back over here. Alright, looks good here. I even see a nice little green. Yay, we got a CORS error. That means we have unraveled the onion one layer. So let me add my domain now. All right, so we have to set an A record. And the @ just means it's gonna be no subdomain. So we can actually add 2 if we want to. If we also want www. All right. Save both of those. And now I can actually, while this DNS propagates, go change our CORS. So .env.production over here, I now know what the CORS origin is going to be. It's going to be, oh, you know what? So it's actually 2, right? Because it could be codeponder.com or it could be www. All right, I'm going to actually set it to www.codeponder. No, I'm not. I'm just going to do this. Keep it clean. Let's keep it clean, guys. I'm going to just kill the www. How I would actually set this up is probably a URL redirect from www to just that. So maybe something like this. Something like that. Save that. In case anyone goes to www. We could have also set it up to where the CORS works in both cases, but I'm just going to do it like this because I like having a main domain, if you will. And so this will be my main domain. So now, since we changed the environment, we have to redeploy to Docker or rebuild our Docker image and resend it to our server. So Docker push in a second. We're going to Docker build first. I'm going to call this 1.0.1. And it ran nice and fast, at least for the first part, because it could cache most of it. And let's push. So Docker push 1.0.1. And then I'm going to SSH into my VPS. And I'm going to Docker pull. And by the way, if you want to know that nifty trick that I was just doing there, if you push Control R, you can reverse search. And so I would just search Docker pull. And then I push right arrow to select it. So we're going to just pull down that image. And what's the next step? We need to tag it. So type tag. So I did Control R and then tag. So docu tags deploy. Oh, we can't deploy it quite yet. And I'm gonna just hit the up arrow. Actually, it's not like that. It's Control R, then I type tags, then I press Control R to go back. Okay. Is it tag? There we are. This is what I wanted. Docker tag. .0.1 is going to be latest. And I'm just going to type this out like a grunt. And let's deploy the latest. And so now the cores should be good to go. And then we're just going to wait for the DNS to propagate. So I'm just going to let this sit and do its thing. So the deploy worked for me. And codeponder.com propagated. And so I can actually go to that URL and I can see that it failed. So it didn't work. But everything deployed, and that's because I'm just a giant scrub, and I should have put /GraphQL, well, not here, in my environment variable, this thingy, and I could see that because over here it says api.codeponder.com. That's not the right URL. It should have /GraphQL at the end. So we're gonna redo this. I'm gonna remove it first. Okay. Refresh work? Do we have to redeploy Vercel? Maybe we do. Alright, Vercel prod, go. Read that env variable. If this works, that means we're good. I think we have the entire setup, so I'm excited. Alright, build finished. Refresh the page. Wait, are you kidding me? Alright, I mean, this is a good step. We now have an error. A 504. What is that? What is that, actually? I don't want to preserve the log. I just want to see the most recent error. I actually don't know what 504 is. .405 method not allowed. Response status code indicates that the request method is no message is not restored by a target. Why in the world would post not be supported? I don't think I've ever seen this error before. I was like, I'm looking at the response headers. I'm staring at it. It says the server's Vercel. Guys, I'm sorry, but I'm a noob for the third time. I forgot to put the word literally API in there. I just, for the life of me, cannot type the URL correctly. Bam. Okay. Right subdomain. Let's do this. Let's do this. I'm believing in it this time. Go. All right, here we go again. I'm feeling better about this time. All right. I love seeing a blank screen. Okay. Now here's the moment of truth. Oh, okay, one, our server-side rendering worked, right? It's only doing a single request here for me. Awesome. The moment of truth is when we register, is if we get a cookie. Whew. This is really going to define everything, guys. So I'm going to go to my application, cookies, and we're about to tell if all this hard work is paying off. Yikes. What do you guys see there? What do you see there? Not now. That is no cookie. I'm no stranger when it comes to cookies not working, and I have made a guide in the past when you get stuck, some things you can try to debug it. So I actually went through my own guide and I found one thing that I think I messed up, / I know I messed up. So I knew I needed to set this for a proxy, but I just said the word proxy. I didn't say trust proxy, so I just straight up misspelled this. So whoops. So I'm going to change that and we'll see if it works. Now if you guys get stuck and you change this with me and you're still stuck, I recommend going through this guide. This will help you figure out and debug what might be wrong. But yeah, so I'm going to come back over here and go to our index in the server, and on line 39 I have it. I'm just going to pop the word trust in front. Now, I don't know about you, I don't really feel like going through the steps of deploying this every single time. So what I'm going to do is set up a little script for myself to deploy it for me. I'm going to call it deploy.sh. If you're on a Windows computer, maybe set up Windows subsystem so you can do fun scripts like this. And I'll say bin/bash at the top and I'll echo hello. So now whenever you're making a script, you just need to change mod it, and I'm going to just cd into my server. So change mod, make it executable with +x, and then the name of the file. Now I'm going to just run this. Oops. It says hello. Now what I want to do is actually read in a version. So like, what should the version be? And then we read in a version. And I'm just going to echo the version to make sure this works. So deploy. I'm going to say my version is 4. And it prints out 4. Perfect. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say docker build. Let me actually just get the command here. And we're just going to basically put the steps that we've been doing. And then I'm going to replace this with version. And then I'm going to push. Let's put a space. And then I'm going to SSH. Let's copy this. And then here, after you SSH, you can put in double quotes what commands you want to be run on the server. So I will. I'm going to say docker pull. Then after it pulls this version, I want to tag it. So docker tag. And the tag name I'm going to give it is docu/API and then the version. And I'm going to say and docu deploy API and then version. Alright, so now after we SSH into our machine, it's just going to run those 3 commands one after each other. And then at the end, deploy this. Alright, so I'm just going to run my script and see if that works. And I'm going to just let this run. Well, actually, let me put my version. I'm going to say this is version 1.2. And I'm just going to let that go. Alright, so mine worked. So I'm going to go just pop into my website here, right click inspect, and let's see if this fixed it. So I got cookies up, and logging in and register do the same thing. So I'm just going to try logging in as Ben. See what happens. Oh my goodness, guys. You see what I see? That is a good old cookie. So it was indeed that I just didn't do the right string for setting the proxy. And there we are. We have a cookie. Now, why don't we try just creating a post here. Now, there's basically one other thing I want to test, and if cookies are working, we should be able to upvote a post, and then when I refresh the page, it should show that we have upvoted this. And that means we're successfully sending the cookie to Next.js, and Next.js is successfully forwarding on to our server. So, reload. And yes, it kept it. Beautiful. Should we just add a second just for kicks? Nice. And we are live here. I can upvote, downvote, edit my post. Nice. Looks like everything is working. And right? This is a live site, guys, codeponder.com. I'm probably going to take it down by the time you guys see this video because there's really no reason to keep it up. But there you go. If you have followed thus far, give yourself a pat on the back. Congratulations. You have a full stack application deployed live. We got our front end on Vercel and our back end on DigitalOcean and a VPS. And then we have Doku managing everything. We have Nginx sitting in front, and it is proxying requests to our Node.js server. And then our Node.js server is GraphQL and all that fun stuff we set up. And it uses a PostgreSQL database that's sitting in a Docker container and a Redis container sitting right next to it. And so nice. That is our setup, and a setup I quite like. For the grand finale of this tutorial, I thought it would be kind of fun to try converting our front end to use Apollo client instead of URQL, because I have yet to try version 3 of Apollo client, and I want to see if I like Apollo client v3 or if I like URQL better. And I thought, what better way to just try converting our front end over? And I think you're going to notice, like, I would say, I'm guessing like 60% of the code is going to be the exact same. The only thing we're going to switch over is how we update the cache, I think, and we might need to do a little extra work for server-side rendering. But pagination should be easier, and so I want to see net, do I like Apollo or do I like URQL? So that's what we're about to find out here. Now, our website on dev right now just has no data in it, because that's because it's pointed at Reddit 3. So I'm going to convert it back to Reddit 2. And then this kind of crashed things because in our server, where was it? We're running migrations. So I'm just going to comment that part out. So on our server in the index, commented out migrations and then changed the env file on the server to point at Reddit 2. And then I'm just going to make sure my server is good. Server started. And I just want to get all the posts. Fantastic. All right, so this is what I wanted to now switch things to Apollo, because I wanted to have a bunch of data in here. I didn't want to insert it from scratch or anything. All right. So let's close this. And I'm just going to follow the getting started for Apollo 3. So I think we already have GraphQL installed, but I will grab this Apollo client. And let me switch to my website. And now we need to create us a client, and we're going to wrap ours in a provider. Apollo provider. And we're going to just wrap this in our app to start off with, I think. So __ app. And then we might need to do something more advanced in a little bit to do server-side rendering. But I want to set this up without server-side rendering first. And we're going to create a client. Let's import the in-memory cache from Apollo client. And that's coming from Apollo client 2. And our URI is going to match whatever we put here. So, bam. And also these fetch options are going to be the exact same. And we're not going to worry about header for now. Wait, fetch options doesn't exist on this? Did they remove it? Okay. Looks like they have credentials at the top level. I could have sworn, you know what? So Apollo, you create links, and the HTTP link, I would do credentials include. I'm not sure if they still use links at v3. We'll see. But I'm just going to say include here. And we should be good. All right. And now in our application over here, like in the index, first off, we're wrapping it with URQL client, so we don't have to do that stuff anymore. So I guess I should rip that out, huh? And then the other thing is we're using hooks, use posts query. So this we can actually keep the exact same. The only difference is we need to use the TypeScript React Apollo GraphQL code generator plugin. So I'm just going to run their command here, copy, and paste that here. Get rid of the $sign that they added. And then I just add this to my config. So the codegen.yaml, instead of TypeScript URQL, we are going to do TypeScript React Apollo. And actually, did I install the wrong one? I actually wonder if there is. Let me just search Apollo real quick. Apollo. I just want to make sure there's not another one. Okay, no, there's not. Because I just had like a vague memory of having TypeScript React in here. Or sorry, TypeScript Apollo at one point. And so I just want to make sure that this was the right string and there wasn't something else. All right, and I'm just going to run yarn gen. And just like with URQL, that's going to spit us out a big GraphQL file with a bunch of hooks and nasty stuff. And you can come and look at this if you want to. And now our code's actually almost like 99% the same thing, except they don't have an array here. And instead of fetching, they call it loading. So I'm going to press F2 and I'm going to say loading. And then I'm just going to delete that part because I don't need to rename it. I'm actually pretty curious if our posts are going to show up just like this without me doing anything else. All right, I'm going to right click inspect. Internal server error. Oh, you know what? I bet that's in our Next.js server. Cannot read properly length of undefined with the React Dev overlay. Okay, it's trying to render a NavBar and our NavBar is crashing. So let's fix our NavBar too. All right. So get rid of the array around it, F2, and remove that. And now instead of pause, they call it skip. And so logout mutation. Okay, so I believe Apollo inverses it. And what I mean by that is the name of the function goes here, and then the parameters are second. And again, they call this loading. All right, so that's logout fetching. And everything else should stay the same. Now, logout down here. Okay, we're not passing any variables. I was going to say the way we call variables in Apollo is slightly different. All right, let's refresh. All right, my edit, delete, post buttons need to be fixed. There we go. And then here I just get rid of the comma. And that'll get the first parameter. And then here we just pass the variables directly in. And for Apollo, we have to say the word variables. And the reason for that is they actually have some other keys on here that we're going to be using later to customize the mutation. All right. What about now? Let's refresh. Hey, voila. I think we got it loading. See, that wasn't too hard. Now this is just our posts. I'm just going to go through our fields and update the other ones. So I guess let's go to create post next. So click that. Nice, we're crashing. So let's rip out URQL. Get rid of the comma. Should be the word variables. And let's hover this. Error does not exist. All right, so this will be response. And here we're going to say response.errors. So if there's no errors, I want to just, okay, it's errors, not error. I was like, why didn't my destructuring work? All right, they just call it errors. That's the difference. and this uses auth needs to change. And I just command click to go to it. Again, we're going to remove the brackets, and we're going to F2 and remove it. All right, and we're going to say new post, and let's create it. Now, I don't see it at the top. That's expected. We're not updating the cache right now, but if I refresh, I should see it there. And I don't question mark. Wait, I'll go over. All right, there we go. Create post, and I refresh. No, it's there. Wait, okay, whatever. I'm going crazy for a second. It looks like it works okay. So let's go to our logout and our stuff. So that's actually one thing we can do now is when we log out with our NavBar, if we don't want to, we can keep reloading, that's fine too, but we could also say reset cache. And I don't know if we can, yeah, I was gonna see if we can get the cache from here. We can't. Use Apollo client. So this is a hook that we can get access to the current client. And down here we can say Apollo client.reset store. And is this async? I think it might be, yeah. And so without reloading the page, it's going to just refresh everything. So reload, log out, we lost the user, and let's go log in. And now we need to fix our login page too, so let's go to login. For this, we just need to get rid of the comma and wrap this in an object called variables. Or actually, we just set variables equal to values. And same for register. Oh, let's also in our login come rip this out. At the very bottom of the login, we don't need to wrap it in URQL anymore. Same with register, comma, variables. And goodbye. All right, what other pages have we not touched? Forgot password. Set the variables to values, and we'll rip this. All right, so we have our edit and just fetching a single post. F2 loading. And at the bottom here, we will rip this out. So this part is almost, 99% identical. And then after we finish converting all these over, we will do the part that's different. Skip. F2 loading. Variables. And did I do this wrong? Oh, I forgot the comma. And rip it out. We got one more? Yeah, change password. Variables, and now we just rip it out at the bottom. And funny enough, we might come back and I'm ripping this out at the bottom, we might add an Apollo version of that. Actually, I know for a fact that we're going to, now that I think of it. So maybe I should have come and swapped it, but I guess we're going to deal with it when we get to it. So login has been. How did it know that it should fetch Ben here? Oh, you know what? I know. I was going to say it's not updating the cache. It's just reloading it from. So I was a little bit surprised when new post loaded and been posted here because we haven't done any cache updates, but it's just because we didn't have it in the cache. Like if I go to create post, I refresh the page. Currently in the cache, there's not any posts. So when I add this, right, it shows up at the top. And that makes sense, even though we haven't done cache updates yet. But when I do this, now it's in the cache, this won't show up. And that's what we have to do cache updates for. Okay. And so I'm just surprising myself that it sometimes worked and sometimes didn't, but that's why. All right, let's do pagination next. So we just need to come over to our index web page over here. And how we were doing pagination before is we would keep the track of what our current query is in the use state here. But with Apollo, we don't need to do that. We can just stick our variables on here and get rid of that. And there's actually a function specifically called fetch more that we can use for pagination. And I'm going to come down to our button press down here, and I'm going to call fetch more. And it's going to take the new variables, which are just going to be these two. And then variables here, we can actually get what the current variable is. Apollo gives that to us. And it's sometimes undefined for whatever reason, so I'm going to do a question mark. I'm pretty confident it's going to be defined given I have it literally right here. So, I mean, I could even do that if I wanted to. Alright, so now with fetch more, I guess this is safer though, whatever. So now with fetch more, instead of going and telling, URQL to go have a pagination function thingamabobber, in Apollo we have a update query function. And this update query function takes two parameters. Previous result, which I'm just going to call, or our previous value is probably a better name. And then here it takes an object with two things. The variables, which are just the same ones here, and the result of fetching more. And our job is to take these two and merge them together. So the first thing you usually do is if the fetch more result didn't come back for some reason, we just return the previous value. And then down here, I'm going to return, and it doesn't give me any type auto completion. If I hover over, there's a generic. I actually don't know how to use this generic. Do I just put posts query because this is our query? Doesn't like it. Okay, I don't know how to get the types to work for fetch more. I thought it should automatically pick them up based on GraphQL CodeGen, but it's not apparently. I'm a little surprised. But anyway, what I can do is I know I need to return a new post query, so I'm just going to stick it right here as post query because this is unknown, so we just have to cast it. All right, so here I can now do some auto completion. Type name query should have posts, and inside posts there is another type name, has more. And if we're just going to check on the most recent result for that. Oh, do we not have auto completion on this either? What a joke. What a joke, guys. All right, I'm going to save this so it formats it nicely. How about that? Yeah. If you don't type it, I'll type it for you. What the heck? All right, I'm just going to cast it. What happened to Apollo? I could have sworn in previous versions I didn't have to type these things. But maybe I'm going crazy. Alright, has more. So the results of our current fetch, or the most recent one, I'm just going to stick that value here. And then for the posts themselves, this is an array, and I'm just going to merge. So I'm going to say previous value, and I'm going to say .posts, and again, maybe there's a cleaner way than double casting this, but I'm just going to double cast it. All right, so this is gonna stick all the posts that were previous in front, and we're just gonna stick the new posts now at the back. And we will grab this bit here. And I'll say post here. And I'm pretty sure the types are right, but we're gonna find out if I mess this up. And so this is the logic that we write. And you'll notice we're basically just saying how to take the two results and turn them into a single post query. All right, so refresh. Come down to the bottom and load more. I think it worked. I saw more posts. But I also saw this. The update query callback for fetch more is deprecated. Well, that would make sense why they're getting rid of all the types. Please convert update functions to field policies with appropriate read and merge functions. All right, guys. Okay, this is perfect. So I showed you guys the old way, and now I'll show you the new way. But I think this works. So if you like this method, you can use it for one more version before they say goodbye. And yeah. Now what I like about this is I can actually stick an isLoading on here, I think. So I can tell it to notify me on network status changes, set that to true, and then loading will actually become true when we press load more, and so we can see the loading indicator on our button. And maybe URQL has a function like that too, and I just didn't realize it, and I was being a noob. So you see how it was loading for a second? And if I right click inspect, go to the network, and make it slow, press it, check that out. We got a nice little loading button before it loads more. Pretty neat. And all I had to do for that was this. And then this will load more whenever we call fetch more, or really whenever we're loading. So now I'm going to go read the docs and how to do this read policy thingamabobber. Okay, so I think I now have a small understanding of type policies and how we can use this for pagination. Now we're basically going to follow what's in the documentation under caching, customizing field behavior, and then this merge function. And what this allows us to do is specify the fields and the queries that we want this to happen on, and we can basically merge new data with old data. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to head on over to my app. But actually, before I do that, I'm going to just comment out update query because we're not going to use that anymore. And now back over to our app. This is going to go in our stack, or sorry, our cache. And how this works is type policies, where you're going to say query here. And then you're always going to put the word fields here. And then the field is called posts, right? Query posts. And then inside of that, we're going to say, and this is an object, we're going to say merge. And posts is actually going to be an object. And by the way, existing here is sometimes undefined. So what I'm going to say is posts query or undefined. And I'm going to say type posts, or I guess, so the type of this and the type of this is really a paginated. It's not the post query, it's paginated posts. So I'm going to stick that here. And this is paginated posts. All right, and how I knew it was this type is because paginated posts is just what we return. Like this object here is of the type paginated posts. So that's how I knew this was supposed to go there. And now we just give the instructions on how to merge this thing. And basically what we are returning is a paginated post. Now, there probably should be some way to set up GraphQL code generator to generate these types, but I don't know if it's all configured for us yet, so I'm just manually having to specify them for now. And if I push control space, I can see all the things that I need to put here. And basically what I'm going to say is I'm going to keep the incoming values, and then I'm just going to update posts. And I could have also done this individually if I wanted to. Right, control space, has more. incoming dot has more. That's basically the equivalent of me doing dot 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 incoming. And then we're going to say posts, and we're just going to say existing dot posts dot dot dot, and here we're going to say dot 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 incoming dot posts, and that's all it is. So I actually thought this was pretty simple-ish once you get the gist of how to structure this, but the logic is not too ugly. Now this can sometimes be undefined, i.e. if there's nothing in the cache. So I'm just going to say if it is undefined, right, put no items, so an empty array, and this will destructure an empty array into no items, so there will be nothing in front. All right, I'll give that a save. Now if we go run this right now, it actually won't work. All right, so if I come over here and we'll refresh and then come here, I press load more, nothing happens. And I would actually suggest you add console log here so you can see the values. And what was interesting to me is when I was pressing this, like it loaded more data, like 15, 30, 45, 60. I got more data, but we weren't getting more. And the reason for that is it would actually save the new incoming data at a different limit and a different cursor. So it uses these variables to store the cache in different locations. So I basically need to tell Apollo that I don't care what the variables are. I want to concatenate this entire thing into a long list. And so to do that, there is this thing called key args. And so here I can specify which arguments are important. So for example, I could put limit and cursor here. And when I say important, what I really mean is are used to filter. So for example, the limit and cursor are just used for pagination, so I don't care about them. So basically you want to stick any arguments here that are not specific to pagination. So for example, if I was doing a search, I might want to have the query here be, oops, I did not mean to query that many times. So your three arguments might be query, limit, and cursor. And so you want, to like join these lists together under different keys based on what the query is. And so I would set the key args to query if I was doing that, if we had a search query. But again, you're probably gonna have to play with this to get the gist of it. But basically in our case, we don't care about, there's not any other arguments, any keys. So we're gonna pass in empty array here because limit and cursor are just related to pagination. And once I do that, load more. Wait, what? I was 100% expecting this to work, guys. Wait, what did I mess up? Field args. Let me try putting the word limit here. I thought I could do an empty array. I could have sworn I did an empty array. Dang it, limit works. Yeah. The idea is we want some kind of key that doesn't change. And I thought I could do an empty array if I didn't want any of the keys to change. Why is it working now? Let me do a hard refresh. What? Maybe I just didn't save it and I'm going crazy. All right, file saved, empty array, hard refresh. Load more. All right, it works. Okay, I was expecting it to work, so I was really surprised when it wasn't. And by the way, limit works as well because the limit is always 15, and we're not changing that. That's why that did work. But I technically don't want to include that, so I'm not going to. But there you go. This is our pagination example working. Also, it's good to note that Apollo has some pagination functions that can make your life a little bit easier for merging these things, so you don't have to write this every single time. But I figured it would be good. I'm not sure if they have one specifically for objects like this because we had to customly put a key here. But you can write your own functions to merge these things and make them easier. But to be honest, this was pretty easy to write too. But there you go. That is pagination in Apollo 3 using type policies. We're going to set up server-side rendering next. And just like how URQL had a specific package for Next, so does Apollo, although this one is community-driven. But it is good nonetheless. so we are going to add it. So we already did the Apollo client setup. We're just going to add this package. Now, unfortunately, this package does not have TypeScript, so we are going to have to live our life without TypeScript for this particular package. It's just in JavaScript, and we're just going to install it like that in the web folder. And we're going to create a new util here, which I'm just going to call with Apollo.ts. And we're just going to follow the example here. So I'm going to copy that over. And the difference is we can rip out this part. And I'm going to say export const with Apollo is equal to this. Now I want to create my own with Apollo, and we're going to have some name conflicts. So I'm going to rename theirs create with Apollo. That's how you can rename imports. And then our Apollo client here is coming from _app. So we're going to paste that in here, and I'm going to command period add all missing imports. And in our _app over here, there's no need to do the Apollo provider anymore. Now, this is what I was talking about. There's no types to install for this. So what we can do is I'm going to create a file called all.d.ts. And here I'll just stick declare module next Apollo. And this just makes the type any. So this is of the type any pretty much right now. I'm actually not sure. Individual declaration and merge declaration must be exported all local. I'm not sure what this is about. I thought you can do this as a thing, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's as. Okay, just kidding, guys. It's not a colon. It's as. Now it's happy. And so I'll usually just stick all of the files in here that are JavaScript modules, which I don't care about. And if I want to, I could actually declare the types, but sometimes I'm just too lazy, and really, for this, it's not worth it. All we're doing is passing in the client. There's not a lot of logic. All right, so now that we have this with Apollo, this is a creator of a higher order component. So this with Apollo thing, I can now use in my index. Oh, I went to my server index. Sorry, my index on the website. And I can say with Apollo, and I can wrap my index and say I want server-side rendering, SSR true. Now I'm going to head over to my app, open up the network tab, clear it out, and see if we see loading. Nope, didn't load, so that's perfect. And I only see one GraphQL request in here to fetch the user, so nice. So our post did server-side render, that's exactly what we wanted, and now we can just add these to all the pages. So I'm going to copy this. So as you see, we're basically going to do the same thing we did before, but just changing what we call it. And that's going to be false. And on register, this is going to be false as well. Import that. Forgot password, it's going to be false. And create post is going to be false. Edit, it's going to be false. Now edit, we could technically make it server-side rendering, but I don't see the advantage of turning it on, because we are doing a query in here to get the post, but I don't think there is much of an advantage of doing that, so I'm not going to. Now the post itself, we do want a SSR. And then the last one, change password. And it is false. I was about to change it to true, but we don't need it to be true on this page. All right, so we changed all of our pages over. I can go to this page. This is another page that should server-side render, so I'm just going to make sure it does. And sure enough, it does. And we're good. There you go. We have set up server-side rendering with Apollo now. And same as URQL, we're just going to come and annotate whether we want it or not on the pages that we want it. And that's all there is to it. And we just need to wrap this on the pages that we want. And it does take a little more work to specify which pages are SSR and which aren't, but it is worth it because Next.js can optimize the pages based on that. The last thing to do is implement updating of the cache after our mutations. So I have the ones that we did for URQL right here, and we are basically just going to go down the line and do these for Apollo. So we're going to start off with the delete post. And how this works is we're going to actually call an update function on the mutation that we call. So I'm going to go over to the edit delete post buttons. And there's an update function that we're going to put our logic in. And the first parameter here is going to be the cache. And we're going to say cache.evict. So evict is the equivalent of invalidate in Apollo, or sorry, URQL. URQL calls it invalidate, Apollo calls it evict. And what we do is we can pass in a few things. Mostly we're going to be using the field name and the ID. So the ID here is going to be post, and then you put a colon, and then you pass the ID. So what it'll look like is like post 1 or post 77, something like that, where it has the name of the type, and then here it has the ID for the type. And this will actually just remove it from the cache. So if I come over here and I delete not here, I'm going to refresh just to be sure. It's going to evict it from the cache like it just did. And yeah, and so that's how you can clean it from the cache. And now let's go to the next one. So vote. And you're going to notice we're basically going to be doing the exact same URQL commands, but with different syntax is the idea. So for voting, we can go to our update section. And oh, you know what? I actually never updated our update section. Shouldn't have a comma there. Should have variables here. There we go. And now up here, I can say update. Now, the second element or argument to update is the results of the mutation. So data is what happened, the return if we need that. We don't need it for vote, but or delete, which is why we didn't use it, but we may need to use it in the future. So there's actually literally a read fragment in Apollo, and it works the exact same way. So we're going to say cache.read fragment. And why don't I just copy over that syntax? And so we're going to pass in our fragment name, the ID, and then the variables. All right, import that from GraphQL tag. And so this should be variables. It should be the word fragment. And then the ID. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not really sure why I'm passing in variables. I don't think I actually need to. There's no variables in my fragment. I think I just say post and then the post ID, which is just post ID. All right, so I think those are the only two things I need to do to read the fragment. And then we're going to just apply our same logic if data. Now we don't have the type definition for this, and the way to fix that is just put update fragment. Actually, we don't have an update fragment, so I'm literally just going to call it update. Is there not an update type? If I go to GraphQL, oh, wow, they actually literally do not have an update type in this. All right, well, actually, I'm insane. What am I talking about? We're not doing updates. We're reading a fragment for a post. My bad. So we're going to say post, and this is going to be ID, points, vote status. I'm going to call it post snippet fragment, but this is really not the right type. The right type is an object with those 3 types, but I'm too lazy to type that out. Well, I guess I should show you guys. So instead of doing this, like really the best thing we should be doing is ID, which we know is a number. Right, but like, is it worth me typing that out? Probably not. I probably should have just used post snippet and then know that some of the types are not there. All right, so for this particular one, we actually don't have access to value in the same way. Like, you notice how we have update, we're putting it on our vote, but we have 2 votes, vote down there and vote up here. And so what I usually do is I'll just create a function up here, update after vote, if I need to use it in multiple places. And what I'll do is I'll pass in the cache. Actually, let's do value first. So it's going to be a number, and then the cache is going to be, I don't know what the type of that is. Apollo cache, vote mutation. All right, and let's import those. And so the idea is I can call update after vote, passing in 1 and the cache. And then this logic I can move up there. And I don't need a curly braces surrounding this. Okay. We also need to pass in the post ID. So post.id. I'm not sure if there's something where I can, instead of creating like a function that I call for each one, that there's like a way for me to do it at the cache level, like with URQL. There might be, but I don't know what that is, so I'm just gonna do this for now. Oh, I didn't copy it correctly. And this is gonna be -1. So now I can call this function in 2 places, put -1 and 1 depending on the value. And of course, we're now just going to change the logic of this in this write fragment. I'm assuming it's called data. So we're going to say post, colon, and post ID is what we're going to put there. And I don't think I need to cast this to any. Yeah. All right, so that's write fragment. That looks pretty good to me. Let's give this a try and see if I correctly wrote all my fragment stuff. And I just want to make sure I put a colon here. I did. All right, yeah, so we basically just altered the syntax a tad, but the way we're doing it, reading and writing the fragment, exact same as URQL. All right, so let's see. Yep. Looks good to me. All right, let's go on to the next one then. All right, so creating post. So we're going to say cache.evict. And we use field name if we want to do a query. So we were evicting a post itself before, but now we're evicting a query, which is just on the root query. And so we just put in posts here, and that will evict it. Now, I don't think there's anything more I actually need to add to this. I think it evicts the entire posts. And the reason for that is in our create Apollo with Apollo over here, we specify the key args. There is no key args. So there's like no arguments for the post. I've also seen this. I saw this in the cache, so I don't know if this is the proper thing. I mean, we can test this and see if this one works, but I know this one works, so we're going to start with this one. All right. Create a post. Oh wait, what the heck? Refresh. Oh, you know what? When I was doing server-side rendering, I forgot for us to send the header based on the request. I totally forgot about that. All right, we're going to do that afterwards. Create our post. All right, saw it was reloading and it displays this. All right, what if I do colon and then that? All right, that works as well. Looks like both of them works. I don't know if I load more, which one is better. So that reloaded. Okay, that looks like it's working well. I just wanted to make sure load more also reloaded. So I'm gonna keep this. And again, this is just the name of our query. All right, so log out, I just set me equal to null. There's actually no point in me doing this because we're actually resetting the store in our NavBar now. So there's no need to do that. All right, log in, register, and oh, did I not do one for change password? That's funny. I actually should have done one for change password, but I didn't. So they're all just setting the me person. So we're gonna go over to register. So we're gonna say update. And here we're actually gonna use the data. And we're gonna say cache.write query. Now the cool thing about this is we can just pass in the me query here, and then we're gonna get type definitions. So the query that we're going to pass in is the me document, and the data here, type name is query, me login or register, and the user. Okay. So we're just getting the data, which is the result of the register, and we're sticking in the cache for the me query. And that's all we're doing. And then I'm just following the shape that it expects. And I was just hitting control space to get auto completion and then the query. So if I log out, I register. Tim shows up. And login is literally the same thing. And then we'll just, autocomplete this. And me document is coming from the generated GraphQL. And I don't know if I've showed me document. It is just our query in a GQL string. And this is login instead of register. And then the other thing is we evicted all of the posts as well. So we can do that as well. All right, so here, let's update that. We'll log out, log in, Tim, and I see my post there reloaded. All right, that's good. Last thing is our change password. We didn't do that one before. We're actually going to do the same thing as this one. So we'll copy that. And the purpose of this is just to have them auto logged in. So I'm going to have this import, and we say change password here. And we're getting a user off of the change password. And I think we are good. Let me just double check I'm not going to bother going through change password because I know that works. Is there anything else I was supposed to update the cache for? I don't think so. That looks good to me. All right, guys, that is updating the cache with Apollo. As you can see, we basically do the same thing. All we do is change the syntax like a teensy bit, and then that's that. Now I was going to fix our server-side rendering so it actually sent our cookie onto GraphQL. And that way we're forwarding cookies correctly. But I was looking at the Next Apollo package that we were using to configure the client, and well, it's not really meant to do that, or it doesn't give us the option to do that for whatever reason. And it seems like for that functionality, people have just been copying the source code and then adding it themselves. So we're going to be doing the same thing because it's really a small fix that we need to add. So I just went into the source with Apollo, and we're going to copy this. And I'll link this in the description if you want to just follow this. But yeah, we're just going to copy this chunk. And I'm going to add a new file in my utils, which I'm just going to call create with apollo.js. And this is utils in our web folder. And then up here is the main function, export default Apollo client. And I'm going to just say export const create with Apollo. And I'm going to put an equal sign. So I'm just renaming it so we can easily import it. I prefer that naming convention named exports. And then we're just going to have to go up to the init Apollo client, and we're going to make this a function. And you just pass in the context. And that's it. We're done. So when we initialize the Apollo client here, we're now just making it a function instead of an object that we're passing in, and then we're giving it the context, and then that's going to have the request object in it. So now in our with Apollo over here, instead of client, I should really press F2 and call this create client. And then up here, create with Apollo is not coming from that package, it's coming from create with Apollo right here. And this is just going to be a function that returns a client. And here's going to be the context. And this is going to be a next context. Next page context is going to be the type. And we're just going to say headers. And we're going to set the cookie header here. And we're also going to check if we're on the server, because that's really only time we want to do it. So if it's undefined, that means we're on the server. So I'm going to say context.rec.headers.cookie. Otherwise, we're just going to return undefined. Or not return, but set cookies to undefined. Is it not like that? All right, we'll just do an empty string. Or is it not like this? All right, what I'll do is I'm going to wrap this entire thing in a parenthesis. And if it's undefined, we'll just pass in an empty string. So if this evaluates to undefined, we will say or, and it'll become an empty string with that syntax. Okay, and there we go. That's all the change that we need to do. And basically now when we're creating our client, we have access to whether we're on the server or not, and we can tie in the cookie header. And by the way, you could parse the cookie if you need to and only specify certain cookie values, but I'm just going to forward all the cookies for this. Now to verify this works, I'm just going to come over here and I'm going to refresh the page, and sure enough it shows me I have done that, and I can downvote a few more just to make sure, and it's good. So we know that it knows who we are, right, when we're sending the request based on the cookie, so it knows whether we voted on this or not. And there we go, we're all good. We have SSR with headers now being sent. All right, so we are done converting from URQL to Apollo and I think I actually liked Apollo a little bit better. For 80% of it, they're almost exactly the same with just some small tweaks. But Apollo has a little bit nicer of pagination support for more advanced pagination, and URQL's was way more work. Now, both of them, I feel like, need to get better TypeScript support where everything is auto-completing for me. Maybe part of that is I personally need to put more work in to figure out how to do that. They may already support it and I just don't know about it. But it'd be very nice for them to key into like GraphQL code generator and for it to have like all the types figured out for me, or at least most of them. But it is pretty good so far though, so I am relatively happy with it. But anyway, yes, I would probably go with Apollo for a future video or future project that I work on, mainly because I felt like it was all around less work to set up. Now that marks the end of our tutorial, guys. I hope you enjoyed. Don't forget to do all those YouTube things. I want to know how many of you persevered to the end of this video. Let me know in the comments below. Smash that like button, subscribe if you like this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one.